And I get to be joined by Mr. Stephen DM Armada. If that does not sound like a reason to count our collective blessings, then I don't know what does. Stephen, how we doing, my brother?
Oh, it's wonderful to be here. We've got some fantastic games, some fabulous games of Flesh and Blood to play today at the Milwaukee Battle Hardened, and I can't wait to get into it. Players, I believe, are getting things ready. They're going to be getting gym paired soon, but we have some time before to talk about what we perhaps just witnessed over at the Calling in Lyon.
Yeah, it's a brand new meta, right? And we have got just this only a couple weekends of these type of high-level tournaments before the all-important World Championships
right.
in Osaka. So all eyes are turned towards not only the players here, but the players in Lyon, the players in California, the AGE Championships, right? There are all of these great events happening this weekend, and we cannot wait to bring you all of the action here from Milwaukee, thanks to our friends at MinMaxGames. You got the unbanned Duskblade shirt. I got just the regular min-max. I opened a Duskblade, actually, in my very first, my second box ever of Tales of Aria was a cold foil Duskblade.
Wow, that's you know what? Weirdly enough, I did not open one of those cards at all. I had to come to MinMaxGames to actually get a Duskblade, which I found quite hilarious. And they have a few.
Quite fitting.
Yeah, they have
So
a few.
Let's chat just a bit, not only about what we expect to see today, but also what, of course, just went down over on the other side of the proverbial pond, right? I mean, we could start with Aurora, we could start with Florian, we could start with Enigma, but there are 9 copies of an elephant in the room. They're red, yellow, and blue, and they kind of stack upon each other, not quite multiplicatively, but they do work quite well together. We can count them all. We can count our blessings. It is the talk of the town. What's the deal with all the hype, Steven? Firstly, do you think it's real?
Well, whether or not it's real, we're, I guess, going to see today here in person because there are definitely players playing it. It is, like you said, there's been a lot of discourse, a lot of discussion in the various spaces on whether or not Count Your Blessings is a real card. If I had to put money down on it, I would say yes, it is a real card for specific heroes in specific ways. But we're going to see how potent it can be because there's a lot of heroes that can run it. It is a generic, of course. You can splash it into just about anything you might want, but I think it's going to really benefit certain play styles. You're going to have to build your deck around it, and perhaps that is one of those holding down factors of keeping it from just being rampant everywhere, of just growing rampantly, as they say, across the format. We're going to see it in action today, and we did see it at the Calling Leon.
Yep.
If you were watching that coverage, it definitely showed up and showed out on camera, didn't it?
All 79 life points worth. I believe Mr. Jacob Clemens, who's been around for quite some time. I remember watching him on Bravo back in the day on some streams over there in the UK. But let me tell you, the card, right? Like, of course, if you don't have a plan into it, it can make it really challenging to find all of the damage, right? But I think there's like 2 different factors at play, right? You have players out here that are coming in like, I'm trying to spike this battle hard. I'm trying to get to the top 8. And if you're going to do that, you have to be ready for the card. Some decks, it's a little easier to sideboard than perhaps some other decks. Now, let's say you're just out there, of course, oh my God, you have the best run in the world. You're excited to get to top 8. But you're also just kind of playing to have fun. Playing because you like your deck, you're playing your pet deck, a deck that you want to come and jam some games, playing a little more maybe mid-rangey, something that isn't able to lean super hard into an aggro or have a really important pitch stack to get over the hump against a Count Your Blessings deck. I think those are the decks that are, at least in this early part of the metagame, most susceptible to just seeing 9 copies of a card gaining so much life, being like, well, I didn't really build this deck to get over all of that extra life. I'm trying to force through an on-hit effect. But
well, you bring up a good point because one of the prevailing thoughts going into this new meta was that Enigma was sort of that damage check. Enigma as a hero was sort of the gatekeeper of the meta, and it may be that Enigma with Count Your Blessings or Dash with Count Your Blessings is now that new damage check, is sort of like, if you can't play past this, then you need to revisit what your deck building looks like or what hero you're playing. And that could be the talk of the town today, as we will crown a champion today. It's a battle hardened, so keep in mind that we're going to get started. We're going to get rolling. We're playing, I believe, 7 rounds. We are at cap at 128 players, and we will bring you all the coverage all day long until the finals, where we will crown a winner today. So we might see Count Your Blessings be at the top of the heap, but it could also be one of these, really brand new heroes, one of these aggro decks. We could see Aurora kind of show up and show out. I think we saw, was it Michael Fung on Aurora at the Calling Leon? So big players picking up the deck. It's a brand new deck. A lot of players talking about Florian being very powerful, very strong mid-range hero.
Reaping Blade does have something to say about Count Your Blessings. It's a fun interplay there with that card, right? Because, of course, you want to keep them higher life total than you so that they cannot gain the life. But then if they're a higher life total than you, you're not advancing towards actually winning the game. And something you brought up when we were chatting earlier in this week that I think is a super astute point, especially in these Swiss rounds, how often can a deck that's running, let's say, 9 copies of Count Your Blessings, actually find a win in the game, right?
Sure. I mean, you're going to have to be able to win the game in the 55-minute time limit. Otherwise, you're put into an awkward position. But a lot of players are really seeing that, understanding the the very Oldham style of fatigue, in this case being more life gain, and able to get to that advanced state. But you have to have the damage in your deck to be able to win yourself, and that is something that is a deck building ask. When you're building a deck with this type of card that is very much it's a 2-cost. It doesn't block. It can only be played in certain instances. It's an instant itself. When you're building a deck with 9 copies of that, you have to know how you're going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially right, Michael Fong on Aurora. I know there's some players out there that we've been hanging out with this weekend that are also on that brand new Elemental Runeblade, but with cards like Lightning Valley, Channel Lightning Valley, forcing through extra draw when damage is dealt. If you're holding a couple no blocks in your hand, yes, you're going to be able to gain a bunch of life, but if the Aurora sitting on the other side of the table is able to just extend that combat chain with cards like Arc Lightning, with cards like Channel Lightning Valley, it can be difficult, even if, let's say, yes, you're going to gain some life back. But if they're able to establish 5, 6, sometimes, even greater card hands, it can be, all for naught.
Yeah, I think the card, just in general, a lot of players are worried about how it's going to feel to play into it, but it is going to create these exciting moments where you might be holding on to 2 of them. And how do you navigate a turn like that? Us watching the experience, how do you navigate a turn where you have multiples or where you need to play 1? And then it asks the question of other decks. Are you going to side for it? Are you going to bring in Poison the Well? Are you going to play that card? And are we going to see a moment on stream where someone plays the 8th copy and then they die immediately to Poison the Well? Like, that creates an exciting gameplay experience. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this plays out today.
Let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break because we have got our first round ready for you all. We've talked about, kind of the boogeyman in the room, but there's plenty of flesh and blood, plenty of new cards to be seen. We're going to check in with our most recent U.S. calling champion, Lucas Oswald. It will be our feature match for round 1, so don't go anywhere. More flesh and blood. First flesh and blood round of the day, Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee. We'll see you in a sec.
Sweet.
Battle-hardened Milwaukee kicks off in earnest with our very first round. Sam O'Byrne, Stephen DM Armada. How are we feeling? You getting ready to watch some? You ready to watch some flesh and blood?
I can't wait. Traveling yesterday was a long, arduous process, but it all is worth it for this moment right here. You know, like you hop on the flights, you're sitting in there, you're waiting, you're kind of crammed in against the window as I was, and the entire time I'm like, man, I just want to watch Lucas Oswald play round one.
Oh my God!
And so, hey,
well, I got great news.
I know.
We have got our recent Calling Tampa Bay World Premier Rosetta champion Lucas Oswald. We've known for a while this kid has the sauce, right? He's got the powers. We saw him take those powers all the way to the top of the mountain at the limited calling in Tampa Bay, utilizing Rosetta, utilizing Florian in that final draft, and we're going to find out exactly how he handles this constructed matchup as we go back in time to our most recent constructed format. We have got a new and we have got an Enigma for our first round today, and of course featuring our most recent calling champion.
Yeah, we don't know until the next bumper graphic which player is playing which hero.
What's your guess?
But that's a great question. I would maybe say Enigma for Lucas, but I will say this, he's been posting a lot of crazy things on Twitter, showing a lot of damage that he's been able to put out. So originally I was thinking something like maybe he's testing for Verdance and trying to just, uber combo people on Verdance, but it could be Enigma, it could be New. I think New has a really interesting spot in this meta if Enigma didn't exist. So it'll be really interesting to see who ends up on what hero and how this round one plays out with Enigma versus New. And it looks like Lucas is indeed on Enigma. Sort of that damage check deck. The deck that says, can you vault over the board? If you can't deal more damage than I can cover up, my board will propagate.
And New, of course, one of the marquee heroes of the last set as well, but has sometimes a challenging time getting through the ward pieces. The Embrace of Determination can go sometimes, I was going to say sometimes a long way, but often it feels like it can go a little way, right? It can get there a little bit. And the question is, can you utilize the attack reactions, really get over the top of any potential blocks, blow up some ward pieces? Because the Vambrace, while, of course, an important piece, is not always the, piece de resistance, if you will.
Yeah, I think the other thing that you look for in this matchup as Jarret and just in general as New is you're looking for natural go-again sources because you can't necessarily rely on the dagger hitting. Of course, the dagger presents a fantastic question mark of, if you don't cover this up, it's just going to take one of your wards off the board, or you're going to have to block it and avoid, the next assassin attack getting go again and the whole thing going from there. So are you going to be able to find your go-again attacks so that you can actually pressure the board state, or are you trying to rely on a dagger that's more likely than not going to miss?
Coming to the Chicago Calling in December?
Oh, 100%.
Down here as the players are shuffling up.
I love Starvo.
Often the Vambrace can work on that dagger, utilize that third and final resource on the daggers as you describe. But all will be revealed in just a moment as the players are finishing shuffling. They've presented their decks. It's time to flip over the equipment. Let's go ahead and take a look. We can see down here we've got some beautiful cold foil pieces as well as a new card in that Calming Jester. Going to be able to create a Spectral Shield token with that instant speed ability. Has Arcane Barrier. That's not going to most likely be relevant here, but the fist bump has been extended. It's time for the first round here of the battle-hardened Milwaukee. Let's absolutely get it.
I am so looking forward to getting things started, and it does appear that on the side of the Enigma, or excuse me, on the side of the New, that we are running the Alluring Wave and the Undertow Stilettos. This has sort of become commonplace at this point now. Choosing the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, to be the long game piece that you play into and really get value out of.
I'm going to pass priority.
Restless Coalescence, the first play of the game for Lucas, and just going to be a passive priority to the Arsenal. Ward 2, of course, on the Restless Coalescence. You can move some counters onto it when it enters. No +1/+1 counters were in the arena for Lucas. Does have an activated ability once those +1/+1 counters have been added, but until then, it's just going to be a Ward 2 piece. Jarret Diamond, no ability to filter on his first turn, so let's see how he wants to start this off. Already facing down some Ward. We're going to be saying that a lot.
Going to swing the Spider's Bite first, and he does have access to both Spider's Bite and the Beckoning Mist Blade, and that was the blade that we were talking about earlier. Does this Beckoning Mist Blade connect and allow for the go again? In this case, no board. The first Spider's Bite is going to soak that board up right away. Restless Coalescence making its way to the graveyard.
Tough situation here for Jarret. One thing I do want to point out as well, the Arousing Wave takes up that Vambrace of Determination slot, and with the final 2 cards in hand, there being the weakest link in the Justinic, Jarret here just with a full 4-card hand. Again, no filtering he was able to do, so that was just 2 daggers, take out the Restless Coalescence, and that is the end of the turn for Jarret.
Yeah, Alluring Wave is one of those pieces that when it's on the board, it allows for a Bonds of Agony turn to just really go crazy just at any moment.
Currently here, we've got Lucas Oswald pitching into the second Tenet of Chi Wind. I'm hearing from our producer, this is the spoiler card of a certain YouTube channel known as ManSant. So, happy to see that card represented. You have to imagine that just ManSant fans everywhere are glad to see this representation. This is a card coming in for 3. Gets go again if Lucas has transcended this turn. And of course, it is itself a blue, so enables that transcension as well. I have to imagine Lucas is hoping to do so on the turn.
You would think so. Lining up some blocks. Looks like a Justinic is going to be committed and an Enlightened Strike, so a go-again piece there. And there is the Transcend, like you mentioned, both being blue cards, meaning this is going to bounce back to the hand. It's going to give the capacity to keep this turn going. And these new Enigma decks, you can talk about how they can be very disruptive for very building the board. This is one of the most disruptive things you can throw down, isn't it?
Phantasmaclasm coming on the combat chain. 4/9, going to look at the hand, put that Surgical Extraction on the bottom of the deck. Of course, Jarret does get to bring an attack back from the top of the deck into the hand. If he is able to find a popper, it would work here, but it does look to just be that blue infect. So that would allow for a Transcension thanks to the Homage to Ancestors that both players know is in the hand, but it looks as though it might just be committed to the block here. Save 3 life on this attack for 6. And we know that there is that weakest link in the arsenal as well for Jarret. So that blue might just be getting pitched into that disruptive attack on his next turn.
Yeah, he had the option to maybe hold on to the popper in hand for this type of play. If you have, you draw into a second one, you maybe have some insulation versus a very powerful disruptive attack like Phantasmaclasm. But instead choosing to arsenal it, meaning that you now just play this out on this turn, which is a fine turn cycle.
Now taking a look here, see if there are any 0 block cards in the hand that this weakest link is threatening. Looks as though it's going to be an Astral Etchings, Miraging Metamorph, so 2 6 blocks committed, easily covered up by Lucas Oswald. And now Jarret's got no cards in hand and has to face down this Miraging Metamorph.
Miraging Metamorph, the play from the arsenal here. Notice that Lucas had 2 defense reactions. Those could have, of course, been committed to blocking in some way, shape, or form, but instead choosing to pitch 1 and the unmovable to arsenal 1, giving him a nice, effective means of blocking over the next few turns.
Beckoning Mistblade, the start of the turn here for Jarret, as that Miraging Metamorph was popped by the second weakest link. So those are 2 important pieces gone. Of course, New does have access to some recursion in the Codex of Frailty. Let's see if there's a blue card to go alongside with the Beckoning Mistblade, as Lucas kind of says, show me what you got. The answer is a Bonds of Attraction. Card with Stealth looks to banish the top card and then can banish a card from the graveyard, I believe. And if they are both the same color, going to gain a life.
Lucas having to turn the card and read the effect as well. It's not a card you see very often, but it is indeed a functional card in this moment to allow you to just have that wider turn. Now, we have seen Lucas so far in this game not really prioritize board state and really not draw some of those, instant auras or just board in general. And I think the deck construction, looking at it here, is looking going to be different than what you might expect in Enigma. If you're just thinking that they're just going to play out a board and, just defend with a couple of attack action cards, this is not how this deck is looking like it's built out. I mean, look, there's a Spectral Prowler being pitched here.
Spectra Prowler in the pitch zone, Command and Conquer on the combat chain as the Leave No Witnesses on Jarret's last turn was stuffed up by that Fate Foreseen. So this is 6 just vanilla damage. Looks like there are some nice cards in the hand for Jarret. This would be the second Justinic blocked with, however, and that is often one of the most powerful pieces in the new deck's arsenal. So I have to imagine he is not stoked to be committing that card for 3 block instead of 5 power on offense. And Jarret, as if he can hear me, deciding to keep that card in the hand, going down to 30 because that Command and Conquer was not threatening anything other than just 6 life here on the turn.
Yep, looking at how your hand can weigh out, can you use all 4 cards, or can one of those cards be more valuable in the arsenal, or does it just block for some value? Calculating that value over and over again, turn cycle after turn cycle, is how New is going to be playing this game out.
Codex of Frailty headed to the pitch zone. I think if you are Jarret here, you're also aware that there was an unmovable pitched by Lucas just that turn before for the Miraging Metamorph, so have to consider when that big, potentially 8 block from the arsenal is going to come back around. Maybe Codex of Frailty has something to say about it. If you can make an attack, utilize the Codex, rip a card from the hand. This Art of Desire Mind, however, going to get Go Again from the Beckoning Mistblade and turning on the Transcension in the hand.
This is going to be the name of the game going forward, is just swinging the Beckoning Mistblade, getting the Go Again, putting these little just kind of nicks, as they say, with these tiny blue attacks just over and over and over again, and asking the question, how are you going to value your 4 defense reaction or your unmovable against these tiny attacks?
2 different Transcend cards for Lucas. We had the Preserve Tradition to take that second Tenet of Chi back to the bottom of the deck, and now the Rising Sun setting move going to resolve. Looks like he is keeping the Inner Chi in the hand, bottoming the other card that he know he's going to take this decision, maybe keeping that Chi around in the deck. Does have that Traverse for whenever he wants to grab either of the 2 Chis that would then currently be in the deck. 1 pitched earlier, 1 on the bottom here, and then 3 more blue cards, and they're good ones at that.
Yep.
So that Art of Desire Mind is looking like if any of those cards be committed to the block and they're action cards, they will be banished.
It has the Rage Spectre in hand, which is just fantastic on your turn, terrible on your opponent's turn, but gives you the gas to be able to swing for just these really scary effects and just powerful amounts of damage that, your very large manifestation of Miragai. These are the key pieces that Lucas most likely is trying to lean on in this deck, that and just being very defensive.
Mask of Recurring Nightmare is going to be the second attack reaction on this Art of Desire Mind. So the Chi that was created from the Stir the Pot, Lucas now has to banish one of those 3 cards in the hand.
This is the first Justinic played, and if you're thinking about this long game scenario, it's important to know where these Justinics are. I believe one was pitched at the very outset of the game, and this one is the second, technically, the first that is being played. So Justinic making its way to the bottom, the very first one. I believe the decision point was between whether you Arsenal Justinic, or maybe it was blocked with, or you Arsenal the 6 power attack. And choosing to Arsenal the 6 power attack meant that the other one was in circulation somewhere. But this is one of those very powerful cards, particularly on a Bonds of Agony type turn.
Rage Spectre going to be the banish, and then an unmovable from the arsenal going to cover up the Art of Desire Mind. So critically, not only is the banish off the top not going to be represented thanks to the Justinic, but neither from the Art of Desire Mind, and any blue cards there meant a card drawn for Jarret, which would have meant an arsenal on the turn, and instead he has to face down the manifestations of Miragai with the Chi pitched. We're early. This can spell doom and disaster, certainly when you're facing down an Enigma, because if they're able to keep this thing around, all of a sudden, a single blue pitch comes in for 8.
Yeah, and this was done off of an unmovable block. So if you're looking at the value on this turn cycle, it's through the roof. You're playing Manifestation of Miragai after a double transcend. You have the Inner Chi that comes down to send this for 4 counters, which is pushing 8 Go Again, and you did this off of the Tunic resource on your own turn. So this is like the maximum value per turn that you can get from Lucas Oswald. He set this up absolutely beautifully to get to this point, which can get, like you said, really out of hand really quick.
5 damage over the top. Jarret Diamond down to 25 here in the first round of the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. If you're in Jarret's shoes, you're happy that Lucas is just playing 4 cards off the top. You can attempt to try to sneak something through with something like that Venomous Bite in the hand. We've got a Bonds of Agony, and we've got a Findall Spring Tunic on 3. So again, Lucas here is facing down an attack for 1, but he has to be playing potentially pretty face up here He's going to go ahead and hide the cards from us with the shoulder. Let's see. I don't believe, as he flips those cards around, there's anything at reaction speed that can be played in that hand.
And that's a very important point. And this is anytime a Bonds of Agony is resolved onto the board, you have to ask a lot of questions. Is this the type of turn on a 2-card hand after playing this where we're going to see the activation of the 2 onboard pieces of equipment to try and push this over the top into the break point? Or is this just trying to buy me cards? Am I going to have to overcommit to this block and expect these attack reactions, of which we do know there is one in the hand? Is this the time to commit to try and stop this, or am I just going to block a little bit and then get blown out and lose my manifestations value?
And the sequencing game from Jarret really tells a lot, or kind of tries to keep, I guess, a lot from Lucas, right? Because with the Tunic on 3, you have many different abilities to get to that 3 total attack reactions with one piece of those equipments and then the Venomous Bite in the hand, which of course threatens the Fang Strike as well. But that would also allow you to swing the dagger if you wanted to, bring in the dagger to also try to threaten the Miragai, take a card out of hand. But Jarret's just trying to, I guess, hold all the information he can, threaten with 2 cards. Those are more possibilities that Lucas has to think about what both of those cards could be. So he's valuing keeping more information from his Enigma opponent rather than threatening that Miragai with something like one of those 2 daggers.
This is the assassin way, is hiding as much information and then punishing misplays. So the question here from Lucas, how much do you commit to this defense? You don't want to lose your manifestations of Miragai to a singular 1-power attack. But are you going to give 1 card? Are you going to give 2 cards? And how can you be punished from the side of Jarret? Yes, that last turn cycle was like a 16 value play over the course of Lucas's turn and Jarret's turn. But does it all crumble to this moment? And do you reset the board essentially? Or are we going to see Lucas make a correct block? Is he just going to say 3? Is he going to say 6? And then how does Jarret play around that?
The attack reaction in the hand, if a blue is pitched, could add an additional 4 on top. Looks like we're going to be blocking for quite a bit there. Let's presenting 9 blocks.
A total of 9. Is this an overcommittal? Is it just comfortable to say, Lucas, I'm just going to, from Lucas's perspective, I'm just going to send 9, see, this is going to cover everything, and then I'll feel comfortable just pitching and swinging my 8?
That is going to go ahead and buy some banishes. And now swinging in for 8 with that Miragai, because even though there were potentials to get a bunch of attack reactions on that Bonds, looks like it wasn't enough to get over the 9. Only 1 actual big pump in the hand in that Venomous Bite that now sits in the arsenal. And poor Jarret here, facing down that Miragai once again.
Early in this game, that was a key moment where we could go back and look at the different possibilities, the permutations of the blocks there, and then the possible answers from Jarret. Was it right to send to block 6 and then try to arsenal something from that hand? It looks like Lucas has analyzed the lines and decided, this is fine. I'm going to block 9. I'm going to send 8. That is way above, and I'm not going to worry about an arsenal. I can just play from here continually.
On that last turn, too, if Jarret was to throw that dagger, perhaps that could have taken that final card out of the hand. Given that Tunic is not on 3, you can't utilize the Tunic to make a Spectral Shield with the Calming Gesture. Lucas might not have been able to swung that Miragai and take care of the dagger and still block 9 on the Bonds of Agony.
Yeah, the longer this game goes and the longer that manifestation stays on the board, the more easy this is for Lucas. And so the length of the combat chain, I think, is going to be paramount for Jarret, trying to get these blocks out of Lucas, hoping that they're on some awkward D-react hands, maybe even. We've seen from Jarret's perspective the fact that he's on multiple copies of Unmovable. Maybe you can try to string together a bunch of small attacks and try to steal that Miragai off the board if they're stuck with larger defense reactions in hand.
Traverse the Universe, the block on the Art of Desire Mind, only blocking 2, so you have to imagine Lucas has some defensive pieces to play in reaction speed. Preserve Tradition, going to grab an action card from the graveyard, put it on the bottom of the deck. It's going to be a Leave No Witness, as you heard Jarret describe there. Sits at 23 to Lucas's 38. Only 15 minutes have elapsed, but Lucas, the Enigma deck, keeping on the pressure.
Targeting Leave No Witnesses. Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm maybe thinking. Okay.
Lucas is maybe thinking in the response to targeting the Leave No Witnesses, if there is something like a pass over in the hand or a way to banish, then you could fizzle this and stop the chi to be created and then stop this Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation.
Now, Lucas does have the 5-card hand here thanks to that traverse. You mentioned it earlier. The block there, of course, is going to fetch that chi like he has. Deciding on what to banish here, you're going to have to drop something. And the decision point, let's see if we can pop over. It's favoring the Spectre here. Holding a hand with Shimmers of Silver, the chi. Looks like he's got, is it Drop in the Ocean there? Yeah.
And in the resolution step.
See what happens
Another
in the
manifestation.
resolution step here for Lucas. No, he says, you're good. Nothing's happening. But that is just the whole turn for Jarret. Not trying to push over the top with the Venomous Bite in the arsenal. So now Lucas just gets to come in for another 8. And this one, with Go Again and 2 floating, 2 cards in hand, there might be more coming on after the end of this.
It's getting out of hand pretty quickly. I believe we see at least one card that can't block in the hand of Jarret. And this Mira guy has just bought so much value over the course of these past few turns. Not being able to remove it on that key turn when you're pushing damage is really paying dividends for Lucas.
8 go again.
8 go again indeed, my friend. It wasn't fun a turn ago. It was not that fun 2 turns ago. It's certainly not fun now to stare down. It's got some powerful reactions in the hand and in the arsenal. If that is that Venomous Bite that sticks in there, it looks like we're going to Tunic in the Alt Art Oasis Respite. Gain a life, prevent 4. So blocking for a total of 5 damage on what he started. So from 23 down to 20 here. Did use the Tunic resource, so it gets to start up on the next turn. And another Mira guy after the Traverse the Universe block. And of course, coming in for another 8. You don't like to call these games early. Our job, of course, keep things exciting, keep things moving along. When you're facing down 2 Mira guys and a second Transcend with the Drop in the Ocean in the resolution step after damage has resolved to create a Spectral Shield with a +1 counter that gets to attack because all of this had Go Again. This is coming in for an additional 2. 38 life for Lucas Oswald. Jarret is down to 10. No Vambrace to try to help with this board. Things are looking grim for our assassin friends.
I mean, our job is to tell the story of this game, and the story is manifestations of Miragai into manifestations of Miragai. And again, it was masterfully crafted by Lucas. He chose, after drawing his hand, to block Traverse, to grab the chi so that he can set up 2 of these. Now all he has to do is protect even just 1, and you can continue this onslaught of aggression. You can see it on Jarret. That is such a tough spot to be in, especially when you're sending a singular copy of Pick to Pieces, which could provide some answers in this moment if you have the ability to maybe send it a little bit. Get some attacks on there, get some attack reactions on there.
This is a perfect response here to these auras, right? Because you can, of course, get some damage over the top and it can't be prevented. If this game does end quickly or in the next, couple of turns, we do, of course, thanks to our friends at Savage Feet, have a great backup gain for you. We've got an Aurora and a Levia here for the round 1, so there's plenty of flesh and blood here in this round 1 of the Battle Hardened. And it's not over till it's over, my friend. This is what we have to be aware of because we've all played in games that feel completely doom and gloom until you stand at the end of the game like, how did I won this game and I don't even really know how. I just played to my outs. But Pick to Pieces, let's talk about this one, Steven.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for an answer to this kind of a difficult scenario, this might be the card to do it because you have the ability to pump it up with reactions, trying to send it over the top and remove the auras from the board. He is going to play both Venomous Bite and Hiss, sending this. I believe both of those are red for the +6. And that is going to push over the top unless we have reactions from Lucas.
So Jarret should be creating Slither and Fang Strike in hand from both of these effects. Yep, looks like they're realizing it now. So now this is getting over the top by 2. Does Lucas have any way to prevent this?
And remember, this card does mean that damage prevention is not going to function. Oh, that is the Hiss that is played there. That is going to give him the Slither. There's the Pick to Pieces as we pop back over there. This is going to, because of its effect, you can't prevent with ward, so that ward is going to clear.
No, the Fate Foreseen from the hand is going to go ahead and finish the combat chain for Lucas. You saw him ask, any more reactions as just to see if that Fang Strike would be committed. The Fang Strike was committed because Jarret didn't want to keep both of those cards in the hand, but Lucas, again, these were just 4 cards off the top. Jarret had to put Lucas in the position. Do you have it? Can you get there? The answer in this case was yes, and that final defense reaction after blocking 6 was enough to keep around this board award.
Spectral Shield is going to swing first.
Just block 3.
And at this point now, from Jarret's perspective, you're in damage control, you're in mitigation, but it's looking grim. Sending for 8. Does have the go again. Tunic's up as well, so you do have to, and there is one resource floating, so you do know that Manifestations number 2 is, coming down the pipeline after this.
There's a reason this deck was the most represented over across the pond at the Calling Leon, right? This new format we are in a world without Bonds of Ancestry, and the Zen deck that was keeping this Enigma deck perhaps a little bit more in the shadows. Well, the shadows have cleared, the mists have lifted, and Enigma is looking mighty powerful unless your deck has a good way to stop it. And, without the Vambrace of Determination, it's not the silver bullet in the matchup. It does give you a little more counterplay around the ward here, and Jarret really feeling the pressure of 2 manifestations of Miragai, not to mention that Spectral Shield.
3, 5.
Yeah, he's going to be giving just about everything that he can to try and maintain a life total, but it's going to take a lot from this position from Jarret's side of things to claw his way back into this format, into this game, simply because that Manifestations of Miragai is such a format-shaping card.
He did what he could, right? Like, he played towards that pick to pieces turn. He made Lucas just find it truly off the top of the deck. He did have it, and that means Lucas is gonna take the game. Just too much pressure. Lucas Oswald calling Tampa Bay champion, and the champion around 1 here at the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee.
Lucas made such great choices through that game, not just crafting his hand to set himself up for success, but also blocking in the correct way. And that honestly has been the hallmark of great players versus a hero like New. New is one of those heroes that asks you to make the correct play in difficult spots, turn after turn. And if you don't, they just blow you out. And that's what Lucas did. He made the correct decisions at the key moments of that game so that he could snowball that board and win the game.
And again, Jarret, really, we just said it, but like, what can you do there? You play to your outs, right? You play to the things you have either put in the deck or the sequences that you know can get you over the top. And with a different draw sequence from Lucas, perhaps he has to give all 4 cards in the hand to make sure he keeps the board around, because the pick to pieces, even in the blue slot, does have that text, right? Damage can't be prevented, and the +1 if you've activated an attack reaction. And he saved that Venomous Bite. He saved that card to pair with something to actually get over the top and clear the ward. But unfortunately for him in that case, it's part of what we like TCGs. Part of the reason we play these games, the top of the deck dictates so much of these turn cycles, and that fate foreseen. Lucas looked into the crystal ball and foresaw the W.
Yeah, credit to Jarret, like you said. He aligned the stars himself to prepare for a moment like that, and it just so happened that Fate Foreseen had a few other things to say. But don't go away. Don't go too far. We're going to take a short, maybe a couple-minute break, and then we'll be right back here for another game in this round 1. It's going to be a good one, Aurora versus Levia. So go grab some snacks and be right back here in a couple minutes. Welcome back to round 1 of the Milwaukee Battle Hardened. We've already seen one game in the books, but now we've got another one for you. So let's go ahead and drop into the arena. This one is a little bit different. Maybe not some Enigma, maybe not some new disruption. No, we're going Levia, we're going Aurora, and we're going to be going fast, I think.
I'm not going to call playing favorites from anyone in the production team getting Levia on round 1, but I think it's just table 1, right? This is table 1 of the tournament. We just happen to have a fantastic matchup here with one of the new Rosetta heroes, a hero that's done very well, winning a ProQuest Plus last week. I believe the event was in Texas. It was taken down by Aurora, and these decks are doing quite well in the current, brand new metagame. And then we have the old faithful in Levi, but with a brand new tool in Call to the Grave. That card, when you pair it with a card called Beast Within, seems to be pretty good.
Yes, that is a fantastic 2-card combo. A great way to continue to fill your grave, but also to just maintain a card in hand. Feels pretty solid overall. Both of these heroes feel quite good overall in the meta. I am really curious to see how this Aurora deck is built. Aurora, being a new hero, is really asking a lot of deck building questions on how you want to play it. You could splash all lightning. You could splash in a few generic attacks. It'll be interesting to see how this is built. There's a couple of lists floating around right now, and I'm curious to see which this one is leaning towards. Nevertheless, like you mentioned, did pick up a ProQuest Plus win this past weekend over in Houston, the Blood on the Bayou tournament, I believe it was called. And it was exciting to watch. It was a more Flicker Wisp heavy list. It did lean more into the combo with Flicker Wisp and Arc Lightning. But of course you can just kind of eschew all that and then just play really wide combat chains, 0 for 4s for days, and try to send full send like you were back in Cheerios Briar days, right?
A lot of players speaking to the way that Aurora just makes them feel. I keep hearing that, Aurora makes me feel good. It feels like my favorite parts of playing some of those aggressive Briar decks of old, back the first time we went into the forests of Aria. Let's see precisely how Alexander wants to play this Aurora deck. It's Alexander on Aurora versus Sebastian on Levi. It's our backup round here of the round 1 at the Battle Hardened Milwaukee, brought to you by MinMaxGames. We're going to start things off with a Mandible Claw here, just pitching away a couple cards we don't want. Looks like a Boneyard and an Endless Maw. That's going to buy a Gone in the Flash block. See if there's any way to discard here. So Sebastian, rather than throwing a card in the graveyard for his 6 powers, just wanted to keep some more threats in the deck, it looks like.
And then playing out the Sigil of Lightning on turn 0 is a solid feeling play from from Alex over here on Aurora, so that you can start off your 4-card hand and really the first turn of the game with an Embodiment of Lightning. If your hand, after you've drawn it up, doesn't really line up great with Go Again Enablers, which in this case we actually, I believe, have perhaps that exact moment. If we pop over to the hand here, we might actually see that. It looks like, he's going to reveal the Entwine Light. No, there we go. He's going to try to reveal there. Either way, he's going to use the Go Again off of the Embodiment of Lightning for the 4 Go Again on Entwine Lightning.
It's nice. Alex didn't even have to fuse there. He had to go again anyway. He was just like, I want to help out my opponent. Let me just give him a little bit of information about what's in the hand, and I'll give him 2 cards instead of 1. That's even better.
So kind.
Dread Screamer going to be the block, of course. 1 point over the top. There we go. Now we need to fuse for the Go Again. So this Entwine Lightning is going to be 4 with Go Again. But Sebastian here also gets to throw some 6 powers in the graveyard on this combat chain if he so desires. So the Dread Screamer's the 6 power number 1. Let's see if another one wants to get thrown to blocks as well, because the Levia deck, of course, needs often 3 cards in the graveyard to do what they want to do. Ravenous Rabble revealing the Arcanic Shockwave. So this is another. So just 3 cards and 12 damage.
And this also leaves you a fantastic arsenal target in Static Shock as well, setting you up for a next turn.
Yeah, we'll see exactly, because Alexander also could just throw it down on the combat chain. If Sebastian is posturing to keep a big hand, maybe Alex wants to try to threaten even more damage. It's already been 12 with 3 cards. I mean, this is a lot of what this Aurora deck likes to do. Is just present so much just consistent damage, right? It's just 4 into 4 into 4, and then here's another 4, and this time if you hit, I believe it's going to deal 1 arcane damage. This is one of the cards in the First Strike deck. It's the only place you can get this Static Shock.
Yeah, so it's interesting to decide whether or not you want to actually throw that or set up a 5-card hand. Playing from the Aurora perspective, I've done a number of times, and sometimes you actually very much value a 5-card hand and a good arsenal. In this case, it would not have worked out because send packing would be coming across. Nevertheless, you sometimes need 5-card hands to really like set things up and be able to play out these wide turns because your draws can be a little bit volatile.
Happily, in Sebastian's spot at least, you get to establish an arsenal for the Levia player here, and Alexander, while he did present an enormous amount of damage, and Sebastian did give some arsenal, the life totals are relatively even, and now Alexander is playing no Embodiment of Lightning, no arsenal, so playing just a 4-card hand here. Does look like he has a go again starter in that third Entwined Lightning, but that's the last one of the turn. But interestingly, showing the Channel Lightning Valley as the fused card, so that is now something that Sebastian has to think about, because the first time that Aurora deals damage, if that Lightning Valley isn't played, and of course it can be played at instant speed, he gets to draw a card. And how about I said no arsenal? Channel Lightning Valley says, I'll give you a card for free, man.
Yeah, the only target I believe that he could have shown there, because you have to fuse it with a lightning card. So you only have that ability to show that, which is not what you want. You would love to be able to hide that information and then bring that down at instant speed, flash it in if you will, so that you can draw the extra card. But this is that type of hand where if you have like a starter, we'll call it a starter, because a lot of people believe that she's more of a lightning ninja. If you've got a starter for your turn in Arsenal, then 5-card hands feel incredibly powerful from the Aurora perspective. But if you're trying to cobble together a 4-card hand, you might struggle a little bit. Here, starting off for 4, and then getting the Scowling Fleshbag early.
Alex had an option to just respond to the Scowling Fleshbag trigger, play out the Lightning Valley if he wanted to make sure he gets one of those other 0 for 4s in hand, and of course has the Lightning Valley, but electing to just keep a card in the intimidated zone, in the banished zone after the intimidate, now is left with the Snatch and the Channel Lightning Valley. So another kind of interesting decision point, because playing both of these out here, you don't have the Lightning card to pitch to keep the channel around, so he probably wasn't excited to play that card anyway on this turn.
Exactly, and that's the issue with this 4-card hand. You look at the value proposition of all the ways that you could have played this, and even before you think about Scowling Fleshbag, there's not a wonderful way to gain. You'd have to almost hope that they don't block your 4 points of damage, and then instead flash that in and see if you could draw a lightning card so that you could swing Starfall. So instead, choosing to arsenal perhaps that Channel Lightning Valley. Nope, he's going to flash it out. Not going to keep it around, going to draw a card. Maybe he draws a lightning. Maybe he finds a way.
Draw a lightning blue. If it's a lightning red, he has nothing to pitch into unless he's going to pitch into the lightning greaves. He needed to find a lightning blue. That was a ballsy move from Alexander,
it's a bit of a Hail Mary, isn't it? It's a bit of a Hail Mary.
I thought it was destined for the Arsenal, but no, it's going to be a Gone in the Flash just coming in on the end of the combat chain, and that means this Lightning Valley, it's gone.
It is, but it does give you the ability to swing 4 more damage. Yeah, you're not swinging the Snatch to possibly draw a card that way, but it does send you 4 damage. So if you believe that this matchup is a pure race and you just have to put damage on the board, which it does appear that's what Alex is posturing towards, not playing a 5-card hand, just sending the 4 extra damage on that last turn, doing the same thing here, just playing for value, cards, damage, then maybe this line of play makes more cards come out of the hand of Sebastian, and you can keep this kind of cycle going.
And with that card in the Banish Zone after the Intimidate, Alex is going to be left with a 5-card hand anyway. So the Channel Lightning Valley there, representing a card draw, didn't want to pitch it into Aurora, didn't want to make that Embodiment of Lightning, likes to just draw into another 5-card hand, his first real one of the game, and he's got some nice cards in the hand to work with.
Yeah, 2 of those cards are instants that do not block, but they do buff by 3. Now, if that Lightning Valley were cycled around, and stuck around for this turn, this could be an insane hand, but instead, now you're looking at taking a lot of damage, just off of the back of having 2 instants that don't block.
Some of the new spice in these Levia lists are these draw discard style effects. Wild Ride here, going to draw a card, discard a random card. It's going to be the Unworldly Bellow. So this actually now doesn't have go again, because the Unworldly Bellow is not a card with 6 or more power. So poor Sebastian here, face down the Lightning Valley, let Alexander draw a card, but now it's just going to IP himself, not a intellect penalty, right? You don't get to draw as many cards because you're left with 3 cards in the hand and 1 is headed to the Arsenal. Life totals are still relatively even. If you're Sebastian, you have to be thanking yourself for that, but that's a bad break from the Levia player.
I mean, speaking about volatile hands, Sebastian had at least two non-attacks there. One of them Doomsday, so an instant, but 2 misses in the hand. So had to try and luck into it and did not Finding the electromagnetic somersault on the top means that this is going to send 4-4. Ravenous Rabble coming across for 4. Go again, a fantastic way to start the turn. Now, it's not a lightning card. You would love if it were a lightning card because then you could, go Starfall after this and keep more information to yourself about what the rest of the turn looks like. But he does have some lightning cards that he could flash in at instant speed here.
Sebastian looks like he's going to line up blocks. No blood dead, at least, for the Levia, so it doesn't have to worry about that damage ticking down. The Graveling Growl going to be committed, so there's a 6-power attack for the Graveyard. 1 damage over the top. Discharge here of the electrostatic variety, giving the next attack +3 attack action card. So this is Starfall will just be for 2. Well, card in the hand, card in the arsenal, 2 floating for that embodiment if Alexander wants it. Still going relatively wide here.
Shockwave fused, showing the lightning press, which feels very scary because you know that that's 3 extra points of damage. Now, this is going to be buffed up by the electrostatic discharge as well. So this, oh no, this is not.
I believe it should be, right? So they might just be missing that damage there. This is coming in for 4. Yeah, no, this definitely should be an attack for 7. Let's see if the players catch it, and if not, we've had some bad breaks for Levia, but that would be a good break for Sebastian if that electrostatic discharge.
Two resources floating means that Aurora has the capability of pitching into an embodiment of lightning and starting their turn with a guaranteed go-again attack, thanks to that. This also could just be arsenaled. That's the fun part about having this instant, be able to just flash it out and do 3 damages. You could just say, okay, that's fine, I'm going to arsenal, and move on with your life and have it for next turn.
Might token created thanks to the second block of the Apex Bonebreaker. Sebastian still has that Carrion Husk, but he does need to start the Blood Debt train if he wants to utilize the Plasma Fet ability of switching and then utilizing cards from the Blood Debt zone. But he has to have cards in Blood Debt to even start that, right? So going to be an embodiment of lightning created for Alexander. 5-card hand once again. Let's see what Sebastian's able to work with that Might token thanks to the Apex Bonebreaker.
Oh my gosh, and this is a hand that just makes you hurt all day. It's 3 instants. We knew off the top was an electrostatic or a somersault, electromagnetic somersault, but he's also drawn a second lightning press and a channel lightning valley and exactly 1 attack in current funnel, which doesn't feel great.
See here, Wild Ride going to buy the Crown of Providence block, probably because, like you're saying, this is not the greatest hand, and maybe this is just mostly for the filter. The arsenal isn't under pressure. Just might be looking to get some other cards in the hand.
Yeah, he could choose to cycle the arsenal. He knows that's a lightning press, so taking away the information from your opponent, knowing that lightning press has gone to the bottom of the deck and something else could be, a smart play. But he also doesn't know what's in the hand, and unfortunately for Alex, it was a lot of things that were not good. But he draws into a sizzle, which is actually fantastic because it's +3. It's a non-attack. If he wanted to block with it, he could. It would turn on the current funnel, but unfortunately, current funnel doesn't have anything to do after the fact. Nevertheless, it is +3 and a nice lightning buff there.
5-card hand here from Aurora. Sebastian's done a good job of keeping the life totals even throughout this game. It feels like he has been under the most pressure and has been having, perhaps the tougher breaks, especially on a turn that he had 4 or 5 cards in hand and did 1 attack per 6, and that was it because the Wild Ride did not get the go again. So current funnel here going to go ahead and get go again thanks to the sizzle and give the next action go again thanks to that sizzle as well.
He is also going to push this for 5, and we do know that there are double lightning press in play and a potential card draw after he flashes that channel down. So this hand looks like one of those clunkers, right? It's a hand that doesn't block well. It's a hand that has a bunch of instants. But remember, these cards all just represent 3 damage. So you play them out there. You draw yourself an extra card. Maybe you send that card. If it's a blue, if you're lucky, you can Starfall and then make a new embodiment. If it's a red that deals 4 damage, you're feeling pretty good about that as well. So being able to put things on the board and damage down, even through a very awkward hand, is Alex.
Gonna give the Husk here, but that's where the lightning presses will most likely come into play. Channel Lightning Valley is the first response. And then the Lightning Press from the Arsenal. That's the one, of course, that Sebastian knows about, so wants to play that one first and maybe preserve a second one because that is a Lightning card that can be pitched to keep the Lightning Valley around after the card draw. And it's a blink out of the top of the deck.
You know, another non-attacking card, but it does mean that you can pitch for Starfall and create the embodiment like we talked about. It keeps the channel around, which is the best case scenario for next turn, and it gives you the ability to Arsenal the Lightning Press if you choose. Now, Lightning Press right now is another 3 damage, but Lightning Press in the Arsenal sets up some really crazy plays. Snatch plus Lightning Press plus the embodiment of Lightning is very, very good. So yeah, he's not going to play it out, and instead he's going to just Arsenal, it looks like.
Starfall here coming in for 2 with Go Again as well. 2 floating means that there can be an embodiment of Lightning created for the next turn. And with the Lightning Valley around, we saw that the Lightning Press was able to get the first Lightning Valley here a card draw, and the second Lightning Press headed to the Arsenal means that the next turn of Lightning Valley might draw a card as well as these Levia decks. Many of them not on the Reckless swings anymore, which means their blocks are pretty face up. So if a Lightning Press can get over the top, it most likely will. But again, Sebastian has kept the life totals relatively close. Just gave the Husk going down to 17, but is in kind of a predicament. Often the way that the Levia deck can break the math, get over the top, is through the Plasmafet flip. But there is no blood debt at all, which is great for him not being under the pressure of the blood debt. But he's getting close to not being able to flip at all in this game. And right now, the flip doesn't do anything for him because he only has the Carrion Husk and the blood debt. You can't play that with your Plasmafet.
Yeah, I believe both players checked the graveyard. They're checking the graveyard of the Levia to see how these banished cards are going to function. But we're seeing a lot of more traditional attacks. Things like Pulping, things like Wild Ride have been the name of the game over the past few turn cycles. And so this is why we haven't seen, you know, such an emphasis on Blood Debt and on the banishes, because these conventional attacks are just coming across for what is essentially vanilla damage. And oh my god, the banishes hurt.
So the Eye of Ophidia here means that this Pulping, because it discarded a card without 6 or more power, it does not have Dominate. So if Alexander just blocks with 2 cards, that is once again, it'll be the second time this game that poor Sebastian just has a turn completely stuffed thanks to a random draw discard, not allowing for Go Again to happen.
But keep in mind, that can be a little difficult to do because Aurora runs instants.
Oh, without a doubt.
Found the 3rd copy of Lightning Press and what looks to be a Marvel Sigil of Lightning, meaning that there's only 2 blocking cards in the hand right now. So if you block with 2 cards to stop the Go Again here, you effectively don't do anything on your turn except swing the blade.
Swinging the blade would, of course, threaten just the 1 damage before any Go Again and +1 thanks to playing another Lightning card. But the Lightning Press needs to be an attack action. You'd have to play a card and hope that Sebastian just blocks with the Scabskin Leather so that the 1 damage in the resolution step, you know, or in the reaction step would get over the top and then draw you a card with Lightning Valley to go crazy. Looks as though Alexander is not interested in stopping this Pulping. He's got a 5-card hand. He wants to work with Channel Lightning Valley, Embodiment of Lightning. Aurora is crackling and trying to just close this thing out. Alexander looks like he's going to take the 3 as well from the Mandible Claw. Now this Boneyard Marauder coming in after the chain. I believe the Mandible Claw perhaps, I don't know if it had to Go Again there because the Eye of Ophidia was discarded. So no card with 6 more power has been discarded this turn. It's round 1 of the Battle Hardened. This is when you get your jimmies out, right? This is when you know, after this it'll be, you know the players. This is when you make the little, little mistakes and then you'll clean it up throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yes, this if that had hit, let's just say that had hit. This turn was lined up to be quite powerful. And of course, we do, with Boneyard Marauder, see the first banishes, the first true banishes of the game. And look at the life totals at this point. The first true banishes of the game, based on the way these decks have drawn up, is more than halfway through the actual game state. But like we said, the hand was looking like a non-blocking and a just full send type hand from Alex. And let's see what he can do with this. He's got the Arc Lightning that will start this chain of just arcane damage. 1 ping after 1 ping. This is a card that will ping every time you have Go Again resolve. And it itself has Go Again.
Which means this 1 damage is going to come across, no Arcane Barrier, which means 1 damage, which means Channel Lightning Valley will trigger, so a card immediately to start this turn for Alexander.
Yep, going to draw off of the Arc Lightning ping here. He's going down to 16. Let's see what the card draw ends up being. He does have, and that's a great draw, hitting an Enlightened Strike. This means that you can do some crazy stuff. You can send 5 Go Again, or 5 draw a card and get Go Again off of the Embodiment of Lightning. That's a very powerful combination.
He's gonna double go again, baby. He's got go again from the Arc Lightning, go again from the Embodiment of Lightning. If Alexander wants to just go E-Strike, bottom a card to draw a card, there is no way this card will not have go again. It's going to be coming in here. Looks like for 5. Have to imagine Alexander wants to draw another card. And now we found some attacks to really unlock this hand.
So he's sending for 5. It has the go again. Oh, did he not choose draw a card? Maybe he forgot that Embodiment of Lightning was on the board. Oh, the loss of the card here is massive. What a massive loss of a card. But he does have a Lightning Press in hand. Maybe he can threaten even more damage off the top. Oh, okay. Maybe he figured out that he chose draw a card, and he forgot to draw the card. Of course, taking the time to bottom the card and then thinking about the rest of his hand and how this is going to line up. But that second strike is going to be massive here because he's already dealt the point of Arcane. Yep. So it already has go again.
Sebastian sitting at 16 to Alexander's 12. Aurora, even though, you know, the Levia player here has been on the back of some bad variants, it is Aurora who is at less life currently, though that looks to change relatively quickly as this turn progresses here for Sebastian. And unfortunately, he's at 2 blood debt, so even if he was to completely block out, take no further damage, he would have to take exactly 1, go down to 15, and then he could take the 2 to go down to 13, flip to Plasma Fet, but with only the Dread Screamer in the Banish Zone after the Plasma Fet flip, probably not worth putting in all that work. The question is, what's his life total going to be at the end of this turn?
Yeah, this doesn't feel good from the Levia perspective, and it's not going to stop here because, of course, this had go again. Starfall is going to threaten 2 damage, and with the go again resolving, is going to threaten a point of Arcane thanks to Arc Lightning. The turn continues to spiral around and around, and there's still 3 cards in hand and the arsenal. Opponents at 10, Alex sitting at 8, can smell blood in the water.
Sebastian goes down to 7 here after, of course, the 2 physical damage, the 1 arcane damage. Now here's 4 damage with go again, which means it's basically 5 damage, one of which is unpreventable for the Levia player here. So that's something he has to think about, right? Like, if you take too much damage, the go again pings are just going to threaten to take care of this game, especially when you have the Grasp of the Arknight threatening another point of arcane damage as well. And the Grasp of the Arknight's ability also has go again.
Correct.
So that's 2 arcane damage represented if you can pitch a blue into the Grasp of the Arknight's ability.
Yes.
And of course, we know that there's a Lightning Press in Arsenal. This Aurora is looking to maybe just close the game out on this very turn.
Exactly. I think you're exactly correct. And we know that there's another attack in the hand as well. So this 4 damage, like you said, representing 4 plus the 1 arcane after the resolution of the go again. I believe the, is it 2? No, he's going to Lightning Press right here and just send it for extra damage. And then Lightning Press again and say, good game. It looks like that's the game.
Aurora did not need the go again. Aurora had Lightning Presses for days. And so that is all you need when your opponent says no blocks and you're at 7 presenting an attack for 4. You don't even need to do the fancy go again tricks. You don't even need to play your go again with the, Grasp of the Arknight, find all that arcane damage. So sometimes Lightning Press also works.
Yep, no blocks means I win the game in that scenario because +6 at instant speed feels quite nice. Aurora punching through in round 1. But we have a question for you. What do you want to see next round? What hero do you want to put on stream? The wonderful thing about this production is that we can bring you the game, the hero, the matchup you want to see. So tell us down in chat.
Stop with the count your blessings all at once, guys.
Yeah.
We'll put it on. Stop saying it. Stop saying it so much. Oh no, now we can see the chat.
Oh, look at this. I
joke doesn't
love
make sense
this.
anymore.
No, Can't count your blessings. Here it comes. They're going to start typing that in just a moment. Steven, bring me an unbanned Duskblade shirt, please, and thank you. I don't have the power to do that unless
I don't have the
MinMax. Unless MinMax brings it. Find Oscilio. I would love to see Oscilio. One of the only heroes in this new set that we might not see in later rounds, and that's not necessarily because he's the worst of the 4. It could just be that he's the most complicated.
Oh, he's definitely complicated.
Yeah.
That's no doubt. Oh, we're gonna, here they're coming in. Seeing Enigma, seeing definitely Oscilio, Verdance, and Florian. People want to see the new heroes. I want to see the new heroes as well. If there is an Oscilio out there, by gosh, we will try to grab them.
Count your bonks. You can do that. Put Vynnset on stream. Verdance, Vynnset. A lot of hype around Vynnset at this moment. Vynnset really did feast with these new cards. Has a lot of ability to put so much damage on the board. Still prone to clunky hands. Still prone to disruption. Of course, is a Rune Blade, so of course you can run into the Rune Blade hand issue. But a lot of hype around her right now.
We're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to looks like I'm hearing from the producers, we're going to look for either a Vynnset or a Oscilio to grab for the next round. So as we take that break, I hope you will take some time to reflect on exactly how you're going to participate in this Rosetta meta. So don't go anywhere. Round 2 coming up in just a second. round 2 is almost underway here at the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. And we walked the tables, we talked the talk, and we did find some interesting heroes out there that have won their first round. And we've got one of the heroes asked for by the community on our feature match, but I'm gonna hold back the information. We're not gonna quite give it away just yet. But what were you seeing, Steven, as you were looking out around there?
So interestingly enough, I saw a lot of different heroes, and some of which I expected to see, some of which caught me off guard. I will say I saw a Teklevossen. I actually saw a Teklevossen in the wild.
Teklo sighting confirmed.
Incredibly exciting. I think that's really, really interesting to kind of follow along, see how they're doing over the course of the day. Saw a Dash IO towards the top tables. So I know a lot of players are talking about how powerful and, these crazy cards that we might see coming from for Dash IO from the Armory deck soon. But waiting in the wings might not be her style. It might be just time for her to, come out and play already. So she's towards the top already. I saw a good number of Viserais actually scattered around the room, so I'd love to see a Viserai on stream at some point. Maybe we can get one for next round.
We can probably do that. Yeah, we can probably do that.
A good smattering, of course, of the new heroes. We've got some good Florian representation, a couple of Auroras. In fact, a lot of Auroras as I was walking up and down the tables. So, yeah, I've seen some things, and I'm excited to see how it plays out this weekend.
Well, you asked for a Viserai. Should we get one right now?
Okay, I think so.
Let's do it, because we also have an Oscilio for you here on the feature match table. We have got Adam Cook versus Bradley Jimrozik. This is going to be the Oscilio Constella Intelligence hero that we have heard so much about. I know you had that great spoiler video with a young one, Brody Spurlock, talking about the glyph overlay card, I do believe.
Yeah.
I think no, it was glyph overlay.
It was.
Yeah, glyph overlay. So this is a hero. It's contentious is the wrong word, but people don't get it yet.
Contentious is a fantastic word, because you talk to some people and they say this is an unplayable hero right now, and then you talk to others and they say, yeah, the hero is very powerful. And right now, I've played more Oscilio than just about any of the other heroes. Well, period. I've played more Oscilio than any of the other heroes, and I think the hero is fantastic, but he's incredibly complex. He's incredibly difficult to play well, and he is so volatile, not just against disruption, but against just making the wrong choice at the wrong time.
Yeah, sequencing, right?
It's sequencing, it's knowing the ratios of what's in your deck, knowing the instants that you can discard at any random time for Oscilio, having the ability to discard on your opponent's turn and to discard on your turn means that you have so many more opportunities to just do the wrong thing. And sometimes when you're playing Oscilio and learning how the hero functions and on what axis he wants to play, you make the wrong choice and you lose pretty much immediately because of it. And then you go, oh, I guess I won't do that next time. So Oscilio, very complex, very difficult to play, and I'm really excited to see Bradley execute on it here in this round.
On the other side of the table, of course, we have the hero most recently, most well-known for being the face of the quote-unquote purple Discord. But Viserai is looking to change the narrative, right? Looking to actually reestablish himself as a true foot soldier in the metagame. And with all the Runeblade support that came out of this most recent Rosetta set, a fair amount of it was untalented. A fair amount of it was Runeblade. I mean, it's a part of why the limited experience is so good, is because so much of the so much of the cards themselves are untalented, right? So you're able to play within your own lane and be open for longer. But what that meant is that the untalented Runeblades like Viserai really are getting to eat out of the set. Cards like the Cussing, cards like the Deadwood Dirge, Snuff Out, Succumb to Temptation. These are cards that Viserai can use so well. So I will be looking forward to seeing how Adam wants to utilize them to the best of his ability. We need to let Adam cook indeed as he tries to take down the Constella Intelligence. It's round 2 of the Battle Hardened. It's new Rosetta Spice on both sides of the table. Shall we get after it?
Let's do indeed. Now, taking a look at the Arcane Barrier, we've got the Dyadic Carapace in play and Vexing Quillhound, so a total of AB3. And if you're sitting across the table from a Volzar specifically, but in this case, of course, Oscilio with Volzar, you do need to know that AB3 and just a large amount of arcane damage could be coming your way, so AB3 is perhaps the right choice here, starting off by sending the Runic Reaping, I believe. Runic Reckoning, excuse me.
That is going to give the next Runeblade attack action +3, and then the Snuff Out here, of course, is going to create a Rune Chant on the back end thanks to Viserai, so now threatening the discard, but really coming in for 8. The thing about Oscilio, right, a lot of instants in the deck, might not be able to block as well as he'd like to.
Now, this is going to be the interesting back and forth of this game because the Viserai deck that is sort of floating around right now has far more interaction in the form of discard effects. And, of course, Snuff Out being one of those. If you're able to destroy an aura, they discard a card. There is an aura, a very key aura in the hand of Oscilio. Bradley does have one of the most powerful auras at the end, and that is going to be played down. Sigil of Brilliance basically saying on turn 0, I get to play a 5-card hand.
And Bradley, they're discarding an instant to find a card to block with so that that Sigil of Brilliance wouldn't be threatened. Of course, you can respond to the Snuff Out trigger with the Sigil of Brilliance, but still, Bradley able to keep the life total high enough because these wizards, not Verdance, but most of the wizards do start at a lower life total. Oscilio is no exception to that rule. Let's take a look at the equipment suite here.
Yeah, I want to point out something very important is that down here at the very bottom, we have Storm Striders in play. And so that Storm Striders is a massive difference to what is normally played in Oscilio. I say normal, it's a brand new hero, really. But normally we see the Greaves be played, Lightning Greaves, and sort of a combo version of Oscilio. But here, it's just Storm Striders. And I've tried this out myself. Storm Striders, a very powerful tool for any wizard to be able to just win the game on the opponent's turn. But here we start the turn off with a Flash. That's another card that you don't see played too often in certain versions of Oscilio. Flash is going to be able to give go again to the next 0-cost action card. And this does affect spells. So if you play a spell that costs 0 or more, it would get go again.
Glittering Charge here going to be the follow-up, so should amp Volzar for a second time. Already has the go again thanks to the Flash. Volzar should be up to 2 amp for the turn because that is the second lightning card. Looks as though Adam's just going to take this, so from 40 down to 36. Both players here sporting the Marvel versions of the heroes, and if you take a look at Adam's equipment suite, you can see he's got the signed Vexing Quill hand, the cold foils, the EA. Clearly, this is a man who likes his Viserai deck. He's got the other Runeblade shirt on in the Vynnset shirt. This is now going to be the Flittering Charge, amping for 3. Now, this one doesn't have go again, but if an instant card is played on the link, it will grab that go again. The question will be, is there a spell to pair with the Volzar to really make this turn as powerful as possible?
And the answer in this case is no, and that is a very important key point. And that could have been a possible tell based on how he was tracking the Volzar amp. He tried, I believe, to dig for a spell, and oftentimes you want to dig for a spell to try and get the value out of Volzar. Otherwise, you're just playing another version of Aurora. But here, a full committal to try and steal that card. Maybe he sees 3 lightning cards on the board and says, okay, I can't deal with something terrifying like amp 3, and so I want to try and get that card out and try to mitigate some of that arcane damage. But instead, it turns out it was just as easy, just going to be a discard there in Arsenal here.
I think Bradley's so happy to see that Face Purgatory be used here. He had 2 different cards that both wanted to be in the arsenal, the Electrify and the Lightning Surge. And both of them are much better when you play them from the arsenal. Lightning Surge gets go again, Electrify draws you a card, and so Bradley there, keeping the non-attack, pitching the Lightning Surge to the graveyard. So if you're Bradley, I think you're just stoked to see the threat of the arcane damage be enough to get that important Face Purgatory off the board. Adam here, of course, did not know it was in the hand, and so the Malefic Incantation going to be the start of the turn for Adam, his first kind of real turn of the game, but it's just going to come in with the Reaping Blade from there.
Yeah, Malefic Incantation, one of those massive gets for Runeblade. It's so good in all of these Runeblade heroes. Just being able to create this persistent board state of Rune Chants is just one of the best cards coming out of this set for Runeblades. Such a glue card.
1 arcane damage from the Rune Chant, 3 from the Reaping Blade.
Sorry, I will not prevent the Rune Chant. Okay.
Yeah, looking at how Oscilio functions and on what axis he likes to play, you oftentimes think, okay, he's just sort of a hair on fire type deck. You just never block, you send all this crazy damage. But because you have a deck with a lot of instants and non-blocks, you really do need to pick your moments and have effects like this that allow you to electromagnetic somersault. But unfortunately, you cannot play that on etchings because it is not an attack action card. Nevertheless, you want to find those moments where you can actually block and maintain your life total to try have big plays.
Bradley here, deep breath onto his next turn. Tunic heads up to 2.
Now, playing out that block on etchings with etchings of Arcana is a big moment because we don't actually have an arcane spell to take advantage of Volzar again this turn. Thinking that etchings was going to maybe bounce back to hand means that you have to kind of make a Hail Mary play of playing the Electrify from Arsenal and drawing into one. Instead, now we're just going to have to send some physical damage and maybe try to draw off Channel Lightning. We do know it's in the in the pitch zone, so we can keep around the Channel Lightning Valley this turn.
This attack comes in for 7 and also threatens the Electrify on hit as well, so threatening a break point, maybe asking for something like that Dyadic Carapace unless there is a reduced Rune Chant or similar style effect in the hand for Adam Cook if he wants to stop not only the damage from the Enlightened Strike, but the Electrify as well, and that is going to buy the Dyadic Carapace. That's probably the only real block we're going to see until much later in this game, because that Dyadic Carapace, of course, Temper 2, but Arcane Barrier 2 as well. So once that's blocked with for a second time, there will be, Bradley's eyes might get quite large as he sees the potential for that arcane damage to be relatively unimpeded from that point forward. Snuff out the follow-up from Adam. This one is going to create a Rune Chant thanks to the Malefic Incantation.
Yep.
And thus, of course, threaten that on hit once again. And this one's a little more threatening as it's not turn 0.
Exactly. This is going to push 5 damage. You do also have to worry about what could be lurking in the arsenal, and Aura was created. So there are some options here, and 2 floating does mean that this turn could not be just stopping here. It could continue as well. And again, looking at the hand of Oscilio, you do run into some issues with blocking. You've got 1, 2, maybe 3. I can't see that final card in the back there, but at least 2 cards, High Voltage and Sigil of Lightning, do not block.
Okay. Take 5.
Take 5 is the call from Bradley. Let's see if Adam wants to resolve the trigger, if Viserai is going to destroy the Rune Chant to the Snuff Out effect. The answer is correct. We're going to discard that Flittering Charge, which looks to have been that final card that we could not see in the hand there. So for Viserai here, right? 5 damage across. Lost the Rune Chant, but took a whole card out of the hand after damage resolved.
Tunic up.
Tunic 2, 3 for Oscilio here.
We're going to see the play of the Meld card here. Most likely this Comet Storm's going to come down pitching, I would imagine, the Sigil of Lightning. No, he's thinking about maybe pitching the High Voltage. Maybe he's going to play it. Yeah, I was going to say, playing High Voltage gives you Amp 2, essentially, thanks to Volzar plus its own effect. So that plus the Comet Storm, it means that you have the capability of just sending a huge, just salvo of arcane damage that is really hard to come over the top of. But the Channel Lightning Valley will stick around as well, thanks to the fact that you're going to pitch the other Lightning card in Sigil of Lightning. So this draws you a card, replaces itself in the arsenal, and sends a large point of arcane damage across. You are going to have to pay for Comet Storm, which is 2, and you're going to have to pay for Volzar as well.
We're going to activate Volzar.
That is true. I was going to say, you can utilize the Tunic to get 4 total resources to be able to do both halves of Comet Storm and Shock, but to use Volzar does cost a resource, so it would actually take 5 total resources to use all sides. So as you pointed out,
now, do keep in mind that because this is a Meld card and he's only playing the Wizard action side, it's not a Lightning instant. So if you're asking yourself the question of why did he do it in this order, why did he Volzar and then play it, why didn't he get the value, you can't get any extra value from Volzar if you're not using the Shock side. So it is still just going to push 8 damage across in Arcane. He's going to draw. He's going to decide on the Arsenal. It's a fine Arsenal target.
That's going to be me.
that's the end of the turn there. Flash headed to the Arsenal. So 8 damage across with that whole hand. Checking the Channel Lightning Flow's flow counter, so the Sigil of Lightning does allow it to stick around. So Flash, plus an Arcane spell, plus some Channel Lightning Valley goodness on the next turn. Oscilio is set up 30 to 28, so not too much damage on either side of the table. But Adam here had no chance to do anything on that turn if he didn't want to prevent just 3 of that 8 damage. So Succumb to Temptation is going to be the start of the turn. As you can see on the screen here, if you dealt arcane damage this turn, you may play it as though it were an instant, which is also a way to get an action point because it itself has go again. And then the next time a Runeblade attack action card hits, we get to look at the hand and discard a card that you choose. But it's going to be a yellow Rune Rager Swarm to start things off.
What an interesting choice. Yellow Rune Rager Swarm. I know players are playing the red Rune Rager Swarm because it is a 3 go again, solid red. But the yellow, just a guaranteed go again. Now, you do have to do it in this order, which is why you might have been asking the question. You create a Rune Chant on the back end because you've played the second Rune Blade card thanks to Viserai's effect. So, of course, the Succumb to Temptation does have to come first if you don't have something to play from hand before that. And that's the only way this Rune Rager Swarm gets go again. So maybe the hand is a little clunky if you don't play it in this order.
I'm going to block 3.
Blocking 3 with the Eclectic Magnetism there. No reactions, but the Electromagnetic Somersault is going to now grab an attack action back. So there is another 3 block that is able to be presented on this turn. Bulls are technically amping for 1.
There's the second Rune Rager Swarm. This one is coming for 3 because this is the red that will send the Rune Chants alongside of it, the ones that were made thanks to the effects of the Aura and the Succumb to Temptation.
The attack has to hit. Okay.
Both players trying to remember the resolution, and the trigger from Succumb to Temptation does dictate that the attack has to hit.
Yeah, Bradley probably wondering, like, do I have to worry about these Rune Chants for a discard effect? The answer is no. These Rune Chants are just damage. And it was interesting, right? Because the Succumb to Temptation, you could potentially play it at instant speed if Bradley takes any arcane damage on the turn. But so the kind of choice there for Adam was really, do I want 1 Rune Chant and not worry about the Succumb to Temptation being an instant speed thing, you know, or to play it and then, you know, grab that Rune Chant, just get that extra damage as well. That's going to buy the 3 block here of the Etchings of Arcana because Succumb to Temptation does affect the whole turn.
Yeah, yellow Etchings of Arcana being the card that is blocked with. Yellow sometimes played. I played the yellow for a good chunk of time, but here's a Deadwood Dirge. This is going to make 3 Rune Chants on the back and create another Rune Chant after the fact thanks to Viserai. That will close the combat chain, but it means that there's a large chunk of Rune Chants. Now, we could just see that be sat on, but no, not if you have this card. Amplify the Arc Knight. A massive swing. What a turn.
Great follow-up here. Deadwood Dirge acting basically as Revel in Runeblood at home. Another way to just get 4 Rune Chants right away. This one, however, is going to power up the Amplify the Arc Knight, right? Because it's normally a 3 cost, but it costs 1 less to play for each Rune Chant. So this means now that Bradley's going to be able to AB3 and then put another 3 block in front of it, and now 3 damage coming over the top. So Adam, with this turn, has taken every single card out of Oscilio's hand.
Now, keep in mind that Succumb to Temptation, I believe that trigger was still available. I think it says until the end of the turn, if something hits, you have to discard. So expertly navigating that turn to where you're not losing a card and you're getting max value is Bradley, but definitely having to expend all resources on defense there means that this Channel Lightning value is likely to lose value.
This will die.
It will die indeed.
It will die. So for Adam, not only did you take all the cards in that hand, but you do not have to worry about that Channel Lightning Valley on this next turn cycle.
Yep.
But with 4 cards in hand just off the top of the deck, Adam was not able to set up any kind of arsenal. Does have a Rune Chant, does have a Malefic. It's going to be a Sonata here. Let's see if we're going to pitch into it to make it more than just 3 cards off the top.
Looks like he's going to consider. He does have a blue in hand, maybe multiple.
A couple blues in hand.
Out. Yeah.
Yeah, the new Machinations of Dominion, Sigil of Arknight. Looks like we are going to go ahead and pitch the Machinations. So that means that we're going to be looking at 4 cards here.
Okay, so we're going to reveal 4 cards.
Taking a look, let's see what the revelation is.
For non-attacks and attacks. We've gotten 2 attacks so far. There's a 3rd attack. Do we find a non-attack? The answer is no.
And
4 attacks off the top of the deck means Sonata Arcanix is basically go again, turn on Viserai hero ability, and that is it.
The volatility. And keep in mind, you expended not the card from hand, but also the card pitched. So this turn might be the window that Bradley, after taking an entire turn to play defensively, is looking for. To keep cards in hand, hope that you don't have any like 1-card disruption, and start to get the ball rolling.
Brutal here for our Viserai player, but such is the way of the Rune Blade. You run all of these non-attacks and these attacks in an attempt to go ahead and find all the perfect ratios. Make sure you're seeing them back to back to back. But for every Sonata Arcanix that wins a game and gets you the perfect Swarming Gloom Bell you need, some Sonata Arcanix loses its wings. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does Sonata Arcanix reveal you the cards you want to see?
It's a great question. Adam Cook was cooking, but left it on for a little too long because he did not find what he needed. It burned. And just going to take the damage, it looks like.
Tunic is going to float to at least prevent the 1 Rune Chant. Let's see. For the 3 damage, it's going to be no blocks, it looks like. So yeah, Bradley just going to take 3, down to 21 on the turn. So down 7 life. Adam looks like he's going to keep that final card for the Arsenal.
2 arcane and then 3 physical.
after the 1 is thrown into the Reaping Blade. So 2 Arcane, 3 Physicals. A nice follow-up here from Adam, keeping the pressure on, even though that Sonata Arcanix was, abject disaster. Does get to keep a Sigil of the Arknight.
Yep, I will take
Yeah, it's a great arsenal target. I mean, Sigil of the Arknight is a card that a lot of players probably not looking to just throw into the deck, but when you think about it, it's half a rune chain off of Viserai's effect. It has its own effect, which is a pretty solid effect as well, and so it really is a fine turn starter and a nice way to enable a 5-card hand, particularly if you clunk a little bit, which sometimes rune blades can do. This is the moment that Bradley's been waiting for. A reprieve from the disruption of cards like Snuff Out, which we've seen 2 of, and Succumb to Temptation as well. And now you have your 5-card hand. Can you capitalize? Starting off with a flash.
Then I'm going to play.
Flash into Gone in a flash. So both of these cards flashing onto the combat chain. There's one thing the Oscilio deck means to have. It is a bunch of instants, and that means the Gone in a flash, now that it has Go again, thanks to the just pure flash, if it comes back to the hand, it can be deployed again on the combat chain. The question is, can it get Go again to power up the Volzar even further? And we've yet to see Bradley finish these turns off with an arcane spell. Is this going to be the moment?
Now keep in mind, playing Eclectic Magnetism, and he did have the ability to bounce that back, but of course no Go again after that meant that you're basically just ending the turn with another Gone in the Flash or arsenaling it. Nevertheless here, this means that you have 2 resources floating so that you can play out a spell. So is this the moment, like you said, that we actually get value off of Volzar?
Reactions?
I think so, because on this chain link we can play a non-attack as an instant. It means 1 resource into Volzar to amp for a total of 3.
Yes.
And then the one final, most likely going into, I believe, we might even see a special card in the hand that you know something about. Let's see what the follow-up is.
It's a yellow glyph overlay. A fantastic card spoiled by Brody Spurlock. Spoiled this card. This will come for just the base value. It does not have x equals 1 or anything more. It's just x equals 0, but that does mean it's coming for 3. And I believe that if Volzar was activated, this should go for a total of 6. Oh, no, it will go for 2 because it is the yellow. So 2 plus the 3 from the lightning cards means that it's going to send for 5. The surge effect, key and very important, will gain you a life, even if you don't shuffle any sigils. So you will gain a life from this effect, which is quite nice.
Yeah, challenging here for Bradley on Oscilio. Hasn't been able to find the sigils, right? Hasn't been able to activate Volzar for free, bounce the sigils back with some of these styles of effect. So playing a little bit hamstrung as we're seeing the sigils, either be played like that first Sigil of Brilliance or in the pitch zone, but they're at their best. He even has the Flash of Brilliance there, right? On the top of his equipment down there that allows him to recur some of those pieces.
You do keep in mind that the Flash of Brilliance does allow you to play that combo out, but we're not playing a Greaves deck, so you're not playing towards that combo of Gone in a Flash, but this is a card you are very much playing towards a combo state for, and that is going to be a big turn. Look, even both players kind of recognizing how big this could get. We're going to start with Mordred Tide, and we're going to follow it up by making multiple rune chants, thanks to the Sigil of the Arknight.
Woo! Deadwood Dirge. This is about as good as it can get. Revel in Runeblood needs you to play attack and non-attack. Deadwood Dirge does not, however.
Sigil of the Arknight doesn't reveal off the top, so you don't get to put it into your hand. You are destroying that, so you are making the rune chance. Doing your best Florian impersonation is Viserai on Deadwood Dirge.
Okay. Yes.
So we're up to...
Let's hear how many rune chants we are at the end of this. Looks like 8 because we've played a couple non-attacks that are all getting pumped up by 1 thanks to the Mordred Tide, and the Deadwood Dirge makes 3, but then it becomes 4, and then the Viserai makes 1, but then it becomes 2. Now Malefic Incantation makes 2. Viserai doing his best Florian impersonation here. I guess Florian is doing the Mordred Tide impersonation.
There it is.
Truly.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Succumb to Temptation, I believe, is the last card in hand. So the question is, do you send Reaping Blade and 10 rune chants, or do you wait and try another 5-card hand? You know your opponent's on a 4-card hand, so you very well could just say, I'm just going to park it, and I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to take what you send me, and then I'm going to close this game out. I wonder if that's and he is. He's gonna arsenal it and pass.
Make sure, look at that, the Oasis Respite on the top of the deck. That is a way to prevent some arcane damage, but it doesn't represent any pressure. You'd have to pitch a card into the Oasis. Of course, the Dyadic Carapace, they're not going to allow for 3 energy counters to be removed to pay into that Oasis Respite. That's probably a sideboard piece Adam brought in for this matchup. Would have loved to see an attack there on the top as the Deadwood Dirge synergizes so nicely with that sigil of the Arcanite.
Yeah, looking at the composition of his hand, he's talking through it right now. You needed an attack to come off the top, so 2 points of variance now. Unfortunately, not falling the way of Adam Cook. He saw 4 attack actions with Sonata. He shuffled all 4 of them, and now he saw a bunch of non-attacks in the same hand, so a little bit uncomfortable.
A lot of deck building tension in both of these heroes. Oscilio needs instants and non-attacks and attacks and lightning cards. Viserai needs attacks and non-attacks. And now with these disruptive pieces, earlier in this game you said, right, reprieve from the disruption, which is not something we're used to hearing from Viserai, right? No. Face Purgatory, such a difference maker. Succumb to Temptation, Snuff Out. These are ways that Viserai are able to still present an enormous amount of damage with these Rune Chants and the Mortar Tides, but now there's a different axis this deck gets to play on, and maybe that'll be the difference maker moving into this new meta.
Yeah, it really encourages you now to interact with the Viserai deck, whereas before it was just numbers. It's just damage. It's just Rune Chants. You're not going to pitch to it. It's just, physical damage. You're not going to block it. I'm just going to race you. Now you're saying, if you don't interact with me, you're losing cards anyway. So this Viserai deck has gained points in the meta thanks to this. Pitching away the Sigil of Conductivity. You mentioned he's found them, but he's not putting them on the board, and instead he's just using them for pitch fodder, and in this case, using them to pay for another Comet Storm, threatening the card draw.
So this is 5, pumped up to 6, thanks to the Volzar, the Lightning Rod. Tunic only on 2, card in hand. This will be a perfect use of the Oasis Respite. At lower life, he does still gain the life. The Reaping Blade will not stop that here. Adam will go to 15 and then take 2 down to 13 after preventing 4 of that 6 damage.
I'll be preventing 2.
Okay.
2 float.
Yes.
Always going to AB2 as well on top of this to try and cover it all up. That leaves an arsenal. Does also give you the ability to channel on that Channel Lightning Valley thanks to the pitch for Sigil of Conductivity. So another 5-card hand, but I mean, you're looking at 12 Rune Chants on the side of the Viserai, and you're going to have a lot of stuff coming your way, especially with those looming large on the board.
Storm Striders, part of how Bradley looks to potentially win this game. Let's see if a Sonata for 0 is any better. No, still going to pitch the blue into it, so we're looking for 4 cards again. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Meet and Greet is 1. Malefic is the non-attack, so we're getting one of these cards into the hand no matter what. Amplify the Arcanite is going to be a perfect grab, and then to become the Arcanite. So Adam is able to grab both of these attack actions into his hand and 2 arcane damage from the Sonata Arcanix.
And keep in mind as well, Amplify the Arcanite is going to be free. Meet and Greet likely going to have go again, so you could maybe sequence this in a very comfortable way to send a mass amount of damage on this turn. But you're already sending some points with Sonata, like you mentioned. So this is the turn that Adam is trying to close the game out. Can the disruptive, prone Oscilio find his way through this matchup? In this very turn, can he stop the damage, the onslaught?
One Sonata Arcanix did not help Adam Cook whatsoever, but perhaps the Cook has made his way back to the kitchen and looks to make a final meal here. 12 Rune Chants, 12 arcane damage, 6 from the Amplify the Arcanite. And of course, if that Succumb to Temptation is played at instant speed, if any of this arcane damage goes through, that is an action point generated that can be put into either the Meet and Greet or the Reaping Blade with that one that's floating.
Oh, and look at this. He's got an all-red hand. He's going to have to take Rune Chants, starting with that.
Okay, taking 12?
Yeah.
Taking 12 here, going down from 16 to 4 after taking all of that damage.
Okay, now you got 6 coming in.
6 physical damage. He already queued up a physical block, but those cards did look like 2 blocks.
We'll get there.
Players here fighting not only each other, but the life counters as well. Let's see what the blocks are, and I believe that's Succumb to Temptation, even if this is fully blocked out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the block, but the Succumb is going to be able to be played at instant speed, gaining an action point because it has go again, which means this one floating can be either Reaping Blade or the Meet and Greet that's in the hand, and a Rune Chant is created. thanks to the Succumb to Temptation.
Incredibly
Okay.
massive turn.
That's good.
Yeah.
Covered up on the block here, so he's managed to answer the first question of the turn.
The action point, I'm going to play
But meet and greet coming across with those rune chants.
3 and 4 physical.
Does Bradley have enough prevention to stop this here? Needs to block
Use my
at least
non-floating.
4 of it,
1 rune chance.
because he is at 4.
The 3 rune chants likely going to come across. We know the last card, I believe, is red. I think we saw it. Yeah, it is. It indeed a lightning surge in the hand. It's a 2 block as well. So there's 3 arcane on the board. No tunic resource up. No ability to really play around or just storm striders to disrupt. None of that's on the table. At this point, you're just doing the math to see if you're not dead.
And I think he might be dead. 2 block in hand, 1 block on the tunic. That blocks 3 on the meet and greet. You take 1 point of damage. You take 3 points of rune chant. Bradley, he's got math problems on his shirt. Clearly no stranger to doing the uncomfortable problems to find the keys to victory. He might find himself 1-1 at the end of this turn. Let's see if there is something that he can find. He's the wizard player. Saying, I think I can only block 3 of this.
Yeah.
Block 2. Block 1.
Here. And then.
Take 1. Take 3.
And that'll be it.
Extend the fist bump. Adam Cook moves on to 2-0. You can see both players sharing a smile. An affable game between both of these fine gentlemen. But it can only be 1 to move on to 2-0, and it's our Viserai player, Adam Cook, 2-0 at the end of the round.
Credit to both players. They both had a blast playing that game. I think you can watch
Yeah,
that.
you could tell the energy was good there, right?
It
You
was
could tell the energy was good.
And it's a great way to feature Viserai and Oscilio at the same time. Both players able to do some really exciting, interesting things. And Viserai, that amount of disruption, that amount of discard, and chaining it turn after turn means that the deck has some real legs. If you're looking at Rune Blades to play, you might first go, okay, well, I'm just going to play Aurora. It feels like the most, pure numbers deck. Like just throw the damage on the board. But now you have the ability with Viserai to maybe encourage more interaction, maybe pull more cards from the hand and play a little bit of a more back and forth game. So showing it there was Cook himself.
Let's go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break before we move on into our backup match. So don't go anywhere. We've got the backup match here from round 2 of the Battle Hardened Milwaukee, brought to you by MinMaxGames, coming up right after this.
Welcome back to the Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee, put on by MinMaxGames. We have another round 2 matchup for you. If you wanted to see more Levia, well, now's the time. So let's go ahead and jump down into the arena and watch New versus Levia. Jesse versus Andre. Who do you think in this matchup you would rather be sitting in the spot of? Because honestly, I'm really high on Levia right now. I've played against a lot of Levias, and, well, I've seen the power that she can put on the board.
Yeah, it looks like we're jumping right into the game. It looks as though Jesse went first. Arsenal to card wasn't able to get any 6 powers into the graveyard, whereas Andre on new here just started things off. Tunic counter to 1, Scale Pillar, and then now 2 6 powers get to go in front of this Leave No Witnesses. But the Venomous Bite threatens to get it all the way up to 7, get over the top and banish the top card in the deck. And, of course, the Fame Strike getting another damage as well. So this now becomes an attack for 8. Is there any prevention effects from Jesse? The answer is no. That Arsenal card from turn 0 is going to be banished. Now I can answer your question. Looks like the swing big there and the top of the deck. We're seeing 2 powerful reds, and one of which is a Blood Debt card, starting things off maybe earlier than Jesse wanted. And thus my answer is demonstrated for us. I think New asks kind of the more interesting questions in the matchup because especially her hero ability threatens to banish all the action cards. So if you're just attacking with stealth cards, of course that Leave No Witnesses did have an on-hit effect that Andre was willing to throw down, but if you're just attacking with stealth attacks and really putting the onus on the Levia player to fill their own graveyard proactively, it can be more challenging for them to do so, though Call to the Grave fixes a lot of those problems that Levia had in this matchup in the past.
Yeah. Looking at the way that that first turn transpired, being able to steal the Arsenal, being able to banish more cards off the top, taking away very powerful key pieces, that was a textbook turn from Andre, and continuing on, asking yet another question is Bonds of Agony with the same equipment pieces. We want to point that out. The equipment pieces being Alluring Desire and the Undertow Stilettos, meaning that you can indeed push that from the board state and just say, yep, this is activated right away.
1 damage so far on the combat chain, thanks to this Bonds of Agony, but banishing cards out of Levia's deck could go quite a long way in the matchup. It looks as though Jesse might be posturing to put 3 cards in front of this. Let's see precisely how he wants to navigate these blocks. Deep-Rooted Evil, though, was the card attacked with on the last turn. That does point a bit to something, you know, in the quote-unquote recursion package we've heard our friend ManSant say time and time again, a way to recur cards like Deep-Rooted Evil, like Howl from Beyond, into matchups you expect to go a little longer. But it looks like the first response is going to be the Passover. That's a card that can work nicely in response to certain cards, right? But here is just going to go ahead and transcend, meaning that the Mask of Recurring Nightmares asks for yet another banish out of Jesse here.
And this is the onboard potential of Bonds. If you have a single copy of, you know, in something in your hand, like Hiss, for example, then the rest of the board generates the on-hit effect of Bonds of Agony. But, hey, you know, I want to hear from none other than ManSant himself. He actually he requested that he can chime in.
Get me in there, Coach.
Yeah, he said, throw me in, so let's throw him in.
Yeah, I'm just here to add some color to Jesse as a Levia player because he is on Runaways, for one, and someone who is huge in our Levia testing. He's always trying to circle back to this hero. It's actually him and Lucas Oswald, and I guess Pat Eschke as well, who within Runaways are always so close to bringing Levia to these big events, and to see him do it is pretty impressive. He is one of my favorite Levia players. So as we watch this matchup unfold, I just wanted to give my blessing to Jesse because he is one of the most impressive Levias, top 8ing. I think he might have even been Battle Hardened Milwaukee last year, or the ProQuest last year on Levia as well. So we're trying to see if he can do that on repeat. But he's got my blessing. That's all I wanted to say.
So, you know, you can see some of that intricacy and the knowledge that Jesse's showing there. You know, the Send Packing being the target as the Bonds of Agony did able to get over the top. Much better for Jesse to see those cards leave the deck than like the Dread Screamer and the other, maybe a Shadow Realm Horror or Swing Big, that was the other card there. So that's now 2 Shadow Realm Horrors that are in the Banish Zone. That's one of the best cards in the matchup. So Jesse there just has to pass, take some damage to Blood Debt. For Andre is going to come in with a 5-card hand, all the tempo in the world. Life totals are even, but that's not the full picture here, as the Scale Peeler threatens to make all of that equipment a little less attractive to block with.
Assassin is one of those interesting classes that sometimes works better with less cards in hand because you've used the other cards as, expenditures on blocking. Here, now presented with a 5-card hand, means that you can send both daggers. Scale Peeler comes across and makes it harder to block with equipment. And Beckoning Mistblade asking the question of, do you want to cover this up or can I have go again? Still having 2 cards plus an arsenal is like a large threat, a very large threat for what could be coming down the pipeline. And Levels is a great response.
Levels here with 2 blue cards in the pitch. Gets to pick 2 modes.
I'm picking moods as well.
Yeah. Gonna be, looks like, +2 and go again. So getting the +1 as well from the Beckoning Mistblade. So probably drawing a card because the Mistblade is going to give it the go again there. Dread Screamer now can be committed to this block, and because this attack doesn't have stealth, that's a card that can head to the graveyard. Doesn't have 6 power, but is just another card because with only 2 cards in the graveyard, Jesse's not able to do much. So he's looking for these attacks to be hit in the combat chain so that he is able to fill that graveyard proactively without cards like Call to the Grave.
Oh, and following up with the CNC. Now, there's no Arsenal here, so this isn't going to threaten the Arsenal. It's basically just 6 vanilla damage, but the lower your life total gets for any hero against an Assassin, the more scared you are of any attack reactions that could be lurking in the deck. So 6 damage may just represent 6 damage, but it also might put you closer to worrying about the damage at the end of the game.
What is that card in Andre's hand? Because he did not have to use that Tunic for that CNC. He just kept a card in hand at the end of the turn, so it's clearly something he wanted to keep around. He thought was more important in the matchup than preserving that Tunic counter, even though it does not allow him to cycle through his deck if he pitched it. So this Hungering Slaughtering Beast, now that that 3rd and final card was able to be committed to the combat chain, allows for the Hungering Slaughtering Beast to not only be turned on, but turn that Blood Debt off, as that's getting higher and higher. So I think Jesse was thrilled to see that Levels of Enlightenment hit the combat chain.
Playing the Unmovable from the Arsenal here, pitching the Bonds of Agony. Now, I think he was trying to line up another Bonds turn because I think the card he held onto looked to be Adjust the Nick, or that Hiss that we know is perhaps lurking in the hand as well. He's gonna. Oh, he had a lot of attack reactions. Very red heavy hand, it looks like. So just sending the Scale Peeler, maybe arsenaling, if that is Adjust the Nick, that card into the arsenal is pretty solid.
And look at this. Andre had the tempo, had the disruption, but now not finding the cooperative hand. Just has to pitch a couple reds into the dagger. It is part of the danger of playing this class in general and new. Sometimes, just like these new Rune Blades, you get hands that are a bunch of attack reactions that don't have good targets. So Andre set up for a better hand on this next turn cycle. But the question is now that Jesse has the tempo a little bit, has the onus to continue, most likely can move forward from here, but has to find a way to turn off that Blood Debt, or else Deep-Rooted Evil and the rest of those Blood Debt cards are going to take his life total down quite a bit.
Call to the Grave, going to be triggered here, searching the deck for a card. We'll see what he searches for. I just want to point out, as this search takes place, the new meta has really shifted things around in a lot of ways. The second round of this tournament, it's the second time we've seen Unmovable be played from Arsenal. It's a card we've seen basically do nothing. Oh, this is a great use of Back Alley Break.
Nice.
A card that has actually been tested in a couple of ways in other heroes as well, sometimes in Oscilio to gain an action point. But the combo of Call to the Grave, Back Alley Breakline, giving you the action point feels like a strange but cool usage to activate here. But Unmovable, a card that we really just didn't see played for the longest time, especially into a meta that's going super wide, super low to the ground. Now immediately back to the 4 of the game here.
I thought it was going to be either Beast Within or Mark of the Beast to turn off the Blood Debt if there was no other way to do so, but clearly Jesse has good use for an action point and even further use for Call to the Grave than I had realized. That is the first time I've seen Back Alley Breakline do anything. It's the first time ever.
Yeah, go back to your box of bulk, find all of your Back Alley Break lines and bust them out. It's a blue as well, so you could pitch it, blocked 2.
The card's insane. Card's
Graveyard
busted.
fill, very important. It put 2 different cards into the graveyard.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and take just a quick step away from the game because we need to make sure that we can continue to get it completed in time. The Mark of the Beast there was in the hand, so is able also to be banished immediately, right? Turning off the Blood Debt. How do we use the second action point is the question. There it is, the Deep-Rooted Evil. There's that recursion piece, not only coming out of the banished zone, but adding another 6 power attack to the graveyard as well.
Choosing to sync here, both players playing now at hyperspeed. Neither of these are the hyper aggro decks you might expect, but they're playing like it now that we're at 2x, so that we can see the natural conclusion of this game. This is, by the way, I just want to shout out this production. The fact that we have the capability of seeing a live game and a second backup match. Huge shout out in chat. Everyone, you got to shout out the fine folks at Savage Feats for putting together this rig and bringing you this coverage.
Persuasive Prognosis is going to be the follow-up after the Scale Peeler connection. So once again, that beautiful armor suite that Levia is working with, Scale Peeler makes it a little more challenging, and the Persuasive Prognosis, again, threatens banishing in multiple ways. Threatens banishing from the hand, from the deck, banishing action cards put on the combat chain. And with Jesse already up to, it looks like 7 or 6 blood debt there, it's going to be challenging for him to navigate that if he cannot find the ability to banish cards on his own turn, his own action phase, to turn off that blood debt.
And he's sitting at 19. His equipment suite is totally unblemished, but made all the more tarnished by that Scale Peeler. It's not very comfortable to block under the effects of Scale Peeler with some of these pieces of equipment. You have a fantastic equipment suite if you're playing as Levia. So much effective block on the board, but Scale Peeler making that harder and harder by the minute. And there's just the Nick coming down on the Persuasive Prognosis. It is going to vault over the top of the defenses here and get its triggered effect.
Banish the top card of the deck. Oh, a yellow, though. Are there any yellows in the hand? It is a Graveling Growl that is able to be banished as well. And the Justin Nick banishes a card in the second resolution of that. Looks like they resolved the Persuasive Prognosis first, and then the Justin Nick. But for Andre there, that's a couple life gained and more blood debt for Jesse, and just a good card out of the hand in that Graveling Growl.
Yeah, 16 to 36, and trying to put things together on the Levia side. Going to mix up the graveyard here, going to shuffle it up, because we do have the banish here. Graveyard fill, super important for Levia, and that previous turn play of putting 2 cards in grave from the deck, essentially, actually coming in pretty clutch here.
Ooh, leaving a miss, however, leaving a miss along with the Hungering Slaughter Beast. So now Andre, if he only attacks with stealth attacks, will not give Jesse the chance to get a third card in the graveyard, and that could be the difference maker on a turn when there's so much blood debt. However, if you do so now, you give Jesse the window to flip into Levia Plasmafet Consumed, which, when you have 10 cards in the Banished Zone there with blood debt, that might just be too much card advantage for New to deal with.
Scale Peeler being the name of the game yet again, and just, again, making the blocks on board so ineffective and inefficient. I was going to say, we're probably going to have to see this be covered up. The card comes down. Siren's Call makes itself known. We were talking before the stream began about this card, and Mansant was discussing how powerful Siren's Call can feel.
I would say bemoaning. I would say bemoaning.
I was trying to be nice.
Charitable.
But, he was shaking his head in utter shock and terror. But because we did cover up the Scale Peeler, we can now effectively block more with our equipment. And there's the first of the equipment blocks, and a solid turn cycle played out here thanks to Endless Maw.
Now banishing 3, just going to keep 1 card in hand as well, but of course will get the +3 from its own effect. So coming in for 9, 2 cards, 9 damage. This is so much of what makes Levia viable, are these high value plays that she gets to play because of how volatile that Banished Zone truly can be. 2 more hisses in the combat chain as blocks. That's a couple times now we've seen Andre with 2 of these red attack reactions in the hand. The other time he just had to pitch them into the dagger. Here, just having to utilize them for blocks. But the Scale Peeler is going to be the follow-up. Only 1 more card in hand. What's the best card here? Codex of Frailty. He's got the Tunic, so it could come in with something like a CNC.
It is indeed Codex of Frailty. I was going to say the exact same thing. Feels quite nice. Now, you could just, you have the resources floating. I was going to say you could throw a CNC, but I feel like you're just going to throw out Leave No Witnesses. It's a breakpoint attack. Scale Peeler's connected. You're basically just asking for the husk at that point.
Exactly. You're probably getting the husk no matter what. So in this way, you preserve your Tunic counter for something a little more interesting, unless it looks as though Jesse might be looking to flip on this turn. He's going to go ahead and block with a couple cards. There's a Howl from Beyond. There's that other part of the quote-unquote recursion package along with the Deep-Rooted Evil. It's going to be the Writhing Beast, so not going to be flipping on this turn as long as a card with 6 or more power is banished. But Jesse keeping that husk around just a little bit longer.
And he's just doing a fantastic job of just continually filling graveyard, taking 3, having 1, filling graveyard, taking 3, having 1. This is how you find success with a hero that can die to her own effect, is being very meticulous about that graveyard fill, about the consistent banishes, knowing how the hero lines up and plays. Because if you don't do this, then you just walk into losses with the hero. One of the most complicated decks in the game, perhaps the most complicated in the game.
Andre here just going to take that 6 from 32 to 26. Frailty token heading away. We'll see what the random draw off the top was for Andre potentially on this turn. 13 blood debt cards. So now Levi Redeemed is online as well, right? It's 13 cards you need in the Banish Zone, I believe, to be able to just activate that ability. That would put Jesse to 8, so most likely going to wait and utilize more life as a resource or see about the consumed. Double Trouble now coming in with Go again. Threatens to do some banishing and get some power if we've activated an attack reaction here. That's going to buy a Wrecker Romp block. That will be banished, but doesn't have blood debt. It's technically a card she can play because it's a blue card, but...
Key choice to not swing the Scale Peeler on this turn. And that could have asked for equipment block here. But this is definitely threatening a lot of attack reactions probable from the hand. Now, you mentioned it earlier. We've already seen multiple attack reactions from the hand, but instead, this is going to be a Transcend turn. So responding to something like a Scowling Fleshbag was always a possibility, thanks to Transcending, and then probably using Mask, and that's exactly what we see.
Utilizing Mask does still have an action point in the going in. That's going to banish the Call to the Grave, so not adding to the blood debt count. Going to just go ahead and pump up with the Arousing Wave, putting it up to an attack for 5 thanks to the text of the Double Trouble. So that's going to get 2 damage over the top, which means that Jesse is no longer able to flip in this game. Cannot become Blasmafet Levi consumed. The attack reaction over the top is going to make that impossible. And now a secondary Transcend means that New can be activated on this turn if Andre would like, and potentially throw another big, powerful attack onto the combat chain. Let's see what the blues are that are available. At least there's the Wrecker Romp that just got bought on the last turn.
Yep, Jesse presenting the Banish Zone. There is the swing of the Scale Peeler follow-up. So waiting on the Scale Peeler until you see what actually is presented as blocks, a very heads-up play, and pitching over here just to send that Scale Peeler for the point of damage. Not using the equipment on this turn may come back to bite Jesse because the availability was there.
Cards in graveyard. Looks like they're counting these at the moment. 19 minutes left in their round.
I've
As we're
just
watching
gotten word
go back
that
in time.
we will have a 2-0 Vynnset for the next round.
Come on.
Drawn up.
Come on, Vynnset.
I'm interested.
Come on, Vynnset.
We ball.
Vynnset, we ball.
Let's go.
Let's see what the block is here on the Scale Peeler. It looks like it might just be the Apex Bone Breaker. Now, sadly for Jesse here, this Carrion Husk at the start of the turn, we're going to see that Jesse is 13 or less life. So that Carrion Husk, that is 6 value that was not able to be gained in this game. Something Jesse is going to be thinking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very key point to the turning point of this game. This previous turn right now would have been a fantastic time to just commit the Carrion Husk. You don't know if the opponent has the attack reactions, but you might as well throw it out there just to get the value. And in this case, of course, had the attack reactions and did not get the value out of that 6 block.
Looks like they're going to resolve the Unworldly Bellow here. So the new activation was still, activated. So there is the potential to come in with a blue attack if there is one that can be played, which means the Carrion Husk could get the value there. The question is there one that Andre is able to play? Wrecker Romp, you need to discard a card. Looks like Deadwood Rumbler would be the option. That plus the Unworldly Bellow means this is going to be an attack, drawing and discarding the Justinic. Now it's time for the Carrion Husk to come in. That's going to buy 5 block thanks to the Scale Peeler. It's going to be a total for 8 thanks to the Unworldly Bellow, so 3 damage over the top. Any further blocks from Jesse, or is he okay to take this damage?
Jesse's checking the Banish Zone, trying to line up. It looks like the die indicating 13 blood debt cards here.
See if there are any reactions here. Does have the ability to utilize the Undertow Stilettos. Looks like he's going to. That's going to get a Slither. Is there another card that can be played? Looks like maybe the Soul Harvest can come in as well. Let's see. So this is going to be Dread Screamer. We're going to banish 3 cards
Oh my god.
from the graveyard here. If we hit a CNC, right, this is going to have go again.
Oh my god, he hits
the CNC.
So
Oh,
Red
no.
Screamer gains go again. He
Wait,
continues to have
crazy.
the access to the banished zone. Blue cards can continue to be played.
No
2 cards in
way.
hand from Jesse. Now he's actually just in danger of dying to Blood Debt as well.
No blocks. Jesse has to go down to 4 here. Does still have some armor available, but with what's the other blue card that Andre is able to play? Another Dread Screamer. Does he have another CNC in there? Does he have anything that he can hit?
Coming for 4, it's a blue.
I remember the 1 CNC came in. Those 3 cards, looks like that's not going to be any card with 6 or more power. So this is for no-go again, but does threaten Jesse's life total here.
Still 4 damage. Casual lethal throws the Apex Bonebreaker in front of it. But what a wild series of plays here.
Jesse goes down to 2. I believe, let's see, so those cards that were played out of the Banish Zone now are no longer in the Banish Zone. So
Correct.
I think at the moment, Levi Redeemed is no longer an option. Has to be at 13, right? Has to be.
So counting through right now.
Up to 11. Jesse, what do you have to banish on the turn?
He's got the Doomsday.
Doomsday resolves, creates Blasmafet, the Soul Harvester token. Levia herself is not Blasmafet here. On attack, I believe we can banish a card, right? If we... Yep, so we're going to go ahead and banish the Boneyard Marauder.
Has the capability. He's turned off Blood Debt. Now he's up to 12. He's got a chance. Sitting at 2. This is swinging 6. It's persistent on the board. And let's be honest, Blasmafet is quite annoying on the board. It gives you a lot more reach, a lot more leeway. But your opponent's sitting at 20. They can just take it and send 4 cards. Now remember, there are attack reactions in this deck. And if you don't block correctly, you could just be completely blown out. Pitching a blue hiss, sending the Scale Peeler.
Oh, he looks like he might have reached for the Scowling Fleshback
Yeah.
here. I was going to say, is this the time you just take a card out of your opponent's hand? Blue card in the pitch. Scale Peeler coming in 4-1. Now, Jesse, if he takes this damage, that means 1 block less on the Apex, 1 block less on the Scowling. But it has Piercing, so the Scowling Fleshback is the only option in that equipment zone to block with that Scale Peeler. I want to know the odds of hitting the CNC on that last turn. That was so sick.
So giving a card here means that the follow-up from Andre. Oh, Siren's
But
Calls.
there's no red in the hand. Now we know everything that's in the hand for Andre. Graveling Growl, and Shadow Realm Horror. So 2 cards left for Andre here. Tunic, that's going to be Levels of Enlightenment.
Now, Scowling Fleshbag onto the Scale Peeler might have prevented one of these cards from coming down, but this is just presenting some damage that can be covered up clearly, cleanly.
Oh, and this is not taking into Blasmafet here, not respecting the demon, just trying to get some damage across. That's going to buy, looks like, the Graveling Growl block. Keeping the Fleshbag around. Does Andre have a follow-up? Because it has Go Again. He chose Go Again most likely for a reason. Leave No Witnesses for 4 is the follow-up here from Jesse.
We could see the final block of Apex Bonebreaker here just to cover up. It looks like that is the consideration.
Block with the Shadow Realm Horror. Apex Bonebreaker going to follow along, keep the arsenal around. Interesting for Jesse there. Didn't use the Scowling Fleshbag on the attack with Go Again. Was happy keeping it around for potentially something more impactful. The Scowling Fleshbag would have saved him 2 life from the Scowling and then the 4 damage being threatened. But here just getting to come in with the Blasmafet. My goodness. Does the Might affect the Blasmafet?
It's a great question.
I feel like no.
One that I don't believe it does. I don't know the answer. It does. It does indeed.
They're posturing that it does. And the Hooves of the Shadow Beast, because the Blasmafet banished a shadow card with 6 or more power, Blood Debt is off and an extra action point, so 1 damage over the top. from the Blasmafet, triggering into Levia Redeemed with that action point. So now Jesse back up to 8. Cards no longer have Blood Debt, so does not have to think about that. Gain 6 life, attacked for 7. Now Andre has to try to get over the top after blocking 6.
Threading the line to this point and getting to Levia Redeemed and avoiding dying to your own Blood Debt, only a master could have put this together, especially after the insane turn that Andre did, where he stole cards out of the banished zone to prevent any sort of flipping, any sort of transformation. And now you're in a position, it's 19-8, but you've got Blasmafet on the board. You've got a full hand, and Andre has to do something about it.
What? 5 foot tall and bulletproof in this new list?
I have seen this on multiple occasions floating around, actually, and this is one of those weird kind of tech cards where, yeah, I mean, you have control of the game, so can you afford to play a 2-card, or in some cases a 2-card plus Arsenal hand? 10 damage, going to throw that, and the turn cycle's basically over from that point.
So yeah, Andre just blocks 2 card. His intellect was 2. The hangover 2 strong. 3 minutes and 51 seconds on the clock, but the clock is ticking down quickly. Blood Rush Bellow is the follow-up from Jesse Kennan. From the jaws of Blasmafet's maw, from the jaws of defeat, Jesse has absolutely sculpted this endgame and is now able to go claw into something else, into Andre's 19 life with a Blasmafet still on the board.
Ask us Sink Below going to meet that first claw, sinking and drawing 3-card hand. Andre going down to 18, feeling like, okay, maybe the grasp on this game is starting to slip. I'm having to give more of these cards. There's the Dread Screamer coming across for 8, thanks to the buff that is coming across.
Oh, and he's got the, I was going to like, oh, does he have a Graveling Growl? He's got Blasmafet. There can be 6 more damage at the end of this turn. It's just playing 4 cards out of the block for Andre. Now Blasmafet comes in, 6 more damage. Andre down to 12. Only 2 minutes left in the round, however. So if these players are going to reach a satisfying conclusion, it's got to happen now.
A full block committed from Andre, a very smart play, a heads-up play, because you know that this is one of the power turns with that Blood Rush Bellow, drawing 2 cards, very powerful in the game of Flesh and Blood. But can Jesse come back from the brink? Tear Limb from Limb, Mandible Claw, 3 go again. Tear Limb from Limb still available on that buff, is still going to come through.
Dread Screamer now is going to be an attack for 12 thanks to the buff from the Tear Limb from Limb. That means 6 damage. That means 6 damage is here represented afterwards thanks to the Blasmafet. If the go again hits, which he does, that's going to take the cards out of hand. Blasmafet comes in for 6. Is that going to be the game?
Gives 3 block, no hand. Yeah, blocking 3, no hand. Andre is going to pass turn.
Andre is at 1 here. The card, the life total is not represented, so Jesse looks like he has 1 turn to try to figure this out. See how they want to represent this final turn. And he's going to concede at the end of the game. Sportsmanship from both players here. What a round. What a game here from our backup match that really should have been even more of a feature.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, if you're looking for pure cinema, I mean, I'm hearing Mansant literally shout into our ears. Pure cinema was that game. Going down to 2, managing to find the narrow way through, flip, become Levia Redeemed, and then power turn after power turn after power turn. Amazing, amazing time.
And you know what? The fun doesn't stop there. We've been taking breaks. Enough with that noise. Let's just get right into this next round. I believe we've got a 2-0 Vynnset for the folks at home, so let's get right into it. That last game was so sick. I mean, the way that the go again on the new turn, stripping away the banished cards so that Levia Redeemed was no longer an option, but Jesse was able to navigate away back into that spot, gain the life, and then all of a sudden finish that thing out.
It looked like it was like New was just going to close it out with the biggest, most insane new turn we've seen on camera, and yet we saw what could have possibly been even more crazy. Now, let's pivot over to this game, because a lot of people have been looking to ball out with Vynnset. But, you know, Kano has something to say about that. Now, I will say, I have played this matchup many times from the Kano perspective, and it can be a little rough going up against Runeblades that have very effective Arcane Barrier, that have Spell Void available to them, and that can push a lot of damage. So, a lot of players talking about how powerful Kano can be and how powerful Kano is in general. Gaining, you know, Open the Floodgates, a beautiful card, right? But Vynnset can do some insane things in her own right, and this is a tough matchup that sometimes you just got to go for it for. So let's see who picks it up between Hunter on Kano going first and Brennan going second on Vynnset.
It's a scary one for sure.
You can hear the players. Brennan here saying, Kano can be a scary one. The question is, with the new tools in these Rune Blades disposal, a lot of talk at the town. I remember Nathan Crawford on one of his early streams in the Rosetta days saying, listen, I think Vynnset is the winner from Rosetta. Let's see if Brennan can prove him right. It's been banger after banger so far in that last round.
I want to point down here to the equipment. I want to talk about AB and Spell Void. You've got Spell Void 2, you've got AB 4, and you have Dance of Darkness to prevent 2. You are keeping everything in front of you, and this is what I mean. It can be very difficult into an equipment suite like that to really make any sort of headway from the perspective of the Kano, who is starting at 40 life instead of 30. That will be fixed, I'm sure. If Kano started at 40 life, I think people would riot.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Crucible going to be the follow-up of the Open the Floodgates here. Kano.
Taking 10 damage is Kano right off the bat because he just plays on a different axis.
So what's been your major findings after this new Rosetta meta, right? Talk to me about what you people can expect as they're looking at Kano. You're a Kano enjoyer. You're a Kano player, right? So talk to me a little bit. I know you've played both of these heroes actually quite a bit, so we'll be looking to your expertise quite often. But what can people expect as they look at Kano post the bannings?
Well, there's a lot of talk right after they lose 6 cards in the form of tomes. What does Kano look like going forward? Does Kano actually have any legs whatsoever? And then everyone forgets about a card called Open the Floodgates that we saw the blue version right there representative of, which is a beautiful combo piece. It makes the combo cost more, but it also essentially just draws you the cards that you would have drawn off of Tome. So the deck itself can play a little bit more of a measured approach. It can play out a potion or 2. That's kind of what it's looking to do. I do want to point out in the hand, see if we can bounce over to that hand. A little hard to see, so we'll bounce back. But in the hand, there is a Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom, one of those cards that made its way out of the list in the previous meta, coming back into the list now. I think a lot of the arguments for that card being it's just really good when it hits. And especially good if you can somehow surge a Open the Floodgates after the fact. But an Envelope in Darkness making its way onto the board. Yellow.
Yellow, a couple different Rune Blades with a couple different yellow cards I didn't expect. We saw a yellow Rune Rager Swarm earlier in the day, and now a yellow Envelop in Darkness. That is a card, of course, going to give +2 to the next attack and create a Rune Chant token. I was about to say, sometimes it can be hard for Vynsets to make that second Rune Chant token, especially when they don't have access to Grasp because they need this Arcane Barrier of the Vexing Quill hand. Yellow Envelop in Darkness, of course, allowing this hand to be much smoother from Brennan and be, in some ways, even functional. Going to keep a card most likely for the arsenal as well. So perhaps the functionality of that card, why you want to run it even in the banana color.
Yeah, Envelop is one of those very powerful cards that almost just single-handedly made Vynnset function before everyone started going redline with the hero. And it was oftentimes played in just like all colors at the very outset of the hero's sort of ideation. It made its way only to reds, and now seeing the yellows make it back into the deck is a pretty exciting time. This is a hero that's just gained so much from Rosetta, not just these new ways to build the deck, but some of these auras that you now have access to are just so crucial for her success, and she can put out massive amounts of damage now.
Quickening 5. If it deals more than 4, it gets go again.
5 damage from the Quickening. However, no go again would be utilized on the turn as there's nothing in the hand, no way to get any other action points. Let's see if Brennan wants to respect this, because as soon as you start taking damage against Kano, you put yourself in a different position to just get blown up off of the top of that deck. 3-card 10, though, from Vynnset on that last turn. Utilize 3 cards, 2 arcane, 8 physical. This is what this hero, looks to represent in this game of Flesh and Blood. Highly efficient turns, highly efficient hands if you can make them work, because it is not a May ability on that hero card, folks. It says you must banish a card. And Brennan here, going to go ahead and take 5.
Go again.
Yep. Taking 5 here is totally fine because you know there is no follow-up. If there was a card in hand, something like a potion, you might consider pitching into it. But knowing that they had blocked with 2 cards felt totally fine. But drawing into,
Good
is that
cards.
a Kindle and a Wildfire? Okay, so the
Sonic
other
Boom.
thing you want to think about as a Kano player is how you can most effectively line up both Kindle and Wildfire on any given turn, because those are very powerful cards in concert. Now you have a blue and a yellow as well, which you want one of these. Effectively, you want one of these in the arsenal at the end of this turn. So you may end up blocking a little bit here, just playing an arsenal type game. Let's see how this turn plays out for the Vynnset, though, because Runeblood Incantation comes down, a very powerful key card in the red line versions of the list.
Pitching a red into it, so no blue to continue the turn. But honestly, again, these Vynsets, they don't often need a bunch of pitch. Swarming Gloomveil now, of course, we've created a couple different auras, so this will be 4 and 1, thanks to 2 auras being created, 1 Rune Chant and 1 Runeblood Incantation. 1 Rune Chant going to go over the top, so Hunter down to 27 after taking the 2 damage last turn.
And I will
See if he lines up the block. No, he does not. He's going to take the 4 here, Swarming Gloomveil. Now, keep in mind, Bounding Demagon was banished there. We could see it played, and it is indeed played here. The other arsenal, or the other option, I could say, is arsenaling the last card and keeping Bounding in the banished zone so that you can play for a big sort of Alpha Strike type turn.
So look at that. That is going to be 4 damage across from the Bounding Demagon. Like we said, good cards in the hand there for Hunter, so likely looking to use them all here on this turn. Brennan's at 35 with the Kindle in hand, Sonic Boom. Let's go from here and see what we're able to utilize. This is going to be the action point, most likely, but it's a good one.
So deciding here to play this 6 value play. So you could have blocked for 6 on the previous turn using both of these cards on both of those breakpoint attacks, or you could play for a Sonic Boom, naked, not buffed, hoping to find something off the top and try to equate 6 value. It'll be interesting to see if this buys a card from the hand, then you're essentially getting that value back because your opponent's not going to have the card on their turn, versus just traditionally blocking out and then drawing back up, right? Because your turn would be Arsenal Pass. They would have 4 cards plus an Arsenal and the entire suite of Spell Void and AB. So playing it this way means you probably rip a card from them and you interact with their hand a bit, especially if they don't have a blue here, which we might actually see. If there is no blue, then this is really tough to stop, because you're now asking, if I want to cover this up completely, I have to get rid of a red and a yellow, and that might just not be enough for us to have an effective turn from the Vynnset side.
Because a card being banished from the hand means that there might not be much functionality from there. The Widespread Ruin that we can see there needs 2 Rune Chants to be able to Rune Gate in, come across the Dimensional Vortex, and make its way in. But it looks as though Brennan is afraid enough of the Sonic Boom. I mean, when you see your Kano opponent take all that damage, it either means they have no blocks in the hand, or they're trying to utilize all those cards. So this Sonic Boom represents 3 damage right now, but depending on what's in the Kano's hand could represent a whole lot more.
He is going to pitch for the AB, and this is really, either way, Hunter's probably happy in this sequence because he gets one of those cards to Arsenal. Taking the cards is even better because we know there's going to be a drop. There's the Banish, Widespread Ruin. The activation of the Runeblood Incantation is going to make the 2nd Rune Chant, so that is a playable card. But you now have everything ready to try and combo if you want to take your shot at this moment.
35 is the life total. 1 card in the hand, 1 card in the arsenal, but of course that Spell Void 4 threatens to really change the math for if Hunter wants to combo off here, because again, here's 8 more damage. The Incantation, I was wondering where he's going to get the 2nd Rune Chant. I've been thinking of Malefic Incantation, but the OG Runeblood Incantation is just a start of action phase trigger, so it is something that is able to happen every turn. You don't need to play the attack like the new Incantation. The old Incantation, it's just differently powerful, right? The Malefic Incantation leaving the Rune Chant for cards like Deadwood Dirge, for abilities like Snuff Out, but the Incantation of the Runeblood variety really helping out Vynnset on a turn exactly like this.
He's taking his time to really decide whether or not he can actually combo, because if you commit a card here, like let's say you have a blue, and you pitch it to Kano and you just peek the top to see what you have on top, you have 7, I believe if I've counted correctly, you have 7 open the floodgates that you might be able to find, depending on how deep we've gone into the deck. I mean, we're only on turn 3, so you can run the numbers and decide whether or not you want to take a look first,
I'll activate Kano.
or if you want to just kind of fire off the double Kano combo. And he is going to look. I don't know what he... Oh, he finds a lesson. Okay, so you don't have to play for Open the Floodgates. You can also just play for the Lesson in Lava combo, which is just a vanilla 26 damage combo. It does use your boots in this case, unless you get some, tricky stuff going on with Ragamuffin's hat.
Kindle in the arsenal also threatens to change the math on the turn, but with Spell Void 4, that is tough to get over, even if the card in hand is a red like we believe it is for Brennan here.
Okay.
He's pitching the Aether Wildfire to Arcane Barrier 1. No Depot in circulation. Doesn't have a Potion of Deja Vu, so he can't cycle the pitch here onto the top of the deck. Sometimes you use that on a key turn to actually play out your Wildfire, something like a Ragamuffin's Hat effect, essentially. Maybe he has a second one in hand. That could be the first one he drew. Yeah, he did.
I'm going to Lessons.
Now, this is interesting. 3 damage threatens to put a card on the top of the deck, which would then be the card banished to the Widespread Ruin trigger, as Hunter did say no block. So this damage is going to be unblocked, right? The damage is going to come through. So maybe Hunter wanting to make sure there's a certain card on the top of the deck that he doesn't want to see banished, get a card shuffled, even though those are 2 Aether Wildfires that are now going to be on the bottom of the deck. You're not going to see those anytime soon, especially after you shuffle with Lesson in Lava, if Brennan lets this go through.
Yeah, that's a very tough spot to be in with both of them being on the bottom. You do have Kindle still loaded up. I wonder if the final card is also somehow Aether Wildfire, which would make a lot of sense if his body posture is anything to be read. Nevertheless, going to just let that go through. I think in this matchup specifically as Kano, you want to present something awkward, something scary that gets them to bite on using the Spell Void or using the Prevention. And this is kind of one of those... Yep. Okay, there's the third one. Kind of one of those key turns to try and grab some Spell Void away from your opponent, taking damage down to 12. This is going to go on the top of the deck. He's going to draw it for next turn so that he can more easily set it up.
But the Ruin is going to banish card from each player's top of deck, right?
Ooh,
and he has lost life. That's what I was kind of getting at, right? Like the Lesson in Lava puts a card on top of the deck, and then that's the card that gets banished to the Widespread Ruin. So I was thinking he was potentially wanting to put a specific card to get banished. Maybe he's just going to Kano this away, utilize the Kindle to draw it,
He's
put it back.
Ragamuffin's Hat, maybe?
Block 3. He can Kindle, draw that card, and then arsenal it
Mm-hmm.
on the next turn. Oh, let's see, though, even if the Widespread Ruin trigger is resolved here.
Okay, sounds good.
And it looks as though both players are just passing.
Nevertheless, drawing up. There's a Truce in the deck. I want to point the Truce out, which is quite huge from Hunter. Truce is a kind of a fun new card, but yes, no, you're pointing out a very key interaction that both players seem to have moved past.
No, you're good. Rune Blood Incantation.
So that's now 2 Rune Chants once again, and a Deathly Delight that can be played.
You play.
So we know there's an Aether Wildfire in the hand. It's the last one in the deck. The other 2 are on the bottom. We know there's a Kindle in the arsenal as well.
Response? No responses. Okay.
No response to the Malefic Incantation.
Going to
Yeah, I'm still scratching my head about it as well. I'm sure the players might look back at that and think, oh, that was a key moment. There were counterplays available, obviously.
Yeah, draw and draw with the Kindle, right, to try to keep it in the arsenal. But here we're now on to the Deathly Delight with 2 Rune Chants.
Kano.
That is going to be by a Kano response, the Truce in the pitch zone, and there's a red Open the Floodgates. This is where things are going to go crazy. We have a Kindle in the arsenal, a Wildfire in the hand. Both players know it. This 8 damage is also not even lethal.
I think that is the card, of course, he was looking for on the previous turn. He would have loved to see that. Of course, you also would love to see a handful of blues as well to really power up this turn. You know that the Wildfire's there. We personally know that the Kindle's there, but I think I saw Swell Tidings in there as well, making it difficult to play this turn out. Keep in mind, a lot of players thinking, Kano's just going to blow through this tournament, blow through the meta right now because he has this ability to do this insane stuff. The combo is far more expensive if you don't have one of those, E-Pod on the board, or if you don't have an effective way, like a huge blue hand. It's really tough to play this combo out to the same degree.
In response, Winter X.
We know this song and dance. There's a Kano activation on the stack, 2 floating as we would underpitched. Looks like in response, we're going to put a Kindle on the stack as well. No, keep the Kindle in the arsenal because the Kindle needs to see no cards in hand in order to draw the card. Ragamuffin's Hat means card from the top of the deck. Let's see what it is. It's a Blazing Aether. That's not the blue you need to make this turn work.
No, and that is crippling. You have to find a blue there so that you can top. And yeah, you can see the look of resignation on Hunter's face here. He knows that is exactly what he wanted to avoid. The red already banished. Another red on top. His deck is just giving him what he doesn't need at this moment. You can see he had lots of blues in hand. He had to pop the bubble. He had a truce. Even had a Lessons in Lava number 2. But it's not what you're looking to see.
Top.
Let the Ragamuffin's hat resolve the Kano. It's going to banish the Wildfire, but that Wildfire costs you 2.
Yeah.
And you only have access to the Spellfire Cloak to get you another resource.
Yeah, this is a very tough
It's going to
spot.
be challenging, so you need to draw off the Kindle, right? You just simply need to, but in order to do that, you're going to have to pitch away that Blazing Aether.
Crucible.
Crucible here's going to pay for 1. You have the red in hand so that you can pitch it to the Aether Wildfire. You do play the Kindle in response to that, of course, and then hopefully draw a blue. But you're also, keep in mind, staring down Deathly Delight and 2 Rune Chants in doing so.
What's he pitching into here? He's just pitching into the Wildfire, of
You've
course.
got to pitch so that you can get rid of the resource floating and the card in hand so that you can then Kindle in response, drawing hopefully a blue. He's rubbing the top of the deck. It
is a blue.
blue.
It is a blue off the top of the deck. That will make this more possible. However, this is 4/6, and it can be completely stuffed, and it's the last Wildfire that we're going to see unless something like Lesson in Lava is able to shuffle the deck and grab another card. Let's see here, though. Are there blues in the hand for Brennan? Looks like yellow and yellow.
Most importantly, you can just try to cover this up as best as you can using the damage prevention, using the Spell Void, and basically just say, okay, well, now deal with my attack.
Now deal with my attack, and deal with my attack when there are just no Aether Wildfires to be seen. The question is, though, I think... Oh, no, the Lesson in Lava is in the pitch zone. He pitched it earlier. I was going to say Lesson in Lava can shuffle the deck and change this around, but no, that was part of the early pitch, and it's the random blue in the hand. Open the Floodgates will threaten to do something, but not if it can't surge because the Wildfire is taken up. This is just going to be AB4 and Spell Void 2, so leaving Spell Void 2 available for the rest of this turn, just taking all the cards out of the hand, saying we can both play face up, buddy, but that Wildfire is completely stuffed, headed to the graveyard. For Hunter here, at least, Stormstriders have not yet been committed, and right now have no reason to be.
No, and you're in a very tough spot because, of course, you are staring down the Rune Chants and the Deathly Delight with a singular card in hand.
Looks like it's maybe a Gaze the Ages in the hand for Hunter. That allows for some top-of-deck manipulation. But Crucible has already been used. Yes, that was used on the Wildfire. See, we can't use the Crucible to surge up the Open the Floodgates. What can he find here?
He might just consider leaving the Open the Floodgates banished, not trying to play it out there, because the only way you could push it at this point is using Metacarpus Node, which was a consideration on the Aether Wildfire. Chose not to use it there, so losing a point of value on there. If you tried to activate Metacarpus Node and somehow surge, you would be maybe trying to play it out. But remember, Dance of Darkness on the bottom of your screen there is basically going to stop that surge effect from happening. He's going to try it. He's going to play it out there. Metacarpus noting the Open the Floodgates. If it surges, if it deals more than 3, he's going to draw 2 cards.
So really asking for that final piece of Spell Void, saying if you do not quote unquote Spell Void, if you give me the Dance of Darkness, then the Open the Floodgates will not surge, will not draw the 2 cards. But I think Brennan might be wondering, like, what's the worst thing that can happen with 2 cards, right?
That's on a meta.
So I'm trying to get rid of my dance.
Deathly Delight, of course. If damage comes over the top, Brennan would gain life as well. First, he has to take some damage first. And it looks like he's going to take this 3. Keep that Spell Void around. Let's see what the 2 cards are.
Now, this is massive, giving effectively 6 life over to Hunter by allowing the draw of 2 cards. And you can see a massive sigh, at least drawing into perhaps something. Now, keep in mind, this is not going to be combo at this point. At this point, you're just trying to preserve life or find a way back into the tempo game plan that Kano actually excels at, of just trading effectively. Unfortunately, you're against Brennan on Vynnset, who does not play by your rules. She goes over the top of all of your value calculations by throwing Rune Chants and Rune Gate attacks. And so you have more cards. You perhaps if you drew to 2-3 blocks, you have effectively 6 more life here. But you're staring down the barrel of a very scary hero that's looking to try and close this game out over the next 2 turns.
Question, I wonder if the Malefic Incantation, that was played on this turn, yes? So I wonder if this is all technically still in the layer step, that Malefic would maybe have a chance to trigger if we're moving to attack. Looks like that is what's happening here on the layer step, so that is going to make a Rune Chant. So 2 damage, now 5 damage coming over. That one of the cards drawn off to open the floodgates is just going to go ahead and buy that Sonic Bloom to block. So 2 damage now over the top, and now that damage has been taken, Deathly Delight will heal Brennan 1 back to 29. So for Hunter, Ragamuffin's Hat, used. Metacarpus Nose, used. Still have the Storm Striders and the Spellfire Cloak, but everybody sitting here at the table, everybody knows 2 Aether Wildfires are at the very bottom of the deck.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in from Hunter. Most likely going to Arsenal this card, unless it's a potion. Looks like it is going to be into the Arsenal.
I think it's a Lesson in Lava, maybe that 3rd and final Lesson in Lava, which does change things, allows for a shuffle to happen.
Brennan's done a fantastic job of navigating this Kano matchup. You can tell he's put some time into this. He has the AB4. He had 2 versions of Spell Void, essentially. Yeah. He kept one of them up for anything,
that's smart
anything else, right? Yeah. That might come his way. If he has to pop Vexing in a moment, he still has access to AB3, or he can just keep playing Envelop in Darkness into big attack, into a lot of damage.
Envelop here, going to go ahead and create a Rune Chant. He's saying, looks like he's saying that he missed the trigger for the Rune Chant token, even though nothing else has happened.
Thank you.
Yeah. It looks like Hunter's saying, no, just get your Rune Chant, bro, because nothing else has really happened. We haven't even technically moved on. So that now leaves 2 floating. It leaves a widespread ruin coming on, once again threatening to banish both the cards of the deck for the heroes that have lost life this turn.
Take 1.
So take 1 of the Rune Chant tokens. So now, theoretically, a card would be banished from Hunter's top of deck at the end of the combat chain resolution. Malefic Incantation, you can see here, that's just going to block 9 now. Is there any kind of pummel to go over the top?
All right. In response,
There's no way, right? No, just a Funeral Moon.
No, yeah, most likely just Funeral Moon. No, some people do still play the pummels, but I think they're far and few between at this point now because the deck is just so rife with better cards like Aura Creation, Rune Chant creators like Malefic Incantation. But Funeral Moon, a fantastic effect. Missing that widespread ruin effect again. Both players forgetting about that dealing damage or taking damage effect.
Looks like start of turn is the Vynnset before the start of action phase trigger, which is the Runeblood Incantation. See if we can see those cards in hand. He has the 1 Rune Chant.
We have our first sighting of Mauvrian Skies. We did not see a single Mauvrian Skies in that previous Viserai game.
No.
And now we see our first Mauvrian Skies in Vynnset.
That's another thing our friend Nathan Crawford was saying on his streams that I've been watching. He was like, Mob doesn't, just Mob attack weapon, it just doesn't cut it anymore in those those Viserai decks at least. But in Vynnset, when you're able to stack up the Banished with a couple attacks, couple it with the Deadwood Dirge, something to make more Rune Chants go again, can be quite effective.
I think we've now found the potions. Unfortunately, looks like he's got the Clarity Potion. Looks like he's got the Potion of Deja Vu in the hand, which is an uncomfortable spot to be in. When you're at 10, you need to block some. You don't really want to find it now. Of course, you would have loved to have found it earlier, but you're only 5 turns in, and sometimes it just happens that way. The Clarity Potion's a new addition to the deck, one that I'm still a little divided on. The idea of being able to play it out in instant speed, opting to, trying to find those key pieces can be quite good, but it also is a no block, and you've got a bunch of other no blocks in the deck already.
Both players having a laugh about the Reduced to Rune Chant being in the Banished Zone because I think Brennan is asking, why did I leave those in the deck? We're not exactly sure where Kano is going to land post-Rosetta, post-bans, but most of them still not running many attack actions. Deadwood Dirge here going to go ahead, break 1 Rune Chant, and then add 3 more, so up to 5 Rune Chants on the turn. It's a lot of Arcane. Eloquent Eulogy now going to be the play from Arsenal, so if either hero loses life, that means an Eloquence token for Brennan, and with cards like Read the Runes or other style effects, that can go a long way in these Vynnset lists.
It really can, and being able to have an Eloquence token and gain an extra point of action point in general can do some really crazy things. But in this matchup specifically, I feel like you're just looking to put them to lethal quickly and play protection. And you don't need that extra action point, unless you can just find a cheeky use for it, you're just trying to get him to 0.
If you want to get it, you can, but...
There we go. They're going to go ahead and make an Eloquence token. There we go. They're getting used, finally. Let's go.
Oh, I got to draw it.
Now he's saying you have to draw the Eloquence token.
Just drawing your own eloquence. They said never
And that's
mind.
going to cause them to just grab the token. Our producer has successfully bullied Brennan out of utilizing the Infinite token.
That's a beautiful piece of art.
That's
I don't know if
actually-
you can measure up to
That's actually
the beauty
so
of
funny.
eloquence.
Just like, you have to draw it. I have to draw it. Never mind.
Okay, we'll just go find it.
I'll just get the friggin' token. All right, drawn up here. It's going to be the Clarity Potion as you described. 4 hands now for Kano, so he's just trying to dig closer and closer to those wildfires at the bottom. How is Brennan going to be able to break the math and get over the top? 2 Rune Chants now and a Deathly Delight in the arsenal. If you give Kano too much time, I don't care if there are Aether Wildfires at the bottom. This deck can just blow people up. Brennan needs to find the way over.
He's got the Mavrian Skies in the arsenal, but he already has the Eloquence token on the board, so it's kind of a waste to just play out the Mavrian Skies. But you don't care, really. Your goal here isn't to utilize the value off of Eloquence. It's really to just find some big chunk damage in a way that keeps you safe for any possible shenanigans from the Kano. Sonata Galaxia, the play here. With the 2 Rune Chants, you get to search for, in this case, it's going to be the Malefic Incantation, which of course costs 0.
I wonder... No, I'm sure it doesn't work that way. I wonder... I was going to say, if this card itself had Go Again and then was given Go Again with the Eloquence token, if it would work like when an instant gets Go Again and gives you an action point. But I think it would just be 2 instances of Go Again on the same thing, and then thus only the 1 action point.
I think the Malefic would gain the Go Again, but the Malefic already has Go Again, but it's being placed into
Yeah,
the arena.
because Sonata has
Correct.
Go Again if it's 2 or more, but I was wondering, like, oh, if it has Go Again and the Eloquence, but I think that's just, it doesn't give you an action point.
Yeah. There's a fun little interaction there as well as the Eloquence token is popping, where you could like do some cute things and flash in another non-attack. But here, using it just to give the Sonata Galaxia Go Again, like I was saying, is just fine. Your goal is to just play out big attacks and try to close this out.
Well, now here we go, because this is Mavrin Skies creating a Rune Chant with the Malefic Incantation, and if this Deathly Delight hits, that means 3 more Rune Chants, so Hunter has to keep cards back to block, meaning he can't pitch into the Arcane Barrier at all. He has to block 6 to save the 3 Rune Chants. What's going to be the follow-up off the Mavrin Skies? Oh, is it just going to be the Flail? If it's the Flail, that does not push enough damage here. The Deathly Delight will, of course, heal Brennan back to 30 at the end of the combat chain.
I'll go to 5.
Taking 1, healing 1.
You'll make another Rune Chant.
And Hunter here going to take 2 down to 5. 1 from the Rune Chant, 1 from the Flail, and then that makes another Rune Chant. And the Deathly Delight, of course, healing Brennan back to 30. That means Brennan looks like he's just going to arsenal a final card here and keep 1 in the hand. So that was all very synergistic, right, from the Vynnset side. Take a damage, heal a damage, threaten a Rune Chant, make a Rune Chant. Looks like
There's a lot of talk about how Vynnset can still face these clunky hands, but we've seen a lot more how even some clunky hands like we just watched are functional in the right sequencing in the right order, using Sonata Galaxia to grab the Malefic Incantation and then playing out an attack plus the Flail here. It doesn't present lethal, but it pushes them lower while still staying, protected and insulated from mass amounts of damage. Now, from the Kano's perspective, from this point, you're really having to dig through the deck, try to find some mini combo that you can put together and play a turn like this, which is going to ask for responses and try to slow your opponent down. This is the tempo game plan that Kano was doing, long before he became this terror that he is now, where he's just trying to block effectively and then send something that has perhaps a detrimental on hit. Here, opting 1, it looks like, to the bottom, a few to the top, and that'll be the turn.
Now, Brennan here yes, he can play the Funeral Moon at instant speed because he lost life, giving him a second Rune Chant token, which might be the difference maker, depending on what the Rune Gate is on the turn for Brennan. Hunter's only at 5, has the Clarity Potion card in arsenal, was able to opt 3, so got rid of 1 card he didn't want to see, but unfortunately doesn't get to look that much closer. Oh, look at
no.
this. Those
he
are
has
not
no
good
Rune
cards.
Gate attack. He has no attack whatsoever. He's hit the dreaded Rune Blade hand. He is going to drop that in. He's going to pass priority with 1 card. Now, this is actually kind of a saving grace because sometimes against Wizards, you just play insulated. You're like, I might be able to do something, but instead I'm just going to see if you want to respond. I'll pass. But in this case, it really is completely face up. Like, I can't do anything, so I'm just hoping you don't do anything back to me.
Yep.
Pass is okay, so Hunter here now on 5 to Brennan's 28. What's the hand there? Still no Rune Gate cards, and I think that might be another reduced to Rune Chant, which is a card he does not want to see in this matchup. A card he's, I think, bummed he even left in the deck. Arcane Twinning off the top.
Just over here. Okay.
Not on the stack, just over there, as Hunter says.
We're just going to keep the
This is just over here,
there.
man. Yeah.
Oh, no. Did he? Both players just variance central over here. Find something, leave it on top. Might be the Kindle, might be Eye of Ophidia, something like that you can't actually banish. Nevertheless, Arcane Twining is not the way you want to capitalize on, the Arsenal Pass essential turn that we saw previously. That's not the way to really get back into the game.
We've seen hot and heavy. We've seen fast and furious in this game, and we've also seen it kind of come to a screeching halt as both players are having clunker after clunker. Hunter, that turn that he had early, it has made these next turns just mostly blocking and trying to establish a potion, and now a second potion, doing a little bit of opting, trying to find a way to sculpt the hand. And for Brennan, man, his hands are just not cooperating anymore.
No, and, this is what Hunter wants to do early in the game is go, block effectively, throw something, potion. Block effectively, another potion. And then play the combo. Almost forced into an early combo and not enough resources, a lot of prevention that stopped it, but now has a little bit of space to try and get back into this game if he can find his way back to the bottom of the deck where those wildfires lurk. It's going to be hard, though, because Swarming Gloomveil is coming across alongside of 4 Rune Chants. 2 cards still in hand. Insulation is there. 26 life for Vynnset. And keep in mind, the Dance of Darkness looming quite large against the onslaught of Arcane that could be coming his way.
Couple damage threatening to leak over here. A blue takes care of 3 of the Rune Chants, but 1 leaks over. A 3 block takes care of 3 of the damage from the 4 power Swarming Gloomveil, but 1 leaks over. Malefic Incantation kind of doing double duty here, allowing not only for the Rune Chant to threaten a point of damage, but being the second aura created for the Swarming Gloomveil to get that extra point of damage. So Malefic Incantation often worth about 3 here, adding an additional point of value. So now it's a 0 for 4, and if it can allow you to Rune Gate, that's when the value propositions get even higher from that new card. AB3, 1 damage, Hunter down to 4. 4 damage, still needs to be respective. Take 3, or block 3, take 1, down to 3. So precisely just utilizing the cards as effectively as possible. Aware that there might be a big attack coming from the Arsenal or the hand.
And he has to wonder what could be lurking in Arsenal, what could be lurking in hand if this is the sort of sequence over the last 2 turns. He might have sort of pinned Brennan on having one of those clunky hands. And spoiler alert, he has a very clunky hand to follow this up. Flail doesn't let you filter the hand either, which is the worst part. So you can't necessarily just pitch into it. So do you just play something out for basically no effect so that you can draw into something a little bit better? You've got 2 sources of go again and no attacks to grant it to. There's some weird lines where maybe you look at your board and you think, is there something I could pitch into? Can you crack the Grimoire of the Haunt?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
To get these cards out of hand, just play them out maybe.
From the Kano's perspective, as looks like Mauvern Sky's going to be the play, and move to pass. Pass is good from Hunter, so Hunter gets to keep 2 cards in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. Let's see, is he able to draw something that works a little better? Deadwood Dirge, Malefic Incantation.
Oh,
no, he drew 5
cards.
He drew 5. That's going to make it challenging to keep all 5 of those. 1 is going to have to head to the bottom of the deck.
He was so in the tank about the past 2 turns of Runeblade hands that he didn't even consider.
I'll write that down.
You hate to see that, but
Is it just tap? Okay.
Yeah, it's that. My bad. Here.
2 cards in the hand. We'll see what the judges, of course, do from this point.
It happens.
Oh, I know. It's just
But 2 cards in the hand for Hunter.
Often the resolution is, right, the cards are revealed, the player takes one of the cards and puts it, I believe, just on the bottom of the deck, which is whatever the other player, or the opposing player gets to decide what the card from the hand that heads to the bottom of the deck is.
Sure.
Because there is, the added information of seeing all 5 of those cards and knowing a little bit about what the next card of your deck would be if you were to just put one on the top of the deck. Even if it's the card that would have been there anyway, you technically, of course, have a little extra information. It would maybe influence the way you block or play your cards, knowing what you would draw on the next turn.
Regardless of the outcome there, the real question becomes, how does Hunter play from this point? He's at 2. He's on the ropes. He has a 2-card plus an arsenal hand. He could perhaps, depending on what his composition is in his hand right now, he could perhaps just throw a spell, try to get himself back into the game, chip a little bit more damage. But again, you're still having to worry about AB4 Spell Void 2 effectively. And climbing into that's very difficult. He's going to Kano. Now, if he's got a running count going of potions, he has not seen a lot of potions right now. So he could be trying to play out a potion. That is also a running count you have to keep. You've seen a good number of open the floodgates, excuse me. So he is going to Crucible open the floodgates here for just the 4 damage.
3 points of Arcane, and if it surges, 2 cards get to be drawn. That is going to buy AB2, so 2 damage over the top, so no surge, but takes 2 reds out of the hand. Now Brennan down to 24. And that is the end of the turn for Hunter. So he's trying to string together enough to really threaten Brennan here.
Now, based on this, I was about to say, based on the way that the deck has drawn up thus far, it's really likely that he draws into no blocks here from Hunter's perspective. And if we look at his hand, if we can maybe, he's got at least a potion. And I think I saw a Kindle in there as well. 3 potions.
No blocks.
Exactly. So I think that's what he was digging for on the previous turn as well, trying to find one of those things off the top so that at the very least he can get it out. And he knows that no matter what happens on this turn, I'm going to be presented lethal. I have to do something. I have to find something because my hand cannot protect me.
Looks as though Brennan maybe just went ahead and moved to pass the turn. And that is, I did not see if he said pass or not, but I do see that Hunter is doing something. He's activating the Clarity Potion. He's opting to.
You might be right, because the Banished was the Shadow Puppetry. We know Succumb to Temptation was the only card in the hand.
He's drawing all non-attacks for like the last 3 turns.
You know what? And we didn't see it actually transpire, but Hunter might actually know this, because if like you said, the hand was revealed and the card that was sent down was the only attack in the hand, he actually might feel fairly insulated. So he may be in a really fortuitous position.
4 cards in hand, Energy Potion and Clarity Potion. We've opted 2. That's 2 to the bottom, which you're happy to see if you're Brennan. Got a Kindle in the hand. Pitch away the Clarity Potion. Let's activate Kano. This is random off the top. It's going to be a Prognosticate. That's not that exciting. It's 1 point of damage.
Again, if you're keeping a running count, you've seen a decent chunk of red cards. Early in those first few turns, it was reds, like 2 red hands, 3 red hands. And so the chances of finding a lot of blues here is pretty high as well, which is another thing that you do as Kano, is try to track how the deck's been drawing. Are you likely to find a red card on top, a blue card on top? We know that we hadn't seen a lot of these potions, so it was likely that blues and potions were on the top, which isn't what you want if you plan on playing a combo out. But in this moment, you have like the green light to go, so you have to pull the trigger and try.
Yeah, but I have to imagine Brennan still has his action point, right? If you go too crazy, you take all the cards out of your hand, all of a sudden you're looking at utilizing the Energy Potion to deal with the Rune Chance, because 2 Rune Chance plus 1 Flail of Agony is enough to threaten lethal for Hunter, so he has to keep some cards in hand here, or else the damage that's already represented on Brennan's side of the board is enough to threaten lethal. Looks like Brennan's still just going to pass.
Well, and this is fine for Hunter as long as he's got a spell in hand, or I guess he could play out one of those other potions, because he has something effective to do on his turn. Let's see what he chooses to do. He's gonna.
I think he finally got a card that he can attack with. Looks like both players having a bit of a laugh. It looks like at least the Widespread Destruction is enough to do something on the turn. Overflowed the Aetherwell off the top with the Kindle ability, or the Kano ability, but this card, of course, does cost you resources to play. That last card in hand, we believe, is a Kindle. It amps, and it draws a card.
Yeah, Overflow the Aetherwell is free. It does come across for 1 point of damage. If you pitch for Crucible, then so be it. But at this point, you just find a blue. You just throw it for 1 measly point of damage and then play the potion in the hand that you have there. Last, pitching the Aether Arc, of course. That could be the play. You play Aether Arc instead to try and get a Ponder, but you don't need to because you already have an arsenal. So the hand is really just drawn up to throw this exact sequence, play that potion out, and pass on over and try to do something.
I don't know where I got that Kindle from. I thought there was a Kindle.
I would behoove him to have a Kindle.
He'd be stoked to have one.
AB1?
I think maybe he does have a Kindle, actually. I think that last card is Kindle because it was a Potion Kindle, perhaps?
Well, AB1 at least on the Overflow the Aether Well. Take the Envelop in Darkness out of the hand. Let's see here, Hunter.
Blazing for nothing.
Yeah, I was
Blazing
gonna
for
say.
nothing.
That is the other option, is to get the Blazing out, because Blazing doesn't feel great in the Arsenal. You really are predicated on actually dealing damage for that card. There's a Kindle. Kindle in Arsenal. Kindle in hand. Blues aplenty.
Move up to 3. All good.
And finally, lethal will be presented after multiple turns of maybe not the best hands.
Brennan's deck doing its very best to let this Kano player well back into this game. The question is there go again? Can Brennan find action points? How is Brennan able to extend this turn wide enough so that just 9 points of damage isn't just stuffed up and the dance continues again? Shadow puppetry might be the answer.
Vynnset trigger?
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to pay for it.
Okay.
He's not going to pay for it, but I mean, the rune chants are effectively lethal on the stack already, right? So this attack is going to just need to be responded to either by blocking and pitching to stop lethal, or just by trying to combo. But I mean, your opponent's sitting with 2 cards in hand and a lot of prevention on the board still. Double Kindle can do you some crazy stuff, but it really is predicated on what you find off the top. You have Storm Striders available, but it looked like, based on the hand, I don't know if we can maybe see, he does have he has a Sonic Boom. So maybe you try for something here, but he's looking like he's going to perhaps pitch into stopping and then trying to block out. Keep in mind, this has Go Again.
Yeah.
It's presenting a
Exactly.
break point.
Exactly.
You have Go again, right? And yeah, I feel like this
Yep.
has
Shadow
to,
puppetry.
yeah, I feel like this has to be my turn.
Exactly. It really does. There's no way around it. If you try to block this out, you're just going to lose in the long run because you can't stop all the damage. So this is the moment where he has to try to put something together, and I think it starts with a Kano off the top, and you actually look at it. It's not what you want to find. A blue is not what you want. You would have loved to have drawn into that.
Sure.
So double Kano into a Kindle would have been better.
Heads up from Brennan there, right? He did not use the Vynnset trigger, pay the life to make this rune chant unpreventable. Brennan also was aware this has to be your turn. If you block this out, I'm probably happy. So Brennan keeping the life in his life total, keeping the cards in hand, saying, I don't care if the rune chant is unpreventable. I think these are going to have to be respected. And the Storm Striders here looking for the Sonic Boom. You're shaking your head, Steven.
This is such a difficult play. It's so difficult to throw out this Sonic Boom and hope, especially if you're not crucibling it.
Response.
Looks like we might respond with both Kindles here.
Yeah.
Kindle.
Yep.
Draw.
I'll resolve Kindle.
Okay.
+1 draws you the card. Most likely finds another blue based on if we're playing 34 blues, which is pretty often right now in this list. We hadn't seen a lot of blues early on. This is probably the moment that we draw another blue, which is what you want off Kindle. You want a blue.
Okay.
Spellfire Cloak to get a resource. Pitch away
Oh.
the yellow, open the floodgate. We're going to Kano again.
Twinning.
Arcane Twinning, another blue, like you're saying. You've been calling it out quite well, my friend. This is when you draw the no blocks. This is when you draw the blues.
He's just drawn it all backwards because you want the open the floodgates to be on the top for a Sonic Boom. You want it to be banished. You don't want Twining. You don't want Overflow the Aether Well.
Sonic Boom here now is amped by 2, so coming in for 5.
And you look at this from Vynnset and you say, yeah, this is a fine time to use Dance of Darkness plus pitch. This is okay. They are all in. They're dead. If they don't kill you right now, you're good. So you just cover all of this. Those were the opposite of what you want to see from the side of Kano. You still have E-Pots. You can still basically Kano one more time, but man, that Sonic Boom just getting completely covered.
Stops the Sonic Boom with the blue pitch and the Dance of Darkness. So one final card in hand for Brennan. Like you said, there are E-Pots available for Hunter. He kept the Crucible maybe for something like an Open the Floodgates if he can find it. But he has to find it off the top.
1 card in hand. 2 E-Pots on the board. Twining going to be sent most likely for 1. You could maybe Crucible the Overflow the Aether Well for an extra 2 resources. That gets you effectively 2 Kanos off the top.
This one I feel like you take, right? This one has nothing represented other than potential Blazing Aether. But no, Brennan's just going to reveal his hand, show that it's a yellow. So 1 pitch is all that remains between him and whatever the Kano is able to cobble together. What's the top of the deck for the Kano player? Aether Wildfire is going to be able to be played with the energy potions, but that is not going to be enough. You need to find something else.
Yeah, you're going to crack both epots here. You can Crucible Aether Wildfire, and that sends for 5.
You know what would be really good here? Off the top?
Top 4.
Tome of Aetherwind.
Yeah, it would be. It'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
But you know what's on the top? A second Aether Wildfire, because he pushed him that way, unless he cycled him differently. But nevertheless, Crucible
You're totally right.
Crucible Aether Wildfire for 5 is going to allow the Overflow the Aether World to surge. He has 4 resources up. He's going to have to pay 3 for just playing out that line. It gets 2, and then he has a Kano, and then he has 0 floating. And I think the top of the deck is likely that Aether Wildfire, unless he split them when he put
pitched
to
it,
the
yeah.
bottom of the deck.
Crucible. Yep.
Now the Aether Wildfire with the Crucible. So this is 5. This will take that final point. So 4 damage represented. That means the Overthrow the Aether Well comes in for 5.
Yeah, 19. Yep.
Overflow going to be sent here. It's going to surge. Going to guarantee gain 2 points of resource. 2
For
resources coming across.
5. On
2
hit.
energy.
Resources.
Yep, going on to
Gives him access to Kano.
14.
It also gives him access to blocking the rune chance and then dying
I know,
if he
but-
chooses to do that.
And there it is. It
Oh,
is
he
the
can't.
second Aether Wildfire, like you mentioned, pitched together. That is going to be the end of the game. Hunter had to do it there, but unfortunately the pitch stack comes back to bite him as Brennan moves on to 3-0 on the not newest Runeblade on the block, but a Runeblade that is looking to take the tools granted to her in Rosetta and move on further than she ever has before in our metagame.
I love this. Both players just chuckling to themselves about the absolute variance of the game.
They were like, what a weird game.
That was a very weird game. Definitely one of those games that you don't see played like that every single time. And I think to their credit, their decks definitely didn't agree through that.
But again, I mean, I was making a joke about a Tome of Aetherwind would be good off the top, but if that is not a good representation of a game where you're like, the combo doesn't
Yeah.
quite work out,
Yeah.
but Tome of Aetherwind used to be the card that you find it off the top on a turn like that and you just somehow find a way to win. It was the glue that held the Kano deck, not together, because Kano's still clearly incredibly strong in the metagame,
Yeah.
but allowed for those come from behind. Oh, I just need to Tome off the top.
Yep.
Just like allowed for so many more wins
Yeah.
than perhaps it will be able to find in games like these moving forward.
Yeah, it's going to reward player skill more heavily now playing Kano and winning with Kano because you can't just flip off the top like that. And instead, you have to be very meticulous about counting so much more and controlling so much more of your deck. And that's what variance looks like. We just watched it from both players. Variance looks like that, and you have to be able to master that variance to be able to pick up the win. And Brennan found his way through, so congratulations to him for picking up the win in round 2. That is, I believe, was that our first game in round 2 or our
It
second
was round
game?
3, but it was our that was our
3.
backup game. Yep, that was
Oh
our,
my
no, it was
gosh.
our first game. It was our first game. It was our first game.
First
It just
game
was
of
so
round
long
3.
that it felt like
Yes,
the backup
it
game
was-
because we're at the end of
That
this.
was a storyline of affairs. We are hearing this. There is now a meta breakdown available. So let's go ahead and jump to that. Taking a look at the meta breakdown, let's see what this meta looks like and look at that
Ooh.
Enigma. What so many players thought was going to be that benchmark deck shows up and shows out at 13 copies.
And 13 new. That's a deck the Enigmas are probably happy to be seeing. But I think the card, the hero on the left side of your screen in the big square and the hero on the right side of your screen in the big square, that's an interesting matchup we're going to be, I'm sure, watching throughout the tournament. Because, again, there will be a battle-hardened champion at the end of the stream today. In the Enigma-Aurora matchup, we were talking to our friend Sam Dando. He was saying, listen, that matchup's pretty hard, man. If they build up the board of war that I just can't break through, I have to develop my resources to try to block that. I like to go so wide. I like to threaten my on-hits, but if my on-hits need to be taking out the ward, that's going to be a matchup I'm looking forward to see.
I want to point this out. I did walk around earlier, and I saw a lot of Azalea, but Azalea showing up at number 4 represented with 9 total copies is kind of interesting. Right next to her is Viserai, as well. So both of those heroes, sort of aggro disruptive decks in this meta, being represented heavily here. Tied with them, Levia, who we've watched now twice on stream.
Is every deck here but Olympia? No Azuri either. So no Olympia, no Azuri. I'm trying to think if there's any other heroes that aren't joining the team. There's a couple Prism. There's that we just watched the Vynnset. There's a lot of decks here represented. -IO, -IE, a deck that we know is running Count Your Blessings quite effectively.
Yep.
Guardian with the gun.
Yeah, I would very much like to see one of those -IE lists, and we might see it at the top tables depending on how it's performing. We can take a look at
ironically,
that. Yeah.
not because we're trying to avoid it, but no Count Your Blessings so far in the tournament. Of course, you have to imagine some part of that strategy is going to make its way towards these top tables moving on forward. But at least in these early rounds, the players that are doing well are not relying on the card.
Yeah, taking a look at these new heroes and their representation. Of course, we know Aurora. We already talked about Aurora being one of those top heroes being represented as that aggressive list. 6 Florians from the new set. Very solid mid-range deck that can do some crazy stuff. 5 Verdance as well. Oscilio down there towards the bottom. We did watch Oscilio on the previous round, on round 2. So if you want to go watch Oscilio get played out there, it is on the round 2 cast. And let me go ahead and pitch it over. Nope. I guess I'm taking this piece of paper, and it looks like we don't have any Betsy, we don't have any Bravo, we don't have any Reinar, we don't have any Phi, no Azuri, as you mentioned, and no Olympia. So there are a number of heroes that aren't represented here, and I mean, it makes some sense. I mean, looking at this list, no Reinar, no Bravo, no Phi.
How the mighty have fallen, eh?
Phi, of course, a lot of players have talked about Phi being just so underpowered now, doesn't have access to Art of War, so not being represented there. Betsy did get a new card from the new set, but that specialization, not enough to move the needle on her representation. I think she was represented over at the Calling in Leon, but not here today.
Only Guardian to speak of other than, of course, -IE is Victor, Goldmane, a deck that, of course, the value gained off of those trounces, off of those tests of strengths can be enough in certain matchups. But when you're looking at the top left of your screen and seeing 13 Enigma, 13 new, those are not the decks that Victor is necessarily hoping to run into. I think as you look ahead to ProQuest season, these are the decks we're going to be, at least in the beginning of the metagame, seeing dominate the tables. You got to be ready for those Enigmas, those news, those Auroras. These are decks that people want to be seeing.
Yeah, there's something that I want to point out here that we haven't talked about yet, and the fact that only 5 players have taken KO out for a spin today is quite surprising to me, simply because KO is one of those heavily represented heroes that just feels like they have the complete package. The deck is well known. It is well optimized, we'll put it that way. And a lot of players can just run it out there and play at a very high level, and yet only 5 represented is quite a conundrum. And maybe it's just the feeling of the new matchup, or the Aurora race, or the Enigma matchup doesn't feel comfortable yet for these KO players. That to me is shocking, though.
We're going to go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break from our end over here before the start of round 4 of 7 of Swiss, before, of course, we move into the top 8. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us in the chat. Just got word we broke over 1,000 viewers. Very exciting. Please share the stream with your friends, with your family members. Get them all into the stream and into the chat so we can talk about everything going on. Let's go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break. We'll be right back. Halfway through this game, we will be halfway through our Swiss rounds here at the Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee, and the players are rip-roaring and ready to go, and I believe the two of us are as well. Sam O'Byrne, DM Armada, shall we get into it?
Let's do it.
Here we go.
We have ourselves a mirror, and not just any mirror. It's a dash mirror. This is gonna be a bit of a time, I think, because I do know at least one of these decks is going to be playing a card called Count Your Blessings.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's see if the boogeyman in the room is truly as scary as they say. The question here will be, are both of these players on the same strategy? And if so, because the game will be going long, how do they each set up their pitch stack, and how does the end game favor one player over another? Because I don't believe these players, they're not both on Team Ascent, right? So they've got different approaches to the matchup, got different approaches to deck building construction, and how they're going to rip it out. So I'm looking forward to seeing.
One of the things that really just drew me into the game of Flesh and Blood early on when the game released in 2019 and started to grow in popularity in 2020 was the natural fatigue state that you can reach thanks to just the persistent damage that a weapon can present. And what does it look like to go to that natural fatigue state after pitching your deck and pitching your deck again, and who is the most powerful hero when you actually reach that 4 cards in circulation and 1 weapon? And I always came back to Dash being just this powerhouse of a fatigue deck, and now with the ability to gain some life, does that improve her chances of just getting to that natural state where she can just completely outvalue you? We'll find out during this game.
All right, brother.
Here we go.
Have fun.
Let's see what the presentation is. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of similar equipment here, except it's the Achilles Accelerator on the part of Dagan and the Teklo base legs on the part of Lee Kimball, which is the only difference in the equipment slot. We are in for a long time and a good time, my friends.
Both this time around. It's both a good time and a long time.
Best card in the game.
Sigil of Solace, best card in the game. Lee's going to gain 3 up to 43. I do also want to just take a quick note over here. I'm seeing a 9.5 graded cold foil Fine Doll Spring Tunic. If that does not tell you that this man likes his flesh and blood and this man has invested in his card game, brother, I don't know what does.
That's very accurate. Also, could it be? No, it's just a Tekla base arm. Nothing fancy there. Okay, great. Moving on. Double pitching here. Fate Foreseen, Oasis Respite going to the bottom of the deck. Those are.
I really might write down pitch stacks, man.
At this point,
Is
we
that-
might
is
need
that
to
crazy?
bust out. No, let's
Fate-
go ahead and do
Fate
that.
plus Oasis for
Yep.
Mr. Lee Kimball. That's going to be the bottom of the deck. Expedite is going to be the block. We're going to pitch, break the chain. Blue, count your blessings.
All right, not played yet. Of course, pitched to the bottom. It's going to be going down. Cycling everything back around, of course, induction chamber plus the Teklo plasma pistol.
Taking the Fate Foreseen there. Going to opt a card to the bottom. Honestly, I think a great part of these, right, there's count your blessings to start things off for Dagan White, but a great part of Fate Foreseen, right? Dagan now gets to hide information about his pitch stack, putting the card on the top of the deck. Maybe he didn't want it there, but maybe it's a powerful threat, something he does not want Lee to be tracking as well. That's a large part about opting. It's part of why Crown of Seeds was so good. It allowed you to hide your pitch stack from your opponent.
One of the really interesting points about this matchup is not just how often we see count your blessings, but it's also how many cards did you bring into this matchup? Did you both fat deck? Are you both running like your entire sideboard just to play this, grindy fatigue game? Or did you lower it so that you could maybe get to those items faster and try to put more deterministic damage onto the board? And I think we see, yeah, exactly. We see an induction chamber getting that item quickly onto the board, finding those purifiers quickly, also gives you a lot more leeway in the matchup. So it may not just be a pure fatigue race. It may also be about finding your items quickly.
Finding the items, so important. Worth it for Dagan, though, to pitch away that Steel Soul controller. The only way he can make those Teklo base arms gain basically 5 life over the course of the game. However, worth it to establish that second induction chamber early. Maybe that pressure will be the difference. No blocks. Go again is the call from Lee. He's at 46 after 2 Sigil of Solaces. So Dagan now down to 39.
Here, load here.
Gonna load with the other 2 cards.
Blessings.
Keep that eye on the clock. These players are both playing quickly, but of course these decks are more tech to fatigue their opponents. But when both players are trying to get to this fatigue state and get the value out of their weapon, it behooves them to also both play quickly within the time frame and also make a little bit more concessions to not blocking and sending damage. It's kind of a weird thing, a paradox, if you will, of like, we're both fatigue decks, but we also both kind of want to hit each other in the face to make our fatigue style better. Yes, those are 2 titanium
Okay,
baubles.
those are, because those aren't both proxies, right? Those are literally just 2 titanium baubles.
I believe they're 2 titanium baubles.
Count your blessings, number 2. That's going to gain some life here, but we're pitching away another Fate Foreseen after establishing the Plasma Purifier. Talk about if you can high roll in a slow, grindy matchup. Dagan has found both items, no Spark of Genius necessary, back-to-back turns. He is set up. And we talk about establishing an arsenal. He's got a true one. It's just made of making that weapon as big as possible.
Yeah, that's really the key in this matchup, I think, is finding these pieces of equipment, and in this case, these items early and often, using them often. Yeah, it's okay to take some damage. It's okay to get shot with a pistol a bunch, as long as you're establishing that board state. Reloading the pistol, reloading the induction chamber, pitching.
Gain 4.
Count your blessings again.
Now, 2 titanium baubles. If that does not, like you can see, he's got a little smirk on his face, right? With the 1 floating, let's see, it looks like it is just going to be a smash up. So this is one of the new cards. It threatens to take an attack action card out of the arsenal. Dagan here, seeing if he wants to respect this one. Lee at, a comfortable, normal 52 life in Flesh and Blood. That is going to buy the Sink Below out of the arsenal. For Dagan, blocking 4. But soon those items, they may threaten to just really turn this game on its head. Lee has found more life gain, but Dagan's found more items.
Yeah,
That's important in this matchup.
Lee also notably has already pitched away some of those big attacks, clearly favoring those big, like there's Fiendel's Fighting Spirit that he had earlier as well. Not finding the items as quickly and making a real point of it is Dagan to play those out, to play effectively, and just send the pistols as much as possible because it's free damage.
3 damage here. Threatening 2 different go-agains. First one, going to give go-again. You can see both players here also playing quite fast because they know, like we said early, you got to play fast if you're playing a fatigue-style deck to actually finish the game in time.
I know, just do it. You're good. Load. Yep.
Keeping everything face up, everything clear, sending the pistol, loading there. 3 more damage. Has the capacity to attack react. To give it go again.
Lock 2, take 1.
Block 2, take 1. Another smash up a card. Lee's clearly, that's probably a deck-building decision difference in the matchup.
Yes, it seems to be that way, right?
Take 1 over the top, Lee. So I believe should be at 48.
Counter
just pitched it, yeah. So
Load again. Throttle zipper
one floats.
in the pitch.
Yeah, based on the way that this early game has actually transpired, if if Dagan can find another piece of his puzzle, essentially, that's a pretty decent one. But if he can find, Plasma Purifier number 2, we might not have to count pitch stacks for much longer because he's going to be able to just put so much damage.
I literally just had the same thought. I'm like, I'm writing down these pitch stacks, but man, he's pitching towards this item creation that he has done so well already. The Plasma Purifier and the 2 induction chambers.
You took one. Yes. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Establishing the life total, making sure, Lee at 48 after taking the 1 off the pistol, but the Steel Soul controller, thanks to the Tunic resource, that is 3 temper over the course of this game.
Plasma Pistol going to shoot for 2. We'll say that a lot. In fact, we should have a running count of how many times we say Plasma Pistol at this point.
Oh my God.
Going to pitch into reloading here. Over pitching, and then playing out the induction chamber. Finding another piece, that's what you want to do. You want to keep up the tempo. But Dagan, on his side of things, has another Plasma Purifier. He finds, I think it's 2 Spark of Geniuses as well, which in this case is just finding the combo faster. He is well and truly set up in this game. This is going incredibly well. If you're picking anyone in this matchup to sit in their shoes, Dagan, with all of these equipment pieces and all of these, I should say, items that are about to enter play, it would be perhaps his.
Spark of Genius here. Going to go find another item and then keep the Plasma Purifier for the arsenal. See what the item is he wants to grab. He is running all 3 induction chambers. He's about to have 3 induction chambers, and on his next turn, he'll have that second Plasma Purifier. That means 4. If he's already started on the turn, it can be 16 damage just straight from the pistol.
Yeah, finding the induction chamber here to have all 3 of them in play is just so incredible. I mean, you can also consider maybe going and getting the other Plasma Purifier in this turn cycle, but having the 3 induction chambers out first is by far and away the most optimal, because now you can attack react 3 times and sense so much more damage. This game may not last nearly as long as we think.
Last-ditch effort, speaking to where this game might be going towards. To go again. Damage taken by Dagan down to 34. Not concerned about his life total with the count the blessings in the deck.
Load pistol.
Yep.
Shoot for 2.
2.
No blocks.
Give it go again.
No blocks. Give it go again, of course. 2 damage going down to 32. High octane flesh and blood, as we're seeing. Dash is known for going fast. It's in her name.
Going to be pitching to reload here. Has the Tunic resource available. Probably wants to just take that plus more. Oh, and just going to spark here and grab a Purifier, it looks like. Pitching that plus the Tunic resource does mean that we're digging for, I think he passed a Purifier. Maybe he's considering his options here.
Going to be shuffling from here, so whatever
Go get a purifier.
these cards, whatever order they're in now, wherever the Plasma Purifier and the induction chambers are now, they will not be there any longer, as they're going to go ahead and be completely reordered thanks to the Spark of Genius. So right now it's almost even. Lee's only down 1 item to Dagan's 4. However, we know the Plasma Purifier is in the arsenal.
Yep, that is a huge key in this matchup. Trying to keep pace after Dagan's had this just insanely hot start of all of these items that he's found very quickly. It is a very key point, is being able to at least get your value there of getting your own item on play. But here's the activation of the Plasma Purifier. Going to send the tech low. This is going to come across for 3. This represents 9 total damage across this turn.
Go again.
Sure.
3 damage blocked out by the sensor. Go again from the induction chamber. Looks like we're going to block again if we're Lee here.
This is a 1-card 9. Thanks to the blue pitch and
Pretty
thanks
good.
to all of these equipment that we've set up.
Pretty good.
Load.
Load, shoot again.
No blocks.
Threaten to give it go again.
Go again.
I'm at 45.
45 to 32 is the call from the players. Still 3 cards in the hand.
Pitching to reload everything, most likely, is what we're going to see here. And then the play of the Plasma Purifier number 2 from the arsenal is what we can most likely expect.
Yep.
With the 1 float, we can play. The final purifier, you can see
it incredulously. He knows that this is a race for items and that whoever can get this deterministic damage online first is going to be so much further. He even says it. He's up 45 to 32, and he says, nothing I can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Again, we talked about in these games, in the style of games, right? Fatigue-style games, mirror matches of the same deck. Sometimes it does come down a little bit to draw sequence and who can find the important pieces first. Dagan White's top of the deck is cooperating significantly better than Lee's. Here comes a CNC with no arsenal as Dagan. That would have been great the turn before to threaten that Plasma Purifier, but now that it's out of the deck, Dagan's happy to just take 6.
He's going to give the block, protect some life total. I think it's important to do this because you're getting full value off of the equipment so that you can actually prevent 3 the first time. Now from this point you can just chuck that into a pistol if they only have pistol for 2. But you want the pure value of just the block and keep your life total relatively close because now you can just send, what is this, 12 damage? Just 12 damage. There it is.
Oh, I think even more if he has more cards in hand, right? Because he can just continue to give it go again. So 4, it'll be 4 into 4 into 4 into 4, right? So here's a good little 16. We talked about it early. We said he'll be doing it at the end of the game. He'll be throwing 16 damage, but Dagan said, no, I just need the first cycle, my brother. I don't need to be waiting until second cycle. Let me get all the way there. We've gone 4 into 4 already.
Go again. 39.
And the life is starting to leave Lee.
6 for everything.
Yep, reloading everything. Most of the time in this style of deck, your hand is essentially just reloads. And he has a Fate Foreseen, sends for the final point. You're right, 16 total damage, and Arsenal's a sink below, or sorry, a Fate Foreseen.
Yep, put those cards. Looks like maybe the Ripple Away went to the top instead. If there's any tokens to be created, the Ripple Away could have something to say about that. We've seen it once. You know what? Let's see it again. We're going to go ahead and load the pistol and come in threatening to give it go again. Though, importantly, I was going to say, is that Plasma Purifier? It looks like he activated it and then put a counter right back on it. I was like, what's happening here?
Yeah, he's going to block for 3 here. It's going to give it go again.
Command and Conquer not looking nearly as good. We saw that Lee was not able to use it on his last turn. Dagan saying, listen, I know this song and dance. You're going to go ahead and use all your cards. The CNC is not going to get me any value. Might as well get my 3 points of value from the block.
Well, I think the main reason is that in his hand, and maybe if he pulls it up, in his hand, there's a Spark of Genius, so he can get the final piece and just basically go full, Exodia combo onto the board.
It's funny because these decks often, I guess the full dash, not the switchboard dash is different. I'm used to seeing the hybrid dash really make it work with just 2 induction chambers, 1 plasma purifier, and that's enough for them, in the long game against some of the slower decks. But here, if we're really seeing every single pistol item be on the field, it will be pretty hard to stop. This is now an attack for 4, threatening go again once again.
No blocks, any action. Go again.
Fate opting to the bottom. Again, as Lee here, you're probably trying to dig for more of your items. So every time you get to opt, every time you get to sync, you're taking advantage of it. It's going to sync a card with Crown, I would imagine. Going to send the Oasis down.
Wants that Tunic available for the Oasis. Could keep it in the arsenal and would have it available for his Tunic for his next turn. So actually...
Puts the Steel Soul legs, or the Steel Soul Tower, I believe it's called, to the bottom.
Go again once again. Now, counter on the pistol. 4 more. Threatens to bring Lee to 29, so that will buy a sensor block. Go again. So Lee down to 32, has already committed 2 cards to the block here, and his Crown of Providence.
Oh, he's pitching the Spark of Genius here, just to the reload. Needs the resources to reload everything up. Takes the Tunic to reload as well. Doesn't have a full reload on this turn, so that means that in the next... Oh, maybe he's going to pitch. Yeah, maybe he is. He is just going to pitch to reload as well.
There you go. That's some interesting play with the Count Your Blessings. Sometimes it's good to pitch the Count Your Blessings because your advantage is so high thanks to your item discrepancy. You don't always need to leave it for the arsenal. It's not just like an I win button.
Keep in mind, there are 2 Count Your Blessings in Dagan's graveyard, so anytime he plays another Count Your Blessings, it will get some amount of value, except he's probably just going to shoot him with the pistol a lot instead.
Here we go again. Yep. Load pistol, shoot pistol for 3.
For the audience at home, if you're watching along with us, anyone that wants to go through and count how many times they say reload in this game, we could probably work out some sort of a giveaway or prize for you.
It would be as fun as this game.
All right, no reactions.
I'm actually enjoying this. I think this is
I'm
fantastic.
totally kidding.
Can you believe how fast Dagan's been able to set this up?
I know he did kind of move in a different direction than we were expecting, and he just
think that's
took
great.
that damage right down to 20 here. All of a sudden, just deciding I can take some damage because I can threaten more damage than you. I have break points. I come in for 4. That's such a difference than just 3 pistol shots with 3 damage represented.
And the important thing to note here is you actually have to take damage on that sequence, because if you don't have enough blues in your hand to reload your items, you get in a really bad spot. If you have to end your turn with like a lot of your items, no steam counters, it means you have to take damage to keep the cards to pay into the reloading everything. And so that is what we saw on this turn sequence. But because you already have all of this in play, all of this sequence and ready to go, you just send 4, 4, 4, 4. Everything he threatens, just 16 points.
Shoot for 4. Give it go again. Lee's taking all this one. He's trying to have a crackback of his own. Down to 16 on the turn.
Lee looking at his hand, perhaps not counting his blessings right now. This matchup's going a little too fast. Oh, Oasis here. It is a well-timed.
Move to S. Yep.
Move to end. So now Dagan gets to keep a card in the arsenal. Now Lee's kept all the cards in the hand. But without that extra plasma purifier, it's just hard to imagine how he's going to be able to find the difference. No tunic counter on this turn.
Finals Fighting Spirit, I'll gain 1 life.
Gain a life from the Finals Fighting Spirit, throwing some more attack actions than Dagan has. So now Lee up to 18. 2 cards, 7 damage. Keeps the Count Your Blessings. Oh, can also just play it on this turn. So most likely we'll just play it rather than arsenaling it.
Yeah.
Boxer.
Most likely going to resolve that right now, gain some life.
18, by the way, lagged, right?
Yes, you're at 18. Yep.
Okay, and then count your blessings. 5.
Gains the 5 life. Now, of course, Count Your Blessings at this point, a fantastic way to mitigate some pistol shots because you're gaining that life back. But when every pistol represents 4, you're basically playing Aurora. And 4 into 4 into 4 into 4 is just going to outlast you. It's gonna outpace you, if you will.
You can see Lee, a little shake of the head there as he drew up that induction chamber, but it's going to be hard to resolve at this point when you're facing down all this pressure. If he needs to, and doesn't even block, so as he faces down, pistol for 4. Already 1 counter on the induction chamber. No blocks, go again, given. Lee from 23 down to 19, was at 18, back up to 23, but now he's back down to 19. Going to go ahead and load the pistol again, load the induction chamber, make sure we can give it go again. 4 damage coming in. Lee has to think, does he want to block? The answer is no. And around we go as the go again is given to this pistol thanks to the induction chamber.
Well said. You said what I was thinking the entire time.
Yeah. That's why, it's why we're in sync. So we're working well together.
Yeah, on the purifier. I mean, you're already gonna think get it here.
Lee, resigned, the rueful stare at his hand. He knows the inevitability of the deck. I mean, he's playing it himself.
Yep.
He knows what it means to sit on 2 plasma purifiers, 3 induction chambers this soon. I mean, we are on turn 9. These players playing rather quickly. That being said, to have all of this assembled by turn 9,
4.
there's another 4 damage.
4 more. That leads us to think about. Those are 2 no blocks in the hand there. 1 purifier, 1 count your blessings. It's a way to gain a bunch of life, but they don't block. How does he want to navigate the rest of this turn? No tunic to speak of. Looks like a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Now, the thing about the Warmongers is it would shut down the items because they're not weapons. So that would be a turn off. That could be some real reprieve. But the question is, how does he do that and establish the item that he needs? Because neither of those cards have the go again.
Correct. That is the issue that he's run into, and I think he knows it. He also is holding these cards called Count Your Blessing that don't block. And when Count Your Blessing doesn't give you the ability to cover up just effectively, then what are they? Well, in this case, that blue Count Your Blessings is counters on your items. So at least you have that going for you. But what does a red Count Your Blessings do in this position? It just feels bad. Just feels bad. Card that has caused a lot of consternation,
yes,
if you will.
As we've seen with Dagan, right? Sometimes, you're still playing the game. You're still playing towards a You know, he's like, I'm on the aggressive. I'm the beatdown, right? I can't just be looking to play Count the Blessings. He's pitched 2 of them now.
For once in this deck, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, if we look right now, he's literally S2 in the pitch zone.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, that's 3 that he's
I'm playing,
pitched.
like, pretty good.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, same. I mean, I was fully getting the intention that I was going to get somebody to just go to a draw on purpose, which is I'm okay with, understandable for this deck. It's really weird.
They're talking about the possibility of hitting a draw. You know, like this is a deck that wants to reach that natural fatigue end game. Both players playing at a very respectable clip, respectable pace. The possibility of getting to that stalemate point at the end of the round when you're at turns is it's a reality with this style of deck. It's something that you as the player have to gauge if you choose to run this deck out there into a tournament format. And it's not just Count Your Blessings. It's just this style of deck in general. But as you can see here, both players playing at a great, respectable, very fast pace. And this game will reach a conclusion.
Lead down to 11. But again, both of these players, the potential to gain much more life than we've expected from Flesh and Blood. So that 11 might be dubious as a number. Dagan only left with 2 counters on the pistols. Let's see exactly how Lee wants to continue from here. Got the Warmongers. That allows for some counterplay. Count Your Blessing. He's going to create some steam counters of his own.
3 resources.
Inductions.
Going to be loading those up. Induction chambers. Not choosing to load the Purifier yet. Maybe considering just sending without Purifier activations.
Shoot you for 2.
Which means representing 2. Now he has a couple of options in hand. If we're looking at the hand, he's got another induction chamber in hand.
Well, that one didn't get used, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you. 2.
Now, yeah, Dagan there keeping the Steel Soul controller. It does block 2, so it's a nice little just throw it on a pistol for 2 before it comes in for 3.
Doing the math, realizing that he needs the resources for the Plasma pistol so he can fire them at least one more time and then play out that final induction chamber.
Lee, I believe that's 2 turns in a row, though, without the Tunic counter. With cards like the Oasis in the pitch zone, that's a card you'd like to see. But he is going to go ahead and hit the Warmongers here.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was going to be the choice instead of the induction, maybe just arsenaling induction. But this does
huge.
This does give him the capacity to maybe climb back in.
No, this is absolutely huge because Dagan doesn't have counters on. Like we said, there's only 2 counters, right? So he can threaten go again twice because those are attack reactions, but it'll be go again with 2 pistols for 2, not with any of the abilities because you can't resolve the counters on the Plasma Purifier.
This could also be a moment where we pop Achilles Accelerator if you have a boost card in hand, but we have not seen a lot of those.
I don't even know if he has boost cards in that. Oh,
he's got
Piston Throttles,
blue Data Link, and cards like that. War has been chosen.
He did pitch an E-Strike early in the game, so maybe he does have a card. Matt, God, if he had E-Strike here, that would just be, he would be like, he'd be feeling so good.
Right, exactly.
With the game he's had, the luck he's had finding these items, staring down a Warmonger's diplomacy just to have like.
I know, I'm saying on peace.
he's feeling very peaceful. Now, to his credit, I think Lee playing this is also playing into his deck building because we've seen him play Fyendel's Fighting Spirit already. We've seen him play the attack action cards. So he might feel, oh, there you go, just play Plasma, just Arsenal and pass. Yeah, well, he could just as easily say War and play some big value attack, but choosing Peace instead so he can maybe play out the item that he just Arsenal.
What's interesting, though, from this play now from both players is Dagan also knows he's not going to be under the pressure from the pistol as well. So Dagan's not going to be facing down any offensive pressure whatsoever. So even though this potentially stops Dagan's, full frontal assault with these pistol shots, Dagan's going to have a whole nother turn to be under no pressure, keep a bunch of blues, and then just start it all over again. So at first I was like, oh, this is a real moment that could change the timbre of this game. But
you got it. We got time.
It does feel as though the peace call from Lee and something he's kind of priced into perhaps might be make it challenging for Dagan to, feel anything other than all systems still go.
Yeah. I think trying to use your hand effectively, if you're trying to get maximum value when you're under the effects of Warmonger's diplomacy, I think that's his real question mark right now, trying to figure out if he wants to attack pistol, if he wants to try and boost. I think he has a blue throttle in hand currently. I think I caught maybe a brief glimpse of that. No, we can't quite make it out.
Yep, go to 9.
Give a go again. Lee down to 9, has a sigil in hand, does the Lee on the left side of your screen there. It's like we're going to load the pistol up again. This is all okay because it's a weapon action, so that's going to go ahead get the go again. So now down to 7 is Lee. Does Dagan have some other effects to threaten damage here? He cannot put any counters on those pistols. Those are non-weapon, non-attack actions. And Warmonger says, I need you to be bloodthirsty, my friend. You have made the pact for war.
Load pistol.
Loading pistol again. Is he going to choose to throttle here? I think I saw one in the hand. He has a count these 2 blue throttles, so he could consider going blue throttle boost into blue throttle boost, but there's a chance you just miss.
And then, but like you said, that's when the Achilles accelerator could come into play.
Exactly.
Oh no, gonna go ahead and throttle, probably tunic, count your blessings.
Boost.
Boost, let's see the top of the deck. It is the ripple away. He said that's fine. No block, fate foreseen, so getting the full 4 damage value out of that card. I wonder how many times Dagan has boosted today. The way he said it with a little wry grin, he goes, boost? like it is how the card works.
Yeah, there is the Achilles accelerator for the action point.
Oh, does he have a 0 cost attack, or is he going to pitch the count your blessings away? No, it's just going to be the pistol here.
Yep.
Coming in 4-2. Now lead down to 5 from here. Does the tunic go into the count your blessings? Does count your blessings cost 1 or 2? Oh,
It costs
yeah,
2.
2. So I thought.
Are you trying to cycle the last card out of your hand is the question as well, because tunic can stay up. Count your
Oh,
blessings
there was a red one in the arsenal.
Gains the 5 life, puts count your blessings up to 3 now.
Dagan. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, he's keeping the blue in the arsenal. I think he's wondering a little worried. You know, there are red cards in this deck. If he does not draw the sufficient resource cards, even though he's going to be under no pressure, he needs the blues in the hand to threaten that this round's on me is going to change the math. Let's see. There's 1 red and 3 blues, so that will still keep the pressure on. But that this round's on me also gets him a whole nother card.
Yeah, that's a fantastic safety valve that your opponent played for you. Symmetrical effects, one of those things in card games that makes you really wonder whether or not they're worth it, because you're giving your opponent the value alongside of you. But in this case, in a deck that wants to go incredibly wide, a -1 across all of that feels quite nice.
2 remaining.
2 remaining into...
Can I play it on that?
Well, this is fine. I'm more questioning the load of this.
Oh, yeah, non-weapon, non-attack action. So can you load the Tecloplasma pistol? It's an action on the weapon, but I have to looks like they're saying no, it's not okay because it's...
Right. Well, which is what we saw Dagan do.
Oh, yes,
on the
of course,
previous
because he's
turn,
on piece.
need
He's
war.
on piece. Yeah,
exactly.
So, but this does mean that the 3rd and final induction chamber is now online. Titanium Bobble back in the hand for Lee. Looks like he's... Oh, looks like they're both there.
Yep. They've hit the stack, I believe, at this point, which is kind of funny to say. Turn 11 here. But this is his moment to really capitalize. He has the resources in hand. He has the blues. He can send full send with all of the resources coming off of the items. He can send for 16 damage. And he
has an E-Strike that can come in for 7 at the end.
Yeah, if he's got even more, he can even send more.
Hell yeah.
Be 12 plus 7, yeah. Or you can go 5, go again, bottoming a card, and then send for another 4, so 9. What is that?
Everything's -1. Everything's -1.
That's true, yeah.
So let's see. This is just going to buy the Titanium Bobble. Both players giving a laugh.
Yep.
As they've both now been committed as blocks. I think it does speak to, like, Lee doesn't need all the cards in his deck to be incredible. That's what he's saying with those Titanium Bobbles in the deck. He's like, listen, my deck does something, and I can have three block blues that do nothing. That's kind of part of what the deck runs on. You can hear loading again. Tunic is on 1. We've already attacked for everything other than if we attack with that pistol, that will be the end, as we've already given it go again enough times. E-Strike here, that's 6. He said, man, I don't want to see that.
An actual attack.
Take 3 total.
Gain 1, take 4.
So, 2. Yep.
Lead down to 2 here. And is just going to have to pass the turn from there. Dagan got the E-Strike 1 turn after. It would have been just backbreaking on the Warmonger's diplomacy.
Can we just talk about the fact that these 2 pieces of equipment have provided no value in this game at all? And that actually might end up mattering greatly, being at 2, not being able to stop this persistent threat. I know the equipment suite is very sparse. This is basically what you run into every matchup. But
Give
in
it
this
go again.
specific matchup, if this deck is going to be popular, you might have to actually
I'd like
side
to
something
love
in,
that.
unless you're just playing the roulette game of try to find your
This is a wild
Evos
deck.
fast.
Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
What if I give it go again?
He said, take 3. Lee said, hold on.
13.
Let me get my value. You're not going to shark me today, sir. Of course, Dagan, one of the more upstanding players. Both of these players have been playing so quickly, making sure that everything is getting done correctly.
Sure.
But I think Lee having a bit of fun, feeling a bit of the pressure of the early items from Dagan, feeling as though some of the potential for his game was stolen from him by the top of Dagan's deck. And now, here we go. Dagan White. Have your cake and eat it too, my friend. You've got all the items in the world. Your opponent's at 2. Here, he's just throwing those 2 blue pitches into the pitch zone. Just going to go ahead and load everything up.
Do that? I mean, you're just not shooting me one.
Flippantly tossing the cards down. I mean, you talk about these amazing weapons that we know in the game of Flesh and Blood. Frosty Hammer for 4, Kadachi for 1, Rosetta for 2 and 2, and
Right now.
this one right here,
Appreciate that.
Pistol for 1 million, is what we've said time after time in this game.
Finally, we're getting value from the base arms, blocking for 4. Give it go again. Lou said, sure, why not?
Hold
That
on.
makes sense to
Wait,
me.
We gotta make sure to do this right way. Look at everything.
When the chain is broken, Lee's making sure that we're, playing
you're
good,
playing
clean
before.
flesh and blood.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, should block 4.
Go again.
Give it
Now,
go
if
again.
if we're giving it go again, if we're playing it correctly, those pieces of equipment go to the graveyard for graveyard effects and CNC.
In response.
CNC with the 2 floating. Float the tunic and then put a 3 block and a 1 piece in front of it.
I mean, you
Take
got
2.
and nothing I can do.
Yeah, as Lee's saying, you drew the items first, nothing I can really do, and that's part of the dangers of playing a deck without much interaction, without much ability to have any say into what your opponent does. You're really just trying to gain life, you're trying to take the game long, and you're putting yourself in the position, you play a mirror match, and their cards come out of the gate better. It's like, as he's saying, well, nothing I can do. That's part of the downsides of playing that style of deck.
1000%. If you're choosing to run a deck out there that is deterministic in its win condition and it's not presenting any sort of disruption or anything like that, you could just have that game experience. And you know what? Dagan finds the items, plays it correctly, and wins the game because of it.
So we're going to go ahead. Don't have a backup match this round because we have got a giveaway for you instead. So we're going to go ahead and take a bit of a longer break, set up the giveaway. We need a chance to catch our breath after that riveting flesh and blood action you just got to watch. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit with a giveaway for all you hanging out at home.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Milwaukee Battle Hardened, and we have things. We're going to be giving away some boxes. We may not give them all away right now at the outset, but we are going to give one box away at this current moment, and we're going to do it in a very fun, more laid-back way. So what we want you to do is comment in chat, not just spam numbers. We don't just want, like, what's the right answer, what's the wrong answer. We want to hear from you. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm going to come up with a question myself, and you just share your thoughts, and we'll pick a winner from those. It's not the best thought. You don't have to try and guess what our answer is. Just share your own opinions. And the question will be this: what hero do you think is the most underrated right now in this new Rosetta meta? It's a hero that you think perhaps isn't being played very highly, or a hero that you think should do very well going forward that hasn't seen its time in the sun quite yet. So share what you think is your answer to what's the hero that's underrated right now, and you will get this shiny box of Rosetta. It probably will be this one.
No, I'll make sure.
I don't know. MinMax will nevertheless
it will be
send
this box.
you.
Don't
It will
be
be
worried.
exactly that
This
box.
is a good one. This is a good one.
Let's
What's your
see.
answer? What's your answer?
My answer right now, what hero
2
is
minutes on the clock.
most underrated in the meta? So here's the thing. My answer originally was Levia. It was Levia, but I don't know if I can answer that anymore because I feel like a lot more people are now on the Levia train. And maybe I'm wrong, but my answer was straight up Levia. I felt like Levia was a little bit unceremoniously pushed to the side instead of the fact that she can just push numbers way over the top. So I would have said Levia.
I would have said a brute as well.
The clear of the throat, sure.
But I do believe that, I think there's a reason that Reinar's not represented. I do think that the numbers are tough, right? Blood Rush Bellow is really the way you go over the top. But I also feel like if you can run hot, honestly, especially in something like a Pro Quest, right? With a less crazy, high represented meta, more of a localized meta.
Sure.
Splatter Skull is such a real card. It's finally something beyond just like Strength Resolve and Send Packet. Like something that's like, hey, that random card that I intimidated that you did not get agency in, now you have to make blocking decisions or lose that card. And like, I feel like it has to be good. I just feel like it has to be strong. I understand that the math might not quite work out in terms of, 8 rounds of Swiss and then a top, like to win that. But like at your Pro Quest level, man, like I feel like some Reinhards are going to show up and just wreck face.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from with especially with Splatter Skull. I love a lot of the people in chat right now are talking about Oscilio. I think Oscilio is definitely underrated, but for me, it had to have been Levia because I feel like her position is so much higher than what people give her credit for within the meta. And this has no bearing whatsoever on our producer, who is a rabid, Levia enjoyer.
Yeah.
It is instead. I just feel like that deck is quite good in general. But Oscilio, we can sit. I can hear just wax poetic about how I feel about Oscilio. I think it's a fantastic looking hero. It's a hero that really encourages you to play it more. I feel like the first time I sat down with Oscilio, I looked at the cards that I had placed in the deck and I thought to myself, what do I do? Like, how does it function? Because like you really have to, before you even build the deck, know why he does what he does and how he goes about it and where his benefits are. And then the more you spend time with it, the more you play out these crazy, just esoteric lines, the more you get to really see where his power lies. And he is a powerful hero. Make no mistake, you have to be a very good player, but he's a very powerful hero. So, loving seeing all these comments. I said Reinhardt first.
Let's go ahead. Here we go. We're going to pick a winner in 5, 4, 3, 3.5. Gotcha. 2, 1. Show me this winner.
Hey! I love seeing the other Betsy answers.
So do we.
Betsy, yeah, you know what? We
So
can
do
sit here and
we.
talk about Betsy as well. Betsy has a real fatigue, count your blessings version that you could play out there. And Betsy got a fantastic specialization as well from this most recent set.
And Breeze, you could stand to win the new Betsy specialization. Drink 'em under the table in this very box. So congratulations to Breeze. Go ahead and send an email to peter@minmaxgames.com. It's in the chat. There it is. Oh, minmaxgamecontact@gmail.com. That will get you this beautiful box of Rosetta. So thank you all for playing. Don't worry, that's this box, but we have these 2 beautiful boxes to give away as well throughout the weekend. So there will be more giveaways. Don't go anywhere from this stream if you want Rosetta.
Well done.
Thanks.
Yes. So we're going to take a quick break, a 3-minute, just a very short, very quick. We're just going to set up the next round, and then we're going to bring it right back here. So don't go too far. Grab what you need, and then get back over here for more Rosetta action.
We are rocking and rolling here at the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. Round 5 is about to get underway, and we have a calling top 8 competitor who is actually one of the friendly faces I'm sure you've seen behind the booth at MinMaxGames for our feature match. It is, of course, the Runeblade expert, Sam Dando. We share a name. I would like to say we share an adventurous spirit. Even though he told me himself he's not adventurous, I just think our spirits are both adventurous. So I would like to say that we both share that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He's playing Aurora. I would say a very adventurous hero. I will also say Sean Stell, a fantastic player. I've had the pleasure of playing alongside and against. I most recently played against him in, I think it was round 5 or 6 of the calling at this year's Nationals here in Milwaukee. And does a fantastic job playing, not as Azalea, who he's playing as today, but instead as of Boltyn. And that was actually surprisingly a tough matchup. We talked about it afterwards, and he was like, "I've played so many Kano versus Boltyn matchups. I knew exactly what to go for, and I just drew the nuts." And he played it incredible. So if he's anywhere near as versed on Azalea, then this is going to be a barn burner of a match.
Sam Dando, known, of course, for that top 8 with Briar, was one of the more prolific players with that hero of that era. It is somebody who is about as kind and sweet as they come, but also when you sit across from him, he's just got a silver tongue, and it is like it's biting and it can be brutal. I'm curious to see if he's going to calm it down for the stream, or if he's going to play it up for the camera, because my man, he looks to attack you on the gaming table, but he also looks to attack you behind the eyes, between the ears. He is trying to do a little bit of mental damage as well.
He has said on multiple occasions that his goal is to deal maximum psychic damage to his opponents, and we will probably see him do the exact same thing here as he plays this game out. I would be remiss. He would be remiss if he did not do that.
So we have gotten the chance. We've been, of course, working closely with the team at MinMax since coming in for the event, so I've gotten to see Sam play this deck a little bit. He likes his Armor Suite. He likes Crown of Providence. I don't believe he even registered Base Purgatory, and I know he's running Sigil of Suffering in the list, so I have to imagine that's going to be coming in for the Azalea deck. Let's see if there's going to be any Dominate on turn 0. Sean going to be starting things off. It's round 5 here at the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. Aurora versus Azalea. Remorseless is loaded. Let's see if an Azalea activation is going to look for something blind off the top. Survey says Amplifying Arrow.
Amplifying Arrow going to be buffed up here.
You can see Sam looking towards the camera saying, of course, he finds not only the Dominate, but the Seek and Destroy as well. Sam looking almost like he's in the office looking towards the camera as he sees not only Dominate, but an on-hit effect. That means Sam doesn't get an Arsenal on his next turn.
Going to survey the hand. He does have a couple of instances, and blocking is not looking very good here. He can give him a card. Luckily, he can block for 3, and the other cards in his hand don't block anyway. So it didn't end up mattering if this was dominated, because it was going to connect unless he gave equipment on turn 0, which
is very true, but he does have a couple instants he can play here. One is the Channel Lightning Valley, one is the Sigil of Solace to get him that life right back, and this also means he's not going to be able to keep an Arsenal on his next turn thanks to the Seek and Destroy, but the Channel Lightning Valley means any damage threatened is going to draw a card, and as long as he can find the pitch outlet, he will have a way to go ahead and, of course, keep that Lightning Valley around for his next turn.
Oh my god, did he Runeblade hand on turn 1? Oh no.
Never mind.
Oh no.
He said, never mind. He said, I'm sure something about getting in and using damage with the Channel Lightning Valley, but the Seek and Destroy is going to put some major work in here.
This is okay, because you, even with a Runeblade hand in Aurora, you can play around this, because you make a Rune Chant, you can pitch a Lightning card, you can play Starfall, you can try to play one of these lightning instants, and then maybe if you want to pitch to Aurora, or you can just Arsenal the Sigil of Suffering. Either way, you at least can do something on this turn and keep around your possible 5 to 6 card hand.
In reaction's going to give it the +1 and the go again, which means now that Thamus comes across, let's see if an attack action comes off the top to turn on this hand for Aurora here to start this game.
Yeah, the stopping of the arcane, but the no block here is the suspicious part from Sean, because it does not. Oh, and he does draw. He actually draws into something, and not only something, he draws into a card that gives him the capacity to play out the second electrostatic discharge for a bunch.
13 damage on this E-Strike, thanks to both of those electrostatic discharges, and the Channel Lightning Valley is sticking around for the turn. So at first, the top of the deck not cooperating, but when all is said and done, I think Sam is happy with how this turn went down.
As you see, his demeanor immediately changed when he drew in Light and Strike. He immediately just threw those cards down.
And I'll pass. And this is not going to do anything to you. All right, cool.
Gonna
Seek
go
and Destroy is, that's why he chose to bottom the card. You can't, keep your Sigil of Suffering around. So obviously bottoming the card and sending max damage feels really good. And you did take cards from an Azalea. Azalea doesn't want to be disrupted.
3 cards.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be disrupted. She doesn't want to have cards out of her hand. Otherwise, she plays just underrate sort of pedestrian turns.
Let's see what the follow-up is from Sean. All things said and done, I think Sam is stoked with how that turn ended up going down. Opting from the top, so we know what's on there. Let's go ahead and see what it is. It's going to be the Rain Razors. We're going to play it out. Is it a Codex of Frailty? You have to imagine that's going to be the play. So Sam is going to grab either the Gone in Flash or the Enlightened Strike. That's going to rip a card out of the hand, though, as well. For Sean, looks like he's grabbing, I think the only option is that Drill Shot. No, I guess the Amplifying Arrow as well, but Drill Shot, much more relevant.
Yeah, he's going to send the Drill Shot into the arsenal. The Rain Razors is going to affect it as well, which he did find off the top.
I'll get this E-Strike.
Drop an E-Strike gives you flexibility, but he's going to have to give a card up.
What's the discard? He does have the Channel. Dando does. Looks like he might be getting rid of the Static Shock.
This does mean that E-Strike into E-Strike is no longer as comfortable of a play. You can still do it, but you're taking a lot of damage here as well. Drill Shot, threatening the block equipment. Yeah, he's just going to give a piece of equipment, perhaps. I was wondering if he just decides to cover this up so that you just avoid losing the value.
All right, sounds good.
Block 6, no damage across. Another Static Shock headed to the graveyard. One of the reasons he likes that card is just simply because it does block 3.
Arsenal pass.
Frailty here. So let's see if Dando wants to just go ahead and throw down.
E-Strike. Go again.
He's choosing Go again here because he does have the capacity to just follow it up with the Gone in a Flash, and this threatens 2 forms of draw if this for some reason is blocked out. Channel Lightning Valley is representing the possibility of drawing a card both ways. That is, I believe, a pink stripe E-Strike.
Oh, without a doubt.
The Lightning Valley, I'll draw a card. Yep.
1 damage across. So this Lightning Valley from turn 0 has now drawn 2 cards. Let's see what the follow-up is going to be the Lightning Surge. So now Sam can go ahead and throw the E-Strike, draw a card for a new card in the arsenal. He can just throw 7 damage here.
It's interesting. He chose not to keep the Gone in a Flash. He actually kept the E-Strike, assuming that the card here would not be blocked out and that he would actually draw a card. Because if he keeps the E-Strike, then I guess he just arsenals it. Or if he keeps the E-Strike and the card draw comes through, he can actually play it.
Yep.
And this is going to be the draw card, like you mentioned, arsenaling a secret card.
Either way, he keeps an arsenal, but this one just pushes 5 more damage as well. Sean's still having to give cards to the block here. It's going to be a yellow Drill Shot, so 2 damage coming over the top. So finally, that Channel Lightning Valley is going to get out of here.
Proceed to Arsenal. All right.
Proceed to Arsenal is the call from Dando. I know Dando, he ran into a Kasai round 1, who apparently his opponent said to him, "I'm here to beat Auroras."
Yeah.
And he then beat Sam on Aurora. And so this is his submarine status. He is in the, I would say, yellow submarine. It's looking more like kind of a blue and white, ethereal lightning style submarine. Coming up, trying to make his way into the top 8 with this Aurora deck he's been putting so much time into.
Pulling the Pablo Pintor method of taking it to the finish line off of the back of an early stumble. Codex of Bloodrot, a card that's come back into the meta.
Yeah.
As you see, it was not in most lists for the longest time, but it's starting to make its way back in. I've seen it a couple of times, and this Red in the Ledger coming across. The Bloodrot's already there, but now threatening only 1 action per turn, and it looks like we've got a Sigil of Suffering in the hand, which could try to cover this up alongside of like a Grasp block. But also the hand does look a fair bit awkward. Another Channel. He has a Snatch and he has a Burn Up Shock, which you kind of want to set up for a larger scale turn. Not sure what was in the arsenal, though.
It was the random draw off the Easter egg. We never saw it. Yeah.
Right, he flipped it up for a moment, but I missed it.
Oh, yeah, no, I did not see it. He's got the Blood Rot token, but unfortunately that Sigil of Suffering, right? Even if he plays it, tries to block with the Dyadic Carapace, make it block for 4, Sean is keeping a card in hand with the Ponder. He is very incentivized to pay into the arcane damage to try to keep it from blocking 4. So Sam might have to go ahead and give the 2 block here to make sure.
Suffering, and when the arcane triggers, also play out a Lightning Valley. So now it's 1 arcane coming at you.
Yeah, so he's responding to the Sigil of Suffering with the Channel Lightning Valley, and now they resolve the 1 point of arcane damage. If this point is taken, he draws a card. So heavily incentivized to pitch into the arcane here.
Exactly.
I think he's going to do it.
Yeah. Wants to keep that card out of Sean's hand. It is the Boltyn shot, so that is going to go ahead and prevent the arcane, meaning, but this is why he had to give the 2 block, because with that Ponder, Sean is super incentivized as well to go ahead and utilize that card in some way. Maybe it would have been the Bullseye Bracers, but now Sean just utilizes that Ponder right into the arsenal. Channel Lightning Valley sticks around. See exactly how Mr. Dando wishes to utilize this turn.
Play Burn Up Shock.
He's gonna meld Burn Up Shock. This is gonna ping for 1 arcane. Again, if this point goes through, he's going to draw a card, and I think he's really counting on this actually dealing some damage to try and extend this turn. Snatch after this represents 8 damage and 2 drawn cards if the shock is blocked up. So he's kind of hoping that he can get this card draw here. And of course, we don't even know what's in the arsenal still.
That is going to be finally Sean not respecting the arcane damage. So Channel Lightning Valley going to draw another card. See what it is. Looks like it's another Sigil of Suffering, so that's good for the arsenal, but it's not great in the hand right now.
He's found all 3 of these in the early turns of the game. You mentioned at the top of the round how this could make its way into the list, and it has, but it's been very disruptive for his own turns.
Yeah, the Snatch is just going to pitch into the Starfall because the Starfall also threatens the Burn Up as well. But without a Lightning card that wants to hit the pitch zone here, that Lightning Valley might not be sticking around.
Yep, that's 100% correct. I think we're going to see it go. It did its job because it threatened a card draw on the opponent's turn, and it threatened a card draw and gained a card draw on this turn. So if you could have kept it around 1 more turn, that would have been nuts. Threatening to draw 2 cards, 1 replacing itself, and 2 to actually gain the card. So in this case, it did that. And then if it could do it again, that'd be even better. But it looks like it is going to be a Gone in a Flash from the arsenal. That's a fantastic draw for the random top.
From the E-Strike, yeah. 6 damage from the Starfall because the burn-up triggers on just attack damage. So Dando keeping that Sigil of Suffering around, knowing that Sean is keeping a large hand here. He does still have some armor available to him, and he's hoping that the armor plus the Sigil plus a card from hand could keep him over whatever important on-hit effect Sean is trying to force through. Sam still at a comfortable 40, will be down to 38 after the Blood Rot triggers, but has now gotten his opponent well below half. The question is Azalea going to be able to chain together the disruption that then puts Sean on the front foot for the first time in this game?
Yeah, Sean has not found his space to really send one of those massively buffed arrows with 3 non-attacks. And you normally see this Azalea deck just being fine, taking a bunch of damage. But the way this game has played out thus far, Sam has put very terrifying on-hits on the board. If I hit draw a card, my turn gets even crazier. And Sean has really respected that. Maybe respected it too much, but we'll see if he has the ability to turn the corner here because he's got a red in the ledger in the arsenal. He's got some cards here in hand. Look like he's going to queue up some non-attacks.
Blood Rot.
Laced with Blood Rot. There's one of those non-attacks. I think he does have a Knock the Death Whistle in hand as well, so he could try to dominate any arrow from his deck on this turn. Sam's working with, I believe, an Arc Lightning in there. Can't see what else, but he's just going to go ahead and throw the red in the ledger, threatening the Snapdragon Scalers. Yeah. You have to imagine on this turn.
This smells so intensely of Snapdragon Scalers' turn. You have Bullseye Bracers as well. You've got a Knock. You've got a Rain Razors. This turn could get very crazy.
Oh, but it also could just be the Rain Razors arsenal to knock the Death Whistle.
Sure.
All right, during reactions, I'll rain it to make it 10.
Sam is saying no blocks here. Just going to go ahead and see what the final play is moving forward.
All right, so take 10.
No reactions. He's just going to go ahead and take 10. Can see a Lightning Press in the hand, so that's a way for him to utilize a card that doesn't require an action point.
Yep. Yeah, interesting here because the Rain Razors on the board, you might be incentivized to try and get 2 extra value by Snapdragon Scaler and then sending something else, but you don't have the ability to grab anything off the top because you you don't have an arsenal to swap it in from knock here. So yeah, just knocking instead is going to be the play.
All right, so that'll hit. You get your blood rot packs.
I got it all, man.
And then I'm going to arsenal here
Sure.
and pass turn.
Respectable.
Yeah.
Respectable damage, says Mr. Dando. Let's go ahead and see what the turn is. He's got a lot of things he can do, actually.
Coming for an honest 4.
An honest 4. He's got a lightning press, and he's got a sigil of lightning as well. So he's going to be able to set up for the next turn while still threatening a lot of damage. This is a very good hand to fight through Red in the Ledger, which is precisely, I believe, why we saw Sam Dando go ahead and keep the cards here.
Put me to 9.
And I believe he even had a Sigil of Suffering in the arsenal right now, too. So he could have...
He's keeping that, yeah.
Yeah, he could have tried to maybe play out this. He can also pitch now that he's played lightning cards into setting up Aurora.
Come on.
There we go.
Yep.
All right, 10. And then I'm going to activate Aurora since I played a lightning to create an embodiment. And then end phase, I'll pitch a blue.
Oh, you had it. All right.
Keeping a blue around for the Blood Rot packs. So Sam Dando there was able to use every card in his hand and threaten 7 damage and get an embodiment of lightning for the next turn while keeping a Sigil of Suffering around to try to fight through whatever disruption is on his way. So that is one of the least impactful Red in the Ledgers, honestly, I've ever seen, especially one that hit, and that Blood Rat Pox damage wasn't even taken.
No. I mean, if you're counting the value, there's a lot of ways to count that, but I mean, 7 attack value, 3, or if you want to count it, 2 points of life for a blue, and then however you value that embodiment of lightning. This is all through Red in the Ledger. That is a solid way to use your 4-card hand.
Yeah.
Pretty good too here.
I mean, yeah, you can consider it, like you can see Sam just once again steezing towards the camera, not loving what he is seeing, but he is doing quite well, up 18 life. Maybe he is loving what he's seeing. Wow, those are a lot of good non-attack actions. Sean is going to be able to put something nasty on this turn, and most likely it's going to be the Red in the Ledger from the deck.
So let's take a look and see what he's bottoming that. Oh, he finds a Remorseless. Okay, Remorseless going to come across. This is a fine dominated arrow here because
he didn't have the pitch.
You want to go wide, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have his Tunic counter up, so if he utilizes the Knock the Death Whistle, reloads one of the cards, he would have to then pitch a card into the Red in the Ledger. He doesn't have his Tunic yet on 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, Mr. Jonathan.
Yeah.
Quick judge call
Maybe
for
just
the table.
did grab 2 cards with the op by accident, or?
Possibly.
I played out the already opted.
Nevertheless, as the judge figures this out, you said it already. Sam has put himself in an excellent position in this game. The disruption from Sean has been negligible, and partially because Sam has found a way, even with no blocks in his hand, even with instants, to play around it and get value, extract value from his cards. On that turn, like we said, 7 attack. He prevented 2 life by pitching a blue.
So that's 9.
So you can count that as 9. If you wanted to count it as 10 because you're using your blue, you could, but probably 9. Creating an embodiment, how much do you value the embodiment at?
I mean, hey, let's say it gets you an extra 4 damage on your next turn, right?
You could go all the way up to 4. You could call it an extra card, which is on average 3 value. So, I mean, you're looking at an average turn cycle.
Through Red in the Ledger.
Through Red in the Ledger, which is absurd when you think about it. But it all comes down to good play. Having the cards is one thing. Knowing what to do with those cards to extract the most value, that's why Sam's sitting at 28 right now.
Yeah, found some good fortune as well, drawing that E-Strike, the first real turn of the game after developing the Channel Lightning Valley on turn 0. Has found the good fortune there, and now still, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 armor block. He's got the Sigil of Suffering in the arsenal. So that's, 7 potential from there, plus another 3 if the arcane damage does not go through. So there is a world in which he can block 10 through Dominate on this turn.
That is true. Yeah, that's a very good point. But he knows essentially what's face up.
Oh, and hold on. Remorseless says, I think, can that mean defense reaction can't be played from arsenal if it went in face up?
I believe so. That's a great question.
Yeah, defense reactions can't be played from arsenal this chain link, and it did come in face up off the top of the deck.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, you're sitting at 28 to 10. Can you put 10 damage on the board with your hand? It's okay if you take 5 points of damage to send
14.
To send your entire lethal to just push lethal. So maybe we see a Crown of Providence block, nothing else, and then I'm just gonna try to send you a 5-card hand. But I don't know. He's got 2 snatches here.
2 snatches. It's like he's
Oh, it's 14.
It's 14.
14, threatening a Blood Rot, and of course the remorseless activations. This is going to take Sam Dando down quite a bit. Take 12, get another Blood Rot, threaten a Ponder as well that Sean is going to develop and create. Tunic will be on 3 on the next turn. Snapdragon Scalers and Bullseye Bracers. Is Sam able to rip cards out of the hand
16.
with his deck?
All right.
And I get the Blood Rot, and you got the Ponder.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then
Ponder will come through. Ponder comes in clutch here because it does give Azalea the capacity to set another 5-card hand, perhaps the last 5-card hand of her game, with being only at 10. There's a certain point that you reach as Azalea, even with all your disruption, that basically putting a 5-card hand together is quite difficult because you have to start committing to blocks.
Dando here just going to play the Warmonger's Diplomacy. He's going to take a damage off of it. He was saying how excited he was to play a Rune Blade that can play through Warmongers. He's mostly playing non-attacks. It's like Burn Up Shock, and even then you can still just play the Shock and Arc Lightning. That's kind of it.
Mostly playing those instants and those attack action cards, right? So it allows you to dance around the peace restriction or the war restriction quite nicely. And it is specifically a nice little silver bullet, particularly when your Azalea opponent doesn't run long draw half glove, which is what we see here because Bullseye Bracers is on the table. So choosing peace.
So Sam is going to be under no pressure whatsoever. He did take the Blood Rot damage, so rather kept the cards in hand. Maybe only had reds here. Warmonger's Diplomacy. Interesting to see it be played by a Rune Blade, but showing Aurora a little bit of a different version, different flavor, especially when a pilot like Dando is behind the wheel.
Deciding what to do with the Ponder, or with the peep on the top via Skullbone Cross Wrap here. Going to leave it on top. It's a tough hand to see, though. This hand would have gone for a lot. Look at the various options. And yet, not much going there.
Yeah, this was the danger, right? If you choose War, you can do nothing on the turn. You can't even activate Azalea to get the Seek and Destroy out of your arsenal. So this Warmonger's Diplomacy is going to completely brick Sean's turn. Sam gets to have all of the tempo, none of the pressure, 5-card hand, Embodiment of Lightning, start things off threatening a draw with the Snatch.
Now, this is threatening more than one draw. It's just that Sam doesn't know it because I believe, didn't we see a Channel Lightning Valley, the third and final copy, perhaps in Sam's hand? Let's take a look. No, it is not. Okay, so that would have been nuts if we saw more than one potential draw. Nevertheless, there is going to be a continuation on this. This isn't the end of it because we have multiple 4-power attacks in the hand that can follow this up. The Arsenal, I don't recall.
I don't know.
No, it's the Sigil of Suffering.
It is the Sigil of Suffering, yes. Oh, so that's actually tough here for Sam. He's going to have to pitch one of these reds into the Starfall because only one of these cards can get go again, especially if the Snatch doesn't hit. It's going to be Twine Lightning. We're going to fuse with the Flittering Charge, but you need an instant to get go again off the Flittering Charge, and the other card in the hand is the Arcanic Shockwave. So this is most likely going to just be pitch into Starfall for 2 more. Wait, no, because this is an elemental card. It's not even Lightning. So
he's going to follow it up with. He's going to follow it up because you can fuse here, revealing the same card, and then this will deal arcane damage. It's probably better value to just do this.
No, for sure. Well, he
represents 12 damage.
He can't even play the Starfall. He hasn't played a Lightning card yet, so it won't even have to go again.
For one.
That's true. That's very true. I guess you can.
It would just not be good.
It would not be good. Yeah.
Quite poor.
No, but see, for Sam here, this turn is. I mean, listen, it's 4 into 4 into 4. One of them threatens a draw, but like on a 5-card hand with an Embodiment of Lightning, I mean that Sigil of Suffering's been sitting there for so long.
But he bought the Skullbone Cross Wrap on this turn, meaning that everything that Azalea does now is blind. And of course, Azalea is sort of a blind Azalea now at this point anyway. The deck is built in such a way, as long as this is the more traditional version that we see now, in such a way to be able to flip okay with Azalea blind, but still, you bought a piece of equipment, and this is the point now where Sean just has to respect everything.
Including the arcane damage from a card like Sigil of Suffering, right?
Right.
Interesting that, I mean, Sean clearly thinks this game is going to go long enough that he's going to get value out of that Tunic counter. That's going to require a lot of blocking from one of these two players, with Sean at 2 and Sam at 13. Giving the Skullbone Crosshair up there instead of the Tunic, it does signify a desire to keep the game long enough to actually get value off the Tunic counter, because you could get value off the Skullbone Crosswrap right now. You could opt right now.
The other argument is that, it's just not, I need 2 breakpoint blocks, and so this is going to be the first one usage, and then on the next turn, I'm going to have to give it anyway, so I might as well just do it in this order. But blind, I agree with you.
You could opt right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, blind Azaleaing is a little less optimal than having the knowledge of what you're going to, Azalea into.
No Crow's Nest trigger. It's just going to be a bunch of pitch, or a bunch of non-attacks, and then finally pitch the final card into the infecting shots. So there's a fair amount of damage. This is 11 on top of this is
And
lethal. If Sam takes it all and takes the Blood Rod as well, he has to decide, can he get through? Now, here's the thing. Sigil of Suffering right here
Yeah.
yeah.
is unpreventable arcane damage. There's no pitch. That would take Sean 2-1, which would change everything about the next turn, of course.
Yeah,
Oh, but
he
it
has
released
to-
attention.
He has to read the release attention
Wait,
there.
he keeps being stuffed on his defense reaction.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy, isn't it? I think Sean might know at this point. With it just sitting there for that long, I think he may suspect that that is another copy of Sigil of Suffering.
So 13, right?
Yeah.
And I block 4, and I'll get a blood rot. So
Which
I'm gonna
means you
take
can
9.
6.
And I'll send
How is it 13?
the sigil
What am I missing? 6.
He just shows him, I'm going to send this Sigil of
6 plus
Suffering to the
5.
bottom.
and I'll take 9.
Yeah. Down to 4.
Wait, how though?
And I'll give you a blood
6,
rot
3, 3, and 5, right?
3, 6. Oh, it's 11.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I was so confused. I was like, how on earth could it be 13? Yeah, it looks like it's actually for 11 here.
I was at.
Would that have created a different black scenario for you at all?
No,
knowing that.
no, no.
Okay.
It would have been the
Alright,
same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. I don't
Yeah,
think-
both players
but it was a little-
touching base with each other on how that block would have gone differently.
Yeah.
Of course,
Sam here's still saying, like, dude, I can't play this friggin' Sigil of Suffering. I'm getting it out of the arsenal no matter what.
stonewalled the Sigil of Suffering in the arsenal.
Because the Remorseless as well, the text said no defense reactions from Arsenal, so Sam not able to develop it.
You're fine.
And funnily enough, the Search and Destroy, the Seek and Destroy was going to cycle it anyway at the end of this turn. So getting the value out of it now with that Crown of Providence block means that we get the chance to play out a 5-card hand and close the game out on breakpoints or arcane damage.
Yeah, because if Sean takes one here, you know Sam is going to be just stoked to pitch a blue into the grasp of the Arc Knight and threaten that arcane damage as well, most likely with another 4 breakpoint.
I love this inclusion of Sigil of Solace. It's a card that people have started to get onto a little bit more. It is an instant, so it does activate a Flittering Charge. People are playing it in Aurora and Oscilio now, and I think it's a fantastic inclusion. This 2 attack, going to be covered by the 2 block with Lace of Frailty. Going to make the embodiment here, which probably allows him to extend this turn for another 2 attacks, and that might just close it out.
Yeah,
I only have a range.
he's got only a 2 block in the hand as well as a no block, so that's the game. Sam Dando moves on to 4-1, staring down the camera, looking down at his further opponents, saying, listen, I might have lost my first game, but my story is not over yet. Giving everybody the death stare there as he moves on to 4-1, but great play by both of our players.
He's not just pushing arcane damage, he's pushing psychic damage on the audience as well as his opponent. And like you said, moving 4-1 is a pretty good place to be. It's putting you in contention for those final couple rounds. If you push through, you can make your way into the top 8.
I don't think he quite lived up to his rep there, right? He was too affable. He was too nice in that game. And just wait for if he gets to the top 8, that's when he'll be probably throwing it down.
I 1000% agree.
We're gonna go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break. We've got a Florian for you in our backup match, so please don't go anywhere. We've got a Florian coming up for you in just a sec.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Milwaukee Battle Hardened. I'm Steven. You're Sam.
Yep.
That's what they call us. And sometimes in chat they call me the overtired guy with 3 kids, and you the 28-year-old Adonis.
Well, okay.
I'm pretty sure they call you that.
I don't know if I can guarantee you no one's ever called me that. I'm 27. The Adonis thing all the time.
Even better. Even better. There it is. So now chat will call you that. You're welcome for that.
Thank you.
But you know what? We're cruising through the rounds today. We've got, I believe, 7 rounds of Swiss before we move into the top 8. And keep in mind, here at the Battle Hardened, it's going all day. We're going to crown a champion today of this Battle Hardened. So don't go anywhere else. Sit down, watch this with us, enjoy the experience of Flesh and Blood in this newest Rosetta set. Look, we're even giving away boxes of Rosetta. We've already given one of these away to a lucky viewer. I'm holding mine upside down because I'm sleep deprived, and that's just how it goes sometimes when you have 3 kids. But we have another game for you. This one is Florian centered. I think it's the first time we've seen Florian today, actually.
That is true.
I don't think we've seen Florian
That is
before
true.
this.
Let's go ahead and dive on in. We've got Jonathan Magnuson and Zachary Suchemel. It's probably not French, but could be. On New Alluring Desire, this is going to be our first look, like you said, at Florian. Looks like the first turn from Florian there is just going to be the Malefic Incantation, make a rune chant with the Grasp, and then Arsenal Pass. So it's now off to Zachary's turn, coming in with the Scale Peeler here.
Yeah, I want to point out really quickly the equipment suite that we see over at the top for Jonathan Magnuson. We have some of the sort of normal things you'd expect. Face Purgatory, a fantastic card in its own right, and it plays well in Florian. We've got Dyadic Carapace, which has been cited in not just for Arcane Barrier, but it blocks 2 and then 1 after that. But Snapdragon Scaler, something you don't necessarily see when you expect to sit down and play a big, heavy attack deck, and there's perhaps a reason why we've got an Arcanic Crackle that could, spell a more aggressive slant to this deck. And Jonathan sitting at 3 and 1 is really showing up and showing why he might, and there's the reason why. Yep, Channel Mount Heroic is in the deck, and well, not anymore.
Whoa.
But it's in circulation.
Dude, he's got a Nimblism as well in the hand. This is a friggin' cool Florian deck we're about to get to watch. Interestingly, something I want to point out as well, Zachary played the Slither after the Hiss rather than just keep it for the Arsenal, something he was not wanting to keep in there, interestingly enough, but this is just going to be a Nimblism into the Ravenous Rabble. It's going to come along with the Rune Chant. It's going to make a Rune Chant as well from the Malefic Incantation, and we're going to see the Bramble Spark, Channel Mount Heroic, and Florian Snapdragon Scalers. Fascinating to see. Well-grounded, can do so much for you, especially against a deck that likes a lot of attack reactions. Can be your card in the final card for a banish, for a decompose, but maybe that's not what he's playing towards.
No, this is definitely an aggressively leaning version of the deck. It's not the way most players take it, but it's doing well for Jonathan. And this is what's so cool to me about these new heroes, is that they can be played in so many different ways. You don't see this more aggressive leaning Channel Mount Heroic as often. I mean, it's brand new. You probably don't see it very often in general yet. But this could be a watershed moment for a hero that is only viewed in one light, whereas, hey, maybe you play this direction. Maybe you play Channel Mount Heroic and you play these, wide go attack type turns.
Command and Conquer, they're not going to buy anything from Jonathan. He buys a block, but doesn't buy an Arsenal, given that Jonathan didn't have one. So new here at 34 to Florian's 32. Bramble Spark going to go ahead and be fused with the Tome of Harvests. Now a Rune Chant being created, and a Rune Chant made off the back of the Malefic Incantation, so threatening the +3 and the Arcane with the Bramble Spark. Looks like that's going to go ahead and be pitched into with this Persuasive Prognosis.
And I just want to point out how this looks. Like, look at what we have on the board here. We've got non-attack into large attack into Rosetta Thorn. No, and I'm sorry, it's not Rosetta Thorn. It's a 1 for 3 instead.
Still starts with an R, still the Reaping Blade.
Exactly.
That one was for 4 with the Rune Chant.
It was, right? A total value of 4. But the play pattern is eerily similar to the Cheerios Briar that played Channel Mount Heroic of old. And that's cool that you can do this as Florian if you choose to.
So Zach was able to go ahead and arsenal a card there. I think that this is partially why he wanted to keep the arsenal open, because that Slither, he wouldn't have had the chance to use it from now until when that first turn of the game was. It looks like he wants to keep some defensive pieces, but look at this. A Rune Chant coming in, threatening 4 damage thanks to the channel of the Millennium Tree and a Reaping Blade, 2 Earth cards in the pitch. That Millennium Tree will be around for another turn. He'll be getting, looks to be at least 3, potentially 6 value after that Millennium Tree if he creates a Rune Chant on his next turn as well. Jonathan's going to keep a card in the arsenal here as Florian. This is by far the most just kind of like, I use this word, I don't mean in a bad way, but like normal looking Florian deck we've seen, like normal Runeblade looking deck, right? Doing Runeblade things we've seen before in this Earth shell.
Yeah. Keep in mind, by amping the Rune Chant, you can only cover 1 portion of that 4 packet of damage.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
this will leak 3 if you were wondering why that die was indicating that. It will leak 3. He's going to channel here, of course, arsenaling as well. The real question with like a setup like this is, does it have the legs into a variety of matchups, and can you really extract enough value out of some of these cards? Like, for example, channel Millennium Tree here. Can you get more than 6 value out of it? Can you have it last for more than just 2 turns? Because if it's a 2-card 6, so be it. But can you get more than just the normal rate for it? Otherwise, are you more incentivized to perhaps play a different style of the deck? And we're going to watch it kind of come to fruition here.
Oh, fascinatingly as well, we've got the Dyadic Carapace instead of the bark of the Millennium Tree, which leads me to believe that perhaps Jonathan doesn't consider, like, the Florian hero ability banishing a bunch of Earth cards. We haven't really seen much in the way of the Decompose yet, but News hero ability might lead to enough Earth cards in the banished zone that maybe Barkskin would have been an interesting choice here in the matchup. Wonder if he even has it in the deck. Siren's Call going to go ahead and grab that Germinate off the combat chain, meaning that News going to get to draw a card, and also the Erase Face will be blocked out.
Now, that is that's a bit of a blessing and a curse, because you're taking that card away, but you're not stymieing the turn. I can't quite make out what 2 cards he has in hand. It looks
Scar
like
for Scar and a Sonata Arcanix.
Right, exactly. It looked like one of them was an attack. So you're not taking a card that was actually impactful, but you're trying to slow roll or maybe stop the value from that channel, the Millennium Tree.
Well, and how sick is this? The amp from the channel, the Millennium Tree, is going to apply to the 1 damage that's now being presented from the Sonata Arcanix. So here's now another 4 arcane damage coming across from the Sonata. It's going to draw a card. Now, Jonathan will be able to come in with the Reaping Blade as well as the Rune Chant from the the Grasp of the Arknight here.
Yes. Pitching into Grasp to make another Rune Chant here that does get an Earth card into the pitch, but unfortunately it doesn't get 2, and so we know this is the end of the road for the channel, the Millennium Tree. That will create a second Rune Chant, that's correct, because Malefic does trigger on the play of the Scar for Scar. It's not being sent now. Now he has the capacity to snap here, which means that we have something in the arsenal, or we're just trying to get more value out of the Reaping Blade.
Yeah, it's just going to be the value from the Reaping Blade. So here's 1 Arcane and 3 points of damage. Just looks like Jonathan wants to just make sure he gets the value out of all of the cards that he pitched. And again, that Fruits of the Forest, this is all possible thanks to that Sonata Arcanix hitting. That Sonata Arcanix was pretty damn good. Got you the blue pitch you needed, and got you 3 arcane damage thanks to the Millennium Tree.
Yes, this is a really interesting choice to use the Snapdragons there, because it really represents 4 value. And I guess the question is, if you're playing this type of like low to the ground 4 attack type deck, what is that card going to represent in value? Most of the time it's going to represent 4, so why not use it there when you know you have 4 lined up? It's a really interesting proposition, you know?
You don't have the arms and you're not floating. You don't have tank, so I really don't think you're going to +1 this.
I'm saying, I really don't think you're going to +1 this, and I too was also like just checking the arm slot, like, does he have the Arousing Wave? Does he have an ability to pump this up? Most likely, no. No Tunic up, 1 card in the arsenal, unless... And even Shred wouldn't work here because it's not an assassin card on the combat chain. So
you have to have the Transcend card that +1s. That's the grain that tips the scales.
That is the one. That's the one.
Nuttiest one, right?
Let's see here what Jonathan wants to do. He does have the ability to give just the Dyadic Carapace, the Grasp, and a 3-block to get over this. Looks like it might be 2 2-blocks and a 2-block from the equipment zone.
Yeah. Pointing out a couple of things. Cadaver's Tilling being offered in block there to trigger the Face Purgatory. That is one of the few Decompose cards we've seen. But also drawn in the hand right now, we have the Channel Mount Heroic, and that is a card that I would imagine he was looking to establish on this turn. It just got even better because he now gets an Arsenal alongside of drawing the card off of Face Purgatory.
Gets the Arsenal, gets to come in for 7, 1 damage over the top. This aggressive Florian list doing what I suppose it wants to do. Let's see, New here coming in. This is going to be 6 damage. Now, this turn, potentially, Jonathan might be okay with this unless he has cards that need Earth cards or Runeblade cards, right? Like something like a Mauvern's Guise that gives your next Runeblade attack go again. You know, that would be one of the use cases for Erase Face to be important here. I wonder how much value he's going to be able to really squeeze out of this Channel Mount Heroic.
It's just so fun to watch this game because on a normal axis, like if you're sitting in this from a macro perspective, from news side of things, you are playing all of these big attacks because you don't want your stealth cards to banish and turn the decompose effects or turn the banish effect on for Florian's hero effect. So you're actively trying to play against this normal game plan of like block, encourage my opponent to block with their earth cards and they get value. So we're playing all these big attacks, but now we're playing this like go wide, low to the ground aggro deck. Does this this game plan match up with this anymore? That's a really interesting back and forth.
Yeah, look at that. The Siren's Call going to buy the Germinate out of the hand here. This is just going to be Ravenous Rabble reveal off the top, but it's a blue. So the +3 from the Channel Mount Heroic just going to bring this up to 5 instead of what could have been 7 on this turn.
Losing 2 points of value by deck building. Nevertheless, this representing 5. What was the other card in hand that we saw revealed earlier?
It was a blue because it was one of the choices he could have with Germinate. I think a Sow Tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be a Sow Tomorrow into just a Fruits of the Forest. Interestingly, the Erase Face there wasn't very threatening. I guess to try to keep the Channel Mount Heroic around is what he was hoping to do by pitching 2 Earth cards. That must have been the reason for trying to full block the Erase Face. Here, though, now, because that card was taken with the Siren's Call, that Channel Mount Heroic is headed to the graveyard after this Fruits of the Forest cracks in for 8. Blue, 8 attack. What are we playing, Guardian?
That's not bad at all, right? Going to clean up. That does remove the channel. Drawing 4 cards. But the game not necessarily going the way that I bet Zach was perhaps expecting, unless he knew that this list was different. Because like I said, you side in all of these big attacks so that you're not actively banishing Earth cards that are being blocked with and turning on Florian's effect so that all these Germinates go crazy. So you're playing these big attacks like back and forth, big attack, and playing a more pedestrian game plan. Maybe he wants to be leaning into the blue small attacks more and trying to go toe-to-toe.
Look at this. Fang Strike and Slither being created as the Sacred Art of Undercurrent Desires is going to resolve, followed by the Homage to Ancestors. See a couple of those blue cards being headed to the graveyard there, or Banish Zone, and now it looks like 4 Earth cards are in the Banish Zone, if that die is to be believed. Activating New here, can look at the top of the deck, and now some attacks might be coming out of the Banish Zone thanks to that Slither.
This is activating. Now you have the capacity, like you said, to play some of these out. Keep in mind that you can play them out. They are free.
Now, So Tomorrow, I don't believe, unless Zachary wants to.
There's no point, yeah.
So Tomorrow, you could get out of the Banish Zone theoretically for 4 cards like Felling of the Crown, 4 cards like Plow Under. But I wonder, can you target your opponent's graveyard?
I don't believe so.
Then there wouldn't be an Earth or Elemental card that Zachary would be able to target with the So Tomorrow.
Using the Slither and the Fang Strike that he just created to be able to send both of these attacks.
Yeah, 5 into 5 here.
Jonathan playing with a life lead, though, looking at this, and it represents 1/5 of his health. But sitting with a full hand, can't quite make out what cards are in there. Is that the Flourish from the Terra?
I think it might
Looks
be.
like,
Yeah,
that's
it is.
Flourish,
Cadaverous Tilling, and the Swarming Gloomveil. There was a 4th card in the hand.
What a wild list to just pop up on a backup game. And this is why you tune in, folks.
Reactions, no reactions. Jonathan's going to take 5 down to 20. New at 12 to Florian's 20 after this damage is resolved and goes through. We can grasp, and we can go ahead and come in with the Swarming Gloomveil, follow this up with the Reaping Blade. keep that final card for the arsenal. Still a fair amount of damage, 3 into 3 with 1 arcane damage off of just a couple cards.
And it keeps tilling in the arsenal, like you mentioned, meaning that you can play out your next turn sequence fairly well. Going to block there, send the 3, and clean on up. Both players playing quickly. Of course, we do have it sped up a bit, if you're wondering at home. They are moving quickly, but it is also sped up. Sending the Bonds of Attraction for 1 here.
2 cards in hand for new. Hearing that Jonathan is the pioneer of the Channel Mount Heroic version of Starvo that was around back in the day. So he clearly likes the card, wants to make it work in the Earth Heroes he can.
And we could be seeing it tomorrow because tomorrow is the Living Legend format event. So if you're looking to watch some more Flesh and Blood and you'd like to see what the Living Legend format has to offer, tune in tomorrow because we will be bringing you coverage of that as well. This is going to trigger the Mask of Recurring Nightmares after pitching that chi, playing the chi, then pitching the chi.
Banish the E-Strike, and then come in with Just a Nick to push this up to even more damage. This will be 2 banishes off the top of the deck, and then a card banished from the graveyard. That's a Channel the Millennium Tree. That is a Thistlebloom in life. So if a red card is banished, that means Bonds of Attraction is going to trigger, and some life will be gained by new here. Up to 13 when all is said and done. Jonathan's got 3 cards left in hand, 1 card in the arsenal. Now 6 Earth cards in the pitch, or in the banish zone. Jonathan's at 14, coming in, making the Rune Chant, coming in with the Rune Rager Swarm. 1 and 3, go again.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to follow this up either with the Blade or, more importantly, with a larger attack, something like Cadaverous Tilling. No, it's just going to be Swarming. And then totally effective of a 6 power across the board. 3, 6, 9 total on the turn, plus the Rune Chant from earlier.
That means E-Strike here for new. This is just 7 new, just trying to turn this game into a bit of a race now that we're so low. Put Jonathan in the position of dying to just a attack reaction out of nowhere. As Jonathan, half his life total taken by the E-Strike, down to 7. Bramble Spark, we're going to fuse Tome of Harvests here. Play the Tome of Harvests. Put that Arsenal card on the bottom. How about 3 new cards? We've got a Bramble Spark floating, which could be an Arcane, and +3. We're playing off the top of the deck, though, if we are Jonathan. Let's see. It looks like it's going to be a Malefic Incantation. We're going to follow that up with the Rune Rager Swarm. So this is going to come in with the 1 Arcane from the Bramble Spark. It's going to be coming in for 6 Go Again and a Rune Chant. So 2 Arcane, 6 Physical, and we still got more cards to work with.
The fact that this turn isn't over is a dangerous proposition for Zach on the side of new. Looking at his 4-card hand, looks like everything can be blocked if he chooses to. He has blocking cards in hand. Doesn't look like he's stuck with maybe an uncomfortable like Chi or Transcend card. Nevertheless, he's going to be presented a lot of damage. The gloves here being able to pitch into Arcane Barrier, but choosing not to do that doesn't seem to extract value out of that. Oh, he's got his own Bonds of Agony with an attack reaction in his hand, so maybe he's trying to just weather the storm, maybe make an effective block and try to blow this game wide open. But he needs more resources, and he needs attack reactions.
I wonder if we're still thinking about the Rune Chant. The other cool part of the Widow Claw, I believe, arms down there is they do also have Spell Void as well.
The Rune Chant will come after this because I believe the Malefic made the Rune Chant. So it will effectively be 2 Arcane. It's just going to be split across the board here.
Here's 7 and an Arcane. Zachary's got to think about this. He can Spell Void if he'd like. No, looks like going down to 4, and then now has to give a 3 block plus something else to stay alive.
Yeah, we could see a Mask block here. We could see a 2-card hand sending 1 card on your own turn, or maybe just trying to Arsenal and try to play for a 5-card hand, but you're just so low of life. Giving your opponent the ability to play out their own just pure 4 cards feels quite scary, unless you feel like your opponent is going to have one of those Runeblade hands. It's a dangerous game that you play to not commit to blocking here, or to just play out a 1-card hand or Arsenal. Just queuing up a 6 block.
Taking 1 is new here, down to 3 to Florian 7.
Does look like he's just going to pass. So that means the game is up to these 4 cards, and that's a find.
Not Arcanix. There's an attack. There's a non-attack. There's an attack. So he's going to go ahead and grab the blue here, keeping the Enlightened Strike. That gives us some information.
And he has a Nimblism in hand too, which is the really interesting part, because you could combo that together quite well. Maybe it means he already has an E-Strike in hand or something like that that's low to the ground. Maybe he just wants it for the fuse for the Bramble Spark.
Ah, that is what it is. The Bramble Spark going to go ahead and threaten another Arcane as well. Make a Rune Chant with the Grasp with the Arcanite. 2 floating because that card in the pitch zone. There's the Grain that tips the scales. That was what could have helped that CNC earlier. Now it's going to be used for pitch. Ravenous Rabble, let's reveal the top. It is a red, so we're getting +3 from the Nimblism. It's going to be 10 here with the Bramble Spark and the Nimblism and 1 Arcane and the Rune Chant. Those are both, looks like, going to be eaten up by the Grain that tips the scale in the pitch zone.
Yeah, he's covering up the Rune Chant and the Arcane. That's already, I believe, represented. The Malefic is going to make 1 on the back end.
That's what you're seeing on the screen.
If this turn continues, which we can imagine it will, that Reaping Blade's going to send another point of Arcane. And he can give the equipment. That's his only out.
Yeah, that's the only way to stay alive here. You give all 3 block. Now you've got Spell Void 1 and Arcane Barrier 1, but the onus once again here.
He passes again. Of course, the Arsenal not effective as a 1-card hand. And he draws it up. Can he do it again? Jonathan sending more Arcane damage. Going to pitch for Grasp, of course, to start things off. Having to get that Rune Rager go again by creating the Aura, but the Malefic finally pops on the final one here. It's going to create a Rune Chant in the back end as well. Sink Below, finally a decent feeling answer, but unfortunately losing a point of value against a deck that is perhaps trying to present some amount of breakpoints. Here it's just 3 and 1. The breakpoints are coming from the Arcane. This Arcanic Crackle sends across its own point of Arcane, along with that Rune Chant that was just created off of the Malefic. And this means that Jonathan, if he doesn't close it out right here, gets to play a 5-card hand.
See how Zachary wants to handle this. Going to give the Codex of Frailty. Taking 1, down 2-1. So card in hand, card in arsenal, as Jonathan's at 7 here. Let's see what he can do with it. Oh, it's a no block in the hand.
He's going to crack the silver to draw a new card. And he passes.
Interesting. He had a blue non-block that he could have used for the pitch at the start of the turn, but rather used the Bonds of Agony there. It's an interesting use of both of those cards. However, we're going to go ahead and just channel Mount Heroic to come in with Enlightened Strike. 8, go again. What's the follow-up? Arcanic Crackle. There's 1 Arcane. He does have Spell Void, but there is 6. So that means you have to find a defense reaction.
Wow, and he actually
in the arsenal, which he does not have.
Everything lined up, but the channel mount, the reason you play this version of the deck, proves why it functions, and he wins the game off the back of the extra points of damage. What a crazy backup match to see. That was incredible to watch.
He channeled all the time. He channeled all over the place. He channeled the Millennium Tree. He channeled the
Mount Heroic.
Thank you. He channeled the Mount Heroic, and it got him a lot of value. Got him a lot of Arcane, got him a lot of physical damage, and it carried him to the victory there. So congratulations to our Florian player, Jonathan, for moving on to the X and 1 bracket.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we get right into our next game, which will be a Warrior on stream. So I know all my Warrior fans want to see that. We've just got a couple rounds left of Swiss. 3-minute break. We'll be right back. See you in a sec.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. This has been a fantastic day, so thank you all for tuning in. The chat has been popping off. It's been so fun to see so many big community members as well hanging around. These days are always so much fun, and Sam and Steven are bringing life to it like no other. A little update. Speaking of life, food is the source of it, and they do need some. So we are on a little bit of an extra break this round while they scarf down some burgers and fries, but we do have an exciting feature match coming up of an undefeated Boltyn. Undefeated Boltyn at table 1. Who knew that? Undefeated Boltyn, table 1, okay. However, it is versus Lucas Oswald on Enigma. So we'll see how that matchup ends up. Our backup match for this round will be undefeateds as well, of Viserai versus Verdance. And then we'll probably wrap up Swiss by checking out how Levi Rauch is doing, who's currently X1 on Verdance as well. So there will be some Verdance gameplay either in the backup match this round or next round for sure. But I'd say we got a pretty good swath of heroes covered for the day, which is quite exciting because a lot of doomers in chat about that Counter Blessings deck. Excuse me, folks. It's the only one we've seen all day. Chill. But it's been a lot of fun. It's been so much fun. And while the casters get that last bit of nutrients in their body, we're just going to go on a little bit of a bumper for just one more second. I'm going to go check in on the feature match, make sure that's all set, and then we'll be right back with an undefeated Boltyn versus Lucas Oswald again. And hey, for the person who's saying that I'm in 240p right now, you know why? You see, all the other camera angles got the good cameras, okay? I come on stream like once an event. We don't need some fancy camera for this, so yeah, it's the laptop cam. Stop making fun of me. The curls come through in 240 just as good anyway. All right, see you back in just a sec.
Welcome back, everybody. It's round 6 of the Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee, put on by MinMaxGames, and of course, brought to you by Savage Feats. And I think we're still going ahead with this matchup, and it looks like it's, can you believe it? We have a Boltyn at 5-0 versus Lucas Oswald on Enigma. I think that's absurd, and I'm excited to see what this Boltyn has been cooking. Because Alex Tyler here, Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, doing things that no one thought possible, sitting at 5-0 on the day, playing Raiden Duskbane. I think that's the most important thing to look at when you play against a Boltyn, is to figure out what their equipment suite and what their weapon is looking like. So, with that understood, let's go ahead and jump in. Bolt of Courage. And it looks like we're representing the charge of the soul here in the center. Celestial Cataclysm making its way into the soul there on the top.
Not a lot of attacks in the Enigma deck, though there certainly are some. We saw some Spectral Prowlers in Lucas's list. Of course, the Phantasmaclasms, the Miragic Metamorphs. So that part of Boltyn's hero ability will be a little harder to get off against this Enigma deck.
Levels of Enlightenment here being pitched. The blue card being pitched here means that you can choose one mode. Go again is the mode selected. One card in pitch, one card played means we have a 2-card hand. Lucas, we caught up with Lucas a little earlier, who mentioned that every one of his games had been fairly comfortable in how it's played out for him. The 2 resources floating means you get to play CNC here, just a nice 6-value attack threatening the arsenal. And he, like he said, he's been very comfortable in most of his games. He told us at one point that the lowest that he had gotten to was about 25 or 26 life in any of his games. So sitting at a very comfortable 5-0, feels pretty confident in the way his deck is playing right now.
We'll play Express Lightning.
Express Lightning is going to get charged here, just as 0 for 4 and filling up the soul. But the charge card, that Banneret of Gallantry, is going to, of course, create the Quicken for a further turn. Going to buy the Warmonger's Diplomacy block from Lucas. So down to 39.
You're doing it. Yeah, we did some damage. One at a time.
One at a time, he says.
1 point at a time. Now, the really interesting part about how this is going to play out is whether or not we're going to see, this like snowball of a board, or if the, fairness, I should say, of the Boltyn attacks are going to be able to deal with that board turn after turn.
Interesting, using the Warband here just to go ahead and get that 2 block. Maybe he needs to use it on this turn. Gets the 2 block there on the Waxing Spectre. Shimmers of Silver is the development from Mr. Lucas Oswald,
which can get out of hand rather quickly if allowed to. And again, it goes back to how Boltyn wants to try and navigate this Enigma matchup. And of course, just like most people, having to read Warband of Bologna, because it's a card that, yes, it did release in the Bright Lights set, but not many players have a ton of experience playing against it.
So this Raiden now gets to charge on attack thanks to the Warband, and because a yellow was charged, a card gets to be drawn thanks to the Warband as well. So now 3 go again thanks to the Quicken, so no Boltyn activation needed to give this the go again here.
This is representing removing that Spectre off of the board as well. And still multiple cards left in hand, one of those being a combo piece. Lumina Ascension, the beautiful extended art Lumina Ascension might come down, but instead, no, it's just going to be the Courageous Steel Hand for the +3. Card has been charged. It's just going to be the second Courageous Steel Hand for +3 again. The card was charged, so you could play both of them.
9 points of damage in the reaction step. Looks like we've got at least 1 sink below. Maybe sinking away something that's not the other sink below that's in the hand, but a second sink below still means the Waxing Spectre gets eaten up here. That's going to ward 3, ward 4, so 2 damage over the top. Lucas down to 37 here.
We'll kill the Shimmers.
Light the Way is going to kill the Shimmers. So bought a card out of the hand, or at least I guess a card from the arsenal. So still 4 cards left in the hand. That's the problem that this Enigma deck presents. You have to clear their ward. When you do so, their life total is not that threatened, and then now all of as a result, a little bit of building back up. Well, Lucas Oswald here.
Playing it very intelligently, putting all of those buffs on the weapon, which is not expending an extra card, instead of just sending like a 0 for 3 and then expending that extra card. Doing it on the weapon, we might see that happen more, because the long game might be what Alex is thinking of playing towards, keeping everything under control and playing for this long game. But I don't know if Lucas's deck is going to allow him to play that game.
We keep doing levels into CNC, man. It's like enough already, right? You're supposed to be playing Ward, not threatening my arsenal. Turns out part of what makes these illusionist decks so good is they do get to run the generic staples that make it challenging for their aggro opponents to really actuate their game plans.
3-card 9 with Arsenal Disruption. You're saying that's pretty good? I would agree with that. So here's a 2-card 7, just for value. Trying to match it 1 for 1. Alex got a bit of a life deficit, but, you know, playing pretty decently so far in these early turns. Not a lot of auras made their way to the board, but he was very judicious in cleaning up the board and taking that Shimmers, which could have just spiraled off of it.
Okay. Take one.
Restless Coalescence being played just as a defensive instant there with Ward 2, so 1 damage over the top to Lucas's 37 down to 36. Alex has 1 Lumina Ascension. I have to wonder how many of those is he hoping to play here in order to win this game. Via the Vanguard, Lumina Ascension, Beaming Verado, and Beacon of Courage. Those are 4 good cards, and one of them has to head to the bottom of the deck without Alex having any say about it, because that Phantasmaclasm is changing this turn.
This was the
This is
hand
so
that he wanted, and it was
Tunic too.
yeah, everything was perfectly lined up, and yep, he knows exactly. Having a double Lumina, because we know there's one in the arsenal, on this turn, on a Via the Vanguard turn, I mean, it doesn't get much better except triple Lumina, and that's a hard thing to wind together. Nevertheless, taking 9 and saying, I'm just going to play out the hand as I have it. Let's see if he actually commits the Lumina Ascension from Arsenal on this turn, or if he just tries to play out the 4 cards that he has.
Enigma has had disruption every single turn. Literally, it's been CNC into CNC into Phantasmaclasm, and now the time that Alex was hoping that, like, all right, I've seen 2 CNCs, what more can you really have? The Phantasmaclasm there doing such a backbreaking job of hamstringing the Boltyn's turn.
You know, I gotta say, a lot of players, myself included, oftentimes look at Enigma as simply just like a fatigue control board state deck. But what Lucas is playing here is far more Guardian-esque disruptive attack and like play efficient defense reactions, play efficient blocks. It's much more just like this numbers deck that just overwhelms you with value and has like these random combo pieces that can just do insane things than perhaps just like the pedestrian, I'm going to block and then just build a board. So it's really exciting to watch him execute this at such a high level because he's showing why this deck perhaps is just misthought of.
One Lumina Ascension. Alex wishes he had the second here, but this is now going to be a Raiden for 4.
If you need a reminder what those are, I can say.
Coming across.
I'll give go again.
No blocks, giving go again. 4 damage over the top. First Lumina Ascension trigger of the match.
Gain a life.
It's a light card. It's going to gain a life and fill up that soul once again.
One more?
No blocks.
1 more Lumina, no blocks. No go again needed because only 1 Lumina means we can't attack again.
It's 24 and
then
25 all.
25 all. This is about as low as Lucas has been all day, he said, in this tournament. Alex is trying to win this game, but he doesn't even realize there's a mini game going on as well. If he can get Lucas down further than he's been all day.
Oh, another Phantasmaclasm, well timed to show and try to stop the onslaught of damage. I love the cards here. First of all, they're obviously beautiful that we get to see all these beautiful extended art cards, but also very aggressively leaning more Valiant thrusts in the deck. Light the way, coming up clutch here. These are pushing damage. They're attempting with Raiden here to push a lot of damage, which of course is probably what you need into a deck that is viewed as more controlling and tries to build a board in Lucas's Enigma.
Now Lucas knows that is a V in the Vanguard in Alex's arsenal because he saw it and it wasn't bottomed. He bottomed the Lumina Ascension instead. So Alex has 2. Lucas knows he has 2. Oh, is that the snow? I thought it was the Spirit of Arena drawn in that second card there. Looks like a Beacon of Victory was the draw off the top. That could be huge with the V of the Vanguard in the arsenal. We could see something big on the turn.
He's got the Tunic resource up as well, which is a key point to not having to also pitch for this type of turn. So let's see if he's just going to accept the damage, sign for the bill, as they say.
The problem with the Beacon of Victory here is if you want to via the Vanguard, you don't have the Spirit of Arena available to make it so that the Lumina Ascension doesn't close the chain.
That's true.
You need it to be played at instant speed so that everything gets the benefit of both the Lumina Ascension and the V of the Vanguard here. So powerful cards, but sometimes needing another piece to fully unlock what it's supposed to do.
And that's a perfect
Also 9 damage.
description. Yeah, exactly right. It's a perfect description of how Boltyn is sort of viewed right now and why Boltyn is looked at that way, because you need so many of these moving parts to actually put together this really powerful combo, which, to his credit, is an incredibly powerful combo when you can do double Lumina things. That being said, you need to have these things lined up, and if you don't, things start to crumble a little bit.
No transcending yet from Lucas, so that Traverse the Universe is just a pretty 2-block right now, and it looks as though Alex knows where his bread is buttered. It seems like he's really trying to just wait. It has been CNC, Phantasmaclasm, Phantasmaclasm, it feels like, for this Enigma deck here. So Alex is saying, listen, one of these turns it's just going to be damage or ward, and that I'm going to try to chew through. That Tunic counter's been sitting at 3. It may have even been able to get all the way back to 3 in the time he's been waiting to use it on this V of the Vanguard. This is going to be a light the way if it had a yellow card charged. It does have the go again naturally.
Yeah, he charged the Banneret of Courage, which is why we have the Courage token on the board right there. But like I said, it's an incredibly aggressive hand that he had, and just overall the deck list that we see is aggressive leaning. Perhaps players just not respecting the damage output of Boltyn, and Alex is clearly a very skilled player of the hero, and you see him there sitting 5-0, trying to take it to Lucas Oswald and push his life total lower than it has been all day.
All day long. Lucas has a Sync Below in hand. He's going to take the 5 down to 20.
Go again?
It has go again naturally, and the Courage token will break. On this next attack, Lumina Ascension will close this chain.
And I will come in for 5.
5 with the Courage token and the Lumina Ascension. On hit, 15. Lucas down to 15. 10 life lower than he's been all day long. Lumina Ascension trigger is going to show Beacon of Victory. Good card in the deck. Helpful to gain a life here and adds to the soul. This next attack would come in just for the 4. This one is going to be blocked with the Sync Below.
Yeah, good cover up from the Sync Below there. You don't want to give the extra point of value, the extra card, into the soul. You don't want that to spiral. But there, right there, is why the hand was kept as it was. Now, you're not pitching a chi for it because we have not transcended up to this point, but it's
able to.
Still a well, hey, there's one way to transcend. Unfortunately, look at the hand. It was 2 manifestations of Miragai, so it makes it a little bit uncomfortable. You would have loved, from Lucas's perspective, to be able to try and transcend first and then pitch the chi so that you can have this insane board state with manifestations of Miragai, kind of like what we saw in round 1. But nevertheless, you're still able to present effective damage on this turn.
Yeah, because I can.
So this here looks like it's coming in for 6 into 2, which will be free, and then the Chi will be able to either create another Spectral Shield or push 2 more points of damage. There's a Chi in hand created after the Immortal Lunar Shrine Transcension. Damn, the specialization, not the spec, but the legendary one puts +1s on all the auras? I thought it was
good, right?
I thought it was just like 3. Yeah, on each aura with ward you control. That makes that's pretty good.
Yeah, Sacred Art, Immortal Lunar Shrine, one of those beautiful cards as well, but very effective and a little tricky, clunky to play, but if you can manage to resolve it correctly and get all modes, you gain a lot of value.
Ward 4 on the board for Lucas here. We're coming in via the Vanguard. How much are we going to charge? He's got multiple cards in hand. 1, 2, and that's going to be it. So we're coming in for 5 now, and the Spirit of Arena comes in, but unfortunately, every single Lumina has been played, so it's just a card that is better, at least, it's in the arena. He wanted to charge it because it doesn't do literally anything else.
Yeah, no, that's exactly correct. You charge it so that you can get the value out of it, but it's better than charging your other things. And look at this. He has the way to go and fetch with that final Beacon of Victory. He can go fetch the final copy of Lumina Ascension and continue this type of turn.
Oh, there's one left. I thought he played 2 of them. No, there's still 1 in the deck. So this Spirit of Arena is actually fantastic here because he finally gets to pair the Via the Vanguard with the Lumina Ascension.
Yeah, and not only that, I think that's, what was that, Invigorating Light?
Yep. No, it's whatever the light, it's
the 0
Illuminate.
4 Illuminate.
Illuminate,
yes.
gotta be, right? Yeah.
Which is a 0 for 4. It's fantastic, right? Interestingly enough, Spirit of War, a card I have not seen played very heavily in Boltyn. Of course, I would not consider myself a Boltyn master by any stretch of the imagination, but a card that I don't recall seeing very much of. making its way into this list. This is a very aggressive list that really is trying to just push the tempo. There's Illuminate. Going in
No
for
go again
6.
yet.
Block 3.
Let's see. We're going to block 3. He's going to give go again.
It's the mirror guy.
Mirror guy here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and wait for the beacon to go ahead and come alongside with this Raiden. He wants the hit here.
I'll basically block 2, take 3.
He'll go up to 6.
He'll go up to 6.
Go up to 6 because of the Spectral. He has the beacon, so
and
now he
there's-
can grab the other final Lumina Ascension here.
He's going to play this at instant speed, which means this is going to tick up.
7.
You got to find the correct value.
8?
Yeah, because
of the beacon
vanished
as
one.
well.
Yeah. So this is going to push extra damage over the top. Lucas already declared the blocks. What a perfectly sequenced turn to be able to line up this via the Vanguard turn. This is the final Lumina as well, but its trigger is going to resolve. It is going to gain that life as well.
Lucas is like, let me shuffle this. You've been seeing these beacons too close together. I need to make sure this stuff is spread out.
Lumina trigger.
Lumina Trigger, top of the deck, is a light card, life gained, but critically a card for the soul.
And then we'll swing 6 more.
6 more thanks to the V and the Lumina. Lumina Trigger on hit. What does Lucas want to do here? He's got 1 card left in the hand.
Crucially gave the go again with the last
And he's
point, but
taking it down to 4. 20 damage beyond where he used to be for his highest life total so far that he had been, taken to so far in this tournament. 2 cards left in soul when all is said and done.
But that cleared the whole board and
everything.
left him with a singular card. He's at 4.
Let's see Boltyn, 10 life up on seemingly this untouchable Enigma deck. No count your blessings here. This is God's honest Enigma play. We're going to be coming in with a Beaming Bravado. Yellow card charge, so it's getting +1.
This is giving it the buff, meaning that you can, no matter what the block is presented, you can give it go again. That's really important. But keep in mind, Snapdragon Scalar is still on the board. So if you draw into a little bit of a clunky hand, you have a safety valve for go again. But E-Strike as well. There are ways to get over the top. Let's see if we can see Lucas's hand. If he has no blocks, and it looks like he's finally drawn some of those chi cards.
Blocks. There's 2 no blocks, a second, I believe, tentative maybe chi. And then maybe Astral Etchings.
It looks like Astral Etchings as well. Now, what that means is that this is an awful blocking hand.
He's going to have to transcend. He's most likely going to have to pitch to the Meridian Pathway, right? Or pitch and then...
Traverse can fetch you the Immortal Lunar Shrine. Is probably going to be committed to block. It looks like that is the case. And that does get you the ability to maybe go and get that chi, pitch that. That is face-up information. He's going to react.
Yep, go again here. Coming in now. 2 over the top.
All right, still taking 2.
Effect in resolution. Now Lucas down to 2 because that's post damage. Let's see what the resolution step effects are.
He has the ability to gain a life here thanks to Homage.
No resolution step effect so far, so this is now just 3. Threatening to go again with the hero ability.
2 blocking cards. There's the first one.
Ooh, that pumps up by 1.
Go again.
Yep. I will go down to 1.
Go down to 1. Lucas here sitting at a perilous 1 life after a day of near dominance. Now Enlightened Strike coming in, most likely for 7. But if an attack is blocked with, the power goes up by 1. What does Lucas have here to stay alive? I think he's only got a 3 block left in the hand. Needs to find a way. Needs to give those boots ward. Can make a Spectral Shield with the Calming Gesture. He can block 1 with the Find All Spring Tunic.
We know he only has 1 blocking card left in hand. 3 essentially transcend cards, or one of them's already a chi. One of them gains him a point of life. But at this point, he's just puzzling a way out of this spiral. No one could have expected Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn,
No way.
to show up and put the Calling Champion to 1,
Without
puzzling their way out.
Yeah, and with honest Lumina Ascensions just back to back to back, right? Like,
Yeah.
he wasn't even able to double them. Lucas had disruption into disruption into disruption into disruption, but Alex took it all on the chin and has navigated himself into a position to be on the front foot and try to take out this game.
And you would think from this perspective, if you're looking at these life totals, maybe this is like late game. Maybe, at this point, the deck is running thin for Alex. But look, he's got so much left in the tank. If his opponent's at 1 or 2, he can just do this again and again. Boltyn, Breaker of Ward indeed. I could see it.
So now 1 life gained. pitch into the Calming Gesture to make a Spectral Shield.
Okay.
That now means Meridian Pathway is warding for 3. We have a Spectral Shield, so we have 4 ward. And there's a block for 3, so 4 ward plus 1 is 5 total. Still got to find a little more block here if you're Lucas. It might be a Spectral Shield with Enigma's ability.
It could be that. I think he has exactly 1 blocking card left in hand. No, he's going to make the Spectral Shield. But this, I believe, puts him to 1. It is the Astral Etchings that he has available there to commit for blocks, but that is instead going to be held on to.
Yeah, go for it.
No, he is going to give the Astral Etchings, which does make a ton of sense because you might as well commit and stay at 2.
I'm just getting too cute.
That allows him to keep the Tunic because he's blocking a full 7 here.
I got 7.
Yeah, I think he's starting to realize that the damage output was a bit more than he perhaps expected.
What's that Arsenal card? Because he can only do 1 Enigma activation here. He doesn't want to just keep that Chi in the hand. So he's clearly using that Chi for something in the arsenal. Metamorph. Just going to be 7 damage, but no more ward, which is the important part of this turn. Looks like Alex just going to take that 7 down to 5.
And now Lucas perhaps drawing into non-blocks.
Great.
It's like, I think it's...
No Arsenal.
I'm not sure.
Has to rely on perhaps defense reactions. Oh, he has a couple defense reactions, but he has
Is one of them a
non-block
blue?
as
Is
well.
one of them a blue? No, no way.
He has 2 non-blocks perhaps, and if this goes 3 wide, he could just be closed out right now.
Dude, okay. Fate Foreseen here is a clean 4 block. He's going to think about the 4 damage on there. It is a blue Sync Below, dude.
Oh, you're right. It is blue Sync Below. Now, here's the thing. That blue Sync Below does block 2, but he has the capacity to get the
filter a
card.
and he
Exactly.
Can, yeah, look, the card he's looking at right now.
Whatever he sees on top, he could filter one of his Transcend cards out of his hand so that he can find another blocking card. Now, wait, that might not even be...
No,
it is. It's a Waxing Spectre. Okay, so he has some outs here to play through this. He's going to Sync Below. He's going to sync the card. Now, he kept the Transcend.
7.
Oh,
7 damage at the end with the Valiant Thrust. He's got Transcend. He can go ahead and find a card here off the top. What could he even find? Unmovable?
So he resolves that first. He's going to draw. He's going to sync. He's going to get that back.
Not enough.
And I think he's just going to be closed out. That's the game. Can you believe it? Alex Tyler on Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn. The dawn breaks, the haze is lifted, the mist parted, and Boltyn stands alone in the winner's circle.
What a game from both of our players. Lucas Oswald not finding the Transcension until just a bit too late, and Boltyn moves on to 6-0. He wasn't even really using the armory cards. Like, he wasn't even using the new equipment. He was just like, nah, all these cards are still good. I don't care about your ward. How about Lumina Ascension back to back to back, basically? I don't care about your disruption. Let me show you what true damage looks like.
Calling winner? Nah, I'd win. That's what he said just then. Alex, a masterclass for the hero, playing an aggressive version, Raiden Boltyn, and maybe that's just the truth. Maybe that's just the play now. If you're a Boltyn enjoyer, maybe this is the litmus test for the deck that you should be building. I'm blown away.
You really could tell that he has played this deck a lot. He is a true, I don't know about specialist, but he clearly had a lot of reps in the deck. The deck was blinged out. It was signed. I mean, even the play on the block with the warband, attacking with the weapon to charge it, that's something I just hadn't seen anyone do before,
No.
but it makes a lot of sense.
It's just those percentage plays that really show a player that knows what they're doing. It's like, this is the exact moment to use it. Why? Because I've done it wrong so many times that I know that I have to do it now just so that I can continue this turn. And aggression on the board, constant, meant that there was no space for anything board related on Lucas's side.
I believe it's the second time we've seen Team's second cycle on our feature match. Both times they've moved on into the winners column. So shout out to that team. They do some great stuff on YouTube. You can check out their stuff there as well. But for us here in our side of the content land, we're going to take a 3-minute break before our backup match. So we'll see you in just 3 minutes. We've seen all of the new Rosetta heroes but one, so let us rectify that post-haste with our backup match. It's going to be Verdance versus Viserai. Sam O'Byrne, DM Armada bringing you the action here. Let's dive down into our backup match. It's going to go a little fast, just a little furious, because we, of course, have another game to get to. Luke Magnuson, Verdance Thorn of the Rose, Aaron Fagald on Viserai Runeblood. I believe Luke Wolfpack? Seen him around a bunch of times, that's for sure. It's going to be channeled the Millennium Tree into the Surgeon Aethertide to start things off. See the Rampant Growth headed to the bottom of the deck with an Energy Potion as well.
Yeah, Surgeon's Aethertide is one of those weapons that really came on strong with this exact meta, simply because there's never, to this point, been a way to amp up or buff up weapons on, like, staffs and you know, arcane damage and that sort of thing. But Channel here allows you that capability, which means you can spill that damage over from Surgeon Aethertide to any other spells. Nevertheless, on the other side of things, Viserai is just saying, here's a bunch of damage.
Yeah, Machinations of Dominion, the new majestic Mauvern Skies type ability that blocks 3 and gives overpower, but the Rootbound Carapace here going to block looks like no decomposition there.
I believe there was not enough
Yeah.
cards in the graveyard to actually pull that off. Nevertheless, it does stop 6 because of the card blocked from hand and then Arsenal covering up the overpower on that attack. Nevertheless, sending the damage is the Surgeon Aethertide, but that means that the Channel of the Millennium Tree is now gone. Now, again, we talked about it with Florian. Getting value out of the Channel of the Millennium Tree is hugely important in the arcane-centric versions of any of the Earth heroes, and that turn, it really only got 2 turns worth of value. Can you get more out of it? It's a really difficult proposition, but here, punching across from the Viserai side, sending a Rune Flash.
Rune Flash, great card. Gets minus reduction, of course, for the cost, however many Rune Chants you control. So this one had to pitch 1 card into it, coming there with the 2 Rune Chants on the back end. So the Reaping Blade can follow this up as well. So
Yeah.
we're going to...
The Rune Rager Swarm has often been now swapped in place of Rune Flash, so it's interesting to see both of these surviving in this deck and just playing. Oh my god, okay. Or we could just play Revel and Rune Blood and then send all of those Rune Chants instead. But both of those go again attacks, really like trying to extend these wide turns, very Aurora-esque in Rune Blade.
All that damage going to just mean that Lucas is going to end up at 26, but use the 2 floating on account your blessing. So there is our, one of our first sightings of that in a while, and then the development from Lucas is just going to be the Healing Potion, so looking to power that up with some Rampant Growth and the Plume of Evergrowth to no Storm Stratters, but to use a storm of arcane damage and close this game out on an end game little combo there at the end.
Yeah, the Healing Potion, one of those volatile pieces that doesn't block, but gives you a lot of extra damage on a mini combo type turn, and if you don't know how Verdance plays out these combos, you're looking to combine life gain, like with Healing Potion, alongside of Rampant Growth Life, which you can technically get from Plume of Evergrowth that you see down there at the bottom. We do know that there is exactly 1 copy of Rampant Growth Life already in the graveyard, so setting towards this combo is something that you'll see this game, Luke play out in this game with something like a Healing Potion, perhaps, like a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal. You could even do it, of course, with Counter Blessings, which we do see in the hand there.
Count Your Blessing here is going to gain, looks like 3+1, so 4 there, pitching away the Mind Warp. And there's a second Mind Warp, but this is just 2 arcane damage, no amping whatsoever. Aaron's still going to respect even the surge of Mind Warp is truly where the power really lies. But a Mordred Tide to start things off. Runic Reckoning creates a Rune Chant, which would then create a second Rune Chant. Viserai creates 1 that would create a second, so that makes 4. Means this Rune Flash is free, and the attack is getting bumped up by the Runic Reckoning. And that's actually even a blue Rune Flash getting pumped up by the Runic Reckoning here, but now here's 5 for arcane damage. Is there going to be another non-attack played on the turn to go ahead and try to get the value out of that Mordred Tide or Rune Blade card?
Yeah, I think he's more encouraged to send these Rune Chants instead of sitting on them, simply because you're playing against a wizard, and all wizards are now packing 3 copies of Scour. And if you get your value off of Rune Chants, like we were about to... Whoa, no, he's not.
You had to read the runes. Yeah.
10. Never mind, just 10. But if you get your value out of those Rune Chants, they can't be scoured. Nevertheless, we saw the Scour pitch, so maybe he was just like, cool, I'll sit on this, have 10 Rune Chants, and then try to just blow you up.
Interesting. Something else we should note, the Alluvian Constellus being the chest piece for Luke. Something that we saw Icelander used to great effect against the Viserais of old, but it's just going to be a Machinations of Dominion into the Rune Rager Swarm. So here's 3. Go again, overpower technically, make a Rune Chant in the back as long as he remembers to make one. There it is. And this is now 10 damage from the Rune Chants and 3 from the physical damage of the Rune Rager Swarm. Looks like we're pitching 6, taking 4 Arcane, so 3 damage still coming in over the top. No blocks declared, so take the 3 down to 22. Ooh, Swarming Gloomveil going to follow things up. Make another Rune Chant, so this is coming in for 4.
Still has go again here, so he could continue this turn depending on what's left in hand. But going to Oasis Respite. This is a very defensive version of Verdance. Playing the Oasis Respite into what would be perceived a very fast matchup means that they're just trying to play incredibly defensively. Obviously, you Count Your Blessings in your deck. You're trying to play a longer game, but when you're drawing like this and when you're playing out turn sequences like this from Aaron's side, you're making it very difficult for them to really establish any sort of headway towards these mini combos.
All Luke can do is draw 4 cards after staying alive, thanks in part to all of those blue cards pitched and the Count the Blessings. Another Mordred Tide just in to read the runes here, so Aaron's just setting up a bit, saying, listen, I don't think you've got a lot of life gain, but I've got a fair amount of pressure. What can you do on your own turn? Luke's got his action point, but he's also got a couple Count the Blessings. One is pitching into the next.
Yeah, it does look like Aaron drew into the dreaded Runeblade hand, so he played a non-attack, which was Mordred Tide. A great non-attack. You'd love to get more value out of it, but then to just clear things out, get that second copy of Read the Runes gone.
Luke now back to 28. That first Plow Under got no value other than the Decompose because there was no arsenal from Aaron there, so he sits at 34 to Luke's 28 after all this, and there's the third and final Mordred Tide. Vexing Quillhand, we're going to get rid of our Arcane Barrier just to get 3 more Rune Chants for a 9th Blade of the Blood Oath, one of the fan favorite cards in this entire card game. It's going to be 9 and 9, 3 cards left in hand. Have to wonder if there's a Succumb to Temptation to get our action point back from here.
Well, you could even Spellbound Creepers here because you have access to that. You have the Mordred Tide played, you have the attack that you've sent. So yeah, this turn is likely to continue here. It's going to Rootbound Carapace. This is going to allow him to decompose again, blocking an additional 4. So he's holding on. He's doing what these Earth Heroes are just known to do, and that's stave off aggression. But yep, there's the activation of Spellbound Creepers.
Malefic Incantation with 3 counters, make 2 more Rune Chants, and then there's the Snuff Out coming in 4 and 5, make 2 Rune Chants in the back, and if it hits, one of those Rune Chants can be destroyed to make Luke draw a card, discard a card, but it looks like just pitched into the Count the Blessings, so no cards in hand, just taking all the damage. Nothing can be discarded, even after all this life gain, even after the Count Your Blessings. Luke is already still down to 18 on the turn.
Yeah, he managed to really stop a lot of that aggression on what was an insane turn. I mean, 18 damage across just the 9th Blade and the Rune Chants, and then he sent more off of the, 9 more after that? 27 damage turn?
Deadwood Dirge into Snuff Out is the follow-up, so once again, going to go ahead and make 2 Rune Chants, 1 from Viserai, 1 from the Malefic Incantation. So here's 11 split damage that Luke has to think about. And the Snuff Out trigger, that's going to take care of all the Rune Chants and just buy all the cards out of the hand. Luke seeing the writing on the wall. If I let any of this hit, I'm losing cards anyway. But the Spellbound Creepers is going to go ahead and activate. It will be the end of the Creepers, but it does allow for Deadwood Dirge to follow this up, breaking one of those Rune Chants. So 6 into 3 is the follow-up no, Spellbound Creepers can stick around because of all those Rune Chants hitting.
Yeah,
what a fantastic turn from Aaron.
He dealt massive damage on that follow-up using the Spellbound Creepers perfectly. He recognizing that, hey, if I pop Malefic here, yeah, I lose 1 Rune Chant, essentially 1 point of value, but I gain so much more, pushing 9 more damage after the fact.
Rattlebones here going to now bring the Swarming Gloomveil back around, which now comes in for 3 because a Rune Chant created from Viserai's hero ability.
Spellbound Creepers, perhaps the last turn we see it this time around, but going to Rootbound Carapace, that does look like it. I think it just triggered Verdance's ability. I think she's now officially online.
100%. We went 3 into 3 into 2, which is the magic sequence for these Earth Heroes. You can only do 2 Earth cards 1 time if you want to reach it in 3 decomposes, which it looks as though Luke was able to do. There's the third and final Snuff Out. So it's going to be a card in the arsenal. Aaron's going to have a 5-card hand. And for Luke, it's an energy potion to pass. He's playing it like a wizard.
No, that's not bad at all, but I will say he is at a precarious life total. he's managing to stymie all of this aggression, and that does mean that Aaron is burning through his threats. But man, if he keeps hitting like this, there's nothing he's going to be able to do. Luke is being put against the wall on this one.
That's going to trigger the Illuvian again from the arcane damage prevention. Luke here turning that 2 block into ostensibly a 3 block over the turn, thinking I'm going to be able to block 3 arcane damage with this blue card. So finding the defensive value where he can. But Aaron, that Sonata Arcanix, X equals 1 there, means 4 cards off the top. And he hit both times, baby. Amplify the Arc Knight and that Swarming Gloom Veil. So here comes a yellow Malefic incantation.
So interesting. We've seen the reds played over and over. It's so many of these yellow cards that, I mean,
there's been a bunch of yellow Runeblade cards being played.
for so long, people have derided people that play yellow cards, or just yellow cards in general in the game of Flesh and Blood. What was the point of them? But if you need another effect, who cares if it's yellow? Who cares if it makes only 2 instead of 3? It's getting you closer to what you need to do.
This is gnarly. The Become the Arc Knight can discard that Amplify the Arc Knight, meaning that any non-attack can be grabbed. You know it's the Revel in Runeblood that Aaron just grabbed out of the deck, so that buys the armor and a 3 block on that Swarming Gloom Veil. Now it's time, most likely, for the Revel in Runeblood here. Make a bunch of rune chants. Read the runes first. Keep the Revel in Runeblood for a further turn in the arsenal. So 6 rune chants hanging out. Is there any disruption that Luke can do? No. Gain 3 life, ping 1 from the Verdance trigger, turning your Sigil of Solace into 4 value. But that's just the whole turn. Luke at 9 card in the arsenal to Aaron's 33 here. Malefic Incantation, yellow again. Sonata Arcanix. This one, X equals 0. It's 3 attacks, so that's a whiff from Aaron. He got 1 good hit, 1 bad hit. The question is, can he convert the rest of the cards in his hand and utilize those rune chants as best as possible?
Well, the fact that he's already sitting on 6 rune chants means that as long as he can snake together, like Go Again off of this turn, and there it is.
There it is.
Rune Rager Swarm, as long as you have Go Again in any way, shape, or form, you can send 4 more after this, thanks to that arsenal.
4 more plus the 3. Green Blade looks like they're going to do a quick judge. Oh, they're wondering... They're wondering, missed the trigger on the attack. Can you still trigger the Malefic Incantation? From the way I understand the new judge rulings and the new way that they're going about this, as long as there's nothing like major that has been missed, these are often triggers that are allowed to resolve for the most part now.
I would think so, but I guess we'll see as the judge is conferring with both players to see how they... Oh, okay. 1 extra rune chant would be represented there. One of those Malefics makes its way out. And instead, it's going to be 7 singular packets of Arcane, if you will. Yeah, I was going to say, I think one of those is done. Oh, okay, he's going to pitch into it. He's going to pitch 2 blues to take 1 point of Arcane damage.
I'm wondering where he got that extra rune chant. I must have just been from... That was the one that should have come along on playing the card after the Sonata Arcanix. But here's the Revel in Runeblood, making so many rune chants. 2... are floating. How much would this Count Your Blessings even gain as you're facing down a total of 11?
It looks like he is going to play it. He's going to gain the life. Then he's going to take a lot of rune chants.
Up to 12, taking the rune chants back on down to 4, blocking 3. A lot of life has been gained from Luke, but at the end of the day, he's still at 4 and facing down an aggressive Viserai list. Can Aaron continue to string together the pressure? Because a lot of his... big power cards have been used. All 3 Mordred Tides, at least 2 Revel in Runebloods.
I think he has a Heartbeat of Candlehold in the arsenal. I think he's trying to set up his own mini combo, but he's going to have to survive through this arcane damage. And he does have Well-Grounded. Well-Grounded can stop this. This Vexing Malice is going to send 2 arcane. It's not going to send them in groups of 1. It actually requires AB2 or the Well-Grounded to be sent here. But this is 1 point of arcane. Sorry, 1 point of physical after the 1 point of Arcane and the 2 packet as well. So he's looking still at 4 damage.
Luke here having to give a real think at 3. These Verdance decks, if they're able to keep enough cards, can do so much damage with their Rampant Growth combo. Looks like the Well-Grounded is going to buy the Arcane Prevention there and then just blocking 3.
I think this may be the time. Yeah, he's going to try for it this turn. He's going to gain 3 life, Sigil of Solace. He's going to play the Heartbeat, of Candlehold, paying 1.
So Aaron takes all of the damage there. Another Heartbeat of Candlehold, my goodness.
Now, Rampant Growth life, perhaps? No, he's just going to pass.
Doesn't have enough
just
cards.
gaining it. Yeah, not going to pop the energy potion there.
Needed more pitch in order to grab the card back with the Plume of Evergrowth and then have the pitch to actually use on the Surgeon Aethertide.
11 to 26. Aaron sitting at 26, calling for another judge, taking a look. Now, he's burned through, like you mentioned, a lot of his deck, a lot of his aggression. He's seen all of his snuff outs. He's, I believe, at this point now we've seen all 3 copies of
Mordred, for sure.
Mordred Tide. He's seen all 3 copies of the Revel in Runeblood.
Yeah, 2 or 3. I think.
At the very least,
I think.
2.
I think 3. Yeah.
So at this point, his deck is predicated more on, or relying more on things like that Vexing Malice that we just saw. And it's really up to him to figure out how to get these last 11 points in one go.
This was that was the big life gain, right? Because now Luke has some more life to play with. He's still got a bunch of Count the Blessings in the graveyard. Aaron looks like he's having some questions about certain cards, wants to discuss away from the table to make sure that Luke doesn't hear anything that would give him some helpful information. Deadwood Dirge here. Oh, it looks like he was wondering, can you play Deadwood Dirge without having a target? And it doesn't target anything, just says destroy. If you do, so just a 0, non-attack with go again. Now this can pitch into the Rune Flash, which just has go again. So the Reaping Blade comes along 3-1. This is the thing. A lot of the power has left this Viserai's deck. Scour is going to be the block. There are no auras. Is Luke going to be able to keep enough cards to assemble this combo?
Well, now this is Luke's first time to really play with any sort of tempo. I mean, he's got a Sigil of Solace that's going to ping for a point. It's going to gain him 3 life. He's going to arsenal another Count Your Blessings, and he actually gets to stabilize here.
Did he miss the Virgin Trigger? He might have. Was Aaron at 26 to start this turn?
I don't recall. Either way, yes, there was a Verdance trigger there.
Yeah, there should have been. He didn't represent it on the combat chain where he did before, so I'm wondering if that was missed. It is going to be a Rattlebones here, grabbing a 9th Blade of the Blood Oath, interestingly enough. You have to imagine both players are getting a little interested at that. This is going to be now the Rune Rager Swarm coming in. 3, go again. 1 floating.
He has 1, like you said. If he's representing a blue here, and then he plays the final copy of Revel in Runeblood, he'd be able to send 9th, I believe. Or is he 1 short?
We think those have been used.
5, 3, 1. No, he would be...
He has 1 more Revel.
I believe he has this. The only way you play this sequence is if you have Revel in Arsenal and you have a blue in hand, so that you can then play Revel after this, make the requisite amount of rune chance that is going to discount your 9th Blade to 4, and then pitch the blue so that you can send 9 and 9, which is a large amount of damage. But at this point, Luke has well and truly grabbed the tempo and can wall up almost.
Has some life to play with, and the question is, can Aaron just find enough damage? Because some of these hands are going to end up being clunkers, and Luke does have more copies of Count the Blessings. Count your blessings.
I mean, it was looking dicey for Luke.
Oh, yeah. Down to 2.
Looking at the way that he was able to stabilize and try to start coming back in this game, it's quite impressive. 15 minutes, 44 seconds left in the round. Of course, this is sped up so that we could watch the conclusion of it.
That's going to be Count the Blessings in response. Count your blessings in response. Let's see how much life is gained from there. From 12 all the way to 20, that's 8 life gained. Means you can just block 4-3 with the Pulsing Aether Life. Revel in Runeblood from the arsenal. Blue in the hand, or yellow in the hand, because it's reduced. Only costing 3, so with that 1 floating, only needed the yellow. So now here's 6 plus 9. Looks like Luke's going to take all of it down to 5. Ooh, because I think he's got that big Warmonger's Diplomacy to try to really stuff the turn from Aaron and establish a powerful card in the arsenal. Maybe that other Pulsing Aether.
Yeah, Warmongers means that you just have to play out a developmental turn. It looks like he's going to play out a couple of cards, make a rune chant, and then pass. That still has a potent effect against Viserai, who's gotten a lot of upgrades in the deck, but Warmongers is still a card that they have to contend with.
25-5, the 2 life totals here. Aaron, 5-0 on Viserai. Luke, 5-0 on Verdance. These players want to move into that final round and give themselves the highest probability of being able to go ahead and hit the top 8. Healing Potion here might mean it's time for a big turn. 2 life gained. We need to track the life gained on this turn if we're going to Rampant Growth life gain on the card here. Let's see if they're going to hold priority or not.
Nope,
No,
it's just going to be a little mini combo, so that's 3 life gained. It's going to amp for 3. It's going to send Surgent for a total of 4.
And then whatever damage is dealt by Surgeon amps the next arcane damage as well.
AB2 is still available on the board, but you can definitely tell the deck is running thin. The equipment suite is running thin of Aaron trying to find the last points of damage to punch through, but it's looking grim. He's going to take 1, which means that this Destructive Aether Tide does actually represent a surge here, surging for 3.
So that means the blue can be pitched, which means no surge effect, no arsenal destruction. That took the healing potion as well. I wonder, Aaron might be happy with that exchange. There's another yellow Malefic Incantation. That's just going to buy the pass back. Just another establishing setup turn, seeing what can you do with your action point here. Luke, Surgeon Aether Tide, that's an action.
Yo, Scour here is so key because it can remove Malefics, and that really just immediately deletes the strategy that Aaron was going for. It's just setting up, playing a big turn to try and punch in one fell swoop.
Become the Arknight, third and final use of this, I believe, one of those search tutor style effects that were present in Arcane Rising and not many other places because of how powerful they are. Think Knock the Death Whistle, you think Lesson in Lava, you think Spark of Genius. Become the Arknight completes that cycle. Discard either an attack or non-attack to find the other. He discarded the Rune Rager, so grabbing a Sonata. Try to continue the turn. Luke's at 8. Viserai here at 16.
You forgot Tome of Aetherwind, Art of War.
Yes.
Both of those, all of that from Arcane Rising.
Yeah.
Very powerful set.
That is going to grab the Amplify the Arknight off of the Sonata Arcanix, pitched the blue into it. So 1 arcane damage, that's pitched into with it looks like a blue Rootbound Carapace, fascinatingly enough. But here comes Swarming Gloomveil. 4 plus 2, 2 in the pitch. That's just going to immediately eat up those 2 rune chants. Block 3, take 1, down to 7. Close chain. Runic Reckoning creates a rune chant. And the final pitch into the Amplify the Arknight.
Yeah.
So 9 damage, 2 arcane over the top. Were enough rune chants created to make the on-hit effect of Swarming Gloomveil there.
Now, the crazy thing about this turn is that this was all off the back of being scoured and removing those Malefics. So imagine if those Malefics were there. But in response, counting his blessings, he's counting through right now.
Should be getting
he
9
has been
probably.
Quite blessed. Taking the 9 down to 5.
Back down to 5.
Managing to just hold on. And that's what Count Your Blessings can do.
Yeah, Aaron here has to sculpt another good hand. Luke, I think that might be it with the Count the Blessings. Yeah, this is how it's looking, folks. I'm not sure how many cards are left in these players' decks. Aaron's deck is looking kind of thin. He just goes ahead and throws the Reaping Blade. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there are not many cards left whatsoever. Fruits of the Forest here is just going to gain 2 life.
Ping for 1, taking the 1. I believe they didn't maybe notate it down on the device, but Mind Warp is going to come across. It is going to shuffle the cards back into the deck, and that really well and truly shows there's not a lot left. 5 minutes left in the round, but not a lot of cards left in deck. Aaron put on a clinic of just putting damage on the board, but at the end of it all, couldn't quite come away with enough to close it out, and Luke is in the driver's seat, holding on to life gain and defensive options.
Reaping Blade here coming over, 3 damage, no blocks. Luke down to 3.
Oh, he's activating Plume here, going to grab the Rampant Growth life. That's going to come back to the hand. It's going to gain 2 life off of Fruits of the Forest. So if we're tracking this as 2 life gained here, Rampant Growth life, he is going to pop, and he's going to... Wow. Okay, this is closing it out because Count Your Blessings now is counting the number of Count Your Blessings. He's going to gain a massive amount of life. That Rampant Growth life is going to be played after this. He has gained 9 life in total on this turn. Gaining another life now, going up to 10 life gained, 11 life gained. This is going to amp by 11, and that Surgeon Aether Tide is going to push insane amounts of damage, and that's going to close the game out. He manages not just to fatigue his opponent, but also finish it with a combo.
Looking there, you can see, I think the thing Aaron was playing towards was giving that 9th Blade of the Blood Oath overpower with the new Machinations of Dominion. But, I mean, hey, this is what these style of decks are trying to do: win the game through starving their opponent of resources, threats, utilizing life gain to get to an end game state. In Verdance's case, where there's enough of the potential of arcane damage to just close this thing out and close this thing out, Luke did indeed. Moving on to 6-0, putting himself in pole position to make his way into the top 8. We have got to get our way into the win in our next round. So we've just got a quick break. You saw one Verdance, and there's another Verdance fighting for his way into the top 8 with a win in. It's Levi Roush of Azalea fame. I know you're going to want to see it, so stick around. It is the final round of Swiss here at the Battle Hardened in Milwaukee. It's all come down to this. The players are fighting for their chance into the top 8, and none more so than our feature match competitors. We have got a name from like when I first started playing this game, like hallowed in the halls when a deck just had no business being played at these tournaments, and Levi Roush took that under no heed and just completely continued to try to make Azalea such a thing before any of those outsider cards even existed. Now, however, after Rosetta, he has got honestly one of the iciest Verdance deck you could possibly see. It has got so many cold foils and rainbow foils, and the deck is kind of insane. But we're going to get to watch him take on Brennan on Levi. We've gotten multiple Levias on screen today.
Yeah.
I wonder why, Diamamata.
I think it's because she's good. I think she's very good. And, you know, both of these players sitting here in the final round of Swiss, hoping, praying, counting their blessings perhaps,
Yes.
trying to find their way to a win here so that they can make it into the top 8. I believe this is a win and in. So it's a maximum drama here at the end of Swiss as Levi and Brennan both try to find their way to a victory.
We've seen Levi and we've seen Dando on the stream today. Only one bothered to wear the MinMaxGames hoodie. The other one clearly concerned more for the drip than representing his brand. But these are players that are often behind the desk, behind the booth, not getting to actually throw down in the tournament. And Levi, he can smell that top 8, but the Shadowborn Abomination stands in his way. It's Levia versus Verdance, and a different style of Verdance based on that equipment loadout. Let's get down into it.
Now, before we go too terribly far, we do need to talk about the fact that this is the loadout, which is far different than what we just saw. Stonewall Gauntlet here, just very defensive. Barkskin, Millennium Tree, also very defensive in nature. Neither of the Verdances that we saw these last 2 rounds were playing the Stormstriders. And in fact, they're just opting instead to just play very defensively. Over here, though, a huge shout out to the beautiful Null Rune gloves that came from Pro Tour Amsterdam, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
But that
what about those are null rune? It's just my question. It's like such a lovely person gardening. Like, why do they need to protect themselves against arcane damage? Like, where do they live that they're so worried about being blasted by wizards while they're just doing a lovely little stroll in the garden?
Bitter thorns of aether and things like that, perhaps just poking through. Nevertheless,
I have a Phidia going to be the play here. Let's see if we can see exactly what's getting opted. Looks like a Deadwood Rumbler and a Graveling Growl with a yellow Graveling Growl in the hand. I wonder what he's going to keep on top versus throw to the bottom. It's like maybe just both on top.
Going to draw and go for the draw and discard effect.
Ooh, Graveling Growl. So that means the Call to the Grave is going to get banished to the Deadwood Rumbler. So when all things are said and done, we're going to have 3 cards left in the graveyard at the end of this turn 0, and all 3 of them are 6s. Probably about as good as Brennan Tolnay could have hoped for.
Exactly. Looks like a very stacked deck over there for him. I wonder if he's running over 60, feeling like this matchup is going to be a defensive slugfest. Obviously, Levi playing as Verdance is playing more of a defensive value battle mage style of deck with that equipment loadout. So could be correct in assuming that you need to block out, block up, and try to play this longer game. Again, you mentioned it earlier, beautiful foil cards everywhere, and there's that fantastic Sagrada Sigil of Solace.
I have it on good authority that Levi has already made the deals necessary to acquire 3 of the new content creator Felling of the Crowned Cold foils.
I think we will actually see them in this deck.
He only has 1 now. They're on the way.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He's made the deals, but they have to still make their way to his deck. But he's going to have about as icy a deck as you can have because there are not many of those cards in circulation.
It's pretty shiny. Now the question is everything that shiny? Is even Sink below let's take a look.
I mean, he
got
has
1 in hand.
Yeah, see, you can see it's the cold foil.
Beautiful.
Choosing +2, coming in for 7.
Enlightened Strike for 7. Now, this is the official turn 1 of the game, so you would expect with a 4-card hand, maybe you're trying to do, some sort of a bigger play. But with this setup, it's just as easy to play out the second Sagrada Sigil, gain more life, and then arsenal that Sink below.
Clash of Agility going to be the block here. Let's go ahead and clash. Heart of Findall versus a Wild Ride. That means an agility token is going to be created. Also, Brennan knows there's at least 1 no block in Levi's next hand.
Massive shout out to the Mansant agility token. Honestly, and this is a vanity thing. I would love to see heroes make their way onto tokens so that you could have hero specific tokens.
Oh, you should make your way over to patreon.com/mansant to get yourself your Levia tokens.
Well said. That was not even planned. I am so impressed by the both of you. Well done.
Sam's getting promoted.
There it is.
I don't know where you go from here, but it's up.
Up and up and up. Now, like you mentioned, he does know that there is a Heart of Findall in the hand here, but does that information change much of how he plays? Probably not, because Deadwood Rumbler blue again. Coming across, drawing and discarding. Let's see what the agility token provides after this. Oh, losing the red Wild Ride, and then just choosing to banish that Clash of Agility.
Actually, I might not do the 4.
Deciding, yeah, maybe he wants to keep one miss in there to keep more 6s around in case, he just needs to hit one in a future turn. Yeah, put a 6 in the banish zone right at the moment. 6 go again, thanks to the agility token here.
1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Let's see how he chooses to proceed after blocks are declared. Levi favoring his hand over here, knowing that one of those cards is non-blocking Felling of the Crown. A very powerful tool if you can get online quickly. But otherwise, it's just going to represent 4 damage. Got that beautiful Judge Sigil, or sorry, Judge Sink Below, I should say.
Yeah, ridiculous. Though, I mean, if we're just talking about steezing, we have to talk about, I believe that's the Cold Foil Diabolic Offering as well in the pitch zone. So both of these players showing out not only on the combat chain, but also with the ice present within their sleeves. Going to be 6 more with the Graveling Growl following up the Deadwood Rumbler. Looks like Levi's just going to give 2 cards, and one of them is the One of Icebind that he's running. That's an Ice Fusion card. That's a good little zap. Mostly in there to, I think, be a 3-block blue, but also just for style points. Let's see, Levi at 43 after the life gain from the Fruits of the Forest and the Sigil of Solace.
Yeah, you thought that this was an Earth Lightning set, but the ice is on display right now with both of these players. And Icebind, a card you would never expect to see, but it is indeed a blue 3-block that does a thing, which is kind of hilarious. Pitching here, Heart does not activate because you have more life than your opponent. Surgeon Aethertide is going to threaten 1 floating, but it looks like the Arsenal will be what claims that final card.
Dread Screamer from the Arsenal. Going to go ahead and banish 3. A lot of cards in the graveyard here for Brennan. He's got to find the aggression, though, because Levi has plenty of endgame potential in the Rampant Growth combo.
Trying to play a more measured approach. We have not seen any Count Your Blessings for Levi, which means
they're not in this deck.
Exactly. We can assume that you don't have to play around this massive, life gain towards the end off of the back of, a single 2-cost instant. Instead, you just want to try and set up these massive 5-card hands, these massive Blood Rush Bellow turns, but off of the back of just a Dread Screamer into Graveling Growl feels pretty solid for a singular blue pitch.
Graveling Growl here is the follow-up. 7 damage. 6 into 7.
And this is the type of turn that makes me just look at Levia now, where everyone has taken a little step back in aggression thanks to the tomes being removed from the game. A turn like this, off of a singular blue pitch, where you can present 13 damage on a 3-card hand, makes me just go, it's crazy cool how Levia can just play above rate.
I'm going to block 3.
Blocking 3-4 damage over the top, so Levi down below 40 for the first time. The damage that Levia is able to present consistently can feel almost second to none, and of course, the interplay between both of the sides. We saw Redeemed be put to great use earlier today. Now it's time for Pulsing Aether Life here, pitching a blue. So it looks like this is going to be gain 1 life and then come in for 4 arcane damage as well.
Now, floating a resource here, allowing him to do both of these. The other line he could have taken was Surgeon Aethertide into just the Pulsing Aether side, but favoring just playing at the singular meld card instead of the virtual free point of damage because you want the extra life gain is an interesting choice here.
It's the same points of value split up instead of just damage, Levi valuing just keeping his own life total a little higher because he knows his damage can scale so not quite multiplicatively, but so well with the final combo. He just needs to get there.
Deep-Rooted Evil making its way into the Banish Zone is really solid if you're looking to play that long game from Brennan's side of things, being able to recur that. Endless Maw here just representing a solid 9 points of value. Giving them the ability to arsenal the card and try to set up for a turn. We didn't even talk about this, but I just want to pop down here. This is a Savage Sash build. So we've already seen Wild Rides, multiple Wild Rides make their way into the graveyard and then subsequently in some cases be banished. But this is definitely playing a more aggressive version. Yet, on top of that, we have Deep-Rooted Evil there as a recursion tool. So it'll be interesting to see how he takes it.
9 damage here. Looks like 2 4-blocks are going to cover it up. It's our first Decompose. Levi here, though, had to go 2 Earth cards and 1 action cards to keep some Earth cards in the graveyard for him. So now if he wants to be online as Verdance as quickly as possible, he is going to need to get some more Earth cards, because you got to go 3, 3, and 2 in your first 3 decomposes to get to that 8. Even one extra 2 Earth cards in one action that's non-Earth means you're at 7 after 3, and that just requires a whole nother decompose to get online.
He has the 1 resource floating. Let's see if he chooses to play out the final card. Now he's going to pitch into a Felling of the Crown, and this, I believe, is going to decompose. He has, I believe, enough Earth cards.
Card you send to the bottom is from hand. And I'm thinking on the decompose.
4 or more Earth cards will be in the Banish Zone after this trigger on decompose. He's just going to send 3 there. Like you talked about earlier, you want 3, 3, 2. In this case, he only had 2 and 3 on the first time, so you're looking to fill that graveyard with 3 more so you can get that 3rd decompose to trigger. But this is going to come for 8. It is going to force a card out of the hand, and it's just presenting extra damage. I also just want to point out that this is one of my favorite interactions with Surgent Aethertide. You present Surgent Aethertide and not show them anything else, and make the opponent make the mistake to pitch into it. Because it served no purpose to pitch here to stop 1 point of Arcane because it was not amping anything after the fact.
Endless Maw now gets to stick around to the end of the game as a powerful red card to hopefully utilize when you really need it. But if we're just looking to block damage, it could have been a little better served blocking 3 than pitching to block 1.
Yeah, or playing it here. You know, there's the option to just play out an above rate attack as well. Instead, he's going to Mandible Claws here for 3. We can maybe assume there's a discard following this up. You know, because this is a Sash deck. Because this is a Sash deck, you could assume that there's maybe a discard for the agility token. But, of course, no resources up means you're not doing much after that.
Command and conquer for 6.
CNC for 6, threatening the arsenal that has been there for several turns. CNC, by the way, yes, I will zoom in on the Marvel CNC.
Beautiful, yeah. Making sure, yeah, I was wondering, doesn't look like Blood Debt was turned off. So on that turn, Brennan here has to pay the piper, pay his blood debt, going down to 23 after losing all that life.
Remember, this is a win and in match, and Levi sitting at a healthy 37 with the tempo versus Brennan, who's trying to make his way through this matchup on the more aggressive version of Levia. Triggering on the discards here for what looks like 2, but missing on a blue Dread Screamer.
So importantly, that does mean that he can't play either of those. But with no cards left in the pitch, this is actually perfect for Brennan. This is the outcome he would have wanted.
Turns off Blood Debt for the turn. That's
actually, I guess if he banished 3, he could play the Graveling Growl. So that would have actually been quite good. I didn't know he had any floating. But the 3rd banish would, of course, given him the chance to play one of those cards, ostensibly almost drawing a card, as well as getting the 7 and go again. This is coming in for 7. But with Levi, he's got a pretty comfortable life total. His opponent's already down to 23. Fair amount of armor over there still in the 2 block on the skull, the Scabskin Leathers.
I'm a huge fan of including Arcane Twining into this Verdance list because it just provides a blue 3 block that has another mode where you can just discard it to amp something like a Surgent Aethertide.
Rootbound Carapace here cannot decompose. It will be a 2nd Earth card, but a 3rd one needs to hit that graveyard if the decompose is supposed to get Verdance online. And from watching Levi play a little of this deck, he often amps on the Verdance trigger on the stack, so he needs to get that eventually. Instead of gaining 2 here, he can sense Blood in the Water. He doesn't want to utilize that card as an instant speed discard effect. He wants to just throw a blue Autumn's Touch for 5.
Well, this effectively just fills his graveyard the correct way.
Exactly,
right? So
yeah.
He's set online to just find a 3rd decomposed card here, and maybe he's setting it in the arsenal. I'm not sure what that is, but if it is another decomposed card, he can just decompose and then be ready to go. But this is the type of turn that Brennan is trying to set up on this. Now, he's only got a 3-card hand, of course, pitching, but this discard is hugely important for this Blood Rush to really make some headway. His opponent's at 35, and he is going to connect.
Drew the Beast Within. Wonder if he'll find a way to get that randomly discarded as well. Swing big. Ooh, but not a lot of resources to work with. Was it a blue that was pitched? If so, you can go claw into swing big. Yeah, so this is now 5. So this can be, 18 damage off your Blood Rush Bellow.
The other consideration here was popping Savage Sash, which he can still technically do, but maybe your resources are better spent elsewhere, and it is going to be the Savage Sash
He has the Wild
there.
Ride. No, it's just going to be the Dread Screamer saving 1 floating, so we'll see what he's able.
I believe he does have a Wild Ride. I think you're 100% correct that It looks like
Yeah.
he's coming across. He's going to banish here. He's going to hit. This does have the go again. If there is a wild ride in the hand, then this would be an insane follow-up. If not, he's able to play something for extra value, something like, well, we know there's one swing big in the hand.
Yeah, so that could be a good follow-up plus an arsenal. Looks like, yeah, that's probably going to be the play here. 8 damage, however, is on the combat chain. Looks like Levi's just going to take this now. Down to 24, pitching the swing big.
Yeah, after all this damage, Levi plummets to a 4-life lead.
Yeah, look at this. The Deep-Rooted Evil can come out of the banished zone now, coming in for an additional 8. So just like that, we thought it was going to be 18 damage, but no, the Savage Sass changes things dramatically. And the Deep-Rooted Evil now means that Brennan does get to keep a card for that arsenal.
Yeah, chaining together these 5-card hands and hoping to draw into a second copy of Blood Rush is really how I think Brennan wants to capitalize in this matchup. Levi going to block here, taking, I believe, 4 more damage.
So yeah, should take it down to 7, block 3, so 4 over the top. So just like that, the life totals are even. Levi keeping, I think, 3 cards in the hand, was content to take a fair amount of damage. Let's see what he's able to develop with his action point.
Pitching 2 cards, but
It's going to
It's
pitch
a
for
felling of the crown.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
and banish 3.
There we go. 3, 3, and 2. The 2 was just the start. Verdance's ability is now online.
Felling of the Crown is going to make its way, the card, I should say, is going to make its way to the bottom via the Felling of the Crown. Overpitching for the Felling, I believe, was the play there. So that Levi doesn't have to lose a card. Of course, forcing Brennan to drop an extra card, meaning that he has to look at this as a 4-card hand now. Key point, he did not draw into another Blood Rush. If you can chain in from Blood Rush into Blood Rush on, key moments in the middle of the game, you can really start to run away with the game. But here, Brennan having to look at his own blood debt count, sitting at 18, trying to figure out where his path to victory is going forward from here.
8 damage on the combat chain. Levi down to 19 after that Blood Rush turn. Brennan at 18 here. Life total is near even, but the Felling of the Crown has something to say about
Possibly just giving a 1-card block? Thinking about maybe giving a 1-card block is quite interesting here.
Does have the Scabskin Leathers, 2 blocked
Yep.
down. Their Spoiled Skull is Arcane Barrier. No Scowling Flesh Bag to speak of.
All right, so he's blocking 4, taking 4, which would put him at 14.
And you know what that means.
Exactly.
That means Brennan is going to be able to, if he does not turn Blood Debt off on his turn, flip into Blasmafet, Levia consumed, and thus all those cards sitting to the left of the banished zone there will be active and available. The question is, will Levi Roush let him get there, or will Rampant Growth plus a Verdance Trigger finish off this game? Swing Big is the follow-up. Perfect for Brennan here. Gets to go ahead and come in for 8, threatening nearly half of Levi Roush's life, while setting up the all-important Blasmafet flip.
I do believe he should be at 14 at this point.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect representation of setting yourself up to flip into Levia Consumed. Because you're sending you haven't, of course, banished a 6 attack, so your effect is going to be online. You have to take Blood Debt. But you're sending a large attack just to set yourself up nicely to this point. Now, is there counterplay from Levi? Because if you force them to a lower life total than that, you might be able to play around it. Some players like to play these cute little instants that deal pings of damage, but not really available to you in Verdance. Instead, just going to be playing defensively.
The well-grounded here, double duty, acting as 2 prevention, but also being the second Earth card in the graveyard, because it's an instant speed ability that immediately discards it.
Yep, take 2.
So now that Rootbound Carapace can go ahead and,
And we forgot to mark your damage.
get its full 4 points of value. I don't know what you're laughing at. It's a perfectly normal token being used to represent the Earth cards. And there's nothing funny here, Steven. It's just a normal card that you can get in a Rosetta pack. Like,
You're right. You're 100%
yeah, it's just
right.
totally-
I love that Levi, completely straight-faced, just took the token from behind Verdance.
he's
placed it
almost
on top.
straight-faced. He knows what he's doing. He's got a little grin
Yeah,
after taking that token out.
He knew the game. He knew
Yeah.
what he was playing for.
If those at home, ask Levi about what cards he keeps in his little binder, his little blue binder, because if you're a fan of that token,
So
fan
continuing
of that
on,
binder.
we do have the flip for Blasmafet Levia consumed, and this does put him in the driver's seat as far as that blood debt is concerned. He doesn't have to worry about it. It is ticking down, and his deck will be slowly being consumed, but now he has access to those cards, which is quite important in a matchup where you do need to present overwhelming amounts of damage. But you know what? To answer it is another felling of the crown, back-breaking.
Felling into felling is about as backbreaking as it gets from these earthen heroes. Look at this, the ability of the bottoming a card, the 8 damage, and then of course the arcane damage that this Verdance deck is trying to present.
Now keep in mind this, if you look at the graveyard, the amount of earth cards there are nil, but you've already got the effect online. So if you somehow build up that graveyard again with earth cards, you could Plume of Evergrowth, play Felling another time, and continue this sort of cycle if you manage to, you know, fill the graveyard and set up a Decompose again.
I like to pick the card and,
And
then
I played fruit, so I'm at 19.
Yeah.
I'm so bad. And you went down to 10.
Yes.
Okay, 10, 19.
Yeah, they're making sure there was a discard of the Fruits of the Forest there that did represent a Verdance trigger. So at the end of all things, Brennan here at 10. Coming in with the Endless Maw, so that's just 9 damage out of the Banish Zone. There'd be a fair amount of cards headed to the Banish Zone off the top of the deck. Of all that blood did over there. Savage Sash and the Deep-Rooted Evil is going to go face down, however. So no more recurring that piece.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to worry about blood debt to this point, but you do have to have fuel in the fire for some of these shadow attacks, like Endless Maw, for example, getting the +3. Going to block, taking some damage, down to 13 is Levi, but I feel like he feels quite comfortable right now. 3-card hand, 1 in Arsenal. It's been there for a bit. And just watching the cards melt away from the top of the deck is Levi. Brennan's deck is going to thin out quite quickly with all of those blood debt cards just consuming the deck.
Blasmafet asks for her toll. The Heartbeat of Candlehold, the first response. You can see the card in the art on the sleeves. Devastating effect here in the arena. 3 life gain, 3 individual instances of arcane ping that Brennan has to think about.
This is interesting
go ahead
because
and take, yeah.
This is the reason you bring Null Rune Gloves, is to stop these pings. And instead of pitching into it, you're cornered into this scenario that you have to try and close the game out versus a deck that is just so efficient and now just constantly pinging you. You don't have the capability of really pitching into these Null Rune Gloves.
Diabolic Offering is the pitch. Dread Screamer is the ask. On the combat chain, 6 damage, most likely going to have to go again here. Plenty of cards in the graveyard, most of them 6 power. Oh yeah, and then some. All 3 of those cards have 6 or more power, so Dread Screamer, of course, going to have to go again. 1 floating means there can be something else out of the Banish Zone here.
Something we hadn't even talked about, the fact that the entirety of the block value of Barkskin of the Millennium Tree still available to Levi here. Blocking a total of 5 on that previous block. Having the embodiment as well, which blocked 6 total.
Arcane Twinning now can, of course, also block for 4. All said and done, Levi's down to 13. So his Carrion Husk will check, and no, just kidding.
Barkskin acting like a Carrion Husk in and of itself, making these wizard non-attack action cards, these blues, these innocuous little cards, just go. Yeah, both Blood Rushes that were still in the deck are now gone. The last one on the previous turn, this one here now. And the deck is looking quite thin. I mean, if we're looking up here, that is a small amount of ammunition to
banished
fire.
Like 25 cards over these last 3 turns. 8 and 8, 7 or something like that. Another Heartbeat of Candlehold is coming out. Gain 3 and ping for 3. Brennan's all the way down to 7. Pretty soon this arcane damage, Levi might not need that rampant growth combo to finish this thing out. Regular old arcane damage might be enough. I think Brennan's down to 4. Here's Pulsing Aether and Life, representing 5 more arcane after the Verdance trigger as well. So now Brennan has to respond this, because even though the life totals have not been represented on our screen, Brennan is currently at 4.
Yep, AB1 on the first one, AB2 on the second.
Yep.
So AB1, AB2. So take 2, down 2-2.
You should be accurate. I'm at 17.
17.
Levi,
17-2.
you're at 2. I'm at 17.
Oh, this game is like
Trying.
so over.
Yeah,
Trying
Brennan,
to drive the point home.
The game is looking close to over, my friend. Both of those Blood Rush Bellows hitting the Banish Zone makes it tough to imagine that this Levia deck can push enough damage. But let's see. Let's see if Spoiled Skull can change that metric. He's got to do something, and he's got to do it now. Arcane damage on the next turn threatens to just end this game.
Yeah, taking a look for those that are unaware, Spoiled Skull here. If you action, pay 1 and banish it, you get to target 3 action cards from and with different names in your banish zone, and then you can choose one at random, and then it lets you play it. So here we see the choices. It's going to be Blood Rush, Wild Ride, and the third,
So I think this is
a Graveling Growl.
So choose 3 action cards with different names for Banish Zone. Choose one at random. You would play it this turn. So yeah, it would be separate from the Plasma trigger.
Going to shuffle these up, and this is a huge moment because if you're able to find this Blood Rush, you could actually put some damage on the board.
Survey says it's the Blood Rush Bellow.
Hits.
Looks up to the heavens, though the Demonastery and the Lands of Shadow may be the ones answering his call. Let's see. Let's play the Blood Rush, so a card will get discarded. The question is, will it be too little, too late here for Levi here, discarding the Shadow Realm Horror, so 2 cards drawn. That plus the cards in the Banish Zone off the Plasmafet. Is this going to be enough to take some cards out of Levi Roush's hand?
But he's got to do so much with this singular turn before the rest of his deck melts away. It's just consumed by the shadows. Mandible Claw being represented here for 5 with Go again. The resources are at his disposal. He has them in hand. He's got an arsenal as well. I don't believe he's played a singular card from his Banish Zone, so he can do that as well. He's got the capability. He's going to send another 5.
Rootbound Carapace can now decompose, most likely. You just need 2 Earth cards and an action card. That means this will be blocking 4 of that 5. What does Brennan have as the follow-up salvo? Pitch 2. Shadow Realm Horror. These will be eaten by Plasmafet, so there won't be any ability to play that card, even though without any cards in the hand, the pitch might make it impossible.
Totally playing.
Yeah.
It's coming
I also
for 9.
need resources.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Details.
Yeah, being able to swing in for a 9 additional damage does put Levi close to life parity. Is going to drop all the way down to 2. Both players at 2, but keep in mind, Verdance, the Thorn of the Rose, can spring life up from nothing. Does he have the capability of either gaining those life or just closing the game out?
Very little cards left in Levi's deck. Plasmafet hungers for those cards. Mandible Claws return to her side. AB1 now is all that is available, so the Plume of Evergrowth is going to go ahead and grab an action card. It's just going to be the Heartbeat of Candlehold. Immediately AB3, if it's going to be coming down, AB3, but Levi back up to 5.
I'm only resolving 2 of the Verdance triggers.
Okay.
For now. So there's 1. So it's going to be coming in for 2 Arcane first, and then I'm going to leave 1 Verdance trigger on the stack.
2 Arcane.
Oh, this is beautiful. He's going to be able to respond to the last Verdance trigger.
I'm going to leave 1 on the stack.
Okay, so pay for the 2.
Yep, and so you have 1 floating. And this was great.
Listen in as Levi describes exactly what he's going to do.
Yep.
Go up to
He explained this to me yesterday. He's going to then resolve both instants on the Pulsing Aether, the Rampant Growth life. That is going to amp for 5, and it's going to send the last point of Arcane, not just for 1, but for 5, amping by 4, and then sending for that last point. Such a wonderful play, and a crazy way to close out the game that not a lot of players have been talking about, but Levi just feels like he just walks through it, showing how he knows how to pilot this deck that he's blinged at, foiled out.
Yeah, I think
The Rampant Growth, they're often utilized in combination with another Rampant Growth, right? It can be 20-something arcane damage, 30-something arcane damage, but there, after the 2 Heartbeats of Candlehold, you do still have that 3rd and final Verdance trigger, and in response to it, you can respond with the 2 instants that Majestic card does offer, and with only AB1 that was the game. So Levi Roush moves on to X and 1, meaning he will most likely be in our top 8 on that Verdance deck.
Yep. Before we announce the top 8, we will do a quick giveaway. But to get that giveaway set up, give us a few minutes, give us a moment to get all that together. We will give you a box of Rosetta. Maybe you. Who knows? And in order to do that, or maybe alongside of that, we will play a fun game of Guess the Fab event code. So allow us to set that up. We'll be right back here in a few minutes. time has come. The time is now. We're going to do another giveaway. But before we do, let's talk a little bit about what we know about the top 8. This is the conclusion of the Swiss rounds. It is wrapping up as we speak. A couple of games are still going there in the background. But here's what we do know. I've got my nice notepad of heroes that will be represented in the top 8. What we know so far is that Boltyn will be in the top 8.
Come on.
If you had that on your bingo card, you were a smarter person than I, because I would not have had that. But Boltyn, as we saw in round 5, round 6, something to that
Round
effect.
6, yeah.
Just absolute masterclass was, I believe, Alex on the deck. Dash will also be there, and we do know that it is a more controlling Count Your Blessings version of the deck. That's something I think people expected. Viserai, a hero that has spent a large portion of their time in the sun at the bottom of the barrel, is in the top 8, thanks in no small part to some of these very powerful cards from Rosetta, of course. Verdance, we just watched the conclusion of that final round, and we now know that a battle mage in Verdance is going to make the cut into the top 8, and Aurora. And funnily enough, both Aurora and Verdance are represented by the MinMax guys.
Yep.
So that's pretty exciting. Now, as far as Lucas Oswald is concerned, we don't know. I believe he needed to actually win this final round. He was perhaps playing a win and in as well. But there might be a chance on Enigma for him to still pick up a top 8 berth if another X2 ended up losing. So there's a toss-up there. But that's 5 different heroes, perhaps even 6, making it into the top 8. Some notable absences so far from what we don't know the last 2 to 3 slots. I expected a Levia in the top 8, so I'm curious to see if a Levia comes across. What do you think?
No.
You don't think no?
No, I don't think. No, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to make it. We'll see though.
New, a hero that I think has a theoretically good matchup into a lot of different heroes, except for maybe Enigma. New could be a hero we could see in the top 8, but I don't know where they're sitting. Azalea not making the cut doesn't appear to be, unless Azalea was sort of lurking at the top tables. I would honestly expect perhaps even a second copy of a control-style slab dash to make the cut as well. But we'll see. Depends on how this final round wraps up. Is there any hero that is a glaring omission off of what we've talked about so far?
Glaring omission off what we talked about so far. Olympia, man.
Sure.
The gold was supposed to be the payoff, The
gold truly is the payoff.
Without the cash-ins, how's the gold the payoff? You know what I'm saying?
The gold was the friends we made along the way. No, the payoff
was the friends.
Was the friends that we
Up
made.
The ante is so fun to play with.
It very much is. Yeah.
Man.
I totally agree.
Man, I want there to be more of a payoff. Let's play a game.
Yeah, let's do it.
What's the game?
So the game is the Guess the Fab event code.
Oh,
and not
get
giving
rid of this box.
I was gonna say I don't know where we're going with that.
Stupid flesh and blood box.
But we can certainly give away the box by as long as you type in chat.
Fine.
Essentially, just play along with us here.
We'll give it away.
You can get this specific box. Is what you said earlier to whoever wins this one. Now, that box over there was for the first winner.
Yep. This is for the second winner.
It's for the second winner. And we do have one more that we can probably give away a little bit later. Okay, so play along with us as we play What is the Fab event code? If you don't know the rules of the game for this, there are unique gem event IDs that are created anytime you create an event.
Yep.
So if you would like to join a Flesh and Blood related event, then you just simply enter the unique gem ID. And usually, I believe the sequencing is it adjective animal? Is it right here?
Yep.
Where is it at?
Adjective
It's
animal.
right there. It's right in front of my face. Hey, that was easy to look at. It's adjective plus animal. So your job is to play along with us and try to guess the Fab event code.
Yep.
Did we sum that up?
Yeah.
Rather well?
Big shout out to Deb who creates all these illustrations. Just a little bright little beam of a person. I have her True Mole shirt.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I bought the shirt because it was one of my favorite friggin' little drawings I had seen, and I was like, you guys should put this on a shirt, and then they did, so I had to buy it.
My kids love the coloring book.
Yeah.
They had a
no way.
full-on coloring book. Man, Sant, you have something to say?
Yeah, because the chat is trying to guess what this camel is. So they're going a little premature here. This is
Slow
not
down.
the game yet. This was an explanation to aid Steven in his explanation, right? This is just the intro tile. My goodness,
There it is.
to get us started with the game. And the first one that is up to the chat to guess, and I will also be dropping a poll in chat. A, B, C, D will be. Take it away.
Will be.
I like this. Okay, now remember
Brother.
the rules of the game. Remember the rules. Adjective plus animal, people. Now, I don't
You
have the
guys.
ability to draw on the screen anymore.
Twinkling Grantia, glistening Cleonia, sparkling Spongia, or shimmering Sipha?
Yeah, is it?
What are any of those things?
Sifa? I don't know, but
Sifa?
what can we ascertain from this picture?
It is rectangular. It could be a Spongia, but it also
Yep.
could be. It looks like maybe like a piece of breadia.
Okay, but look, there's bubbles, there's shine.
Yeah.
It's clearly being deformed by the grip.
Yes.
So we can kind of assume that looks like a sponge.
Yes, but that's what my thought was too. But the problem is, I feel like it would look even more like a sponge.
You think so?
I feel like
I think part of the fun of
You know
this
what I mean?
game, though, part of the fun is, I guess perhaps from Deb's perspective, is making it close but not a perfect representation,
Yeah.
so that there's room to play
Well, here's
around.
the-
Now, did you create the other
Yeah,
three?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
the-
thought.
the way-
Ethan always makes.
Yeah. The way this goes, Deb is fed these event codes by members of the community, and then she'll come up with a doodle that's normally shared on Twitter.
Yep.
And like Steven said, it's close. It's not trying to make it too obvious because the game itself on Twitter is to just guess. But when we do it this way, we need options. We need multiple choice. So then I go in and try to make it a little bit harder by maybe some red herrings. Who knows? So good luck.
My problem is I don't know what a Grantia, Cleona,
me
or
either.
Sifa
Okay, well, I think you
is.
can assume they're all sponge-like things,
We
right?
can know they can assume. I can assume they're all sponge-like things, Mr. Vynnset. But that doesn't mean that I know what they are. So the only choice that I can make with any degree of critical thinking would be Spongia.
This is what I think as well. I'm voting C. Chat is also overwhelmingly voting C.
But here's the thing: is I feel like it's gonna be one of these things that we don't know. And Spongia is and Ethan put it there just to give us something to latch onto. But I'm not going to look up Grantia Cleona. I have to go to the only thing my eyes understand. I'm gonna also say C, but I want the world to know like I'm rueful about it. Like I'm not happy about picking C. It's the only one I really feel like I can pick.
I feel comfortable with
All right.
C. So let's see
Hit us.
what it is.
All right, the answer is.
That
There you
was
go.
What's a Grantia?
There are other sponge-like things.
What do you
This was
mean
hard.
other sponge-like things?
Here's the thing.
What else could that animal be? Sponge-like things. I don't know what those are either, but they're within the same family.
Okay, what? Okay.
So
Like
I think
sponges
this
come in
was the-
different shapes
this
and
was the
sizes.
gimme. Let's be honest,
Yeah, come
everyone.
on.
This was the gimme. This is like the warm-up question when you go, and you like got to get to know someone, and so like,
Twinkling Grantia.
what's your favorite movie? Like that doesn't have any impact on your relationship going forward, perhaps. But this is like the easy gimme question. So let's go on to number 2 and see if we can guess this one as well. All right, I love this already.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, this is
Oh
so good.
my
okay,
God.
I have my choice already.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Royal gastropod,
Mhm.
powerful snail, volcanic mollusk, or wizard whelk.
It's Kano.
I know it is Kano.
It's Kano.
which
So for
makes
those
me
that don't
think
know, it's Kano.
It's Kano, which makes me think it's either C or D.
Oh, come on. I am
You're D
locking
all the way?
No, it's C. I'm locking in my vote. I'm sorry, chat, if I am influencing your decision, but I will tell you right.
I'm just getting in there. I'm just kind of getting in there because I just want to get some look at the details.
Sure.
Ah,
I mean, I already locked in C. I'm 1,000%
I'm D.
on the C.
I'm D.
Wizard Whelk. I think that's a really good one, actually. Wizard
D.
Whelk would be really good. But Volcanic Mollusk, it makes me happy. So I will say this. Ethan, if you came up with Volcanic Mollusk, I think it's really clever. Now, if you didn't, that's okay, because it's still really like a great encapsulation of that. If C is correct, it's a fantastic illustration.
This is all very good. I mean, the drawing is great.
Yeah.
The drawing is evocative.
fantastic.
It made us both feel things. I think pretty immediately.
100%.
Yeah.
And if Ethan came up with Volcanic Mollusk, you deserve a pat on the back for that one.
Well, I
But-
came up with 3 of them at least. So.
I know you did. So I'm just saying.
All right.
Saying. Royal Gastropod's pretty good. It looks like chat is favoring the C. I try to abstain from, telling people what because I don't want to influence anybody.
Of course.
But
the integrity of the game is paramount here.
Oh, 100%. Cheating is
Right?
cheating
Like,
and
we must be clear,
angle
yeah.
shooting. I'm not about that. But I got
Not
the
at all.
Kano pin here. We're ready to see the answer.
Okay, Deb's in chat. And
Deb's in
she's,
chat?
she's loving this one. Deb
Deb's
is in
wonderful.
chat.
Oh,
This is what
Deb.
she lives for, are moments like these. Because here's the answer, folks. You were all duped.
It's a powerful snail.
That's right. I deserve that pat on the back, Stephen.
You
Damn.
deserve that because Volcanic
Damn.
Mox is so clever. Come over here.
Ugh.
Come over here. That's a hearty pat on the back for you, sir.
I really like you.
You're
Like,
welcome.
You just presented yourself. Why'd you look so sad about the
someone's
pat?
Don't clip
think
me.
I look
You were,
sad.
you were
Oh my
so
God.
disappointed. You were like,
Yeah.
Oh, God. I was giving him range. He's seated. I was
yeah.
standing.
I just
It's
thought there'd be
about,
some pride
you know.
behind your eyes, but no. Instead,
It was
you
quite.
suffocated
It is
yourself.
quite
No,
clever. I like
Thank
that
you,
a
thank
lot.
you.
Volcanic
Ah.
very solid, but
I'm devastated.
devastated.
No.
You're welcome. Don't throw the headset.
I didn't throw the
We know it's not a good idea
didn't
to
throw
the
the headset.
Okay. I love it. I like it.
All right.
I like it and I love it. Let's go to number 3.
That one pissed me off.
What? Okay.
What?
Oh.
Engaged
Oh.
guanaco, geologic llama, peckish alpaca, or married vicuña.
Okay, so
What's a vicuña?
well, it's clearly a synonym for an alpaca or a llama.
That's fine. But my question stands. Also, what's a guanaco?
You can assume they're all similar things.
I'm aware what I can assume.
All right.
That's not my question.
So if you can picture a llama and an alpaca,
Yeah.
there's a range of these creatures.
But what are they? What are they like? Can you describe them to me?
They're
Yeah,
within
what's
the
their favorite
range of a
movie?
llama and alpaca.
What's their favorite movie?
Yeah,
What do
exactly.
they like to do for
What's
fun?
their social security number?
What's going on Saturday night? Are they interested in hanging out?
Well, I'm not trying to date the vicuña, all right?
I'm not
just-
assuming. Look,
yeah.
all I,
They
all
might
I
be
am
married. They definitely
assuming
don't want
is
to date.
that
So.
Yeah.
Geologic llama. It looks like one's holding a rock and they're both licking the rock.
Yep. It does look like a little kind of ring, right?
Or it could be a ring, right? It could be wearing like a ring. So like married vicuña seems.
I love the
Swans.
drawings. I love the drawings, but I hate when Ethan wins these.
This one's a head scratcher. I kind of root for Ethan on these. I
Ugh.
think it's
What are
it's
you
almost
picking?
more difficult to come up with the synonyms, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
I spend a whole night on these. I don't
really.
I don't chat GPT it, folks.
Yeah.
Hell no.
I
No way.
appreciate that.
Yeah, no
Okay.
way.
If I had to, okay, so chat is. I'm gonna lock in
Married
my answer.
vicuña.
Okay, not many people agree with me,
What'd you
but
pick?
I snap went with D. I
Wow,
like
the
married
vicuña?
vicuña. I kind of like it.
I don't
like
think I'm
the
picking
idea,
D.
but
I'm
my
picking B or C.
My first gut instinct was B. Let's see, what is chat voting for? Wow, a lot of people on C, feeling very peckish, trying to maybe eat the rock.
I'll be B. I'm big B. I'm big B out here.
Okay, all right. Well, I picked D. I'm not feeling confident at all.
No, there's no way for me to feel
I
confident.
will
Not-
say
not-
there are less people voting for B
what can I say?
than D. So we're
Contrarian.
both trendsetters.
Nope.
So there it is.
Survey
All right.
says.
Survey says, and there's a story behind this one as well. Oh,
Oh, it is the
Yeah.
vicuña.
Yeah.
Well done.
We got there. So it's like a ring, right? Is that what's
yeah. So Deb wrote me a little history on this one. So she as well wasn't entirely sure what makes a vicuña. Like, it's just kind of like a llama.
Yeah.
You know. So how do you make this more vicuña than one of the other ones?
Mhm.
Turns out they lick salt deposits. That's like their big thing. And so this
Oh.
is them married licking a salt ring.
Sure, going
it's
out
very
for like
good.
a little,
No,
little
it's
date.
very good.
Yeah.
It's very
Licking the
good.
ring. Okay,
I'm
I like that.
impressed. I'm impressed.
I mean, I'm happy. I'm 2 for 1. Or I'm 2 and 1, I should say.
Okay, well,
How many more of these do we have?
So there's one more real one, and then we have this events code, which I will draw for you to guess.
Oh,
okay.
wow,
So
okay.
technically, if I pick up one more, I'm a lock for top 8. I think that's how that works.
fantastic.
I mean,
Fantastic.
I'm
stuff.
interested. So let's go ahead and go to the next one and see if we can.
Oops.
Oh, wait, that's
Sorry.
not.
Here it is.
Oh,
What?
This was the Twitter one.
Shading?
Okay,
Dimensions?
This was on Twitter. I think like this weekend. I've
So you've seen this?
drawing,
So-
but I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Lumber sexual.
Thank you for shouting that across the event.
Well, are you kidding
space.
me? Lumber sexual? There's no way that a fab event code has lumber sexual in
You'd
the
be
name.
surprised.
What?
I'll just say that.
Hardy Loon,
My friend,
lumber
I've
sexual
done this game
ibis.
long enough to know that there are crazy words
What?
out there.
Is lumber
Brawny
sexual a
Abyss.
word?
Yes.
Well,
What?
clearly, it has to be at this point, right?
Does that mean you
Hardy
only are?
Loon.
Does it mean you're only attracted to lumberjacks?
I'm not going to ask. Really, here's the thing. I have learned long ago that you don't continue down the rabbit hole of some of these
I'll
things.
just say there's a Reddit for it. I had to do my research. So it's real.
You want to know? In 4th grade, my drama teacher, Mrs. Turner, she had a rap that we all learned.
Please be very careful with how you continue your statements.
It was
Go on.
called the lumberjack rap, and it went like this: "We are the lumberjacks. We cut the wood. We are the lumberjacks, and boy, are we good." And there's a lot more that I'm not going to say now. A is for axe, we all know. B is for bicep strong. Yo, that's the first two. Is an alphabet. Anyway.
So A, Hardy Loon, B, lumbersexual ibis, brawny avocet, or the masculine mallard. Now, that bird, did Deb, did you give it a chin?
Yeah, it's got like a little butt chin.
It's got like a strong jaw. Okay, like I hate to know that I know this, but is it like mewing currently? Because like, let's be honest, it looks like it's doing the thing, right? I teach in middle school. This is all they teach.
What is mewing?
You don't know mewing, Sam? It looks like you mew. How do you not know this?
You've got a very strong jawline.
Is that's mewing? Like
No,
I don't know.
give us the full thing, Steven. How do the kids do it?
Oh, kids? You kidding me? Kids don't know how to do that. No, but they definitely go. It's hard with a beard. That's the sad part.
Well, I'll never have that problem.
But you've got the chiseled jawline. Nevertheless, it is. I don't know.
Well, I have to pick lumbersexual ibis because it's hilarious. And
Doesn't ibis have that type of beak? I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm picking it purely because either it is lumbersexual or Ethan came up with the word lumbersexual.
I'm going B.
Either way, I have to be in support of that.
Chat give me a pat on the back, Sam, for
Chat is
one of
going
those outcomes.
C.
Okay.
Chat's going C. I went B with you.
All right.
Let's see what it
let's
is.
see
I
it.
have no clue at this point.
Lumbersexual. The brawny. Oh, you know what? It's like the
Brawny man.
The brawny man.
Yeah. Now
It's
that
brawny man.
I wish we would have made that connection earlier because it 100% is.
No, that is what it is. That's very good.
We were baited by the.
I had to
the
pick
word
it just because it's
lumbersexual.
yeah.
Chat,
Here's your pat on the back.
A good. some great comments in chat.
Really?
I love this. This is Nadu after the bands.
Just looking on from.
This is great. That Terrence, it's not an ibis. I don't know. I finally got one. Blasmafet, by the way, shout out Blasmafet. We've seen you on stream already. On game. Okay, we have one more. I am 2-2. You're 2-2.
I'm 1-3.
Dang it. Okay, well, I don't know if I can make the cut anymore, but now we get to play Draw This Event Code, drawn by yours truly. No, not mine truly. His truly. Chat's truly.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
All righty, here we go. So this is this event's event code.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if you know the event code
Wrong anteater.
if you know the event code at home, you're not allowed to play and spoil it. Okay, we got some ears. Oh, wait. Okay.
Have you practiced? Do you know what you're going to... Have you, thought about how you're going to draw this? Or is
You
this on
see
the
how
fly
focused
right
I
now?
am, Sam? This is hard.
He's
Shush.
locked in. We've actually tried this before. Okay.
Oh.
Is this like Pikachu with the ears and the Sonic
the Hedgehog? Yeah, that was my thought, too.
Is it a
Oh, a squirrel. It's like a little squirrel.
Yeah, it looks like a little
tiny...
Okay, but we have to see the problem is not the animal. The animal is usually the easy part. The difficulty is the... Yeah, it looks like a squirrel,
I'm impressed.
Yeah, we're going.
I'm already impressed.
This is with a mouse 3 screens away, people. This is...
Yeah, he's staring at our screen.
He's looking at
from over
our
there.
Screen, but he's like 33 degrees that
Dude,
direction.
you're actually drawing. I couldn't do anything close to this.
What is the adjective? Therein lies the conundrum.
You guys
the
should have...
enigma, if you will.
Whoa.
Eyes?
Sassy.
Eyebrows?
Uh-oh. We're losing the structure of the face.
No, it's good.
You got it. Okay.
I want to see what chat's.
Eyes are a little far apart.
Energetic squirrel.
Don't make me
sonic
laugh at
squirrel.
shaking the mouse.
Is that the cheek or the
He's
eye?
over.
Hold on,
He's
hold on.
over
That's the
here.
eye. Oh, those
just-
are eyebrows.
Good
I thought-
foreshortening
I thought
on
it
the
was
eye.
like-
I like the foreshortening on the
Yeah,
eye.
we've got
Good.
perspective. Like
You have
come
to
on,
have the perspective. Everybody knows this. We're over here acting as art critics.
It looks like the squirrel is like tripping out. Like the squirrel just took a tab and is like,
Yeah.
"Oh, dude, how you doing,
Welcome
squirrel?"
to MinMax
Oh,
stream.
brother.
This is the stream for the MinMaxGames event. All right, what do we got here? More
Is that its
people.
mouth?
Fast hedgehog, myopic squirrel. Actually, myopic squirrel is very cool.
Is that its nose? It's a horse.
It is a horse. Oh my goodness
Wow. Wow.
gracious. It's
Wow. Ethan. This is so impressive.
This is Victor. No, wait, it's a
Oh my God.
warthog. That's a warthog.
It's a warthog? No, it would have tusks.
Is that not the tusk that he just started? I think that's a warthog.
No, it's a horse.
Okay, maybe it is a horse. Maybe that's the
Warthogs don't have such a
reins.
beautiful mane, bro.
You are well. You never know. They could.
Oh, look at him. He's so happy.
It's Victor.
He's like,
It's good old Victor.
this is
Someone said
hilarious.
sashimi horse. I don't understand.
Bro, why are you giving him so many?
Electric
his
horse,
mouth's
yellow horse,
open.
spiky horse.
Oh, I see.
Don't question it, Sam.
Sorry. It's kind of my job to question it.
Let me focus.
Victor Goldman. It just says Victor.
Victor Goldman. That'd be funny, dude. This is a shockingly good horse for a mouse over
Okay,
there.
what are some synonyms for happy or excited?
Jubilant.
Jubilant horse does feel like a good one.
This is shading.
No. No, it's just a bunch of lines, brother. I'm so sorry.
It looks like he has.
I'm so sorry to
tattoos.
tell you now, yeah.
Important.
He has.
Oh.
It's important, everyone.
Now he's
Okay.
all of a sudden. All right, chapped lips horse. Horse that went skiing without lip balm.
Sunblock, yeah.
Horse.
All right.
Jubilant
I-
horse.
I don't
Excited horse.
know.
Stoked stallion.
It's always the adjective that becomes the
yeah,
hard part.
yeah.
right? Burger horse.
This one's a bit of a reference. He's not necessarily doing the
BoJack Horseman.
adjective.
Oh,
I'm not sure I understand.
okay.
A
He's
reference?
not doing the adjective. So
Oh,
we have to.
people are close in chat. There are some close
What?
guesses. Think. All right. If I give you this one hint, you're gonna get it instantly. So just
Okay,
keep
then-
vamping for a second, and then I'll
Don't
give you the
give
hint.
us the hint, but I don't know how to ascertain the adjective.
Stallion.
How about this,
horse,
Steven? Steven, you have
stallion.
kids.
Thank you. that is a statement of fact.
All right, hey, Steven.
I do. I have
Hey,
multiple.
hey, you got kids,
I
huh?
have multiple children.
What horses do they know?
Well, I have 3 boys, so we watch. We watch like
Black Beauty.
Power Rangers and Spider-Man and
Uh,
not really
what
horses.
horses do people know? What's like a famous Black Beauty is like an old ass book.
What horses do?
Yeah, what-
Mewing equine. I like that.
Sagittarius. Like, what are we talking
Mewing
about
equine.
here? Like,
super horse, gold horse, gift horse, bearded dragon.
Someone got it.
Whoa, what was it?
Someone got it in chat.
they get the box.
Okay, you gotta
they get the
highlight-
box. What is it?
Yes,
Did-
they should get the
did
box.
did they get the
They get
box?
the box. They get the box.
should. If someone gets this, I mean, not to say this is bad drawing. This is an awesome drawing, but I have no clue where they got the adjective.
Give them the box. What is it?
All right. This person gets the box. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Spirited
Oh,
Stallion.
Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron. Isn't that the movie?
I have no idea. I,
don't
still don't know what you're talking about when you say
There's
what
like a
horses
m-
do people know.
Do you know
It's like that
Spirit, the
movie,
movie?
Spirit Stallion of the
Oh,
Cimarron or something like that.
I do guess I know that. Well,
That's-
congratulations.
Yeah, it's a handsome horse.
Well
Just a
done.
stallion.
Spirited Stallion. I was on
Stallion.
Stallion.
That's very good.
I was saying Stallion.
Well done. Well done drawing that. That's very solid.
Shockingly well done. Jordan.
Well done, Twitch Obnoxious.
Well done,
for,
Twitch Obnoxious.
Coming up with Spirited Stallion.
You get this
Congratulations.
box. Should I stop shaking it?
You need to email
Yeah, I'll drop it in chat.
MinMax contact, I think, at gmail.com.
gmail.com.
It's popping in the chat. It'll be highlighted for you. Go ahead and send your address, your name, just a little fun message if you want, and then we will get you this box, this one.
What a great time.
That was a very fun time.
That's just nice.
I normally do
time to
better. I'm a little
relax.
disappointed. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even
It's
gonna
okay.
lie.
It'll be all right. We'll move through it together because we do have the top 8 coming up right after this. I don't know if we know the actual full breakdown of the top 8, but if we don't, we can come back to you in a little bit.
Well, let's
and,
take a quick
talk
break.
More.
We'll
about
come
it.
back with the top 8. How's that sound?
In 1 second.
In
Now
1
that I'm
second.
typing.
Once he's typing.
Okay,
So,
he's putting in the chat. We'll
that's
hang
fine.
out for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
But everybody, I
Fact.
mean, you do guys stick around. This looks to be a cool top 8. This is what it's all boiled down to. We have to crown our battle-hardened Milwaukee champion.
Yes, we do.
So make sure you hang out with us for that. And we got Living Legend all day tomorrow.
Exactly. So if you would like more Flesh and Blood action, tomorrow we get a whole new format to cover. So we're gonna.
It's my first time really diving into Living Legend pretty much at all. Like
You were mentioning that.
I'm
yeah.
so excited to watch. I've been
So-
hearing so many good things. I haven't gotten to my locals hasn't run at Living Legend yet. I haven't put together my deck. I don't even know which one I'd really play. So I'm excited to watch, and maybe I'll let by the end of the day I'll pick which is my first Living
All right,
Legend deck to
update.
build.
Well, there you go.
Update. Just talked with the judges. We have the top 8 bracket. The players are actually almost ready to start. So we're going to take like a brief pause so I can make that bracket for us to review. And my God, it should be like within 5 minutes.
My
So-
God. My God.
We're rolling. Oh my.
Yeah, we're rolling.
gosh.
5 minutes to top 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
The Swiss rounds are behind us, and now we enter the top 8 of the battle-hardened Milwaukee. I'm Steven, you're Sam, and we're here, ready to look at our top 8 bracket. So let's go ahead and jump down into it, see what we have to work with. First things first, no one, and I repeat, no one expected a Boltyn Breaker of Dawn deck to be the 1 seed.
Come on.
Coming into week 2
So
of this
sick.
brand new meta, and I'll tell you what, I am so impressed by the play of Alex. And look who he's facing down, Lucas Oswald. That's the match we watched. And I don't know about you,
Oh, right.
Sam, but Alex looked so comfortable executing the exact game plan in moments where he could have had even more insane, like, pop-off turns. He was sort of relegated to these pedestrian 20 damage turns instead and still managed to just get there against Lucas. Now, that's not indicative of perhaps Lucas's top level of play. We could see him draw, into disruption earlier, or we could see him draw into, his transcend cards earlier, and maybe that matchup looks a little different. But it's not the only one we have to look at. What else is on that side of the bracket?
Dude, well, there's a couple of different Viserais and an Aurora looking down beyond that first match. Of course, we have a new in there as well. We have Nick Gabler versus Sage Trusani. That's going to be Viserai versus Do, your 4th and 5th seed. And then we have that Count Your Blessings Verdance deck versus Sam Dando on Aurora. And then, of course, down at the bottom there, another Verdance versus a different Runeblade in our second Viserai of the top 8. So the Runeblades are eating good. The Verdances are eating well as well, but at the top of the mountain here, top 8, it's going to be Boltyn undefeated on the day. But we have got our first top 8 match for you all. I think we waste no further time and dive forth into our matchup. It's going to be Nick and Sage, new versus Viserai. This is the game for us here in this top 8. We did say one new. We were talking about that, when we were like, what deck could make it in? New is a deck that has done quite well early in this meta as well.
Yeah, having the ability to just play a disruptive game plan and just send disruption upon disruption is her. I love the flip of the sleeve. Had to show off the face there. It is a tradition here now at these min-max battle hardens. Nevertheless, being able to disrupt over and over again is the name of the game for new, and sometimes it just comes in the form of like 14 damage and a bunch of banishes and disruption as well. So no surprise here. As long as you can dodge the enigmas in the room, that new makes her way to the top 8.
Yeah, of course.
Gonna start things off, get the life totals rolling. Nick Viserai on the play with that spring tunic. The Face Purgatory, the Grasp of the Arcanite, and the Spellbound Creepers as well. We're going to be pitching away and Amplify the Arcanite and a blue Rune Flash, make a Rune Chant here. And then pass is just going to be good on the first turn of the game. Back over to new. So Nick had the higher seed, elected to go first, and just decided to Arsenal after creating the Rune Chant.
Yeah, a very classic Runeblade play to take the play or be forced onto the play and not allow your opponent to cycle, to keep threats in the deck yourself, make a Rune Chant, sculpt your hand, and make them play what they drew up. No mulligan means you have to figure out what you're doing with your 4-card hand. You don't get a free mulligan from me attacking on turn 0. So Sage now going to send Enlightened Strike.
5, go again. This card looking for a scrap. Often how the new really gets damage across because the new presents so much in the way of actual disruption that these just vanilla damage is often like, well, I have to take this because what if they send something like a Persuasive Prognosis, and that's the one I want to block. Looks as though the Rune Rager Swarm shored up 3 points of damage on the Enlightened Strike, so Nick down to 38. Now our Viserai player has to contend with the Persuasive Prognosis. No reaction, but that is just going to banish now the,
Banish that one.
the Amplify the Arcanite blue. Nice little get there for Sage.
That's a pretty solid card. It does not really have the capability of being disrupted, being played for the lower cost. Because you can't really make Rune Chants unless you somehow banish cards that allow you to make Rune Chants, but Sage can eventually play that card out after a new activation for free. So you don't have to worry about the Rune Chant creation there. I want to point out there's 2 blue cards presented on that turn. 4 blocks. A blue Rune Rager
Wow.
Swarm, and there's another blue. That was a 4
blue hand.
It's not something you really see from a Viserai very often, particularly the more aggressive slant. If we take a look at what he's rifling through, we can see a lot of
blues in that deck.
Yeah, and this is open deck list as well. I believe both players were reviewing deck lists before this. A large number of blues as we see him rifle through there.
Yep.
Grabbing the Read the Runes allows him to just play this. Obviously, a really uncomfortable 4 blue hand, three blue attack action cards. Means that, this kind of bails him out a little bit on the Become the Arknight play.
And the Reaping Blade there, keeping that Persuasive Prognosis from gaining Sage a life, banishing the action card. Should have gained him a life, but unfortunately that Reaping Blade did have something to say about it. Rune Rager Swarm going to be 3 damage. Go again.
So definitely playing aggressively here by sending that Rune Rager Swarm. There was just the choice point that you could just play the Read the Runes here, gaining 3 more rune chance and then passing, and then holding Rune Rager Swarm for a 5-card hand on your next turn. But again, that's predicated on not being disrupted by the Hand of New. And taking a look at and there's a Bonds of Agony in that hand.
Looks like Sage might just be taking all of this, at least the Rune Chant. Considering blocking the Rune Rager Swarm.
Has the ability to react and transcend if the play is made. Has the Transcend card, has what looked like a red hiss, and this is my question. Are you going to commit equipment to block so that you can then get the value out of them and then pop them to play Bonds of Agony's effect after activating by getting 3 attack reactions?
4 rune chants created from the Read the Runes, so 5 on the next turn for the Viserai player here, your 4th seed of the Battle Hardened. Bonds of Agony to start things off from Sage. Put both hands on the table, or the cards on the table, hands to the chin, ask your opponent, what do you want to respect here?
This is a dangerous play. The Hall, as it's starting to thin out here, top 8 has well and truly begun. There is still I believe, a Super Armory going on right now, which has players still playing some Rosetta over to the side of us, but this is the real question mark. How to block or deal with this Bonds of Agony, because reactions are aplenty. They are rife with reactions on the board. You can obviously use Undertow Stilettos here, but Alluring Wave, even though you didn't cash in the block value, could still be activated for that extra point of damage if needed.
You got it.
Preserve Tradition is going to target one of those actions in the graveyard. Put the Enlightened Strike back on the bottom of the deck. And then, of course, Transcend with the Preserve Tradition to turn it into a Chi. Mask of Recurring Nightmares. First attack reaction card from the hand must get banished here.
Yep, this makes 1 reaction. We know the boots are available as well. Most likely why we cashed in. There is the keep on the Command and Conquer that allows the hiss play, and then of course the Slither is the 3rd one. So this then buffs up.
Yeah. No for the defense. Take 4.
So 4 will come over the top. The Bonds of Agony gonna trigger. Hand is revealed. Runic Reckoning or the Amplify the Arknight here, and it does show why that Runic Reckoning was the blocking choice. I think Nick expected his hand to get ripped apart, but if both of the Runic Reckonings were in the hand, then Sage would have been able to go ahead and just grab both of them out of the hand.
And if we're taking a look at the board, that is a blue Amplify the Arknight, and if that is selected, we already saw 1 blue Amplify the Arknight either be pitched or be blocked with earlier. I think it's in the banish zone right now. So there's exactly 1. There it is in the banish zone. That is still left in the deck, but I believe you could grab reds of Amplify the Arknight.
Yeah, absolutely. Could have chosen.
It's going to get banished.
This is allowing Sage to go find the other Runic Reckoning, but interestingly, if you had chosen that blue Amplify the Arknight, it would have meant that 3 red Amplify the Arknights could have hit the banish zone there.
If they're in the deck, and that's the really important point, because if you're not playing those red Amplify the Arknights, then...
It was one of his first pitched cards, so he's
red Amplify.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yes,
he saw 1 at the beginning of the game. I think it was his turn 0 pitch.
I may have sided 1 out. Can't remember if I did or not.
This is a moment also for the new player to rifle through and literally see everything in the deck. You can count how many,
Ooh,
non-attacks there.
You heard him say, it looks like Nick actually sided out one of the Runic Reckonings.
He did the courtesy look of, hey, let's go ahead and check my sideboard really quick.
Yeah, showing. There it is. So Sage here gets one card out of the hand, but the Bonds of Acne could have removed 2 further threats from the deck, so maybe that Amplify the Arcanite would have been the more impactful pick.
Oh, yeah.
Should have played around it here. Picking the Runic Reckoning, turning out to not get that extra value. But you know what? Honestly, you've set yourself up so nicely on this turn, and you didn't have to commit much. Look, you didn't have to pop Undertow Stilettos. You literally just played the Hiss into the Slither, plus the Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation, which is what you want to do anyway. A shake of the head from Sage, but I think a fine turn nonetheless.
I will tick up my Tunic.
Tunic ticked up here. That Arsenal card can just come in now. The card that could have hit the Arsenal instead going to be played on the combat chain. 5 rune chance, 4 damage from the Amplify the Arcanite. Nice little 1 card, 9 damage. Of course, cards were invested into those rune chants on previous turns. However, here, just 1 card for 9 damage that Sage certainly has to think about.
And Sage could have grabbed that card, and instead it would have been a non-attack, which perhaps would have represented either an Arsenal or a swing with a Reaping Blade for 1 less point of value. So 4 and 5, or in this case 5 and 4 being presented. Arcane Barrier in the form of Arcane Lantern, the beautiful extended art Arcane Lantern from Everfest. Going to take the 5 points of Arcane, not deciding to pitch into it. Let's take a look at the hand and see if we can figure out why. I'm going to block there. Sinking. Ooh, sinking the Enlightened Strike. And instead keeping the Chi card in hand.
Unfortunately for Sage, no targets, no threat is that Command and Conquer on this turn. Might keep it for the Arsenal to try to threaten something later, but as of now, that's just 6 vanilla damage.
Persuasive Prognosis available to be played here as a blue card, allowing you to transcend. Card that Sage is feathering, however. Let's see if we can get maybe a closer look. Considering, Surgical Extraction. Wonderful card. Costs 2. Threatens the possibility of banishing the top of the deck and banishing a card from hand. Not often played, very often pitched in this deck and in most Assassin decks.
It can be so nice, though, with that 1 floating. If you have the hisses, if you have the venomous bites, such a powerful effect. Another way to just look in the hand, rip out a card. I love playing Surgical Extraction. I don't know about you.
I'm a big fan.
That's one of my favorite ones to actually throw on the chain.
It was one of my spoiler cards for that season, actually. Fantastic little card.
I'm still thinking on blocks.
Could decide to try and overblock here. Now, we know the composition of the hand dictates that this is just a sort of a vanilla attack. You can do this path well-traveled play, and that allows you to really get a card from the hand in addition, thanks to the energy being pitched for that Mask of Recurring Nightmares, and there's the banish there.
And then I'll pass. You got it.
And that'll do it.
Machinations of Dominion going to be the banish thanks to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
This game is definitely played out slightly differently than I expected. Viserai not just playing hair on fire, throwing damage after damage, and instead playing a much more measured game plan. See if the hit here connects, and it does. Immediate snap grab of the Swarming Gloom Veil.
1 Arcane coming at you.
1 Arcane from the Sonata Arcanics. That's going to be accepted by New, down to 31.
Sage very content to take it. Looking at the 4-card hand, we know CNC's in circulation. We have just the Nick in hand as well. I think a second Surgical Extraction may be drawn up, but definitely a Codex of Frailty. Gonna block here for the 3, covering up the Swarming Gloom Veil.
So cover there. I'm gonna Tunic.
Tunic to hit the high note. So this is coming in 1 and 6 and make a rune chant in the back.
What a value play.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nice use of the Tunic there for sure, right?
Yeah. You're looking at Viserai, at least I am. I'm looking at Viserai and thinking this is definitely one of those decks that just wants to play aggressively. Period. End of story. But here we see a far more measured, patient, value-based game plan that's just looking to push just value, as we see here. I mean, the Sonata Arcanic's not pitched into, created a half of a rune chant, and then grabbed the other card that did create the full rune chant. And this was off of the back of a disruptive turn. Throwing a hit the high note, so 1 for 6. That actually represented a 1 for 7 value off the Tunic resource.
Making that rune chant in the back. Sage got a Codex of Frailty, Surgical Extraction, I think a Bonds of Attraction as well. Just given the arousing wave here.
Go ahead.
Thinking on further blocks.
Anytime I see this type of play, to me it screams that the player is looking to use the effect on the following turn. If you're blocking with a piece of equipment on innocuous damage, then there's a reason. And it could very well be that you're looking to pop a Rousing Wave on this coming turn so that you can activate some attack reaction effects, or you're just looking for that +1 to kind of come over the top.
Sage here, I think a little struggling to utilize that Command and Conquer that I think is still hanging out in the arsenal, because Nick is just playing off an arsenal. He's just saying, listen, you can disrupt me too much. I don't want to see it. I'm just going to keep my arsenal open. And so far, it's working. He's up 9 life on the new player here. Beckoning Mixblade is going to connect, so Nick is down to 33, and the next blue attack gets go again, which can be now Surgical Extraction into CNC with the Tunic if we just want to push a bunch of damage.
Yes, it can indeed. And remember, this is representing breakpoints and a rousing wave, as we talked about. Possible +1 just on the board, but there's no arsenal for Nick, so it's essentially just representing on board 1 extra point, not taking any disruption whatsoever.
With the surgical?
With the CNC. Yeah, because it would push from 6 to 7. But you could use it on surgical extraction, but you're pushing into a breakpoint. And if they commit 2 cards, then there's no point.
Yeah. Have to see what the blocks are for Nick, as both players can see the arousing wave sitting on that side of the table. Surgical Extraction once again threatening to take a card here from Nick's hand unless some blocks want to be committed. It's like he's got a Machinations, he's got a Snuff Out, Rattle Bones, and a Become the Arc Knight.
Block for 6.
Blocking for 6 is the play.
1 floating does make you wonder if the arsenal is something like a Hiss, right, for the +3 effect. Yep. But if you're already committing 6, another card coming out of your hand means that you're just probably arsenaling, and maybe you're safe just feeling comfortable just throwing a card into the arsenal and letting them take what they wish.
I'll play Rattlebones. Yep.
Rattlebones here, going to go ahead and just most likely grab the Gloom Veil. It'll be 3, go again, make a Rune Chant into the Reaping Blade.
A very common pattern that we've seen today, actually, with all of these Viserai running around.
It itself creates 7 points of damage. 3 from the Swarming Gloom Veil. It makes a 4th with the Rune Chant, and then the 3 more from the Reaping Blade, but it will be 8 points of damage on the turn thanks to the Rune Chant from the turn before.
Yeah, the total on this turn feels quite efficient when you round it all out. I mean, Rattlebones is just an efficient card in and of itself, allowing you to really make whatever you have the resources for available to you. So on this turn, having the basically 2-card hand with Rattlebones, right? Having a blue alongside of it means you can do exactly what you say. Grab Swarming, send that along with the Rune Chant, create a Rune Chant on the back, send the Reaping Blade with that last resource floating. But no, he's going to grab a Snuff Out instead.
Grab the Snuff Out and threaten some disruption. One of the new pieces from Rosetta that have really changed the way this Viserai deck can play, making the Rune Chant on attack thanks to the Viserai trigger. So there's the aura that can be destroyed to the card's effect. And of course, when it hits and that aura is destroyed, the defending hero has to discard a card. So a little more than just damage being represented by our 4th seed here, Battle Hardened Milwaukee.
Some fortuitous timing, because we do see that the Sage drew into another copy of Bonds of Agony. So if you don't interact with this hand, then a Bonds of Agony is coming across with serious disruptive potential.
Yep. And then pay for the Rune Chant. You got it.
Float Tunic to pay for the Rune Chant there.
Still having to deal with 5 damage on the board.
Still not going to have an arsenal for that Command and Conquer that Sage is patiently waiting on.
Very good point. Drawing up new 4-card hand and looking down at a simple CNC. Now this, I like this. Play the CNC. Don't worry about trying to get the value of a disruption on the arsenal, especially with some equipment being available to block still. You're just going to arsenal that big power card in Bonds of Agony instead.
Tunic up to 2. Looks like Nick just went ahead and took all 6 of that because it was
Correct. Yep.
it was vanilla there.
Drawing into what looks like an erase face alongside of another level.
Malefic Incantation. 3 counters.
I'm still just so impressed by how powerful Malefic Incantation is in this, in just the Runeblade class in general. I mean, it's done wonders for all of the Runeblades that are looking for persistent aura creation, and Rune Chance specifically. Rune Rager Swarm, one of those cards.
Sugar Malefic. I'll make
2 Rune Chance, 1 from Viserai, 1 from Malefic here. So this is 1 and 3. Go again.
Yep.
Rune Chant goes to the graveyard and then remembers it can't do that, so then it leaves. And instead goes to the non-existent space on the side of the board. The liminal space slipped into the side.
Yep.
3 go again on the stack here. How to resolve this? That's just vanilla damage, so I would imagine Sage perhaps just saying, yep, looks like it's just take the damage, keep your hand. Present something more impactful, and I will interact with you.
You got it. Move to end. Arsenal.
That's going to take a block out of Sage. Moving to Arsenal. Is our Viserai player here? So he's trying to establish a 5-card hand. What disruption can Sage throw down? An erase face potentially works on disruption, and also then turns off the Viserai hero ability, because Viserai needs to see Runeblade cards played after non-attack actions. And of course, Erase Face, one of those 2 for 6 majestic staples that come around most sets. This one from Uprising. This is our producer's spoiler card from back in the day, Ethan Mansant Vynnset. That's going to buy at least a 3 block from the Rune Rager Swarm. Looks as though perhaps some other damage are going to come across, because even though class and talent types are lost, the cards themselves are still attacks and non-attack actions. That does not get lost to the erase phase.
Oh, this is an interesting choice. He's going to end up taking the effect, so his face is well and truly erased here, but he might just as well throw down the yellow Malefic Incantation and maybe just send Reaping Blade, banking up the counters and the triggers for later. Obviously, you're not getting a value play here. No, you made an aura, so you're going to make a couple more auras. You're not getting the Viserai trigger, but you are still able to play out a turn. Swarming comes across. 4/4. Keep in mind, Erase Face does indeed stop class and talent types, but it does not stop any of the triggered effects from Swarming Gloomveil.
Nor from these Malefic Incantations, because they just check for attack actions. So should have been one more Rune Chant created, but Viserai's face is erased. So if you got an erased face, it's really hard to use your hero ability. I mean, it's nearly impossible.
That is a canon event.
It's a canon event indeed. Sink Below is the block. Sink Below is going to resolve. Sink Below means another card drawn for Sage here. I think it might have been a Transcend card, but couldn't quite tell.
I'm going to play a Revel. Make 4 Rune Chants up to 6.
Revel only checks for non-attack and attack action cards. Again, not checking for Runeblade cards, so this entire turn is well and truly played out.
It's cool.
Really nicely.
It means that Erase Face was not just for 6, it was basically for 8, because those were 2 Rune Chants that should have been created on this turn that the Erase Face turned off. So 2 card 8, that deck won a world championship.
I will say, though, I think when you're playing that as Sage, you're hoping for that to have a more impactful effect on the game and really stymie the ability for Nick to kind of play out a turn. But it turns out that that is not the case at all, and we're representing 9 total value on this portion of the turn, and then before that, even more with the Sin to the Swarming Gloomveil.
13.
Depending on how you count the Rune Chant from the previous turn, it's a 13 value play there.
Sage down to 13, and I will say I don't feel as though the new deck has been able to string together enough disruption to really warrant being down this far in life. It feels like Sage, at this point in the game, gotten Nick down to 24. Here's a CNC threatening the arousing wave and whatever else potential reaction abilities are in there. But this is looking like he's going to go ahead and try to trigger the face purgatory before there are any abilities to do any reactions. That will force the Siren's Call to be discarded.
Yeah, to Sage's credit, they just have not drawn the attack reactions they're looking for to pair with that arsenaled Bonds of Agony. They found, and there they are, there's at least one. They've found several before this, but it just has not lined up in the way that you might want.
Pitch for a Rune Flash, pitching an Arknight Shard.
Ooh, Arknight Shard in the list. That legendary Viserai specialization. It's a beautiful fabled card. I've never been able to get myself to, convince myself to get one because it really can only be used in this deck. I've played a good amount of Viserai in my day, but Rune Flash is going to come in with 4, and thanks to the Arknight Shard and both of those Malefic Incantations, 3 Rune Chance in the back there. If that does not speak to Nick's propensity to play Viserai, I'm sure he was happy to see all these new cards in the Rosetta set. But now 4 damage with Go again. Sage is going to take it down to 9. It just kind of feels like he's just slowly dying.
Yeah. And that's a massive swing. Amplify the Arknight. Remember we talked earlier, if they pulled Amplify the Arknight blue, they could have taken the reds. Instead, this is a moment where Amplify the Arknight red really comes across for another 9 points of value. Look at this turn. It was 13 points plus the Rune Chance at the beginning, which, what were there, 2 at the beginning as well? No, maybe just a full pitch of the Rune Flash. So at least 13 points of value on this turn. Again, turn after turn after turn. This is just like value vis. You can get it great value brand.
Value brand Viserai. Working nicely here for Nick. 6 damage now that Sage has to think about sitting at 9. Even taking 3 here doesn't feel very good. Nick sitting at the 24 just has not been able to find the disruption. Does have those pieces of equipment still available to him. A Rousing Wave. Does have the Undertow Stiletto. Only seen a Codex of Frailty used as a pitch outlet. Again, these are cards that we want to see played. These are cards we want to see if we're the new player developed. It's part of what makes the deck so strong. It feels as though Sage here has just not found the cards in the correct order, because I don't even think we've seen Nick do anything like all that spicy, all that amazing, just kind of consistently applying pressure, and Sage taking some damage to throw disruptive effects that aren't actually that disruptive, and so as a result, the trades are just not ending in his favor.
Wow.
No blocks here, down to 3. Sage has got a plan, and I'm excited to see it.
Head in hands before declaring no blocks. It almost feels like a sign of resignation, the Bonds of Agony. A drop of a card. Definitely the frustrations, perhaps, coming through, but this Bonds does provide the possibility. Oh, missed the tunic.
I was going to say, did we miss it? Because this would have been a big turn to have it.
Oh, no. That might actually spell far more doom than at first it appears, because you want that tunic resource to be able to play out the hiss from the hand to activate the arousing wave.
Yeah. Sage does have the Codex in this hand. Most likely will utilize it alongside Go again with this Bonds of Agony. This is bound to be a powerful turn, but how disruptive can it truly be, especially given that Nick only has to create a couple Rune Chance to threaten lethal with 2 different forms, arcane and physical.
I'm going to say no defense.
Bonds of Agony, no blocks here. Passing to the reactions. Nick feels fairly insulated at 24 life. There are 2 Rune Rager Swarms, it looks like, in the hand, so there's definitely a target that steals value out of this hand if Sage puts 3 reactions on the board. And there's the pitch for the hiss. Pitching a blue card, that is going to create the slither. There's the activation. There's all 3, so this immediately bumps itself up to 4. So now we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points.
So this goes up to 7 again?
Yeah.
8?
8.
Okay.
8, excuse me, 8 points because the slither.
8 damage now of this Bonds of Agony. Nick taking it down to 16, and once again just revealing the hand. Mordred Tide, Deadwood Dirge, Malefic Incantation, Rune Rager Swarm. Only 1 attack in the hand. But the rest of the Rune Rager swarms just simply have already been played, so that means it's time to look at the deck, get the rest of the Mordred Tides.
Which is not a small get.
No, because I don't think we've seen any of them, right?
But at the same time, you're looking at sitting at 3 life.
Versus what's going to be a powerful hand.
Right.
Yeah, again, we've been saying, like, Nick hasn't needed these big, spiky Mordred Tide turns. He's just been like, Rune Chance, an attack. They've just been like, yeah, okay, take it. CNC fully blocked out with the Face Purgatory, so that means Siren's Call didn't get any value on that turn. Had to hold that CNC for multiple turns, trying to get the value off of it. Eventually just threw it, saying, I need to switch my arsenal up. Codex of Frailty off the slither here.
The story of the game has really just been not enough disruption and not enough respect to the consistent overvalue that Viserai creates off of the hero effect.
Oh, and there's no Leave No Witnesses, dude. There's no Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard, and the Tunic counter would mean that it could be a CNC, and instead, it just has to be a Persuasive Prognosis, which is disruptive, but can be eaten up by that Spellbound Creepers or the Grasp of the Arknight.
Ponder and a Frailty created, of course, off of the back of the Codex of Frailty, one of the last books in the game. There's the cover of the Persuasive Prognosis, and
It was I forgot my tunic at the start of the turn, so I couldn't grab it.
yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no, says Nick. Yeah, he's real bummed, I'm sure. No, both players, good sports. You can see, again, another good energy game here, but you have to imagine while Nick is, sad for his opponent, he ain't that sad.
Malefic Incantation being played down. Rune Rager Swarm coming across. There's the play of the Revel and Rude Blood, and that's just too much. Revel's going to create the 4. The cover on the first one's great, but now you're looking at 10 on the back of this, split across 2 forms, and you just need to be able to pitch to the Rune Chance, and if you can't do that, you're just done, and that is the game. Nick just presents too much value, not enough disruption in the hand of Sage, not perhaps enough respect to stop the overvalue from Viserai, and, Viserai just did Viserai things, right?
Viserai did Viserai things pretty consistently and without that much crazy, over output, right? Just had some consistent damage, threatened some snuff outs, but it felt as though Sage was taking damage without able to present stuff that was that exciting. And so as a result, it just kind of slowly died. But sometimes that's how Flesh and Blood works. Your cards don't ever quite work out the way you want them to. And so our lone new now falls out of the top 8, and one of our 2 Viserais at least is moving on. But we have a backup match featuring a rematch from Swiss.
Oh, I want to get into this one.
Well, let's get into it then. We have got the first seed Boltyn Breaker of Dawn taking on your most recent calling champion in Lucas Oswald. Lucas, who was doing so well, had slipped all the way down to the 8th seed, but still did make it into the top 8 here at the Battle Hardened Milwaukee. But let's dive into the action. Beginning the game here, we can hear, looks like someone's taking some damage. Alex going first. Had the first seed and decided to go first. Didn't want to allow Enigma to develop any ward pieces early.
Playing at a faster clip as we watch this, but starting things off by just throwing some damage, getting things set up. Illuminate goes into the soul right off the bat.
Happily, I think, for Alex there. He's gotten Lucas all the way down to 36, and that Illuminate does have that on hit of going to soul, so he actually managed to start off, got some damage across, got a card in the soul, has a card in the arsenal. Rage Spectre is going to be the follow-up into the Stir the Pot, so an immediate transcension as well. However, Alex Tyler has to be happy with how that first turn went. Damage, arsenal, soul, seems good to me.
But this is far different of a start compared to what we watched earlier, where Lucas struggled to find the chi in time to really transcend effectively, and by the end of it was just not able to build any sort of board, and then just kind of got steamrolled,
but now,
for lack of a better term, against just an aggressive Boltyn list. Now, like we said, these players have played before in this tournament a few rounds ago, so it's not just about the variance of the game, but how they change their game plans to adapt. So what do we see from Lucas going forward now that an early transcend is come down? But here's Take Flight.
Threatening this Rage Spectre, only ward 1, like you said, immediate difference in these games. Lucas Oswald has immediately transcended and has found some ward pieces. That's in a block 3, 1 over the top. react. It's going to be a Restless Coalescence. Take the +1 counter from the Spectral Shield, and now there's a Restless Coalescence with a Spectral Shield, or with a +1/+1 counter that can create a Spectral Shield if that counter is removed with its instant speed activated ability.
Yeah, if we're thinking about how this played out last game, there were 2 Restless Coalescence played and seen in that game, and both of them really just were ineffectual. They didn't get any value whatsoever. One of them just thrown out on turn 0 or turn 1 to block for 2. The other one just wasn't able to make any headway as well. Now we at least have some amount of value here on this one, getting some of those percentage points, and this is a massive amount of damage. It is going to soak the rest of that board.
Yeah, Lucas tried to prevent as much damage as he could, but the Valiant Thrust to end the chain comes in for 7, and with only 1 card left in hand, that's the entire board gone for Lucas. Tunic up to 3 for Alex here. He's got 4 cards in his hand. All Lucas could do was pass, so that means no ward is left on the board, and if Alex has a good hand here, it's going to be challenging for Lucas to stop the damage. Engulfing Light is the play charge, so if it hits, gonna go to Soul, but as of now, no Go Again represented, so either a pump would need to come from hand or those Snapdragon Scalers would have to be committed.
Yeah, and that would be an early use of Snapdragons, but I will say, we watched the entirety of Alex play this previous game with Snapdragons up. Never had to use it.
Yeah,
so
that's very true.
This could be a fine usage of the Snapdragon Scalers if a block that does not provide a pump is not presented. But we also saw last game just the massive use of things like Courageous Steel Hand to just push over the top of damage, as well as allow you to, basically just give Go Again to whatever you needed. Does he have access to that in this hand? I didn't quite make out what he has, but 3 on the face of it, perhaps more coming after.
Lucas here has to consider if he gives an attack action card that makes it much easier for Boltyn to go ahead and activate, pumping up the attacks now that a charge has happened. Celestial Cataclysm in the Soul, as well as that Illuminate. Astral Etchings is the block, so that's a non-attack action, but there is the Courageous Steel Hand to pump up to 6 and give Go Again. Looks as though Lucas might be lining up a secondary block. Or is he comfortable taking the 3 damage that's now over the top? The Fate Foreseen, Lucas does not want that Engulfing Light to go to Soul.
Opting to leave the card on top, but the continuation of the turn, and is he going to play another Valiant Thrust on this turn? What a crazy sequence. Giving a Go Again. Now, and there's the Valiant Thrust, and again, he's able to keep another 5-card hand for next turn. Just pushing damage over the top continually. Now he has got this card. Maybe it's another Courageous Steel Hand. Maybe that's why he was waiting.
I think it might be the Spirit of Irina, which makes it a bit of an uncomfortable arsenal there. Can't find it off the beacon. Has to be played with an action point. Lucas just blocks 12. We'll see. I'm not sure. I only got it flashed briefly, but if it's the Spirit, that means that Alex is in for an interesting set of turns here, because having to play that with your action point is much different than just charging it. And now, Alex is out of Soul.
Enlightened Strike saying, I believe he said Go Again. Yep, it is indeed going to be going again.
Lucas down to 28 here. Fight the way. That's going to go ahead and just take another card, see if there's anything to do at the end of the turn.
Double Transcend here, going to send 2 Chi back to the hand here.
Targeting the levels of Enlightenment with the Preserved Tradition, making a couple Chi, one of which much prettier than the other, but we love them both equally.
Drawing up, keeping the Arsenal card, if that is what you were saying earlier, and that being the Spirit of Arena. Of course, no real space there.
I'm going to choose +2 and draw a card. So
+2, draw a card, 2 blue in the pitch. Don't know what that final card is, but levels of Enlightenment coming in for 5. Alex happy to take this. So Alex is now lower than Lucas here. Lots of Chi to work with for Lucas, though, with that Traverse the Universe. Take Flight, going to go ahead and charge. Banner at a Courage, create a Courage, 4, Go Again. Threatening that Spectral Shield. Lucas says has no blocks, goes straight to reactions with the Fate Foreseen, puts that card on the bottom, which means it's time for Alex to decide what the follow-up is. Take Flight, not a staple of that first game we got to see, but the Courage here helping out the Enlightened. Engulfing Light, going to be able to give Go Again no matter what. Blocking 3. Give Go Again, take care of the Spectral Shield with the action point. Activate the Iron Song versus
asking for blocks here, and the Phantasmaclasm, a card we saw come into play in the last time these two played together, but instead being offered as a sacrifice to stop some amount of damage from Raiden. It was an attack, so it is going to pump up, and that does still leak the Courage token, which is not nothing for certain, but here is a more conventional kind of play, just sending the Miraging Metamorph off the Tunic resource.
Alex got no blocks, down to 18. I think it's because he found Lumina Ascension. Oh, it's a Bolt of Courage, not the Spirit of Irina. So happy days for Alex. Gets the Courage token from the Iron Song versus because the Raiden hit last turn. So now this threatens to draw a card on hit and is 4 damage.
He has a Courageous Steel Hand here as well. So if Lucas says no blocks and then just tries to Sync or Fate, that'd be like the third copy of Fate, first of all, and then first of Sync. But if he's just trying to play the value game, he can get blown out into drawing a secondary or like another card for Alex. He's going to give it go again. And he's just going to take it. Okay, he doesn't have to use the Courageous Steel Hand. Draws the card automatically.
Draws a card here. Now Lumina Ascension means that we can go Raiden Duskbane coming in for 4. Lucas immediately head in hands. He should be at 23. Haven't represented the life totals yet, but 23 plays 18 here, facing down a Raiden Duskbane on the back of a Lumina Ascension with that gorgeous extended art and, of course, the signature of the artist, threatening to ostensibly add a card to soul and gain a life. That's going to buy 2 blocks now. Phantasmaclasm pumps it up to 5.
Yeah,
there's the Courageous Steel Hand, which pushes it over to 7.
Goes 8. It goes up. And this is way over the top, meaning you still get the trigger. You still have the ability to continue this like aggressive onslaught. You hit the Banneret of Courage off the top as well. So you're just going to continue it on, sending them. He still has 2 cards in hand.
Gallantry should have made the Quicken, right? Or maybe no.
Spirit, look at this. He sends an Engulfing Light.
Engulfing Light here, choosing not to charge, so this is just 4 damage. No blocks.
Express Lightning, excuse me, yeah.
Lucas down to 13. And 1 card in soul, but it is that Spirit of Arena. Here is the Waxing Spectre. There's the Manifestations of Miragai. Lucas, I think, a little worried about trying to utilize that Traverse the Universe to grab a card to pitch for it. Got 2 non-blocks in the hand there. Light the Way, going to go ahead and just head to the blocks. Beaming Bravado charges that Bolting Blade. Because it's a yellow, it now comes in for 4.
Has the ability to react on top of this, giving it go again. I think we saw a Lumina Ascension in the hand. There's the Traverse to grab the Chi. Giving it go again. I wonder if that really was... Did I catch a glimpse correctly? And is that a Lumina Ascension? There we go. There's the send. Oh, he is going to flash it down there at instant speed. Raiden is going to connect here. I believe this was done after blocks were not declared.
So Alex gets to gain a life. It's the card in the soul. Now Lucas has to think about another Lumina Ascension swing. Looks as though he's just going to take it down to 5. Another card in the soul, gain another life, card in the arsenal, but those are both 2 of 3 Lumina Ascensions used. I think there's a V in the Vanguard in the hand drawn up. Manifestations of Miragai means this is going to be an attack for 8 and then ward 4 on the next turn. Ward.
That's correct.
Yeah, 4 on the next turn. So 8 go again, 2 floating. Uphold Tradition, make it 5, so an attack for 10 all of a sudden. Alex down to 11. Let's see if Lucas has something like a Phantasmaclasm. That would be backbreaking here. It's just going to be the Restless Coalescence. That threatens to create a couple Spectral Shields.
Keep in mind there is 4 block on the board on the side of Alex, so he is a little bit more insulated than it might first appear, but still a card in arsenal, still a card in hand. This does have go again. I believe he flashed this down at instant speed. Is he now attacking with the Restless Coalescence? If so, this would spell the end of the turn, allegedly. Oh, it does.
All 5 counters over, 7 go again. What's the follow-up? It's going to be the 10,000-year reunion, removing 3 counters to pay for the cost. Ward 10 is now on the board. What? A follow-up and crackback from Lucas Oswald on this Enigma deck. But one, huge Majestic deserves another. V of the Vanguard is going to charge 2 cards, one of them being the Banneret of Courage. So a Courage token being created. Here's V of the Vanguard for 5. All attacks on this combat chain now get +2, but look at all that ward on the board for Lucas Oswald.
In order to make this play, he has to take all the damage on the previous turn, essentially. And what a play it was. Seeing the line, knowing that this is the time to go, you put all this on the board, Manifestation sits there. These wards sit there. Uphold Tradition can now soak up damage, and 10,000 Year Reunion is your queen that you just protect now.
Express Lightning going to be 6-7 here with the Courage token. 7 damage that can get the go again. The Raiden can get the go again. Is there a 0-cost attack to follow that up as well? Give it go, and that's going to take the 10,000 Year Reunion. So here's now Raiden. This one's going to be coming in, I believe, for 5. That's threatening both the Miragai and the Restless Coalescent. Giving the go again. Is there a response? No. Ward 2, create a Spectral Shield with the activated ability. Yes, Bolt of Courage, and this threatens to draw a card. Does this get the Miragai here?
Now, this is
cards
buffed.
in hand.
You can attack react this. You can draw the card, and if you draw into another 0-cost attack, you can send that as well. And now Lucas really has to ponder what he has left in hand, what he's able to present if he just doesn't die on the spot here.
He's got Ward... Oh, wait, the Miragai has no ward right now. It's Ward X where X is the +1 counter, so that's literally just 0 ward. Giving it go again. Looks as though blocking 1. Taking 4. Lucas down to 1. What's the draw? And it's a Beaming Bravado, and that's the game! Alex Tyler, your first seed, takes it over Enigma for the 2nd time on stream, the 2nd time this tournament, and your first seed moves on to the semifinals.
This is... Oh my
my
goodness,
God,
this is
dude.
amazing.
What a game!
What a sequence. What a series of turn cycles that was, with Lumina into probably the craziest board state you could build from Lucas, and Alex just says, I'm just going to push through that.
He got through Ward 10, he got through Ward, 2, like, dude, that was sick.
He did it again. We are floored. All of us stood up at the same time. We are
Boltyn,
flabbergasted.
The first seed of your Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee has now taken down the Calling Champ 2 times on a deck that everybody said is the Boogeyman. We're wondering, where's the check for these Enigma decks? Perhaps it is the Breaker of Dawn himself. Not even that game was he able to resolve all 3 of the Lumina Ascensions. It was just a couple back-to-back, and then via the Vanguard turn to close it out. Rip a card off the top. It's the 0-cost, able to close things out, because sometimes Enigma, built with all of those no blocks in the deck, can't find the prevention. Honestly, the all-star for me in that matchup, Valiant Thrust.
Valiant Thrust
was
2 turns in a row.
In both of those games.
As like a solid 1 for 7 off the Tunic counter.
Yes.
And it's just, 100% am I flabbergasted at this point. It's not that I didn't expect, that outcome. Just to see it play out like that is absurd. And I couldn't honestly say that I did expect it. I don't know what to expect at this point. What a meta we live in it right now. It's absurd. Let's go ahead and jump into a updated bracket that we see. I mean, I'm stumbling over my words over here. Take a look at what we have now. Oh, man, we've got not just Alex sitting in the first seed playing Boltyn, the Light Warrior himself, versus Nick, which we watched that side of the bracket, but on the other side, it is a Verdance mirror.
Sam Dando was talking to me yesterday saying, and that he'd won like 15 games straight into Verdance, but I don't know how many of those Verdance were playing. Count your blessings, because Luke Magnuson looks to have made it on into the next round. So we've got Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn. We've got him facing down against Viserai, Runeblood, and then the Verdance Mirror. I have to imagine we'll be taking a look at both of these games in the feature and the backup before we move on into the finals. We'll be going ahead into those rounds in just a second. I believe we're going to be passing it over to hear from our producer about how it's going to work.
Yeah, so perfect, guys. What we're going to do is watch the shorter game first. Alex and Nick most likely will wrap up, and then we can move live into the backup match and just catch everything. Hopefully will be how it plays out into, of course, the finals. Also, a little bit of color on that Sam Dando versus Luke game. It was heavily weighted in Sam's favor until, with a Verdance trigger on the stack, Luke pumped it by 24 amp to kill Sam on like the last Verdance trigger possible in the deck. Like, it was insane. It's actually kind of nuts. So unfortunately, we didn't catch that on camera, but we will definitely see both of these games coming up in just a second. So with that, little bit of a break while they set up, and we'll be right back.
It's the semifinals, everyone. Welcome to the semifinals of the Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee. Sponsored, put on, presented by MinMaxGames. And I'm still floored by the way that game ended. I mean, we're about to watch Alex in action again, but Boltyn is doing things that no one expected. No one thought that this was possible. You know what? I should not say that. I am wrong. Alex expected it. Alex
You're damn right.
knew that it was going to happen. How do I know? Well, he's the one piloting it. So if anyone knows, it's going to be Alex. But I mean, if you thought that this was going to happen, sound off in chat because you're one of the few.
Here's what I'd say. I know somewhere, either in the state of Texas or the great northern province of Canada, my good friend Ellie Bird is smiling because we have got a Rune Blade and we have got Sir Boltyn here in the semifinals.
You know something, Sam? You know something, Sam?
Oh, talk to me then.
Normally, I would be so salty to even see a Vis get the top 4.
Yep.
But I think my love for this Boltyn player and the plays we've seen is just so outshining it that I'm pumped for this game.
Let's go.
And if the Boltyn wins, then there you go. Putting the Vis player down a little bit. So there we go.
Yeah.
There's a little bit
happy no matter what.
This is going to be a barn burner of a game. I mean, Alex has already put on 2 master classes. Can we see another one? Now, both of those previous games were into Enigma. Now we get to see his take on perhaps a more aggressive version. Though, if you reflect back on the quarterfinals, Nick just played a value back and forth style of game plan against New and just won. Won the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's sometimes any deck that has that many attack reactions and disruptive pieces, any of those decks really can friggin' clunk, man. And it really does seem like that's what happened to that new player, right? Just like some real unfortunate draw sequences and unable to string together the right disruption. Because I'm kind of looking at Nick and I'm saying, all right, I think this deck is going to need to do something a little more exciting to take down this Boltyn deck, because it was a very fair game that the Viserai played in the quarterfinals, and Boltyn's been taking down what some are calling the most unfair deck in the meta.
Yeah, that is pretty accurate. Being able to do what he did to Enigma. Alex is really going to show us some stuff here. Now, I'm curious to see what changes up, and take a look down here.
Wait,
look at the Warpath of Winged Grace, which is from the Boltyn Armory deck.
Yo, wait, Crown of Dominion, dude. Is Nick literally like making fun of me right now?
All right, so we talked earlier today to a couple of players that mentioned that Crown of Dominion is just in the deck to help draw more cards, to put more damage down, and just filter. Now, remember, you can't do cash-in shenanigans anymore. Cash-in is no more.
Yeah, that was a huge part of these Viserai decks, was they would run the Crown of Dominion, they'd have the gold, but it was to play cash-in.
And now it's not necessarily to do that. Instead, we're just putting it out there to draw 2.
Wow.
To draw 1, I should say,
one,
paying 2 to basically net you a resource and replace that card that you pitched, but definitely not something that you might expect. And maybe this is another reason why people are underselling this Viserai list and just Viserai in general. Maybe not really seeing past the lines. Those don't go into the graveyard. They get shuffled back into the deck. Gonna make its way into the hand. Those 2 cards should indeed go back into the deck, shuffled.
You think I have time to be pitching against you?
Nevertheless, we are going to see some rune chants created off the back of this, thanks to Mordred Tide. It's going to be more than 1 this time around.
We'll start with the Malefic Incantation.
Malefic Incantation there.
That's going to create another set of 2 rune chants as well. The Rune Rager Swarm Blue has really shown up and shown out in this list. It's a card that's just basic go again, allows you to go wide, and on a Mordred Tide turn, you're okay sending 1 to send a ton more rune chants.
Yeah, 4 damage represented in
1 card in hand.
The rune chants there. Warpath, Wind Grace means we're going to go ahead and charge. Create a Quicken token. And that is going to be the final use of those Warpaths. They are now broken.
Oh, yeah.
Key point, they never did catch that those 2 non-attacks that were shown off by Sonata actually need to be shuffled back into the deck. So that's a dangerous prospect there. But drawing up, moving past it.
Yeah, at this point, players have now drawn up.
Again, on hit.
Those are good cards.
They were good cards.
Nick would have maybe liked to see them in the deck, but still going to be hanging out in the graveyard foreseeable future-wise.
I'm curious to see if he plays this aggressively going forward. Alex throwing Engulfing Light with the Quicken token.
Oh, from Sonata? Oh, they're right here.
Yes.
Yeah, we can fix that. You
Draw a new hand. Yep. Thanks for catching
Ah,
that.
good catch. Good. I'm glad the players were made aware, and then they can simply draw a new hand. No harm, no foul.
Yep. Easy fix. No decisions have been made from this point forward. No cards had been drawn that can't just be shuffled back in, although I think the quote-unquote pitch stack are slightly different, but no, it's the same. This would have been the time they would have been shuffled anyway. It's right now.
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah,
but well,
so
because
there's
Sonata
no
shuffles the
Yeah,
deck.
so there's no problems. Yep.
Drawing the cards, seeing the hand, and looking at Engulfing Light. This already has Go Again thanks to that Quicken token. And like I said, I really want to know how aggressive we're going to see Alex play this, or if he's going to play a more measured game plan, building up maybe some soul to try and pop off on a bigger turn.
I
like
heard
a
him
double.
say, "You think I have time to pitch against you?" So I think if that doesn't tell you a little bit about his style here, this is going to be 4.
No defense.
I'll give Go again.
Giving Go Again no blocks, so Nick down to 33.
I will not gain the life here.
You will here, because I'm higher.
You're about to go lower. The
Oh,
happens
yeah,
after
yeah,
you
yeah,
lose
yeah,
life.
Yep, taking the damage puts him lower, and he chuckles with glee as the life gain is forced to stop.
I will have you go to 29.
No life gain once again, thanks to the Reaping Blade saying not about that this time.
No, we'll go to Soul. Will Arsenal and
A lot of cards in the soul, though. Beacon of Victory looking hungry somewhere in the deck. 1 Lumina down, 1 card in the arsenal, drawn 4 more.
Now, the Arsenal, I do believe, is a V of the Vanguard, which means that you're playing a 5-card hand. So if you're not presented with disruption on the side of Nick, which if we look at the hand, if there's no disruption in this hand on the form of discard, you might just say take it and send your 5-card hand if it's good. But that being said, we do see 4 Rune Chants on the board already. Amplify the Arcanite available to be played at the moment. No real Go Again available that way unless you use Spellbound Creepers to maybe flash something in like a Revel in Rune Blood.
Arsenal's going to have, Mordred Tide. This is going to be a huge amount of Rune Chants created on this turn.
This is
4 already.
This is turn 2.
Trigger.
Turn 1, he played Mordred Tide. Turn 2, he's playing Mordred Tide. And again, just Rune Rager Swarm. Blue coming in clutch.
Coming in clutch because now those Spellbound Creepers are online and the Revel in Runeblood can be played at instant speed, giving an action point, meaning that the Amplify the Arcanite can come in as well. Wonder if there'll be further action point generation.
That's totally fine.
So I'll make 2 runes.
Oh my gosh, massive amounts of Rune Chants being created. He's going to destroy 1.
We don't even need... Let's see, I'm not even sure we really need more action points.
Going to, destroy and create. He's already done the attack, the non-attack. He's going up to 9 total Rune Chants, and then he's going to go up to 1,000,000 total Rune Chants.
So I'll make 7.
Yeah, I forgot Rune Rager Swarm just has Go Again.
Yes, it does.
That's just what that card is.
Well, which is why it's come in clutch, because it's allowed him to string together these attacks and these non-attacks so that he can basically just do this. Massive value.
So I'll take the 15, obviously.
he said I'll take the 15, obviously, because
step
he
1.
ain't got no Arcane Barrier. Gonna block 4 of the 6, take 2, so taking 17 down to 13 after this turn is over.
The value
Disgusting
calculations
stuff.
of this turn will be spoken of in hushed tones and dulcet whispers through the halls of the Demonastery ad infinitum at this point. But the 5-card hand pass back over to Alex.
Does look as though they're saying that perhaps Nick missed those final 2 Rune Chants that should have been generated from the Amplify the Arcanite, and it would have been a second one thanks to the Mordred Tide. Let's see if that's important. 2 cards in off the Tunic counter from the Arsenal.
Plus 2 to the chain.
Plus 2 to the chain. Here's 5.
Via the Vanguard here, a very powerful card, a very powerful effect overall, and it looks like we have... I couldn't quite make it out. I wonder if he's going to pick his cards back up so that we can see. Look, there's the attack reaction to give the Go Again. Does he have a follow-up attack reaction in Beacon of Victory?
It's really hard.
But already sitting at 13 life. Nope. Oh my gosh.
9.
Celestial
Go Again. Banishing 3. Has Go Again already. Looks like Nick's just going to take that as well.
Where the 9 is.
These heroes just absolutely throwing haymakers.
5, potentially with Go Again, was reminded. Probably from the friends in chat and our producer. Revel destroys the rune chance at the end of the turn, so that's where that's where they went from the Amplify the Arc Knight. A Boltyn Blade to finish this out. 9 more damage. What on earth? 5 into 9 into 5 into 9?
How have we missed this?
29 damage?
How have we missed this? How is this not more featured?
I mean, dude,
that's a fair question to ask.
Well, I guess, he hasn't dropped a game all day.
I'm gonna block for 8.
Blocking for 8 with a waiver of the voice.
And then I will just pass turn.
Yeah, I would too, brother. Yeah, you did great. Yeah, I would just pass. I think you're good. Let's see how this next turn goes for you, though. Spirit of Irina. Let's see. He has now blocked with both those pieces of equipment.
It's going to pop
the gold. This is let's filter a little bit. See if we can find something a little better.
It gives you the replacement effect. It's going to replace itself for the pitch. You do have a resource up, so in a sense, you are gaining a resource on the turn. Thinking about the Rune Rager Swarm as the play here, Malefic would create the aura that would give Rune Rager Swarm red go again.
So Nick
pausing here, trying to decide how to best play out this 2-card hand. 1 floating means that you're probably sending that Reaping Blade.
Nick should, be at 8. They just represented that. A little update from the Verdance match, both currently at 50+ life, so we're not rushing over there anytime soon. Well, we got plenty of time to run over to that game. Don't you worry your pretty little heads, folks. We're going to see the Verdances try to outlife gain each other. Succumb to temptation, and then the Rune Rager Swarm saying, you have to give me a card on this, or I am going to look in your hand and make you discard.
Fun things, right?
Yeah.
Succumb, a very powerful new card from this Rosetta set for Rune Blades. You can, of course, flash it down at instant speed if you send the Rune Chant. Now, it's important to note here, playing it in this order means that you get more Rune Chants available to you. You, of course, create that Rune Chant. It already has Go again from the Rune Rager Storm, but now you're sending to Arcane. And you know the name of the game in this way is just win with Arcane, because there is no Arcane barrier available. Yeah. And so if you can create more Rune Chants over the next few turns and then just survive, then you have a path to victory. But I don't know if Boltyn is going to let you do that. And that is a sentence that almost no one has ever uttered.
Not recently, for sure. 3 cards in hand here for Alex. How much can he threaten? Because this Viserai deck can go pretty crazy pretty quickly.
Pitching Spirit.
Pitch Spirit into Warband. Attack with the weapon. Pitch. Make a Courage and draw a card here.
Okay.
Can extend the chain a little bit longer.
I'll draw a card.
Okay.
That's a Boltyn Blade. Another Boltyn Blade. Shout out to all of your friends, all of our friends hanging out with us. Thank you for joining us. All of you hanging out in the chat here at the Battle Hardened Milwaukee, sponsored and put on by MinMaxGames.
We will throw 8.
8 damage with the Bolting Blade.
It's going to send just about everything that he can as far as equipment blocks, and maybe even 2 cards just to try and cover some damage here. But just on the face of it, this would send him to 2. And going to
6
2 is Nick. He's got a play lined up. He's got a 3-card play.
He's got a Revel.
Yeah, he does indeed. And if he can just create enough Rune Chants, he might be able to close this out. Now, is there any recourse to stop arcane damage on the side of Alex? On the board, the answer is no. Is there anything else that he could draw into to try and stop? There's the Malefic play. Again, that will create Rune Chants. Forming Gloom Veil. That is going to create a Rune Chant on the back end. Create another one thanks to the Malefic.
1 card in hand.
1 card in hand.
4, go again. Going to give the block here on the Iron Song Versus.
1 card in hand, but the Tunic means that Reaping Blade can come along. That's blocking 4.
Revel?
Okay.
It's going to create 4 more Rune Chants, plus the 1 from the effect. And there's the 7, plus the Reaping Blade.
That means Alex is going 2-1, whether he likes it or not. Yeah.
Now,
doesn't have AB. He has to finish the game right now. And that means he has to give a card to the Reaping Blade, because Alex is now down to 1. No arcane barrier whatsoever. Card has to be given, but a Beacon of Victory in hand, but you cannot.
Yeah.
Now, on a key turn on the last, did he ever get block out of his headpiece on that previous turn? Because if not, he missed out on 2 value. I would assume he's a masterful level Boltyn player. I have to assume that he did block with
Blocked
it.
4 on the turn before.
That could have been a key miss, but instead, covering it up, taking a card from the hand. Now he has a singular attack, an Express Lightning, and he has an attack reaction.
Can you play it if you haven't charged? Does Beacon of Victory work like that?
Don't recall. Let's see if Beacon of Victory can come up here real quick.
No, you just have to banish X cards from your soul.
Yeah, which means it does reflect a +2 buff available here since there are 2 cards in soul. Now, if it's respected, then this could just be enough. And look, he's going to respect it. He knows exactly. Because the other thing you have to play around is the Courageous Steel hand as a +3. And he plays around it effectively, creates the rune chant, shows everything. And that is the game. Can you believe it?
If I hold one more card, it's
a beacon.
That's
for Lumina.
brutal, as you hear Alex saying, I just need to hold one more card, but that's flesh and blood for you, Nick. Moving on to the finals with Viserai Rune Blood, and he will be taking on one of the 2 Verdances that are slowly trying to life gain their way into relevance.
What storylines and drama are unfolding here at Battle Hardened Milwaukee? A 1-seed Boltyn shows up and falls in a narrow game against Viserai. This is incredible. And if you want to see the rest of this play out, don't go too far. We're going to take a 1-minute break to bring everything back around, see if we can maybe jump in live to the Verdance mirror. That will decide who's going to the finals. So stick around. We got more Flesh and Blood coming your way.
Our second semifinal here at the Battle Hardened Milwaukee is already underway, which means we're late. We're late for a very important
Mirror match.
Mirror match between these two heroes. And look at that. It's already been going on for 20 minutes, and both players flying up to 53 and 47. Now, the difference between these two decks is mainly as followed. Luke Magnuson running Count Your Blessings. Levi Roush, not. So those are going to be the main differences between these two decklist construction.
Okay, I have to point this out because this is actually huge at this point. Both players sitting on multiple potions. And now in a wizard matchup, normally you look at potions and you kind of dictate the tempo of the game, how it's flowed so far. 3 energy potions is a massive, massive thing. And 2 healing potions and an energy potion's not too bad either. Look at the amount down on Levi's side. Look at the amount of cards already decomposed. He's fully online, ready to go. We can probably assume the same thing from Luke on his side, which means that with those E-Pots and the right combination of cards in hand, you can present insane damage percentages and damage numbers off of the Verdance combo.
And you know, I was kind of being a little bit reductive, speaking of Count Your Blessings. I think Luke's playing much more of like a Wizard's Verdance, right? And it feels as though Levi's playing much more of like an Earth Hero's Verdance, playing those big disruptive Earth attacks as well, looking towards some more of those pieces beyond just the kind of Wizard shenanigans that Luke is getting up to.
Mind Warp being presented here, a card that really just wallowed in relative obscurity for the longest time coming out of Dynasty, but a fantastic card in its own right, always has been, just needed the ability to buff it more than just a singular Crucible of Aetherweave kind of punch. And now that that's capable, it has become a Wizard staple, along with a couple of new cards from this set. But wow, that is a hand. I don't know if we have the capability of looking at it closer. It looks like not in this case, but Rampant Growth Life, 2 sigils, 3 E-Pots on the board, a healing potion as well. If there's a spell in circulation here, this turn can go absolutely crazy.
So what these two heroes are playing towards, if you at home joining us have not seen it in action, the Rampant Growth trigger of Amp X or amp at the amount of life you've gained this turn. Couple that a couple different times, utilizing both of them, and the Plume of Evergrowth is the way to amp like crazy.
Three tokens. We'll just leave them at tokens, representing each of the points of Arcane. Going to respond to the final one here after gaining 2 life, and that response is going to be the Rampant Growth Life, and that, based on the life gained on this turn, didn't crack the healing potions or anything like that.
Nope.
Based on that life gain, he is going to amp X with how much they gain.
Yeah. First has another Verdance trigger that he is now potentially either resolving to or let resolve. So that's another point of ping from the life gain from the life part of Rampant Growth Life.
Then I have healed 4, so amp 4, 5 arcane.
5 arcane from the final Verdance trigger, taking Luke down to below his starting life total for ostensibly the first time that we've seen.
Then I'll play a Plowunder.
Oh, and a Plowunder is a fantastic response here. Going to steal that arsenal away after using the Decompose effect. Just going to go ahead and decompose all 3 here.
Interesting.
Going to bottom the arsenal. Now, it depends on what was in circulation there, but we do have a Heartbeat of Candlehold, so that is going to be presented as a block. Now that perhaps the combo has been a little bit more broken up, we'll see how Luke decides to play out this hand, which is a little bit different without the further life gain. But here's the Sigil of Solace. This on the turn, it's going to gain 3 and represent 1 ping.
Sigil of Solace, healing 3, dealing 1. Yep.
Healing 3, dealing 1. Looks like both players accept these propositions.
A 0 for 4 value card in both scenarios.
Autumn's Touch. There's Pulsing Aether. There's the Felling of the Crown, and the second healing potion for Luke Magnuson comes Enlightened Strike. Choice. Go again. That's going to buy a Pulsing Aether block. Taken 2. Luke back down to 40.
Both players playing healthier. I mean, they are playing as Verdance, the sweet summer child that just allows the life to flow through. And so, of course, it makes more sense when you're playing a mirror to have the capability of just gaining life and having a good time. Nevertheless, hey, that's a great turn sequence. Block effectively, play a healing potion, and pass, setting up for a literal just alpha strike style turn, OTK, if you will.
Another line strike. Back-to-back turns here.
As many say, second verse, same as the first. There's the rootbound Carapace going to grab some of those Earth Guards.
Luke dipping above and below his starting life total. Erase face now, the follow-up. So Levi been able to actually convert his hand relatively well in both these hands. Luke content to block relatively efficiently, blocking 6 there. Bunch of cards to the graveyard. Neither of these players have a weapon, and both of them are playing towards, again, Rampant Growth, Life. Utilize the Plume of Evergrowth often to get a second copy of Rampant Growth and Life. Amp your life gain total twice, and then do one final Alpha Strike. For Levi, though, something to pay attention to. One of those Rampant Growths was banished to a Decompose trigger for, I believe, the Plow Under, so he's only ever going to have access to 2 in this game. That's something that I'm totally going to be keeping an eye on, because I think it's something that could be pretty impactful.
Usually you predicate the combo off of just 2 procs of it, 1 to 2 procs of Rampant Growth Life, or really your lion's share of life gain happens off of something like a Healing Potion turn, or Fruits of the Forest, something to that effect, right? Playing more than 2 copies of Rampant Growth Life kind of enters into that magical Christmas land zone, which honestly, in a matchup like this, you can actually get to. It's a beautiful place where you deal lots of damage, but not something you would normally see in a game. We might actually watch it come to fruition with Luke here. Sitting on 3 E-Pots and 2 healing potions, and this game is nowhere near the damage threshold to reach conclusion unless someone decides to combo. There's the sense of the Surgent Aethertide and the respect pitching for it.
5 counters on the Alluvian Constellus to 0. As though that's going back down now, though the Autumn's Touch coming across for 6.
Just content to play a very blocking game. Wait to set up literally all of your potions. If you're not being presented disruption or mass amounts of damage, you can just sit back, block, thin your deck, play for 2nd, 3rd, 4th cycle, and try to land this massive combo that doesn't have a ton of interaction unless your opponent's pitching alongside of yours. And just gaining a bunch more life, pinging a bunch more with the Fruits of the Forest and the beautiful Sagrada Sigil.
33 plays 57 here. Levi almost up 20 life. Yeah, we'll see if these players can break the record set by Leon. I think it might have even been in the 70s, the highest that was seen.
Yeah, I think it might have been 79 life. I think at one point a player reached 79 life. Very healthy indeed. But look how thin the deck is at this point for Luke Magnuson. It is really drawing to a close at this point, and you would imagine that the combo is going to need to be fired off. But we did hear earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, that I believe it's the same player, Luke, got to a point where they approached the last hand of the game and amped for, what, 27? 24 for lethal on a singular play. Now, we did see earlier in the graveyard, as we tuned into this game, there was indeed a copy of Forked Lightning, which is one of those like magical Christmas land cards. If you can manage to Surgent into Forked, you can deal like astronomical amounts of damage off of the magical Christmas land combo. So, is there another one floating around there? Usually you don't bring in too many copies of that card because it is clunky in any other respect.
Decomposing with the Cadaverous Tilling, somewhat of a contentious card in some of these matchups. Only blocks 2, but can come in for 8. Again, the Wounded Bull deck won our very first world, so 2 damage will leak over the top of these 2/3 blocks. After the Plow Under from Luke Magnuson plowed both of their arsenals under. Levi establishing an arsenal, as does Luke. So 14 life down is our Verdance on the right of your screen there.
There is the last healing potion in the hand of Luke. The other 2 are on the board already. 3 energy pots on the board already. The board is basically set. The stage is set. The table is prepared for Verdance to feast Maybe on the Fruits of the Forest. Who knows?
Perhaps on the Fruits of the Forest.
I mean, looking at the way that this game is playing out, Levi continually just throwing these above rate attacks, trying to send Surging as well. Sorry, Surgent Aethertide as well for damage. Erase Face comes across. And more than happy, more than content to get value out of the hand by blocking and maintaining the life total. It almost feels like the onus is on Levi to find some way to stop this. Maybe like a, I don't know, some random one-of sideboard card of like an instant that stops instants? Aetherize?
Aetherize, sure.
Play Aetherize in your deck? Maybe
Luke
try and
drew
stop it.
2 Rampant Growths in this hand right here, as well as, I believe, a copy of Count Your Blessings.
I think he arsenaled a copy of Count Your Blessings as well. If that's the case, then maybe it's go time. I mean, with those E-Pots on the board, you have the capability of popping Plume of Evergrowth without pitching for it, and you have the possibility of sending Surge and Aethertide without pitching for it. I think you really get max value if you have another spell. So if you have 2 Rampant Growths in hand, then you can use Plume to go and get a Pulsing Aether
Something
Life.
big, yeah.
Or just a spell, period, end of story, so that you can just play the Pulsing Aether Life for the points of damage.
Yeah, got to be an Earth action card for the Plume of Evergrowth. Levi here really having to think. Lucas could pitch both of those Rampant Growths to both of those Count Your Blessings, try to establish another second true pitch stack. Levi here just going to go ahead and activate the Healing Potion. He's not necessarily setting up for the longest of games. Verdance trigger.
I will take it.
33 after this from Lucas. Luke, excuse me. Another Healing Potion, so 4 health gained. Levi's starting to put his foot on the gas, it seems. Those are 2 important pieces in the Healing Potions. How does he want to utilize this here? 4 life gained so far.
I mean, if you're popping these, then you are attempting
Doing something.
combo.
Yeah, you're doing something.
And there's the first one. We saw one played earlier already. We can assume that this is at least one Plume is available if he's got the resources. He himself has an energy potion that he could bring into play and pop.
Before the Rampant Growth resolves.
Yep, there's the other one floating in the arsenal. So he's trying to present his own combo. Now, this might be fortuitous timing, of course, because it's happening 1 on his turn, but his opponent is in a precarious spot, being at life 30 itself. So
And only really AB4, I guess, is represented. So the Rampant Growth 1, amp 6.
Rampant Growth number 2 going to resolve next. No, he's going to Plume so we can play it again.
Grab that Rampant, same Rampant Growth, gain a life.
I'm going to decline Verdance trigger.
Decline the Verdance trigger there.
Yeah, you don't want to send the damage because you want to get maximum amp on a singular point. So he's going to amp 7, and then I believe he's going to amp 7 again.
So 13 total. I think it was, let's see.
So he should amp 6 plus 6 plus 7.
Ah, that's pretty good.
You know, decent, right? And this
6 plus
should
6
pitch
plus
for the
7.
Surge and Aethertide, which means that there has to be, there has to be a spell in hand.
I'm going to pop 1 energy potion. Yep.
21 arcane, and of course, any damage that this Surge and Aethertide presents
So I take 17.
amps the rest of this. Is there a 0-cost spell in the hand for Levi? Is this long game about to just be over?
21. Oh, I just put down the wrong digits. Yeah. Yep.
Yes, correct.
Blocked 4. So take
The
17.
casual amping of a million.
Yeah, taking 17.
And Surge and Aethertide's going to surge that over. Now the question
17 Surge.
is
57.
there a Mind Warp in the hand right now?
17 going to 13.
E-Pot is available for a nice little Metacarpus node. Oh, it's just an Arcane Twining. Arcane Twining for the casual 1 plus 18.
So
Surge and Aethertide is buffing up this Arcane Twinning by all of the damage that it dealt. So this is coming in for 18 total. Luke Magnuson,
Yeah, 18 total.
are those instants or actions on the healing potions down there?
They are actions, so you have to be on your own turn to activate them, and they do have go again,
He
but
has AB4.
do not help you in this moment. So you almost have to, like, just in a normal Wizard Mirror, you almost have to give up your E-Pots here to try and stop some of it. But, I I mean,
You can plume to grab
18.
healing from the
Yeah.
graveyard.
That's like all you really can do. Or you can play exactly this to count your blessings and try to heal out of range, but it also kind of takes away your own combo, and your opponent's at 57.
Look at that. Heals 10 from the count your blessings there, up to 23.
And you can see why he was trying to set that, because it was going to heal massive amounts on his own turn, but of course he pitched the Rampant Growth Life, and he pitched the Rootbound Carapace. So trying to solve the problem here and finish the game right now is Levi. Now, it's very important to note, there's a singular card in hand, but 2 epots, and Levi has Stormstriders, while his opponent's at 6. The problem is that you can respond and stop some amount of Arcane if allowed. And gonna draw up, play for the 5th cycle, as it were, is Luke.
Man, Luke there, the count your blessings, the talk of the town, was the only way he was able to survive that turn, was the count your blessings from the hand. We don't know if there's one in the arsenal as well, but the healing there was enough to get through. That was Levi's huge combo turn. The healing potions are used. Plume of Evergrowth used. He's got 1 epot to his name and Dream. Can he find the 6 damage over the top? Take some cards out of Luke's hand to make a count your blessings response like that just happened before. Impossible, and that Stormstriders can finish this thing out.
Surgeon Aethertide presenting the 1 damage. What's the follow-up here? So often it's just another attack, which is exactly what we see here. It's just an attack, which makes the Surgeon feel so good because your opponent pitches to stop Arcane, hoping that they can stop some of the spillover, and then you just send an attack. But in this scenario, it feels desperate with a singular card block, taking 2 down to 3.
3, take 2. Luke down to 3 here.
That thing is so fidgety. It doesn't like anyone. Over to you.
Passing back to Luke is Levi.
He's
Now it's
considering
time
his own turn.
for Luke to start to really put on the pressure. Gain 2 from the healing potion.
Now, in play here we have healing potions 1, 2, and 3 that gains 6 life. If that is a count your blessings from the arsenal, that's going to gain a lot of life. Probably what? Well, it depends on what color it is. Energy potion.
Count your blessings. So that's for 11.
Healing 11 now with this count your blessings.
Up to 13.
That is going to be tough for Levi to get around.
I will take 155.
11. Where's a counter that goes up to her?
Oh, so maybe it's perhaps 11 total.
This one does
We will see as the life totals tick up. Nevertheless, this is representing a lot of healing now, but I don't believe in the hand current. Well, maybe there is a Rampant Growth in the hand. We know we can go fetch it. It does look like there is a Rampant Growth in the hand, which means you can do the double Rampant Growth play. Plume of Evergrowth is going to allow you to fetch for that, or it could fetch for the spell if you just want to do a single.
Luke was just at 3. He's up to 18. Now he's at 20.
Well, there's a card in play here. It's called Count Your Blessings.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Nightmare scenarios happening in front of us. If you are Levi here as your huge combo turn stuffed by Count Your Blessings, and now Count Your Blessings going to go ahead and power up Luke's Rampant Growth.
He does have the ability to gain 2 more life here if he wants to off of the Fruits of the Forest, but he's going to let this resolve. He has 2 resources. He has the ability to activate Plume by pitching. And he has a free activation of Surgent Aethertide. Keep that in mind as well, because Alluvian the counters can come off, so you can send Surgent for free. Discounting the Surgent from that is just a very key piece of the puzzle.
Amp 18. Plume.
Grab that.
Heal 1 life, decline the Verdance trigger.
Yep.
1 life, decline the Verdance trigger, so now 18 plus 19.
An ABA.
Then I will Metacarpus. So this is for 38.
It can activate Alluvian Constellus, going to send this for just a sizable chunk of damage.
So this was 18 plus 17, so what is that, 35 plus 1 is 36.
And that's
so
just
Destructive
it.
Aethertide over the top, amping for 35. AB, that's the game. And Luke Magnuson, we said the main difference between these 2 decks, probably the Count Your Blessings, and at the end of the day, that was the difference maker. And it's going to bring Luke into the finals, taking down Levi in the Verdance mirror.
Count your blessings. Is it a real card? Well,
Real here.
it's real enough to get Luke into the finals of the Battle-Hardened Milwaukee. And in a very specific mirror scenario where you can find all of those pieces and put the puzzle together, it looks quite good. But can that take place? Can that same style of just combo take place against the onslaught of the Demonastery? That is the question that we all have to ask ourselves. Let's look at the bracket and see how we got here.
Taking a look at our journey today. Those of you who've been with us all day, thanks for hanging out. It's time to get ready for the finals. Viserai Runeblood taking on Verdance Thorn of the Rose. Only one of the contentious sets of Count Your Blessings made it to our top 8, but it has now made it all the way to the finals. Nick is going to have to run fast, hard, and hot to take down this deck that is looking to out-life gain all of the other decks in the format and utilize that powerful combo that we just witnessed to take down the Runeblood himself. So I worry for Nick. I worry for this Viserai. They're going to have to put together such powerful turns because this Verdance has disruption, life gain, arcane damage. Nick's going to have to run pretty hot.
Well, to their credit, I think everyone has counted Viserai out as a middling Runeblade, a middling hero perhaps in this brand new meta, outclassed and maybe outshined by Aurora, Shooting Star, and maybe even Vynnset. But you know what? Down but not out is Viserai. 2 of the decks made it into the top 8 and making its way into the finals with Nick Gabler. Viserai has the chance to maybe punch it home.
5 minutes is all that separates us and the next battle-hardened champion in Milwaukee, the game that will decide the final title. Don't go anywhere. We will see you in 5 for the finals of the battle-hardened here in Milwaukee.
The sun is setting on us here in Milwaukee, and we are one round away from crowning a champion. Will it be Viserai, or will it be Verdance? We are about to find out. And Sam, I can't wait personally to find out.
This is my V, like Battle of the Vs.
Not a V of the Vanguard, unfortunately. That deck
close, though.
Didn't make it into the finals. Boltyn, what everyone expected to make it in the finals, maybe perhaps didn't. But what an insane stage has been set for us off of the back of that flashy ending that we just watched. If you were with us, the Verdance mirror ended in a lot of arcane damage. But is that how this finals is going to end? And who will walk away as the battle-hardened Milwaukee champion? Let's go ahead and throw down into the arena. Take a look at our players as we see Nick Gabler, the 4th seed on Viserai, versus Luke Magnuson, the 2nd seed on Verdance. And both of these players, they passed in the hallway right after this. One looked at the other and said, "You got it?" He said, yeah, Wolf Pack." Both players, members of the Wolf Pack.
The pack battle here. Only one may truly come out as the alpha at the end of this game, however.
Yes, the constant back and forth about how pile shuffling is not actually shuffling.
Oh, yeah.
Someone should do a video on all the ways to shuffle.
Though. It's not like it doesn't randomize your cards. People act like it doesn't matter. If you pile shuffle, it does like you did nothing. It's like, what do you mean, bro? When you pile shuffle, you're still you're shuffling them, and then you just shuffle a little more to make it perfectly random.
Sam, I feel like this exact conversation is going on at that table right now as well. Nevertheless, the conversation we are going to be having centers on Viserai, the perennial D-tier hero for the past few years now, sitting at the finals of a battle-hardened on the back of some brand new cards from this new Rosetta set, of which we've given away a couple boxes already. It's been fantastic.
I'm sure we'll give away some more tomorrow during our Living Legend ProQuest Plus stream. So I do hope you'll all keep hanging out with us tomorrow because it'll be a wonderful and very highly produced exploration of the Living Legend format, something we haven't gotten very often in our current Flesh and Blood landscape.
Viserai gaining all these new cards. And, you know, who has also benefited from Rosetta is the hero that has released in Rosetta, and that's Verdance. A lot of players taking a look at Verdance very early on and going, okay, what is it that you do as a hero? You're a wizard. You are an Earth hero. Are you simply just playing the value game? Are you trying to play Arcane? And, well, if you are looking for a way to, you know, attack this deck and try to deck build, well, look at that way that last game ended and the combo that you can put together from Arcane damage.
The equipment has been presented. The heroes have equipped their weapons. How fitting that this early Rosetta tournament features a wizard facing off against a rune blade. After these heroes gained all this support, perhaps it is time to see which of the classes will reign supreme at the end of this. The finals of the battle-hardened Milwaukee, the beginning of this game, starting off Luke on the play, elected to go first, gaining a couple points of life, one from the Sigil of Solace and one from the life part of Life and Pulsing Aether, but some arcane damage is going to go ahead and get through here.
Pulsing Aether Life being able to meld here as a new meld card. The meld mechanic allows you to pay double and get the effects of both sides. Pitching a blue meant that you very easily had that capability from Luke's side of things, and now we see the first sighting of Count Your Blessings, and it does appear that Count Your Blessings, main board card for this version, It's a 9 of, so it's a little hard to side out, but nevertheless, it's going to make its way into the hand, and it looks like that's a pretty clunky non-blocking hand, so might have a little bit of issues trying to block physical, but it can stop some arcane damage, and that's the name of the game right now, it looks like, creating all of these rune chants.
Nice that the Deadwood Dirge is able to target the rune chant created from the Viserai trigger of the Mordred Tide being the first card into another Deadwood Dirge.
2, sacrifice 1, make 4 more. So I'll be 5 more. 10 total.
10 total rune chants after these 3 cards have been played here. So we said this deck's going to have to run hot. This looks pretty hot to me. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Viserai is looking hot to go here. This is not 11 rune chants and, of course, the rune flash just to push as much damage as possible and create the 2 rune chants in the back.
I mean, that's about as good of a turn that you could expect here, you know, at the outset of this game, and Vexing Quill Hand over there kind of looming as a possibility at the crack and try to send more damage after this. No resources floating, of course, so you can't send anything following this. But the fact that you have Mordred Tide on turn 1 and then double Deadwood Dirge red, this game just punches into overdrive. That being said, everyone slow your roll because it's time to count your blessings.
Card left in hand for Luke. Healing Potion to the bottom of the deck. So Luke looking to most likely take this game long. There's the final card. It's just the Sigil. So after all that damage, after all those rune chants, Luke at a desperate-looking 39.
Drawing into a new hand.
Ooh, Oasis Respite into Oasis Respite into the Channel of the Millennium Tree.
No Earth card in the hand, so you can't set that and keep it around for another turn. Instead, you're most likely looking to just extract any value whatsoever on it. The raise of the eyebrows from Luke, maybe feeling a bit of the fatigue of playing all day. Though, important to note, this has been moving at just a wonderful pace.
Yeah, huge shout out to the judges on staff. They did an excellent job keeping things moving. 9 hours in, and we're on round 10, which if that doesn't tell you that the judges have done their job well, I don't know what does. So shout out to, of course, the judge staff here on site, and our 2 players. We're hearing from one of their teammates in chat. You might have heard his name. He has, in fact, won a Pro Tour before. It is Michael Fung. That these 2 players, they maybe never have played, even though they're on the same team. They're not, like, you know, often testing against each other. This matchup particularly haven't played it yet. So the Dirge, there's the 3rd and final Dirge, though. So that is one of the power cards in the matchup, and with Luke still sitting at a comfortable 39, Rune Rager Swarm is going to be coming along with these 4 rune chants now.
Yeah, trying his best to send a storm of damage, creating rune chants aplenty and physical damage as well, threatening these really uncomfortable breakpoints of both rune chant, arcane damage, and physical. Taking some damage will be Luke on this turn, but What is he going to do about the 3-block in the hand and the Oasis that's floating here? Going to be able to do double Oasis on this.
He goes a little lower just so he can gain the 1 life on the Oasis.
Yeah.
Back to 37. Prevent the 3 damage, of course, from the Rune Rager Swarm.
Break chain. Play a Revel.
And there's a Revel and Runeblood. This is all, again, turn 2.
6 and 3.
After a, 13, 14 rune chant turn previously to this, and this sending just the casual 6 rune chants and 3 physical damage. This also allows for an arsenaled card. So just absurdly above rate has just this Viserai deck been through the top 8.
That's going to take 4, so Luke down to 33, and then just going to block with the Channel of the Millennium Tree. So Luke will have no cards in hand at the end of all things. Revel and Runeblood, of course, would destroy the rune chants, as we saw earlier, and that's why the Amplify the Arcanite is being saved for the Arsenal, because, yes, it would be a lot of damage on this turn, but the 1 rune chant that it would create would fall to the Revel and Runeblood trigger. So even though it was a good way to get value out of it on this turn, there's another Revel and Malefic Incantation and a Rune Rager Storm. This is a good friggin' turn, my goodness.
Well, and not only this, but you're looking at how good Rune Rager Swarm has been through all of these games we've seen on stream. The blues even have just allowed for these wide turns, and it means that Revel and Runeblood can just always come down. You never have to do weird flash-ins for like the Spellbound Creepers to be able to play it. You can just play Rune Rager Swarm with Go again, Malefic Incantation in this case, and just make a billion rune chants.
Gonna be Revel and Runeblood again, making 5 total rune chants, and it's gonna be this one is going to bring the Arcanite along.
7 rune chants, 6 physical. I'll make a rune chant. It's gonna die at Revel. So
That is true. It will die to the Revel.
Not as interested in even making the rune chant here because, of course, it is gonna fall to the Revel and Runeblood.
I do believe he has a hit the high notes there in the hand that's going to make its way to the arsenal. Just one of those cards that you look at and you go, okay, this feels like a fantastic limited card, but I mean, in a way, it feels very much just like another Amplify the Arcanite. It's like Amplify the Arcanite copies 4 through 6 of the reds, because it's just going to come in for 6 damage because you're always making auras with Viserai.
Rootbound Carapace. Oh, you broke the chain, so this is...
Yep, that's in there, yep.
Yeah, Rootbound Carapace does mean that Mind Warp is a valid target.
Yep.
That is going to be the 3rd action. Banished to the Rootbound Carapace, so only 2 damage will come over the top. Last game, we saw Luke all the way at 2 before the life gain started. So, you know, these Verdance players, it's not over till it's over. They're not dead until they're now moving. And these players can gain so much life seemingly out of nowhere.
You're 100% correct, but I think the big point of contention is whether or not you can do that in such an aggressive matchup. Pitching and just playing the Heartbeat of Candlehold for the 3 life gain and passing. You would have loved to have played a Plow Under, but there's no decompose targets because you had to decompose and block on the previous turn, and there's more copies.
I wonder how many Count Your Blessings were in that hand. At least 2.
Looked like it.
Non-attack, and attack. It's a blue rune flash, but at least it's something, and it represents another point of arcane damage that Luke is going to have to think about.
Yeah, 1 arcane, yep.
We'll send the 1 arcane over. He's going to pitch a Count Your Blessings blue floating 2. That does set him up nicely to play the other one if he so chooses. If, 12 rune chants aren't just magically created from the side of Nick Gabler on this turn. Going to grab I believe that is a blue rune flash, which is an interesting addition to the deck. A lot of players kind of deciding whether or not they want to cut rune flash entirely in favor of Rune Rager Swarm because it's a 0 cost, always go again attack. And Nick Gabler says, no, run both of them and then run the blues.
Yeah. Turns out it's pretty good. The go again allows for swings of the weapon. That Tunic's been sitting on 3 for some time. It's going to be a Swarming Gloom Veil coming in with go again. 2 rune chants were created, 1 from Viserai, 1 from the Malefic. That is going to buy 2 blocks here.
Buys the Stonewall Gauntlet here, by the way.
Looks like because it would have, brought the attack down on the Swarming Gloom Veil. But because this deck rarely cares about the combat chain, Nick is able to just go ahead and close the chain here. Looks like that's a blue rune flash. So this is only coming in for 5 with go again and the 3 rune chants. But it does have the go again and a card in hand with the card in arsenal.
That is the rune flash that he drew off of the Sonata Arcanix here. This does, like you mentioned, have go again. It's presenting 5 damage. He is going to play the Count Your Blessings to gain the extra life, but he's going to take a large chunk. Down to 1 card in hand. It is a potion. So
Everything that comes next.
yeah, nothing is going to be stymied unless you're pitching to more Rune Chance. And this is not the end of the turn. Taking the Tunic resource, you mentioned it a moment ago. There's the hit, the high notes, but this one from hand, that's going to come for 1 and 6. Luke, shrug of disbelief. Just the turns that this Viserai deck has put out are so absurdly overrate.
Is that a, energy potion. Just going to get developed. So Luke down to 18. Draws a Felling, draws a Count Your Blessing, draws a Count Your Blessing, draws a Fruits of the Forest. So only 5 actual block represented in hand. Now could probably gain 6 life. So those 2 cards can be used to block for probably even more than 6 because there will be some Rune Chance coming along. So Luke has a good defensive turn here again.
I mean, it seems on the face of it to be a good defensive turn, but when the opposing hero is putting out like 17 to 20 value every turn off of the back of the auras that are on the board and just your hero power creating extra points, I mean, how do you stare that down and think that you have the space to just send it? He's got another Mordred Tide. This is turn 5.
3 Rune Chance created, or 3 Rune Chance total here. Hit the high notes. Now is going to have Overpower and Go Again, making 2 more Rune Chance on the back, and I believe we have the final card in hand. No, we pitched the Become the Arknight.
He does have a singular card left in hand. This was the Hit the High Notes from a few turns ago. Arsenal waiting for this moment to be able to go again.
Here, 4 Rune Chance on the back.
4 Rune Chance in the back. Malefic Incantation has paired so nicely with this Mordred Tide.
It does have Go Again.
Go Again, Overpower.
So I'm going to...
I've got 2 floating.
He's got 2 floating. The world's his oyster at this point. He's going to pitch into stopping. No, he's going to play. Yeah, he's going to play the Count Your Blessings.
3 of the Rune Chance. Sorry. Yeah.
Preventing 3. There it is. Yep.
Count Your Blessings, floating 1 resource.
Okay, so...
I heal 5.
Heal 5 here, so there are only 2 Count Your Blessings actually in the grave. So heal 5, but take 3, so heal 2. So at the end of all things, Luke is at 20.
Overpower, meaning this would only have been able to be blocked with 1 card. So using all the cards in your hand, but now you're face up. Now you just have to take what you can or what you're forced to take. And taking the Rune Chance, stopping 1 of them, sending the blue Rune Rager Swarm again. Go again.
Go again.
Reaping Blade.
Which means Reaping Blade can come in, so 16 down to 11 after all things are said and done here. Nick could have used the Vexing Quill hand to just make 2 more Rune Chance, get Luke down to 9, but valuing keeping at least a little bit of AB around for now. The question is there another Mordred Tide? Because again, that 2 could have been 3 thanks to the Mordred Tide.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to do that earlier in this game because he's found Mordred after Mordred. Choosing not to do that is a really interesting inflection point, and it could be that he's trying to hold off for a turn where he just absolutely spams the board with auras, with Rune Chance, so he can play Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath, which was in the deck previous to this. Question is, will he find it on a fortuitous timing? But Rune Rager Swarm, blue, we've said it time and time again. Play the reds, play the blues, maybe even play the yellows. It's a guaranteed go again, and that's something that Rune Blade, specifically Viserai, struggled with early on in his career, if you will. Now it's sending arcane damage upon arcane damage thanks to the go again on the attack.
No, Arsenal doesn't want to be taken by something like that. Plow Under we can see in Luke's hand. Gonna AB for, looks like...
So the Rune Chance in one of those, so I
take 1 arcane damage here.
I only have AB 1.
Yep.
But only have AB 1, so has to take 2 here, down to 8.
He's got a Plow Under, which I do believe is now able to decompose based on the graveyard. He has a Sigil of Solace, which can gain him some life. He's not close to having Verdance online, but at least he can present Plow Under for 6. No effect of getting a synced of the Arsenal, essentially, but he has some space in this matchup to maybe try to play some things out.
I wonder here going to decompose. There's a Mordred Tide, a Rune Flash, and a Malefic Incantation with Become the Arknight for Nick Gabler, and Luke is only at 7.
He found the 3rd copy of Mordred Tide. He's got a Malefic on board.
Yeah, this is how you win a battle, Hardened. I mean, right? You play well and you get lucky, and he's been finding the cards he needs. Nick Gabler happy to take it.
I mean, kudos to his deck building as well, because he's clearly built a
yeah.
deck that functions on a very high level. And yes, of course, it's great to draw into these powerful cards, but he's not just drawing into the powerful cards. He built the deck to function this way, and it's rewarding him to the tune of 31-7, putting your opponent on the severe back foot.
Rune Flash now going to come in with 3 Rune Chants and make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Rune Chants in the back. Thanks to Malefic, and Viserai. 6 Rune Chants in the back. So here's 3 plus 4, AB3. Here's 4 damage now that Luke has to think about. Take 1, down to 6. Is this the time where you pop that Vexing Quill hand? You make 3 more Rune Chants.
It feels like this might very well just be the time to do it, but what's left in the hand?
They become
the
or nothing, just making 2 more Rune Chants. Pop the Vexing Quill hand, make 3 more Rune Chants, up to 11 Tunic. 11 plus 3 is the ask of our Viserai player here. Gain 3 life, Luke up to 9. Now 11 plus 3, can that be stopped?
AB1 on the board means you can pop Energy Potion and use some extra points here to try and stop some of these Rune Chants, but the Rune Chants in themselves are just presenting lethal. Well Grounded, I do believe, is active now because it's looking for 4 Earth cards in Banished Zone, so that can stop some Arcane as well, and that, crucially, can split and stop 1 Arcane and then the other Rune Chant right after the fact. So there is some recourse on the board, but there's so much damage, and you're going to be so low by the end of this turn.
Only AB1 means if you go low enough, then the Vexing Malice type effects can finish this thing out. 2 Scours aren't going to do anything when all those Rune Chants are coming in right now. It's going to Scour and a Destructive Aether Tide, so we're going to AB6.
4. Take 3.
Down to 4.
This knocks him to 1.
Down to 1. And that is the play for Nick. Just utilize that Vexing Quill hand with the Mordred tied up. Let's see what the draw is here for both players.
So,
Swarming Gloomveil, become the Arc Knight. Hit the high notes. That's a good amount of go again. What's the hand for Luke?
Well, he just chooses to pass, not sending any arcane damage off Surgent Aethertide just to tickle for 1 point of damage and say he's done more. Yep. But here, just by playing the Swarming Gloomveil, you trigger Malefic twice, which automatically turns Go Again and the +1 on because you've created 2 Rune Chants. So these Rune Chants aren't coming yet, but this is not the end of the turn by any stretch of the imagination. Swarming for 4 with Go Again, more attacks in the hand, Rune Chants threatening to just tear the hand apart and win a battle hardened. But count your blessings. Don't count him out. He's counting them up right now. And it's blessing him for the tune of 5 life.
Gaining 5 life, but taking 2 cards out of the hand. So your 2 cards there presented you 5 value on a turn that you need to stay alive. Is that another Rampant Growth in the hand? If so, I don't think that card blocks.
It's really
Rampant Growth, life, and a Fruits of the Forest.
So that card can block you 1 by gaining 1 life.
4, go to 2.
Luke is going to take 4, go down to 2 here.
Well Grounded can stop 2 points of damage, but all he has to do is present a good attack and hit the high notes. Might send him to the end of this game.
From my shard.
Ooh, he pitches the Arcanite Shard for style points. Is that going to be the end of the game? 2 arcane damage that the Well-Grounded can shore up, but 1 no block in the hand. The Illuvian Constella's block for 0. Energy Potion can do something about those Rune Chants. Up here at 6.
Block the 2 arcane.
Take care of the 2 arcane.
Block 2, take 4.
Block 2, take 4. Down to 2 again.
Oh, Arsenal my last.
Yet again, we have no cards in hand at the end of Verdance's turn, playing everything out on the defensive side of the board. Do we draw another Count Your Blessings? That could be the only possibility. It's 4 blocking cards, so at the very least, you're happy to see 4 blues, 4 3 blocks. You might be able to find your way. This is essentially 14 damage, 14 value that you can stop in a variety of different ways.
A lot of good options here, though, for our Viserai player. Rattlebones and Runic Reckoning, which would, I believe, come in for free.
Malefic Incantation, I believe that's a red Malefic, can come down. All 1,500 viewers in chat right now on the edge of their seat, bated breath, waiting to see if blessings are going to be counted or if Viserai and the Demonastery will tear apart the land. There's a line here that Nick could play for. Rattlebones available, meaning you can grab a couple of different options. Normally when you see a Rattlebones, you see it immediately. Just go get a Swarming Gloomveil. We actually saw Nick, previous to this, play out I believe it was an Amplify the Arc Knight, grabbing that instead because he had so much rune chant generation that he could just easily grab it. Malefic to start the turn.
Of course, Viserai now turned on for the turn. Every Rune Blade card is going to create a rune chant, thanks to the non-attack having been played.
The story of Rosetta buffing up these rune blades, these wizards, giving them the tools they needed to compete, and compete they are. Rattlebones being played out there. Nick has the choice, and he's going to go get the Swarming Gloomveil. This could be the game-winning play.
Or make 8, yeah, up to 2.
Up to 2 rune chants, so comes in with 2 rune chants. Make 2 rune chants in the back. This card, Malefic Incantation, has to be the most impressive card so far in these Viserai games. The way they are just turning on and adding so much value to all of these turns.
I'll pitch to the...
Pitch to the rune chants. 1 float, 4 damage. But now if this damage is taken from the Swarming Gloomveil, all arcane damage has to be hit for the rest of the turn.
This is exactly what you do. You take the well-grounded to stop the break point to prevent that exact eventuality. There's 1 prevention floating here from the well-grounded.
Runic.
Up to 3, and he has a blue Amplify the Arc Knight. So 3 arcane into 7 physical here. He's got 1 floating. He's got the energy potion. He's got the 1 prevention as well as the 1 resource floating. Is that going to be enough to keep him alive in this game?
This is the moment to crack the energy potion. Get your 3 floating.
Hey.
3 floating here. Going to be able to pitch, create great content on YouTube, and stop some arcane damage.
Block it all out with the prevention floating. The well-grounded gone.
At this point,
Stonewall Gauntlet gone.
He's got nothing except blessings left to really stymie large points of aggression.
Ooh, potentially a clunker of a turn from Nick here. And have to see if he's able to find any action points. Let's see, Rootbound Carapace, Mind Warp. Again, just a bunch of 3 blocks here for Luke Magnuson.
I think Luke really wanted to find a Count Your Blessings on this exact turn.
I saw him. He had already changed it.
At this point, it's representing 5 to 6 value if he can find one of those. But did he find a reprieve here? No, he's just going to full pitch for 9th Blade of the Blood Oath. This will create, off the back end, a real clunker, like you mentioned it, of the hand. The first time we've seen this type of hand from Nick on this deck.
That 9 damage is now something Luke really has to think about. Needs to block at least 8 of it, which is most likely going to represent 3 cards. Maybe keep the Rootbound for the arsenal as another source of block. No, utilize the Rootbound, just block it all out. 3, 6 plus 3 is 9. Keeping a Mind Warp, but that's not something that can help him. Oh no, he is going to go ahead.
There they go. They go to decompose the cards into the banished zone, and it does mean that he can play out Surgeon into Mind Warp.
That actually does do a fair bit here. Surgeon Aethertide can't be stopped, which means the Mind Warp is going to come through, and the Surge effect is going to trigger, so Nick's going to go from 4 cards down to 3.
Now he's
That's a massive play here from our Verdance player.
He's at 1, but he's stealing a card on this turn cycle.
And it's been a while since we've seen a Count Your Blessings, meaning I think there might be one coming soon in these next 4 cards.
Very due.
This is perfect. The Illuvian Constella is so inconspicuous down there. There it is right off the top, the Count Your Blessings and the Oasis Respite. But no blue to pay for both of them.
He does have 2
a yellow
reds.
and a red.
Yeah.
So that Oasis Respite might be kind of clunky on this turn. But what is the hand from Nick?
I think the only yellow is Count Your Blessings. Everything else is red.
No.
Oasis could stop some damage, but it's awkward because you can gain, 6 life at this point. But if they can deal 12 damage, you're just dead.
Yeah, off of 3 cards, that's a big ask, but we've seen this Viserai player do some impressive things in this top 8. Except for the quarterfinals was kind of pedestrian, but he still did win that game.
He's flipping through his graveyard, which might mean he has something like, yep, exactly, a Become the Arc Knight. He's going to discard a non-attack go and fetch an attack action card. This is half of a rune chant in and of itself. Find another copy of Swarming Gloomveil, either the second or the third. Now, his deck is looking fairly thin. He's run incredibly hot, red hot, you might say, but he's starting to run out of threats. These recursion pieces that he has in the deck, Rattlebones, are going to need to come in clutch here.
Does he have a go again attack in the hand to pair with the Reaping Blade? Pitching the Count Your Blessings so that this Oasis Respite can cover up the Swarming Gloomveil, gain a life, go to 2. 2 cards in the hand. They both block 3 now. Runerager Swarm with 2 arcane damage.
Oh my gosh.
No prevention floating.
On a 3-card hand.
Take 1, block 3. That has go again. Tunic into the Reaping Blade is the game, and Viserai Runeblood has taken down the Battle Hardened. These two teammates have been facing off for years, but you have to imagine this is a matchup no one expected in the finals, and Viserai, the OG himself, takes down the Battle Hardened on the back of the new cards from Rosetta.
The first Arc Knight punches it into the finals and says, this is my game to win. He's the winner of your Battle Hardened.
Wow.
Everyone spent the entire weekend maybe talking up Count Your Blessings, and you know what? It was good. It was real.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it fell at the last steps to the finals here. But Viserai did not stumble, did not draw one of those clunker hands, played through it, and found the win. Congratulations to Nick on that Battle Hardened win.
What a game from both of our players, and what a run from Nick taking down the Battle Hardened. My goodness. We got to go ahead and remind you all, please stay around and hang out with us tomorrow for our Living Legend Pro Quest Plus series. Is going to be probably some of the highest produced Living Legend to date in Flesh and Blood, so I do hope you'll stick around and watch some high level of that format. I've heard only really great things and some pretty gnarly things about a pretty gnarly amount of cards being drawn thanks to some of these new cards in Rosetta, so I know you want to see that. There's not a lot of card draw left in Classic Constructed, but how about Living Legend? And of course, to our friend Nick, the winner of the Battle Hardened here in Milwaukee, we're going to go ahead and grab him for an interview. I know you want to hear exactly how the heck this all went down, so we'll hear it from the man himself, the champ, here in Milwaukee in just a sec. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here with Nick Gabler, your winner of the Milwaukee Battle Hardened. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we hopped back to this screen, we were already kind of geeking out about everything Viserai related. So if you're in chat and you also want to geek about Viserai, this is your moment. Congratulations. You can do that. First things first. There's a lot of people that said Viserai was still pretty bad, and you just want to battle harden. So would you like to tell them anything about Viserai himself?
Yes. Step 1, cut Mav Skies. Take him out of your deck. It's a bad card. Don't play it. Everything's got go again now. You don't need them. And I think that's been like the big secret for the most part, seeing the difference between the successful Viserais and the non-successful Viserais when you're going an aggressive plan.
Sure.
Is to just make sure all your cards are proactively doing something. And Mav Skies, you're a deck without many on-hits. So you play Mav Skies, and you just heavily incentivize their armor to come onto the chain, and then they trade up on you really significantly.
Sure.
A lot of that value is tied into the on-hit.
Yeah.
So if you just construct your deck in a way where you play all the go-again attacks, you just try to maximize Viserai's ability, because he has the best hero ability in the game right now, in my opinion.
That is what you said before we went live. I immediately put my headset on. I was like, we're talking about this right now.
Yeah.
The best hero ability in the game is not Florian. It's not anybody except Viserai, is your opinion.
Right. I mean, because he's giving you, on average, if you're playing a 5-card hand, you're getting everything out. He's giving you 3 to 4 extra value on every turn. And I mean, people talk about how aggressive KO's ability is, allowing him to push damage. That's only 1 every turn.
Yeah, same thing with the new Ira that's coming out later. Only 1 every turn, and Viserai says, forget about that.
Right. As long as I fulfill that 1 condition, then I'm good to go for the turn. And I mean, he's just got so many new tools from the new set. Malefic Incantation is an amazing card. Gives you a lot of Warmonger's resiliency, and just general help with not finding those Rune Blade hands. You know, previously Viserai decks, you had to do your Mav Skies, play attack, go into sword. And if you had any combination separate from that play line, you did little to nothing, and you were stuck with all these 2 blocks. But now when you remove those cards from the deck, you have your incantations, you have Rune Ragers, you just have a dearth of 3 blocks in the deck now. So when you have your off turns, you're much more
apt
modal.
to just play through him, right?
Yeah.
We talked about this right before as well. You talked about how Warmongers is sort of viewed as like still the silver bullet card into Viserai, not against the deck list you've put together. Talk a little bit about that, because not only were all of your turns that we watched throughout the top 8 just absurdly overrate. Like if you're looking at 3 card value per card, it's like 14 value feels pretty good. You were at 18, 20 value turn by turn, but then you can't even be interacted with based on your deck list with Warmongers in the same way, right?
Right. In general, you apply enough pressure where they really, if they're playing a Warmongers, they're just slamming Warmongers, letting it go to your next turn. And having the incantations in your deck that just generate the Rune Shan on play turns on all your effects that give you go again, extend your turn, and a simple turn of just play a Rune Rager Swarm with an incantation in play, play a Hit the High Notes, play an Amplify at the end of the chain. 3-card 10 is not bad, especially when they had to neg a card to just force you to do that. And a lot of the deck is just playing slow and finding your shots, but sometimes it just all comes together.
Well, you know what? We saw both of those scenarios play out in the top 8, because the first round in the top 8, you played against New, and it just felt like it was value Viserai. You were just playing these value turns, being patient, finding your spots. And then, of course, we watched these next 2 games, and it's like, here's all the damage in the world, and everyone's just going, how is this possible? Everyone's looking around doing the John Travolta meme because you just put so much damage on the board. So walking into today, what were your feelings with this list, having practiced it, I'm sure, with the Wolfpack or with other team members, teammates? What were your feelings going in?
The deck's broken. I feel like it was insane. You have bad matchups. There is some, variance still within your deck. You're playing a Rune Blade. We all know what we signed up for. But he's so much more resilient than he used to be. Face Purgatory is an amazing headpiece for a lot of the matchups that you maybe would struggle with otherwise. And Incantation is really just a house of a card. The Mordred Tide synergy that it provides you just gives you an insane burst potential that makes you really hard to interact with, even for defensive decks.
Yeah, you put it on display by playing 3 back-to-back, essentially, in that last game. Mordred Tide and all of the Malefics that you were able to find. Just absolutely nuts. Plus, you were running the yellows, right?
Yeah, running the yellows as well. It's really, that's a good Warmonger's installation. If you cast 1 Mordred Tide while you have a yellow Malefic in play, well, there's a head jab. We'll take that.
Sure.
And other than that, it just really ties your synergies together, gives you those extra rune chants on the back, so all your rune chant reduction effects, like Rune Flash, Amplify the Arcanite, become way more consistent. They fit better within your curve. And in general, the resources of the deck smooth out a lot when you have an incantation in play.
We could talk at length about your deck construct. It's worthy of a deck tech in and of itself, but I have to say this. Congratulations on your win. You more than earned it, and you showed exactly what this hero can do now, coming out of the D tiers of people's tier lists.
Rising from the bottom.
Rising up. So congratulations. Let me ask you this, though. What are your opinions tomorrow? Are you playing maybe Viserai in LL? Are you going to be playing in tomorrow's LL event?
I'm not playing tomorrow, but if I was, I'd be playing Verdance.
I totally understand why you say that, and maybe we will see that tomorrow. But again, congratulations on the win. Fantastic result, and you've got some great things to hold up as rewards. Before we go, is there anyone you would like to shout out as thanks for the time they've put in along with you?
Oh yeah, just got to thank the pack. They're always such a great resource, great guys to test with, and some good minds there. So they really help, refine our list, get them to a good place pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, with that, we've wrapped up today, but don't forget, we will be back tomorrow with the Living Legend format. So if you want to see more Flesh and Blood this weekend, we've got you covered. But until then, have a great night, and we'll see you from Milwaukee. Goodbye.
To you.